92. Means playing at parliamentarism when no parliament whatever exists. It has been well said, we have no parliament as yet, but we have parliamentary cretinism galore. 26. Rather than cozying up to the liberals, Lenin, to let the reader know he had been thoroughly schooled by his mentors, wrote, he must expose the venal soul of a Frankfurt parliament windbag in every adherent who shuns the slogan of insurrection. 27. Not for the last time Lenin would invoke Marx and Engels' phrase to criticize those who viewed the parliamentary arena as the engine of real politics as opposed to what was actually taking place in Russia, the masses in the streets. Lenin's strategy regarding the Duma was based on the assumption that insurrection was still on the agenda. As long as that was true, all energy should be devoted to its realization. Only an uprising holds out the possibility that the Duma farce will not be the end of the Russian bourgeois revolution, but the beginning of a complete democratic upheaval, which will kindle the fire of proletarian revolutions all over the world. To begin maneuvering for the parliamentary road, as the Mensheviks were now doing, would undercut that effort. Yet he was sober about the situation. The proletariat could be defeated, and if it was, a new era will be inaugurated. European history will repeat itself, parliamentarism will for a time become the touchstone of all politics. But until that happens, prepare for insurrection, preach it, and organize it. 28. As he explained to the Bolshevik leader Anatoly Lunacharsky in St. Petersburg in early October, here is no parliament as yet. We must fight in a revolutionary way for a parliament, but not in a parliamentary way for a revolution. 29. For a detailed analysis of the relation of parliamentarism to revolution, Lenin recommended that he read Marx on the class struggles in France in 1848. In criticizing the Mensheviks, Lenin made clear that he was not opposed in principle to making deals with liberals. It all depended on context, as he explained in an article toward the end of October. Under a parliamentary system it is often necessary to support a more liberal party against a less liberal one. But during a revolutionary struggle for a parliamentary system it is treachery to support liberal turncoats who are reconciling Trepov with the revolution. 30. To be seen later, Lenin's contextual approach to politics indeed informed his approach to electoral politics once the revolutionary upsurge had exhausted itself and the Duma became a reality. Lenin had every reason to believe that insurrection was still an option. From the late summer until October a strike wave swept through Russia. 93. That was unprecedented in the annals of the world's working class. Nothing gives a better sense of the moment than the letter that the very agitated Lenin wrote to his Bolshevik comrades in St. Petersburg on October 16. What is needed is furious energy, and again energy. It horrifies me, I give you my word, it horrifies me to find that there has been talk about bombs for over 6 months, yet not one has been made. And it is the most learned of people who are doing the talking. Go to the youth, gentlemen. That is the only remedy. Do not demand any formalities, and, for heaven's sake, forget all these schemes, and send all functions, rights, and privileges to the devil. Do not make membership in the RSDLP an absolute condition, that would be an absurd demand for an armed uprising. Do not refuse to contact any group, even if it consists of only 3 persons. Let the groups join the RSDLP or associate themselves with the RSDLP if they want to, that would be splendid. But I would consider it quite wrong to insist on it. You must proceed to propaganda on a wide scale. Organize combat groups immediately, arm yourselves as best you can, and work with all your might. We will help you in every way we can, but do not wait for our help, act for yourselves. The principal thing in a matter like this is the initiative of the mass of small groups. They will do everything. Without them your entire combat committee is nothing. I am prepared to gauge the efficiency of the combat committee's work by the number of such combat groups it is in contact with. If in a month or 2 the combat committee does not have a minimum of 200 or 300 groups in St. Petersburg, then it is a dead combat committee. It will have to be buried. If it cannot muster 100 or 2 of groups in seething times like these, then it is indeed remote from real life. but the essential thing is to begin at once to learn from actual practice, have no fear of these trial attacks. They may, of course, degenerate into extremes, but that is an evil of the morrow, whereas the evil today is our inertness, our doctrinaire spirit, our learned immobility, and our senile fear of initiative. Let every group learn, if it is only by beating up policemen, a score or so victims will be more than compensated for by the fact that this will train hundreds of experienced fighters, who tomorrow will be leading hundreds of thousands. 31. Written in probably the most intense moment of the revolution, this letter instructively distills the core of Lenin the revolutionary organizer. It's a plea to the Bolsheviks to broaden their ties to the mass movement, do not refuse to contact any group and to take initiatives, do not wait for our help. It's also worth noting Lenin's awareness that fighters should learn to judge when a revolutionary process might degenerate into extremes. 32. That insight, as well as the rest of this most instructive letter, bears revisiting when 1917 arrives. Undoubtedly, the political high-water mark of the revolution was the establishment, in St. Petersburg on October 13, of a new form of 94. Representative democracy unique to Russia, the Soviet, an experiment repeated in Moscow and 50 or so other cities. Originally a body to coordinate the strike movement with elected representatives of various workplaces, the Soviet quickly evolved into a combination legislative/executive body for the working class and its allies, and potentially not unlike the Paris Commune, an alternative government. Trotsky, who had managed to sneak his way back into Russia as early as February, became its effective head. Given the increasing breadth of the strike wave, especially when Moscow, the very heart of Russia, revolted that month, clearly ridiculous are the hopes of transforming the Duma into a revolutionary assembly. 33. Lenin could now point to a viable alternative. Buffeted by a near nationwide revolt, the regime relented once again. On October 17 the Tsar issued a new manifesto. In Lenin's words, it promises a regular constitution, the Duma is invested with legislative powers, no law can come into force prior to approval by the people's representatives, ministerial responsibility has been granted, civil liberties have been granted, inviolability of the person, freedom of conscience, speech, assembly, and association. Whereas the Buligin Duma would have been only a consultative assembly, the new one being proposed would actually have legislative powers. The earlier proposal was effectively rendered to the dustbin of history, vindication for Lenin of the policy of active boycott. The newly granted concessions were for Lenin profound confirmation of Marx and Engels' basic political premise, unlike what parliamentary cretins believed that what takes place in the streets is decisive in explaining the fate of the parliamentary process, a point he would forever make. Lenin, of course, was under no illusion about Nicholas's manifesto. The regime was simply buying time. The workers will never forget that it was only by force, by the force of their organization, their unanimity, and their mass heroism, that they wrested from Tsarism a recognition of liberty in a paper manifesto, and only in this way will they win real liberty for themselves. That could be realized, more specifically, only by a victorious rising of the people, only by the complete domination of the armed proletariat and the peasantry over all representatives of Tsarist power, who, under pressure by the people, have retreated apace but are far from having yielded to the people, and far from having been overthrown by the people. Until that aim is achieved there can be no real liberty, no genuine popular representation, or a really constituent assembly with the power to set up a new order in Russia. 34. And crucial in that fight was the need to pay special attention to the army. He must attract the soldiers to workers' meetings, intensify our agitation in the barracks, extend our liaisons to officers, creating, alongside of the revolutionary army of workers, cadres of class conscious. 95. Revolutionaries among the troops as well. 35. This was no abstract proposal. The regime struck back using the terrorism of the Black Hundreds, particularly targeting Jews. There were 690 documented pogroms with over 3,000 reported murders during the 2 weeks following the declaration of the October Manifesto. The worst pogrom took place in Odessa, where 800 Jews were murdered, 5,000 wounded, and more than 100,000 made homeless. 36 If ever there was a need to win the ranks of the army to the fight for real liberty, the time was now. Despite the state-sponsored terrorism, Lenin and other émigrés eventually returned to Russia, sensing that there was now sufficient space for them to work in the open, since for the first time the working class was mobilized and civil liberties were at least on paper. His immediate task was to reorient the Bolsheviks and to urge them out of their semi-sectarian existence with regard to the mass movement, particularly the St. Petersburg Soviet. The latter, in his view, should be regarded as the embryo of a provisional revolutionary government, what would only be realized in 1917. His willingness, unlike a number of other Bolshevik leaders, to work with Trotsky, the effective head of the St. Petersburg Soviet but an opponent since the Second Congress in 1903, also anticipated 1917. In addition to broadening the party, Lenin said the elective principle could now be implemented, that is, the party could now elect its leadership, more evidence that he never made virtue out of underground work. Parenthetically, he noted at the time that what is to be done was written in entirely different, now outdated conditions. 38. Preparing for the beginning of a humdrum life. Lenin had long been sober about the revolution. As a student of history through the lens of Marx and Engels, he knew that all upsurges, even the most radical, eventually ebb. Signs began to appear that, though not defeated, the St. Petersburg proletariat was exhausted. When sailors at Kronstadt mutinied at the end of October, the St. Petersburg Soviet called for a general strike in solidarity. The response was not massive enough to prevent the regime from quelling the uprising. It sensed, correctly, that the momentum was now on its side. December was the decisive month. Both the St. Petersburg and Moscow Soviets called for general strikes in response to the government's counteroffensive. On the 3rd of December the regime arrested most of the deputies of the St. Petersburg Soviet, including Trotsky. The initiative now passed to Moscow, where for a couple of weeks the outcome of the 96 revolution hung in the balance. To tip the scales to its advantage, the government's chief minister, Sergei Witte, issued on December 11 a decree that modified the August 6 Bulletin Duma proposal. Industrial workers, who had been excluded in the earlier decree, would now be able to elect Duma deputies, albeit quite indirectly. Witte, who no doubt hoped that this concession would possibly mollify the working class and lessen its revolutionary ardor, would forever have his name associated with the first Duma after it assembled in April 1906. How determinative his tactic was is uncertain, but by December 19 the opposition in Moscow called an end to its strike, the effective end to the 1905 revolution. As the fighting in Moscow was underway, Bolshevik leaders and cadre met to discuss and chart a course forward from December 12 to 17 in the Finnish town of Tammerfors, a relatively close and safe site. Aside from agenda points on the agrarian question and plans for a unity congress with the Mensheviks, the most urgent item was how to respond to the Duma proposals Witte had just announced. Should the active boycott be maintained or not? In a telling moment, Lenin and one other delegate voted against the majority who wanted to keep it in place. It may be remembered that for Lenin context was all-important in answering question of political strategy and tactics. As he argued in response to the Bulletin Duma proposal, the key factor was whether insurgency was still a possibility. The majority of the delegates felt it was. Lenin no doubt differed with them on this critical point, but he was willing to change his vote. The majority had been on the ground in Russia longer than he had, with closer contacts to the rank-and-file cadre. Thus Lenin felt, apparently, that he had to concede to their opinion, also telling. 39 years later, however, he would admit that the boycott had been a mistake. As a disciplined member of the Bolshevik faction, Lenin publicly defended their boycott of the Witte Duma, but in a most nuanced way. In a series of writings after the Tammerfors decision, he discussed very civilly the differences between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, emphasizing that the crux of the matter was whether, drawing on the experience of Germany in 1847-49, revolution was still on the agenda or in final exhaustion, and the beginning of a humdrum life under a dock-tailed constitution. 40. The latter meant the less than exciting prospects of work in the parliamentary arena. The answer would have to be resolved at the upcoming Unity Congress of the two factions of the RSDLP. If the Congress decided that insurrection isn't possible, we must regard the State Duma as a parliament, even if a bad one, and not only participate in the 97 elections, but also go into the Duma. 41. While arguing that the revolution was still alive, he also, notably, insisted that the majority of the members of the party would decide the issue and that the minority must submit to it in its political conduct while retaining the right to criticize and to advocate a settlement of the question at the next Congress. 42. On the basis, then, of democratic centralism, which the Congress would make official RSDLP organizational policy for the first time, the Bolsheviks would be obligated to carry out the Menshevik line if it won majority support. One can only wonder, therefore, if Lenin's messages weren't really directed at the Bolsheviks who wanted to boycott the Wit Duma. Subsequent events would suggest so. As Lenin pointedly reminded the Mensheviks a few months later, prior to the Duma elections, the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks issued a joint statement saying that both sides agreed with the idea of a boycott and disagreed only about the stage at which it should be carried out. Also, not a single Menshevik in any Menshevik publication advocated going into the Duma should a party member actually win an election in, presumably, the second stage. 43. That silence would soon confront the RSDLP with an awkward situation. Before the Fourth Congress began in Stockholm, April 10 to 25, the first set of staggered elections for the Duma got underway. The returns, which Lenin closely analyzed in an 80-page pamphlet, indicated that the Left Liberal Cadet Party would be the principal winner with the largest block of deputies. The data and the assessments of others explained why. All agree that the election returns are not so much a vote for the cadets as a vote against the government. The cadets achieved their victory largely because they were the most extreme left party in the field. The genuinely left parties were kept out of the field by violence, arrests, massacres, the election law, and so forth. By the very force of circumstances, by the logic of the election struggle, all the discontented, irritated, angry and vaguely revolutionary elements were compelled to rally around the cadets. 44. Much of the vote for the cadets was, in other words, a protest vote. Most significantly, Lenin began to visualize in his pamphlet what it would be like when political reality dictated the humdrum life of parliamentary work for the RSDLP, functioning in such a Duma with its own deputies. In those circumstances, it would be our bounden duty to support the Cadet Party in Parliament against all parties to the right of it. Then, too, it would be wrong categorically to object to election agreements with this party in joint elections. More than that, it would be the duty of the Social Democrats. 98. In Parliament to support even the Shapovites against the real, brazen reactionaries. 45. For Lenin then, temporary electoral alliances with the lesser of the two evils, the liberals, would be permissible in order to isolate reaction in the language of the address of 1850, alliances but not unity. But to make clear that tactical maneuvers in the parliamentary arena did not mean restraining revolutionary politics, Lenin employed a metaphor of Engels: our task is not to support the Cadet Duma, but to use the conflicts within this Duma, or connected with it, for choosing the right moment to attack the enemy, the right moment for an insurrection against the autocracy. What we have to do is to take account of how the political crisis in the Duma and around it is growing. As a means of testing public opinion and defining as correctly and precisely as possible the moment when boiling point is reached, this Duma campaign ought to be of enormous value to us, but only as a symptom, not as the real field of struggle. Our task is to be at our post when the Duma farce develops into a new great political crisis, and our aim then will be the overthrow of the autocratic government and the transfer of power to the revolutionary people. 46 For Engels, as noted in Chapter 1, universal suffrage is the gauge of the maturity of the working class. It cannot and never will be anything more in the present-day state, but that, he continued, is sufficient. On the day the thermometer of universal suffrage registers boiling point among the workers, both they and the capitalists will know where they stand. 47 Lenin was faithful to Engels's metaphor. The more Lenin, I argue, had to grapple with electoral politics, the more conscious he was about how West European Social Democrats comported themselves in that arena. His most explicit comments to date came in this text. Those parties considered, just as had Marx and Engels, the parliamentary struggle as the main form of struggle. Only when insurrections were no longer on the agenda. The opportunists in social democracy, such as the Bernsteinians in the German party, were the problem. They accepted and accept Marxism minus its directly revolutionary aspect. They do not regard the parliamentary struggle as one of the weapons particularly suitable for definite historical periods, but as the main and almost the sole form of struggle making force, seizure, dictatorship, unnecessary. 48 Orthodox Marxists in the Russian party had to guard against that distortion being smuggled into Russia on the sly. In hindsight, this may signal the beginning of the fight that would culminate in 1914. Lenin ended his pamphlet very prophetically, "We have no reason to be envious of the cadets' successes. Petty bourgeois illusions and faith in 99. The Duma are still fairly strong among the people. They must be dispelled. The more complete the cadets' triumph in the Duma, the sooner will this be done. We welcome the successes of the Girondists of the Great Russian Revolution. They will be followed by the rise of broader masses of the people, more energetic and revolutionary sections will come to the fore, they will rally around the proletariat, they will carry our great bourgeois revolution to complete victory, and will usher in the era of socialist revolution in the West." 49 As was often the case with Marx and Engels, Lenin may not have gotten the arithmetic correct, but the algebra was nonetheless elegant. The cadets' day in the sun, as events would soon reveal, lasted only about 3 months. But it would take the proletariat another decade or so to verify Lenin's prescience. Prior to the agenda items on the Duma and the elections at the Fourth Congress, Lenin had to address the long-term prospects of a revolution in an overwhelmingly peasant society of relevance, given his basic premise that electoral politics was only a means to an end. In what is arguably the most prophetic of all his forecasts so far, he said that the Russian Revolution can achieve victory by its own efforts, but it cannot possibly hold and consolidate its gains by its own strength. It cannot do this unless there is a socialist revolution in the West. Without this condition, restoration is inevitable. Our democratic republic has no other reserve than the socialist proletariat in the West. 50 Engels, it may be recalled, said as much in his last major pronouncement on the Russian question. 51 What Lenin asserted here and repeated, it should be noted, goes a long way in explaining the outcome of October 1917. As Lenin anticipated and no doubt hoped for, I contend the Fourth Congress, with the Mensheviks in a majority, voted to participate in the Duma elections and to form a party group or fraction in it should RSDLP candidates be elected. The very practical problem was that most of the elections had already taken place in the long drawn-out process. The Bolsheviks noted this in their defeated resolution written by Lenin, Lunacharsky, and Ivan Skvortsov-Spanov, as well as in the accompanying report given by Lenin, which continued to defend the boycott. But Lenin pointed out that when people talk about our self-elimination from the elections, they always forget that it was the political conditions and not our desire that kept our party out, kept it out of the newspapers and meetings, prevented us from putting up prominent members of the party as candidates. 52 They criticized the Mensheviks for having illusions in the cadet victory and for having entered into electoral agreements with them in some of the elections. 100. The resolution correctly foresaw what would come of the cadet victory, calling for a prohibition, and view of the possibility that the government will dissolve the State Duma and convene a new Duma, This Congress resolves that in the subsequent election campaign no blocks or agreements shall be permitted with the Cadet Party or any similar non-revolutionary elements. As for the question whether our party should take part in a new election campaign, it will be decided by the Russian Social Democrats in accordance with the concrete circumstances prevailing at the time. 53. If Lenin had been open to electoral blocks with the cadets as his pamphlet on their victory indicated, this suggests that his two Bolshevik comrades forced him to retreat. Nevertheless, his points rejecting self-elimination from the elections and promoting a likely new election campaign clearly held open the possibility of Bolshevik participation in a future Duma. The clearest affirmation of this was Lenin's response to the request from the delegates from the Caucasus region. We voted for the amendment moved by the comrades from the Caucasus. 54. According to Robert Service, we meant a minority of Bolsheviks. 55. Lenin, who evidently broke discipline with his Bolshevik faction, still had his work cut out for him. The Congress then turned to the somewhat awkward matter of what to do with Menshevik candidates, such as those in the Caucasus region, mainly rural areas, who might win in the few remaining elections. Should they take their seats and form a Duma fraction? Prior to the elections, as already noted, not a single Menshevik advocated going into the Duma. Their semi-boycott tactic, that is, of later rounds, meant only limited participation in the elections. 56. Their solution to this apparently unforeseen situation, to now permit the formation of a Duma fraction, was, in the Bolshevik view, deficient. To ensure the group's authority, Lenin argued, it would be necessary to ask the workers whether they wished to be represented in the Duma by those they did not participate in electing. 9/10 of the class-conscious workers, he noted later, boycotted the elections. 57. Elsewhere he wrote, I pointed out that the great bulk of the class-conscious proletariat had not voted. Would it be advisable under these conditions to impose official representatives of the party on this mass of workers? 58. That Lenin would be concerned about the party appearing to impose itself on the working class must certainly sound strange to anyone who accepts as gospel the lie spun by his bourgeois critics and others that he was an authoritarian. To try to make sure a RSDLP Duma fraction actually represented the working class, the Bolsheviks tried to amend the Menshevik resolution 101. Drawing on the experience of the socialist parties in Europe, particularly their left wings, Lenin advocated for the same triple control they demanded that parties have over their members of parliament. First, the general control that the party exercises over all its members; secondly, the special control of the local organizations who nominate the parliamentary candidates in their own name; and thirdly, the special control of the Central Committee, which, standing above local influences and local conditions, must see to it that only such parliamentary candidates are nominated as satisfy general party and general political requirements. Given Russia's reality, where our party organizations cannot exercise open and public control over their members, we unquestionably require far greater prudence than that prompted by the experience of the revolutionary Social Democrats of Western Europe. 59. As early as 1879 Marx and Engels in their circular to the leadership of the German party had noted the problem of Reichstag deputies becoming increasingly unaccountable to the party ranks. It was no accident that Lenin looked to the left wings of European social democracy for solutions to this problem. He would learn later of the circular and make use of it. To appreciate the significance of what Lenin was addressing, fast forward to Europe circa 2008 until the present day. Since the official onset of the world capitalist crisis that year, European social democracy has been in the forefront of implementing the austerity drive to effectively lower the standard of living of Europe's working class. Capitalism's plutocratic answer to the crisis. Emblematic of this social democratic attack on workers is the PASOK Party of Greece, whose now disgraced head, former Prime Minister George Papandreou, continues to be the president of the Socialist International, social democracy's transnational body, and successor to the Second International. Like PASOK, SD parties in Spain, Portugal, and Iceland also led the offensive against workers and have paid a political price with the working classes in each country. Could these parties have pursued such policies if they had been accountable to their rank and files? Opinion polls suggest otherwise. Whether the triple control could have made them so is beyond the purview of this book, but the problem Lenin sought an answer to is as current as ever. The Bolsheviks didn't garner enough votes for their resolution. The Congress passed the Menshevik resolution, which declared it desirable that a social democratic parliamentary group in this Duma should be formed. Lenin was far from despondent and no doubt felt the Bolshevik objections had had an impact, as he explained in a post-Congress report. Although unfortunately not included in the published proceedings of 102. The meetings, the Congress instructed the Central Committee to inform all party organizations specifically, whom, when, and on what conditions it has appointed as party representatives in the parliamentary group, and also to submit periodical reports of the activities of these party representatives. This resolution instructs the local workers' organizations to which the Social Democratic deputies in the Duma belong to keep control over their delegates in the Duma. 60 Lenin took delight in the howls of protests against this instruction from cadets like the one-time Marxist Struve. For bourgeois politicians like him, the idea that parliamentary deputies should be under the control of party organizations was ridiculous. Unaccountability was the norm of bourgeois parliamentary politics, as Lenin saw it exactly what the working class had to avoid. For the record, especially for those Bolsheviks who may have been despondent, Lenin wrote, "We must and shall fight ideologically against those decisions of the Congress which we regard as erroneous. But at the same time we declare to the whole party that we are opposed to a split of any kind. We stand for submission to the decisions of the Congress. We are profoundly convinced that the workers' social democratic organizations must be united, but in these united organizations there must be wide and free discussion of party questions, free comradely criticism and assessment of events in party life." As for submission to the decisions of the Congress, Lenin was referring to the historic organizational decision of the RSDLP. We, that is, Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, were all agreed on the principle of democratic centralism, on guarantees for the rights of all minorities and for all loyal opposition, on the autonomy of every party organization, on recognizing that all party functionaries must be elected, accountable to the party and subject to recall. 61 Along with the second sentence in the previous paragraph, Lenin spells out here the essentials of democratic centralism, the basic organizational norm of the RSDLP: freedom of discussion, unity of action. Its democratic content, not just on paper, was commendable and apparently without equal in comparison to other parties in Russia. Never should it be forgotten that democratic centralism began as a joint project of the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. 62 Having lost on the Duma fraction vote as well as on the agrarian question, Lenin was, understandably, concerned about ensuring the freedom of discussion side of democratic centralism. The norm was crucial when it came to programmatic questions. In the case of electoral politics, however, the situation is somewhat different. During elections there must be complete unity of action. The Congress has decided, we will all take part in elections, wherever they take place. During elections. 103. There must be no criticism of participation in elections. Action by the proletariat must be united. We shall all and always regard the Social Democratic group in the Duma, whenever it is formed, as our party group. 63 Armed with democratic centralism, Lenin now had license to lead the Bolsheviks, some of them kicking and screaming, into the humdrum parliamentary arena, what he clearly had wanted to do for some time. What thou doest, do quickly, a brief but instructive existence. After the defeat of the Moscow uprising in December 1905, the regime no longer felt the need to play its soft cop card. The concessions it had made regarding the Duma began to be compromised. In February it moved to have the Imperial Council, the long-existent autocratic advisory body to the Tsar, become the upper chamber to the Duma with veto powers over its decisions. In April it revamped the fundamental laws, effectively the Tsar's constitution. Article 87 gave the monarch the right to dissolve the Duma and to enact emergency measures when it was not sitting. Further, the regime increasingly played its hard cop card with the use of state terror. In all, it has been estimated that the Tsarist regime executed 15,000 people, shot or wounded at least 20,000 and deported or exiled 45,000 between mid-October and the opening of the First State Duma in April 1906. 64 Whatever pretense therefore that the August and October imperial manifestos would institute substantive representative democracy was dispelled for most Russians when the Duma finally convened on April 27. That only a handful of Bolsheviks like Lenin saw any value in participating in the Duma's deliberations is understandable. Indeed, there is no more accurate reflection of the Duma's true position than the fact that whenever it met in the Tauride Palace, a group of plainclothes policemen could be seen on the pavement outside waiting for those deputies to emerge whom they had been assigned to follow and keep under surveillance. 65 Soon, however, it would become clear why Lenin did think it important to partake in what most of his Bolshevik comrades saw as a charade. The First Duma convenes. Once the Duma convened, it didn't take Lenin long to go on the offensive. But effective Duma work had to be linked to mass work. The day before, the Bolsheviks began publishing a legal daily in St. Petersburg titled Volna, thus taking advantage of the remaining political space. About a week after the ceremonial opening session that Nicholas disdainfully 104 addressed, Lenin's first article in the daily ridiculed the cadets who think that they are the hub of the universe. Dream about peaceful parliamentarism. Despite the cadets having the largest block of deputies, about 180 out of 480, real history, he asserted, would be made by the people, the crowd. He then offered advice: let us hope that the minority in the Duma, the Trudovik group and the workers' group, will take a stand different from that of the cadets. Concentrate all their efforts and all their activities on helping in some way to promote the great work ahead. 66 Lenin would not leave the fulfillment of that goal, shortly to be concretized, to chance. By the minority in the Duma he meant, first, the 90 or so peasant deputies that grouped themselves loosely in what came to be known as the Trudovik Party, and, second, the 15 deputies that had been belatedly elected and authorized by the Fourth Congress as its Duma fraction. That he appealed to both Duma groups was no accident. They were the potential representatives of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, the coalition for the Russian Revolution that Lenin proposed in his Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution pamphlet, written on the eve of the April 1905 Bolshevik Congress. Because the regime assumed that the peasantry was loyal to the monarchy, it permitted them a surprisingly large number of deputies, who it expected to align in the Duma with representatives of the nobility/landlord class. Lenin's appeal to them and the workers' group was his opening shot at trying to prevent that from happening. As for the workers' group, Lenin soberly explained who the 15 were and how they got into the Duma in his first major article on the Duma a day later. They were not nominated by workers' organizations. The party did not authorize them to represent its interests in the Duma. Not a single local organization of the RSDLP adopted a resolution to nominate its members for the State Duma. The worker deputies got into the Duma through non-party channels. Nearly all, or even all, got in by direct or indirect, tacit or avowed, agreements with the cadets. Many of them got into the Duma in such a way that it is difficult to tell whether they were elected as constitutional Democrats or as social democrats. This is a fact, and, oh hush it up, as many social democrats are doing today, is unpardonable and useless. Because it means keeping in the dark the electorate generally, and the Workers' Party in particular. Useless, because the fact is bound to come out in the course of events. 67 To be dishonest about how these deputies got elected and who they might be accountable to, would, in 105 effect, miseducate the working class and therefore undermine the potential value of parliamentary work. Not the way to begin. Lenin also argued that the Fourth Congress of the party inadequately addressed this problem when it voted to authorize the deputies to be the RSDLP Duma fraction. But in fairness, the Congress did adopt the previously quoted instructions that the Bolsheviks insisted on to make the fraction accountable to the party. And because the Menshevik Majority Central Committee failed to publish the instructions, unfortunately, as he once put it, Lenin gladly filled in the very serious gap in the Central Committee's publication by reproducing the three provisions for his readers. More important, Lenin continued, was the present situation and what to do. On entering the Duma, Mikhailishenko, the leader of the group, proclaimed himself a social democrat. Through him the workers' group clearly expressed its desire to dissociate itself from the cadets and become a genuine social democratic group. Such a desire is worthy of all sympathy. At the Congress we were opposed to the formation of an official parliamentary group. Our motives are set out precisely and in detail in our resolution published yesterday. This refers to the previously discussed proposal for triple control over Duma deputies. Publicizing it was part and parcel of Lenin's strategy for revolutionary parliamentary work. Being able to do so underscored the importance of having an organ, especially a daily one like Volna. But it goes without saying that the fact that we did not think it opportune to form an official parliamentary group does not in the least prevent us from encouraging any desire of any workers' representative to shift from the constitutional Democrats towards the Social Democrats. In other words, despite its birth defect, including its all-Menshevik composition, the fraction should be embraced if its pro-social democratic declarations were sincere. This is the hand that the political reality of Russia in 1906 has dealt us, Lenin might have said, and it is our obligation to try to play it to our advantage. Lenin cautioned his readers, his most important audience, about what was ahead. It is not enough to proclaim oneself a social democrat. To be a social democrat, one must pursue a genuinely social democratic workers' policy. Of course, we fully understand the difficulties of the position of parliamentary novices. We are well aware of the need to be indulgent towards the mistakes that may be made by those who are beginning to pass from the constitutional Democrats to the Social Democrats. But if they are destined ever to complete this passage, it will only be through open and straightforward criticism of these mistakes. To look at these mistakes through one's fingers would be an unpardonable transgression against the 106. Social Democratic Party and against the whole proletariat. Principled and constructive criticism along with magnanimity is what Lenin promised, what the novices got their first dose of in the next paragraph. Deigning to give a brief address to the opening session of the Duma, Nicholas made clear that his autocracy was not about to relinquish its privileges and power. Having the gauntlet thrown down before its feet, the cadets, the Duma's leading party, had to respond in a way that would placate and dupe most peasant masses without riling a monarchy that could, under Article 87, summarily end their parliamentary hopes. Trying to strike the golden mean with their address to the throne, the cadets angered both the right and the left, a bad omen for their future prospects. The RSDLP fraction abstained. That, Lenin said, was a mistake. Over the heads of the cadets, it should have openly and plainly stated for all to hear, you, gentlemen of the cadet party, are taking the wrong tone. Your address smacks of a deal. Drop that diplomacy. Speak out loudly and say that the peasants are demanding all the land, that the peasants must obtain all the land without compensation. Say that the people are demanding complete freedom, and that the people will take full power in order to ensure real freedom, and not merely freedom on paper. Do not trust written constitutions, trust only the strength of the fighting people. We vote against your address. This would only be the first time Lenin offered advice to RSDLP Duma fractions. It encapsulated his most basic ideas about revolutionary parliamentary work. At its core was an effort to utilize the parliamentary arena to mobilize the crowd to think outside the box of that arena and plant the seeds for the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Finally, Lenin took on the Mensheviks, not the novice deputies but their daily organ Nevskaya Gazeta, which began publication in early May. Their commentary about the dilemma the cadets found themselves in sounded, to Lenin's ears, sympathetic, specifically regarding the fear that the regime would invoke Article 87, this is the wrong tone. It is unseemly for Social Democrats to pose as people who can in any way be responsible for the Duma. If the Social Democrats had a majority in the Duma would not be a Duma, or else the Social Democrats would not be Social Democrats. Let the cadets bear all the responsibility for the Duma. Let the people learn to cast off constitutional illusions at their expense, and not ours. He ended with a piece of advice that recalled Marx and Engels' critique of the parliamentary cretinism of the Frankfurt Assembly: we must not appraise the revolutionary situation in the country from the standpoint of what goes on in the Duma. On the contrary, we must appraise questions and incidents that arise in the Duma. 107. From the standpoint of the revolutionary situation in the country. 68. This is the criteria he employed from here on in assessing the Duma, at least when it was in session. His point about the improbability of a social democratic Duma, that is, one composed of real social democrats, is also instructive. It suggests that, like Marx and Engels, he too thought that a capitalist regime would never permit such an outcome. The fate of the first Duma, as we'll see, offers powerful evidence for his assumption. While Volna was Lenin's principal venue for linking Duma work with the far more important struggle going on outside its walls, he had the rare opportunity on May 9 to address a mass audience of 3,000 in St. Petersburg, the majority of whom were workers. It was a debate with a Menshevik and another left opponent on the discussion taking place in the Duma about the cadets' response to Nicholas. Under the pseudonym Comrade Karpov, he used the event to put pressure on the Duma fraction, some of whom were probably in attendance, to stand firm when dealing with the cadets. According to the Volna account, no doubt written by Lenin, he argued, exposing the cadet party was the necessary and most advisable means of drawing the broad masses of the people away from the liberal bourgeoisie to the revolutionary democratic bourgeoisie, which was preparing for a decisive struggle for power. Of course, the time when the conflict will set in does not depend on our will but on the behavior of the government, and on the degree of the political consciousness and the temper of the masses of the people. 69. The revolution, in other words, could not be willed. It depended on the readiness of the masses, exactly what his parliamentary strategy sought to ensure. At the end of his intervention, Lenin, never one to waste such an opportunity, proposed that the meeting adopt a resolution that he drafted. After criticizing the cadets for their vacillating behavior vis-a-vis the monarchy, it ended. This meeting calls upon the peasant and workers' groups in the State Duma resolutely to state their respective demands, and the full demands of the people, absolutely independently of the cadets. This meeting calls the attention of all those who value the cause of freedom to the fact that the behavior of the autocratic government and its utter failure to satisfy the needs of the peasants, and of the people as a whole, is making inevitable a decisive fight outside the Duma, a fight for complete power for the people, which alone can ensure freedom for the people and meet their needs. This meeting expresses confidence that the proletariat will continue to be at the head of all the revolutionary elements of the people. 70. 108. What the resolution, carried almost unanimously, 71 did therefore was to rectify the mistake the Duma fraction had made in failing to criticize the cadets' address to the throne. A mass meeting made up primarily of workers went over the heads of the cadets and plainly stated what it supported: the essence of the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. What Lenin carried out with his intervention was a model of revolutionary parliamentary work, taking the parliamentary debate to the crowd outside and in real time. The regime would make sure, as long as it was in power, that he would never have such an opportunity again. 72. 3 more deputies joined the 15-member RSDLP fraction as a result of belated election returns from the Caucasus region. Unlike the others, they had been elected on the basis of the Fourth Congress decision that required approval of party organizations and no electoral agreements with the cadets. Therefore, Lenin said, all of us, as members of a united party, will do all we can to help them to fulfill their arduous duties. But he advised sobriety, once again. In times such as Russia is now passing through, the participation of Social Democrats in the elections does not at all mean that the masses really become stronger in the course of the election campaign. Without unfettered newspapers, without public meetings and without wide agitation, the election of Social Democrats often expresses, not a consolidation of the proletarian and fully Social Democratic Party, but only a sharp protest of the people. In such circumstances, large sections of the petty bourgeoisie sometimes vote for any anti-government candidate. Opinions on the value of the boycott tactics for the whole of Russia, if based on the returns of the Tiflis elections alone, would be much too rash and ill-considered. He cautioned that the RSDLP could become the beneficiaries of the protest vote just as the cadets had been, particularly in the absence of sufficient democratic space where competing political perspectives could be openly debated. Lenin's instrumental approach to democracy explains his invocation at the end to the new deputies: "Let us wish our comrades from the Caucasus, deputies to the Duma, for the first time to speak from this new platform in full voice, to speak the whole, bitter truth, to expose ruthlessly belief in words, promises and scraps of paper, to fill the gaps in our newspapers, which continue to be restricted and persecuted for speaking frankly, and to call upon the proletariat and the revolutionary peasantry to pose their problems clearly and distinctly and to settle the impending final contest for freedom outside the Duma." 73. Thus he revealed another reason a Duma fraction was so needed. In the face of diminishing political space, its immunity gave a relatively 109. Safe platform from which to make the call for the only guarantee of real democracy, the empowerment of the working class and peasantry outside the Duma. Campaigning for the Worker-Peasant Alliance. Without the support of the peasantry, the proletariat cannot even think of achieving the complete victory of our revolution. The land question, as Lenin explained to Volna readers, is the one that is most of all worrying the masses of the peasants, and the peasants have now become the principal and almost the sole allies of the workers in the revolution. The land question will show better than anything else whether the cadets, who call themselves the Party of People's Freedom, are loyally serving the cause of people's freedom. To make his case, Lenin closely followed the Duma deliberations and sought to influence the actions of not only the RSDLP fraction but the Trudoviks as well. The cadets offered a solution to the land question, which they submitted to the government in response to Nicholas's curt and unyielding address: "The greater part of the population of the country, the toiling peasantry, awaits with impatience the satisfaction of its urgent need for land, and the First Russian State Duma would not be fulfilling its duty if it did not draw up a law for the satisfaction of that vital need by requisitioning to that end state, upponage, cabinet, and monastery lands, and by the compulsory expropriation of privately owned lands." 74. Trying to preempt the radical left and assuming the regime still felt the heat of 1905, the cadets no doubt thought they had taken a bold stance. Not so, said Lenin. Instead of a demand, they drew up a timid request. The fact that they didn't protest the regime's refusal to receive a deputation, when they tried to present their address, only confirmed, Lenin opined, their lack of spine. Nevertheless, the cadets called for a debate on the land question in the Duma. For Lenin it was an opportunity to broadcast the revolutionary socialist position. Just as he had done on countless occasions, he defended peasant demands for land, explaining in the process why it was in the interests of the working class to do the same. But real land reform, he insisted, could not be achieved in the absence of a democratic republic. And this was one of the two major problems with the cadets' own program of requisitioning and compulsory expropriations. It relied on the very undemocratic institutions of the state for its implementation. The other problem was that the cadets' plan called for compensation to the landlord class. A similar policy in 1861 resulted in ruining the peasants, enriching the landlords and strengthening the old state power. 75. Whatever the case, the bureaucratic 110. Government, of course, refuses to consider even a cadet agrarian reform. The Trudovik fraction had yet to formulate its position. Let us hope that at least on this occasion will come out quite independently of the cadets. In the meantime, and most importantly, the socialist workers, should enlarge their organization in general, and their contacts with the peasantry in particular. They should explain to the peasants as widely, clearly, minutely, and circumstantially as possible the significance of the question of compensation and of whether they can put up with leaving the agrarian reform in the hands of the old authorities. 76. These were the most concrete recommendations Lenin provided so far for the socialist workers, the Duma fraction. There was no greater priority than that of winning the peasantry, and he did all he could to advance that process. As Lenin predicted, on May 13 the regime rejected the cadets' timid request. He reproduced for his Volna readers the main passages of the government's statement and distilled their essence, neither land nor freedom. The ball, Lenin wrote, was back now not in the cadets' court but that of the real protagonists. We shall see whether the deputies to the Duma learn anything from this declaration. The cadets will certainly learn nothing from it. The Trudovik and workers' groups must now show whether they have become at all independent of the cadets, whether they have realized that it is necessary to give up petitioning, whether they are able to talk straightforwardly and clearly to the people. 77. Lenin, of course, was not disposed to wait to see if the deputies learn anything or to see if they are able to talk straightforwardly and clearly to the people. Through the pages of Volna he campaigned to make that a reality. This is not, contrary to what the cadets claimed, a parliamentary conflict, and the Duma itself is far from being a parliament as yet. It is only an indicator and a very feeble reflector of the people's movement, which is growing outside or independently of the Duma. The Duma's conflict with the government is only an indirect indication of the conflict between all the fundamental and mature aspirations of the masses of the peasantry and the working class and the whole intact power of the old regime. The Trudovik and workers' groups in the Duma must know that only by dissociating themselves from the cadets, only by rising above schoolroom lessons in constitutionalism, only by loudly proclaiming all the demands and needs of the people, only by speaking the whole bitter truth, can they make their greatest contribution to the struggle for real freedom. 78. Marxist as opposed to liberal civic lessons. This is what Lenin provided through positive encouragement to the novices he wanted to influence. 111. Again, he took advantage of the remaining political space to forge the worker-peasant alliance. When the Trudoviks tried to get a vote on a bill abolishing capital punishment but were thwarted by the cadets, Lenin immediately came to their defense. He quoted two of the Trudovik deputies, one of whom was a priest, and applauded what they proposed. It was perfectly clear: appeal to the people, make demands and not requests, ignore the bureaucratic regulations, don't drag out questions, and don't send them to committees. Employing, however, what the cadet chair of the Duma said were the rules of parliamentary procedure, the Trudovik initiative came to naught. The cadets prevented the Duma from appealing to the people. Evidently the Trudovik group again yielded to the opportunities and threats of the cadets, and did not keep to the resolute position it at first took up. The people, who realize the meaning of the struggle for freedom, must protest the cadets' behavior in the Duma and call upon the Trudovik group resolutely and emphatically to declare that it will appeal to the people and to do so. 79. While denouncing the cadets, Lenin displayed patience with the Trudoviks. Sidetracking them was just the most recent example for him of cadet appeasement of the regime, and he continued to try to make them pay a price. To that end he publicized in Volna that the pro-government press gloated over the fact that the cadets had outmaneuvered the Trudoviks. 80. As Lenin had predicted, the cadets will certainly learn nothing from the regime's rejection of their address. He responded with ridicule to the outrage of Struve, the one-time Marxist and now cadet leader, over the government's dismissal. They won't even bargain. The title of his sarcastic commentary on Struve's article highlighted what caught Lenin's eye and got his ire up. Struve admitted that the cadets had tried unsuccessfully to negotiate with the government over the demands in their address, including those in both the political and economic spheres. The former referred to civil liberties, universal suffrage, and amnesty, and the latter to the land requisitions and confiscations. Had the government, Struve complained, shown more statesmanship, a deal could have been reached. Mark that well, workers and peasants, warned Lenin. The cadet gentlemen believed statesmanship to consist in striking a bargain with Trepov over a curtailment of the people's demands expressed in the address. No deal was possible, he argued, because the conflicting interests of the proletariat and peasantry on one side and those of the old regime on the other could never be reconciled. That is precisely why the gentlemen who are trading in the people's freedom, and who serve as brokers during the revolution and as diplomats. 112. In time of war, are doomed to be disappointed again and again. 81. The prescience of Lenin's words would soon become evident. About 3 weeks after the Duma convened, the workers' group issued an appeal to all workers of Russia. Volna printed it and Lenin added commentary, "We warmly welcome the manifesto of the workers' group of Duma deputies, who stand closer to us in their convictions than any other group. This is the first appeal that Duma deputies have made, not to the government, but directly to the people. The example of the workers' deputies should, in our opinion, have been followed by the Trudovik, or peasant, group in the Duma. Though I can't prove it, the appeal was likely the first concrete fruit of Lenin's Duma work." 82. 10 days earlier, in his very first advice to the fraction, he hoped that it and the Trudovik fraction as well would take a stand different from that of the cadets. Their appeal was a step in that direction and he applauded them. But along with positive reinforcement came constructive criticism. Strive to make the Duma prepare for the convocation of a constituent assembly, as the statement put it, was problematic. One of its flaws. Only the Trudoviks and not the rest of the Duma parties, specifically the cadets, should be looked to for the realization of a constituent assembly. Russian liberals are too unreliable. The workers would, therefore, do better to concentrate on supporting the peasant deputies, in order to stimulate them to speak out independently, and to act like real representatives of the revolutionary peasantry. Then Lenin called attention to the all-important outside. The working class was mustering its forces to launch another determined struggle, but to launch it only together with the peasantry. The workers' deputies are therefore right in calling upon the proletariat not to allow itself to be provoked by anyone, and not to enter, unless really necessary, into isolated collisions with the enemy. Proletarian blood is too precious to shed needlessly and without certain hope of victory. 83. Crucial in understanding Lenin's politics in this moment, especially his attitude toward the Duma, is exactly this fact: the very real probability of a new upsurge in the revolution. But to avoid what happened in Moscow in December, a defeat, coordinated action of both the proletariat and peasantry was necessary this time. Thus his admonition, launch it only together with the peasantry. What isn't certain is whether this is what was actually being organized or whether this is what Lenin was hoping would be organized. Whatever the case, Lenin, in pointing to the workers' deputies, clearly felt that they could play a key role in helping to forge a worker-peasant alliance for the next upsurge and thus guarantee its success. 113. The Workers' Group Manifesto illustrated another advantage of Duma work. The debates within Tauride Palace, unlike, sometimes, those on the outside, required competing parties to clarify and articulate their views, a necessary step for Lenin in the political education of the masses. The more frequent and sharp these collisions become, the more definitely the masses of the people see the differences between the liberal landlords, factory owners, lawyers, and professors and the peasants. 84. Thus he was pleased when on or about May 23 the Trudoviks finally formulated their positions on not just the agrarian question but the political one as well, exactly what he had urged in applauding the workers' group for issuing its appeal a few days earlier. In a most didactic article for Volna readers, he was able to compare and contrast cadet, RSDLP, and Trudovik views and, hence, provide advice for the workers' group. Regarding their political program, the Trudovik group accepts almost in its entirety the workers' minimum program, including an 8-hour day, etc. Obviously, the Workers' Party must support the Trudoviks in opposition to the cadets. While the Trudoviks, on the land question, go further than the cadets in the struggle against landlordism, and against the private ownership of land in general, they err as do the cadets in thinking that the landlord state can be utilized for real agrarian reform. Yet it would be a gross error for the Workers' Party to not support in opposition to the cadets. The fact that both parties are mistaken should not serve as an excuse for refusing to support the genuinely revolutionary bourgeois Democrats. The Trudovics are also mistaken to believe that equalization of land is the solution for small peasants, since this would be impossible so long as the rule of money, the rule of capital exists. Lenin then put the differences between them and the cadets in long-term perspective. The cadet illusions are an obstacle to the victory of the bourgeois revolution. The Trudovics' mistakes will be an obstacle to the immediate victory of socialism. Hence the vast difference between the cadets and the Trudovics, and the Workers' Party must take this difference strictly into account. 85 Note that his advice was meant not just for the Duma fraction but the party as a whole, essential to his electoral strategy. Lenin's qualifier but underscores, once again, that for him it was the bourgeois revolution that was on Russia's agenda and not, as is so often alleged, the overturn of capitalism. A day or so after the Trudovics revealed their program, 35 of their deputies signed on to a motion that called for the immediate establishment of land committees, local, freely elected committees for settling the land question. The workers' group, Lenin proudly reported, to a 114 man took the side of the peasants against the bureaucrats and liberals. Although the cadets were eventually successful in convincing the 35 to withdraw the motion, Lenin saw their success as a victory for the campaign for the Worker-Peasant Alliance. We compelled them to admit in public that they do not want to give the peasants complete freedom and all the land, and that they seek to aid the bureaucrats against the peasants. 86 Clarifying and sharpening the political differences was, again, what the Duma arena could provide, thus increasing the political maturity of the working class. One of the advantages Lenin had in appealing to the Trudovics is that the Socialist Revolution Party boycotted the Duma. Founded in 1901, it was, as noted in Chapter 2, essentially the Narodniks reinvented with a socialist veneer. Their audience, in theory, was the peasantry, and hence why land equalization was one of their shibboleths. But by maintaining their boycott, terrorism was their preferred modus operandi. The socialist revolutionaries allowed the Bolsheviks free rein in bringing a social democratic agenda to the peasantry in the electoral arena. The fight over the Duma ministry. In the previously mentioned admission, Struve didn't say what the government put, if anything, on the table for negotiations with the cadets over their address. And though Lenin didn't have access to the particulars, he was right to assume that they were doing exactly as he had charged, trading in the people's freedom. Documents unearthed years later revealed that the regime pursued a two-pronged bargaining strategy with the cadets, with neither of the two sets of parties aware what the other was doing. Why, in part, the negotiations collapsed. 87 The issue in contention had to do with a key demand in the cadet address, the call for a council of ministers responsible to the Duma. While an executive branch of government responsible to the legislative branch was the norm in parliamentary government, the Duma, as Lenin never ceased to remind the working class and peasantry, was only an illusory parliament, only a constituent assembly. He had long argued, offered a chance for a real parliament. The cadets, Lenin charged, wanted to put the cart of the parliament before the horse of the democratic republic. Nicholas, too, gave a reality check in his terse remarks to its opening session. Russia was an autocracy that he would defend with unwavering firmness. Because the last thing the cadets wanted to do was mobilize the crowd on the outside, Nicholas's stance was the real reason for the unsuccessful negotiations and the eventual downfall of the cadets. Lenin welcomed every bit of news, sometimes 115 prematurely, that confirmed the cadets' deal-making efforts. What thou doest, do quickly, he advised the cadet gentlemen. It would only accelerate the political education of the proletariat and peasantry. The cadets, nevertheless, tried to garner support from other parties for a Duma ministry that effectively would have become a cadet-led ministry, since they were the largest party in the body. Their efforts struck a responsive chord with some of the Mensheviks. Lenin therefore had to wage a campaign against the Menshevik line both in and outside the Duma. This was no mean feat, since the Mensheviks constituted a majority of the RSDLP Central Committee, which in theory guided the work of the Duma fraction. Fighting for the ear of the fraction meant using not only his writings, but it should be assumed, since Lenin was now based in St. Petersburg, face-to-face contacts with its members. The debate with the Mensheviks was not about the character of the coming Russian Revolution. Both wings of the party agreed that it would be a bourgeois democratic one. The heart of the debate concerned who among the bourgeois forces the working class should look to ally with to bring it about. Lenin argued, his 1905 Two Tactics pamphlet being his most detailed elaboration, that only the peasantry, bourgeois to the core owing to their quest to become individual landowners, had the interest and capability of being loyal allies. With Plekhanov leading the way, the Mensheviks, on the other hand, looked to the liberal bourgeoisie and therefore the cadets. For Plekhanov, Lenin's denunciation of the cadets for their treachery in its negotiations with the regime was ill-timed. It threatened to undermine the legitimacy of the cadets and thus the Duma itself. As the regime increasingly sent signals that it might disperse the Duma, Plekhanov and other Mensheviks felt even more compelled to defend the cadets and the Duma. Not for want did Lenin accuse them of becoming cheerleaders for the cadets and chasing the shadow of parliamentarism. In so doing, Plekhanov was providing bad advice for both the working class and the Duma fraction. Comrade Plekhanov has wholly and completely taken on the likeness of the average German cadet in the Frankfurt Parliament. Oh, how many matchless speeches these windbags delivered on the political consciousness of the people! How many magnificent constructive laws they drafted for this purpose! Parliamentary cretinism had claimed another victim. And then, strikingly prophetic, drawing on the fate, again, of the Frankfurt Assembly in 1850, Lenin wrote, and how nobly they protested when they were dispersed after they had bored the people to death and had lost all revolutionary importance. 88 He probably didn't know, once again, how imminent his forecast was. 116. In a direct challenge to the Menshevik line of the Central Committee on the Cadets, the St. Petersburg Committee of the RSDLP, where the Bolsheviks had a majority, adopted a resolution drafted by Lenin that opposed the cadets' call for a ministry responsible to the Duma. For the cadets used the demand as a screen to hide their desire to strike a bargain with the autocratic government and to weaken the revolution, to hamper the convocation of a constituent assembly. Instead of a Duma ministry, the resolution resolved that the proletariat supports the idea of forming an executive committee consisting of representatives of the revolutionary elements in the Duma, for the purpose of coordinating the activities of the local free organizations of the peoples. 89 The Duma then, for Lenin, could be a site for organizing the worker-peasant alliance, his first explicit suggestion. The St. Petersburg Committee resolution, not surprisingly, provoked an internal party debate on procedural issues. Lenin argued, against the opinion of the Central Committee, that party local committees could work out independently their own directives as long as they were consistent with the resolutions adopted at the Fourth Congress. At issue was not only the substantive question regarding the cadets and the Duma but also the need to sustain internal party democracy. The St. Petersburg worker Social Democrats know that the whole party organization is now built on a democratic basis. This means that all the party members take part in the election of officials, committee members, and so forth, that all the party members discuss and decide questions concerning the political campaigns of the proletariat, and that all the party members determine the line of tactics of the party organizations. 90 Democratic centralism, as this debate revealed, was clearly a work in progress. Nothing for Lenin demonstrated more the need to shatter constitutional illusions about the Duma than the pogrom from June 1 to 3 in Belostok in Polish Russia, in which more than 80 people were killed, almost all Jews. Lenin's June 3 article in V. The Reaction is Taking to Arms, put the slaughter in context. The Social Democratic press has long been pointing out that the vaunted constitutionalism in Russia is baseless and ephemeral. So long as the old authority remains and controls the whole vast machinery of state administration, it is useless talking seriously about the importance of popular representation and about satisfying the urgent needs of the vast masses of the people. No sooner had the State Duma begun its sittings and liberal bourgeois oratory about peaceful, constitutional evolution burst forth in a particularly turbulent flood than there began an increasing number of attacks on peaceful demonstrators, cases of setting fire to halls. 117. Where public meetings were proceeding, and lastly, downright pogroms all organized by government agents. The Białystok pogrom was the most horrendous attack so far. After disparaging the usual way in which the investigation of pogroms had been carried out, Lenin struck a positive note. The Duma did the right thing by immediately discussing the interpellation on the Białystok pogrom, and sending some of its members to Białystok to investigate on the spot. But Lenin's now familiar but the government's take on what took place and the Duma's discussion of it were appallingly lacking given the history of such investigations. Judge for yourselves. The authors of the interpellation say, the inhabitants fear that the local authorities and malicious agitators may try to make out the victims themselves to be responsible for the calamity that has befallen them. False information on these lines is being circulated. Yes, the downtrodden and tormented Jewish population is indeed apprehensive of this, and has every reason to be. This is true. But it is not the whole truth, gentlemen, members of the Duma, and authors of the interpellation. You, the people's deputies, who have not yet been assaulted and tormented, know perfectly well that this is not the whole truth. You know that the downtrodden inhabitants will not dare to name those who are really responsible for the pogrom. You must name them. That is what you are people's deputies for. That is why you enjoy even under Russian law complete freedom of speech in the Duma. Then don't stand between the reaction and the people, at a time when the armed reaction is strangling, massacring, and mutilating unarmed people. Take your stand openly and entirely on the side of the people. Indict the culprits in unequivocal terms. It is your direct duty to the people. Don't ask the government whether measures are being taken to protect the Jews and to prevent pogroms. Indict the government openly and publicly, call upon the people to organize a militia and self-defense as the only means of protection against pogroms. This is not in keeping with parliamentary practice, you will say. Don't you realize that the people will condemn you if, even at a time like this, you do not give up playing at parliaments and do not dare to say straightforwardly, openly, and loudly what you really know and think? The speeches of some of the cadet deputies, Lenin insisted, justified his impatience. He applauded Citizen Levin for pointing out how the whole system, including the police who distributed leaflets, was involved in organizing the pogroms. Quite right, Citizen Levin. But while in newspapers we can only speak of the system, you in the Duma ought to speak out more plainly and sharply. Oh, you should have said in your interpellation, does the government think that the Duma is not aware of 118. The commonly known fact that the gendarmes and police send out those leaflets? Last, he pleaded with the gentlemen of the Duma to associate the reactionary government with the pogromists. 91. Noteworthy, immediately, about Lenin's impassioned plea in defense of Russian Jewry is that it was directed at mainly the cadets. Before, his Duma audience had always been the workers and or peasant deputies. It may be recalled that in his pamphlet on the Cadet Duma victory he entertained the possibility of joint work with the cadets in order to isolate reaction. For the particular issue of effectively opposing pogroms, an alliance with the liberal bourgeoisie was a necessity. His efforts signaled, to be confirmed shortly, increasing recognition that the unique potential value of the Duma as a political space, freedom of the press, for example, was shrinking. But that possibility had to be fought for. Exactly what he was doing here. The Duma's final days, a new role for the fraction. The Social Democratic group in the State Duma is on the eve of taking action. Undoubtedly, this group can now render the cause of the working class movement and of the revolution a great service by its bold and consistent utterance, by proclaiming with unmistakable clarity the demands and slogans of consistent democracy and of the proletarian class struggle for socialism. With this, Lenin informed readers on June 10 that the Duma fraction would now play a more central role in RSDLP tactics. And we think that our Caucasian comrades were quite right to sign the notorious solemn pledge of the members of the State Duma and to state in the press in this connection that we are signing this in order to be able to fulfill the mission with which the people have entrusted us, and we emphasize that the only political obligations we recognize are obligations to the people. The solemn pledge was basically an oath of fealty to the Tsar that all Duma deputies were required to make. But since the Duma didn't have real power, no principles were at stake. More important, the fraction, by signing on, could with its immunity be the effective voice for the party as political space was diminishing. As rumors grew that the regime was about to pull the plug on the Duma, accompanied by a new upsurge in rebellion in the countryside and in the barracks, the fraction came under increasing pressure from the cadets and thus the Mensheviks to come to its defense. Lenin therefore had to be especially vigilant about the Menshevik-dominated Central Committee's instructions to the fraction. Careful not to appear sectarian or to violate the norms of democratic centralism, his modus operandi vis-a-vis the fraction was a combination of positive reinforcement and 119. Constructive criticism. We regard it as our duty to note their successes in the Duma and to criticize in a business-like way their mistakes. He agreed, for example, with the advice in Courier, the Menshevik daily, that the fraction should avoid getting sucked into the minutiae of lawmaking. Such activities, customarily called constructive, are certainly harmful. They are harmful because instead of presenting striking contrasts that everyone can see, such bills hopelessly confuse the mind of the public with a welter of clauses and paragraphs. This is quite true. This project-mongering obscures, blunts and corrupts the mind of the public, for in any case, these laws will never be put into operation. Before that can be done, power must be wrested from the hands of those who now hold it. Put in the place of the Duma itself a far more powerful and democratic institution. Rather than the cadets' project-mongering and their bills, social democracy could be more effective by means of decrees, proclamations and appeals to the people through the medium of the Social Democratic group in the Duma, and by issuing those calls to the people to form a popular militia, which alone will be capable of protecting their lives and honor. 92. Lenin advised the Mensheviks that taking such action would ensure not just party unity but the unity of the political actions of the proletariat. The next day Lenin offered more positive reinforcement with a but. For the first time he quoted extensively and approvingly the intervention of a fraction member, one of the Caucasus comrades, in the Duma deliberations. Comrade Ramishvili declared that the Duma was increasingly becoming irrelevant and that what was taking place on the outside would, prophetically, in a month from now, perhaps be decisive. The ineluctable tendency of the cadets to seek conciliation with the old regime, Lenin argued, explained what the comrade accurately noted. Any support therefore for their demand for a Duma ministry was to be complicit in their effort to cut a deal with the regime, a peaceful solution to the crisis and, thus a betrayal of the fighting people. Hence the but. Yesterday we pointed out that the comrades of Courier were right in stating that the bills drafted by the cadets were stupid and harmful. Today it is to be regretted that these same comrades are advocating support for a Duma cabinet, that is to say, a cabinet that will carry through these stupid and harmful bills. 93. It's not that Lenin was surprised at the support the comrades offered to the cadets. He knew there was a fundamental political divide that separated him from the Mensheviks, two very different assessments of which component of the bourgeoisie to look to, the peasantry or the liberal bourgeoisie. And until 120. Most workers recognized that fact, he had to at least appear to be comradely. Their actions were merely regretted, at least for now. A day or so after accusing the cadets of trying to find a peaceful solution to the crisis, V. was shut down by the regime. Readers of the new Bolshevik daily Echo, which debuted on June 22, learned that Lenin tried unsuccessfully to have the RSDLP fraction employ a draft he wrote for its first major public declaration in the Duma. It emphasized, among other well-known Bolshevik views, the necessity of the worker-peasant alliance and the international character of the RSDLP. But the fraction rejected Lenin's document and instead read from one drafted by the Central Committee. He admitted that from a formal point of view, that is, the party rules on organization, and from a factional point of view, the Menshevik-dominated Central Committee had every right to insist that its version be read. But from a party point of view, he argued that the Bolshevik document was more faithful to the resolutions adopted at the Fourth Congress. All party members were asked to weigh the not too subtle differences of the two, especially concerning what attitude to take toward the Duma, an organ of the popular movement in the Central Committee version versus an instrument of the revolution in the Bolshevik version. In what Lenin had hoped the fraction would read, he made an important admission: in spite of the autocracy's gerrymandering electoral law, its massacre, torture and imprisonment of the finest fighters for freedom, the State Duma, after all, turned out to be hostile to the autocracy. 94 About a week later, Lenin offered an explanation for this unanticipated outcome. In a continued defense of the boycott, he contended that the tactic required the government to fight for the convocation of the Duma, and with its attention directed against the boycotters it made it possible for the liberal bourgeoisie and non-party revolutionaries to into the enemy's rear and stealthily its way into the Duma, penetrating the enemy camp in disguise. 95 The autocracy also recognized what Lenin admitted to, thus its need, increasingly, to pull the plug. The phenomenon that radicalized the young Lenin, famine, was afflicting Russian peasants once again, and with deadly consequences, though not of the same magnitude as the famine of 1891. This time he was in a position to possibly shape its outcome through the Duma fraction. First of all, we will remind the reader that the question that originally arose in the State Duma was the following: would it be right to grant money to the government of pogrom-mongers, or should the Duma itself take the whole business of famine relief into its own hands? He, as well as the fraction, applauded the leading Trudovik deputy for wanting to do the latter. But unfortunately the cadets, through parliamentary maneuvering, derailed. 121. That initiative. Lenin faulted the fraction deputies, a mistake, for not coming to the aid of the Trudoviks in that moment. He charged the cadets with wanting to trade off real famine relief for posts in the cabinet. The Duma refused to become the instrument of the revolution in this matter. Since the cadets could not be expected to offer a real solution to the famine, the Social Democratic deputies, Lenin wrote, would have to take the lead in alliance with the Trudoviks, whose constituents were most affected by the crisis. He then outlined a set of proposals for the fraction on how to effectively discuss the question in the Duma, his most detailed and context-specific instructions to date for the fraction. They revealed how savvy he was about the legislative process, including his knowledge about the Duma committees. Lenin was under no illusion that the crisis could be resolved without a fundamental reordering of Russian society, just as he had concluded some 15 years earlier. But at least voices will then be heard from the rostrum of the Duma relentlessly exposing the double game the cadets are playing, exposing all the secrets of the Russian budget of the police pogrom-mongers, a budget which squanders tens and hundreds of millions on assistance for landlords and capitalists, on military adventures, on relief for spies and gendarmes, on rewarding all the high-placed heroes of the Manchurian tragedy, and on maintaining a horde of thieving officials who tyrannize over the people, a necessary step in that reordering. 96 A few days later, Lenin applauded the fraction for its intervention and resolve in the debate on the famine. They spoke on the lines we suggested the other day, the first fruit of his efforts to employ the parliamentary rostrum for revolutionary ends. The fraction's vote against channeling famine funding through the government may be explained by the fact that about a week earlier the St. Petersburg Committee, in which Lenin and the Bolsheviks were dominant, decided to establish a permanent liaison between and the Social Democratic group in the Duma. 97 Particularly gratifying was that the Trudoviks voted with the Social Democrats. The only problem for Lenin, ever the stickler for details, was that a roll call vote was not taken. 98 In trying to forge the worker-peasant alliance, he needed the names of individual deputies. In countering the pro-cadet sympathies of the Mensheviks, Lenin had to address the all very familiar lesser of two evils, or shouldn't we be grateful for a few crumbs argument. Isn't a cadet ministry a lesser evil than the autocracy's ministry? Aren't some reforms better than none at all? This is how all the opportunists, All the reformists argue, unlike the revolutionaries. All over the world. To what conclusions does this argument inevitably lead? To the conclusion that we need no revolutionary program, no 122 revolutionary party, and no revolutionary tactics. What we need are reforms, nothing more. Two very different assumptions, Lenin explained didactically, informed the reformist and revolutionary perspectives, and the logic of the latter called for independent working-class political action. Only by such tactics can real progress be achieved in the matter of important reforms. This may sound paradoxical, but its truth is confirmed by the whole history of the international social democratic movement. Reformist tactics are the least likely to secure real reforms. The most effective way to secure real reforms is to pursue the tactics of the revolutionary class struggle. Actually, reforms are won as a result of the revolutionary class struggle, as a result of its independence, mass force, and steadfastness. Reforms are always false, ambiguous. They are real only in proportion to the intensity of the class struggle. By merging our slogans with those of the reformist bourgeoisie, we weaken the cause of revolution and, consequently, the cause of reform as well, because we thereby diminish the independence, fortitude, and strength of the revolutionary classes. These were the lessons that many Menshevik comrades tend to forget in their support to the cadet ministry. Only if we pursue such tactics will history say about us what Bismarck said about the German Social Democrats: if there were no Social Democrats there would have been no social reform. Had there not been a revolutionary proletariat there would have been no October 17 and hence no Duma. 99. If Lenin's argument strikes a contemporary chord, it's because it helps explain the reformist outcome, with the German party in the lead, of Western European social democracy, a phenomenon whose early signs he witnessed and whose consequences resonate today. Not for naught did he feel compelled to wage a fight against the Russian Bernsteinians. Outside the Duma things were heating up. The peasant war on the manors had revived in the spring with a ferocity equal to the previous autumns. 100 sailors and soldiers were becoming restless, and workers met to plan their next assault. This was the context for the Social Revolutionaries' proposal to reinstitute the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, the bodies that led the uprisings in St. Petersburg and Moscow in the fall. George Krustalev-Nosar, the Menshevik chair of the St. Petersburg Soviet, supported the SR call. Trotsky, his deputy but real chair, was still in jail. The Bolshevik-led St. Petersburg Committee disagreed with the proposal and passed a resolution to that effect. Nevertheless, Echo opened its pages to Krustalev-Nosar to make his case, and in the same issue Lenin explained what was wrong with reviving the Soviets. Basically, it was premature to do so. Soviets, he argued, were 123 instruments designed to organize a proletariat in battle. The overriding task of the moment, he contended, was to organize the peasantry to do battle together with the proletariat. October and December 1905 taught that unless the proletariat is accompanied in struggle by the peasantry, the overwhelming majority of Russia's producing class, the proletariat could not be victorious. Revolutionary restraint was what was required of the proletariat in order to bring the peasantry on board, to make sure the rearguard caught up with the vanguard. And to that end Lenin pointed to the resolution the St. Petersburg Committee adopted on June 5, its alternative to the cadet ministry, to support the idea of forming an executive committee representing the left groups in the Duma for the purpose of coordinating the activities of the free organizations of the people. 101. The Duma, in other words, or more correctly a portion of it, would be the site for organizing the next stage of the revolution. This strikingly registers how far Lenin had shifted his views about the utility of the Duma. On June 20 the regime threw down the gauntlet again. As always, the land question loomed large. In its appeal to the people, and not the Duma, a not too subtle hint about what it thought of the crowd in Tauride Palace, the autocracy made clear that it was not about to give an inch to satisfy the land needs of the peasants. In Lenin's assessment, it is an actual declaration of war on the revolution. It is an actual manifesto of the reactionary autocracy saying to the people, we shall tolerate no nonsense. We shall crush you. The cadets, with the Trudovics unfortunately in tow, a few weeks later read drafts of their appeal to the people to the Duma, that is, their responses. What a miserable, truly pitiful impression these two drafts create. For shame, gentlemen, representatives of the people. Obviously, Lenin was not impressed. If not a gauntlet, he issued a challenge, but there are the Social Democrats in the Duma, will they not come to the rescue? He then offered a social democratic appeal to the people in 5 paragraphs addressed to peasants. It called on them to recognize that the Duma is powerless to give you land and freedom. Utilize your deputies in the Duma. Unite more closely and solidly all over Russia and prepare for a great struggle. Peasants. We are doing all we can for you in the Duma. But you must complete the job yourselves. Lenin ended with another challenge, let the cadets appeal, the Trudovics appeal and our appeal be read at any peasant meeting. We will hear what the peasants say in answer to the question, who is right? 102 The debate in the Duma the next day, July 5, encouraged Lenin, because the intrinsic nature of the different political parties was revealed with a clarity that left nothing to be desired. He felt his articles, especially the one the day before, contributed to that clarification. They provided the 124 whole left wing of the Duma with needed ammunition to come to the rescue. Lednicki, a Polish deputy, even employed one of the sharpest expressions that we employed yesterday, and said that the proposed appeal was pitiful. A Trudovic deputy argued just as Lenin had done in the aforementioned article on reforms and revolution, did the State Duma come into being as the result of peace and tranquility. And, recalling the October struggle, the speaker, amidst the applause of the left, exclaimed, it is due to these disorders that we are here today. The debate, Lenin contended, marked real progress for social democracy in the Duma. In spite of all the efforts of the right-wing Social Democrats, up to now there has not resulted any support of the cadets, but what has resulted fortunately, is an independent policy of the proletariat backed by a section of the peasant deputies. The only shortcoming of the fraction Lenin, ever vigil, was not to have read its own appeal to the people. In the next session he urged them to do just that, a social democratic draft of an appeal to the people, even if it remains only a draft read in the Duma, will have an extremely valuable effect in uniting and developing the revolutionary struggle, and will win over to the side of social democracy the finest elements of the revolutionary peasantry. 103 They wouldn't get that opportunity. On the following day the government issued a none too veiled threat through one of its dailies that not only would it pull the plug on the Duma if it persisted in an appeal to the people, but it would also invite the armies of Austria and possibly Germany to enter Russia to finally put an end to the revolution. While the cadets, not surprisingly, quickly retreated, Lenin advanced. We too have our powerful international reserve, the socialist proletariat of Europe, organized in the 3 million strong party in Germany, in the powerful parties of all the European countries. We welcome the appeal of our government to the international reserve of reaction. Such an appeal will, in the first place, open the eyes of the most ignorant people in Russia and do us a valuable service by destroying faith in the monarchy, and, in the second place, such an appeal will better than anything else extend the basis and field of action of the Russian Revolution by converting it into a world revolution. All right, Mr. Trepov and Co. Open fire. Call on your Austrian and German regiments against the Russian peasants and workers. We are for an extension of the struggle, we are for an international revolution. 104. I suspect Lenin knew this would be the last issue of Echo. Not unlike the famous last issue of Marx and Engels' Neue Zeitung in the final days of the 1848-49 revolutions, he decided to go out with a bang. Whether he actually believed our international reserve was prepared to defend the 125 Russian Revolution is impossible to know, I think not. But such a scenario accurately pointed out that proletarian internationalism was the way forward for the revolution's survival not only then but in 1917, as I'll argue, and Lenin had nothing to lose and much to gain in making such a boast. A day later Ekho, indeed, was shut down. A similar fate awaited the Duma. On July 8, the following day, the autocracy ended, unceremoniously, the brief but instructive life of Russia's first ersatz parliament. It cannot be said with certainty if Lenin's increasingly confrontational interventions explain the timing of the regime's dissolution of the Duma. But because it had for some time been looking for an excuse to do so, he may very well have provided them that opportunity. Totally surprised by what happened, the cadets retreated to Viborg in Finland to lick their wounds. The best they could muster was a manifesto registering their indignation and a few false threats. Just as Lenin had so accurately predicted how nobly they protested when they were dispersed after they had bored the people to death and had lost all revolutionary importance, their brief moment in the sun ended ignominiously. It recalls Engels's forecast about a similar party of liberals who were also unceremoniously dismissed by an autocrat, Louis Bonaparte, when he dissolved the French National Assembly in 1851. They would hide themselves in the darkest corner of their houses, or be scattered like dead leaves before the popular thunderstorm. 105 such insights served Lenin well in his first real test in the cauldron of revolution. It took Lenin almost a month, owing to the crackdown, to get something into print that assessed what happened. In a 20-page pamphlet, he began with the obvious: the dissolution of the Duma has most strikingly and clearly confirmed the views of those who warned against being obsessed with the external constitutional aspect of the Duma. The constitutional surface of Russian politics during the second quarter of 1906. Note this interesting fact: the Duma has been dissolved on strictly constitutional grounds. It has not been dispersed. There has been no infringement of the law. On the contrary, it has been done strictly in accordance with the law, as under any constitutional monarchy. The logic of life is stronger than the logic of textbooks on constitutional law. Revolution teaches. Because the Cadets' Duma delegation counted so many professors among its ranks, Lenin, who never tired of doing so, got a dig in on those reared on textbooks, not unlike Engels's cutting critique of the professors in the Frankfurt Assembly in 1849. 126. Yet despite having been proven right by life, Lenin declined to gloat. The Social Democrats will neither exult nor lose heart. The people gained by losing one of its illusions. All laws and all deputies are naught if they possess no power. That is what the Cadet Duma has taught the people. Let us then sing praises to the eternal memory of the deceased, and take full advantage of the lesson it has taught. Lenin held the deep conviction that the working masses had the capacity to learn, and that his task was to make sure that happened. 106. Lenin's admission that we made some use even of the Duma speaks to a still more important lesson. The Cadet Duma imagined that it was a constitutional organ, but it was in fact a revolutionary organ. Thus the Duma did in fact through Lenin's efforts become a useful instrument in the revolutionary process, which is why it was dissolved. Unlike his response to the boycott of the first Duma, Lenin, to be seen in the next chapter, actively opposed fellow Bolsheviks who wanted to boycott the second Duma exactly because of what the first experience had demonstrated, the potential utility of the Duma in the revolutionary task of the struggle for power. 107. Commenting some 9 decades later on the cadets' fall from grace, historian Orlando Figg's, no friend of Lenin, confidently described their subsequent trajectory: never again would the cadets place their trust in the support of the people. Nor would they claim to represent them. From this point on, they would consciously become what in fact they had been all along, the natural party of the bourgeoisie. Liberalism and the people went their separate ways. 108. But that's the benefit of hindsight. In real time such wisdom wasn't so apparent. Not every RSDLP leader saw as Lenin did what the cadets had been all along. He was able to do so because he had so thoroughly grasped the lessons Marx and Engels bequeathed. This required knowing how to apply these lessons to concrete situations, that is, comprehending their methodology. And not the least important lesson, that of the 1848-49 European Spring, was that the liberal bourgeoisie could no longer be expected to carry out the bourgeois democratic revolution. The example of Plekhanov taught, tragically, that being familiar as he was with their teachings did not guarantee wisdom, they had to be mastered. In the end, the rich arsenal Marx and Engels left behind and the actual behavior of the cadets are what gave Lenin the deserved confidence to say on more than one occasion about them, "Whatever thou doest, do quickly." Though brief in existence, the First Duma allowed Lenin to cut his teeth on parliamentary work. That would serve him well for round 2. See Chapter 4. From Revolution to Coup d'etat. The Second Duma. In his ukase dissolving the Duma on July 8, 1906, Nicholas decreed that another would be convened the following year on February 20. This chapter begins by describing Lenin's response to that decree. He took the necessary steps to avoid the awkward situation the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party found itself in when the First Duma convened. He was determined that this time the Bolsheviks would contest the elections and be prepared to form a party fraction or group should they be successful. Indeed, the party as a whole made significant gains, and Lenin made every effort to use the Duma rostrum to advance what was left of the revolution in order to forge the worker-peasant alliance. Only in hindsight was it clear that not much of the revolution remained in place. The Tsar's dissolution of the Second Duma after only 3 months in existence registered that fact the end of the revolution of 1905. Toward the Second Duma. Within days of the Tsar's decision to pull the plug on Russia's first experiment with parliamentary government, the half-year-long simmering from below boiled over. Sailors at Sveaborg near Helsingfors and Kronstadt mutinied. Lenin and the St. Petersburg Committee did all they could to put a lid on it to secure a postponement of action or at least try to provide some leadership. For Lenin, the rebellion, along with the jacquerie in the countryside, meant that the revolution that began 18 months earlier on Bloody Sunday, January 1905, had not been exhausted. But without revolutionary restraint such actions were doomed to fail until the rearguard caught up with the vanguard. The election. 128. Campaign for the Second Duma and the conduct of the party's Duma fraction offered a potentially valuable opportunity and means to ensure such an outcome. Though the Tsar's government didn't set a date for the elections for the Second Duma, Lenin went into campaign mode almost immediately. From boycott to guerrilla warfare and slash-or elections. After assessing the significance of the dissolution of the First Duma, Lenin, in his first pronouncement, addressed the what next question. Insurrection, in his opinion, was still on the agenda, especially given what the regime had just done. But how could it be organized? Success would depend not only on timing but on the assurance that local uprisings could be coordinated. Influential members of the Duma among the Social Democrats and Trudoviks could also help to make simultaneous action successful. His suggestion about influential members of the Duma reveals how much the parliamentary arena had become part of his revolutionary strategy. It's easy to understand why. The peasants, he wrote shortly afterward, have learned more from the Duma than anyone. The cadets were unmasked, the Trudoviks were consolidated. Such were the most important gains of the Duma period. As evidence he noted that revolutionary manifestos that called for insurrection after the dissolution, to the army and navy, to all the peasants, were signed by the bloc of all revolutionary organizations, including the Trudovik group. A new Duma therefore offered the possibility of deepening those gains. Not for naught was Lenin's next major writing titled, 6 weeks after the dissolution, The Boycott. By now he had a new or, more correctly, a revived organ, Proletary, an illegal weekly published in Finland. Like the rest of the left opposition, the Bolsheviks had to play hide and seek with the government censors. Because Proletary was a weekly, Lenin's published responses to developments on the ground came less often than what a daily could have offered. The very first sentence of the boycott article made clear its purpose: the left-wing Social Democrats must reconsider the question of boycotting the State Duma. After reviewing how the Russian party as a whole had employed the boycott and arguing why it had been advantageous to do so, he admitted that the Duma experience provided unexpected lessons and that it would be pedantic obstinacy to not acknowledge that fact. History has shown that when the Duma assembles, opportunities arise for carrying on useful agitation both from within the Duma and around it. History has undoubtedly proved that that institution is of some, although modest, use to the 129. Revolution as a platform for agitation, for exposing the true inner nature of the political parties, etc. Therefore, time has now come when the revolutionary Social Democrats must cease to be boycottists. We shall not refuse to go into the Second Duma when it is convened. In making a case for participation, Lenin was under no illusion about what was involved. Although the regime said there would be a new Duma, that couldn't be taken for granted, especially since in setting a date for its convening, February 20, it did not fix, contrary to the law, the date of the elections. The government was understandably keeping its options open, he argued, and the temperature of the class struggle would be determinative. If the masses were in an insurgent motion, as he expected, the regime might see elections as way to divert that energy. If not, then they might decide there was no need for a potentially bothersome Duma. Nor, he noted very presciently, would it be known what the electoral laws will be like. Whatever the case, the party needed to prepare for such eventualities by having a new Congress. And high on the agenda had to be a discussion and decision about electoral blocks, since the Stockholm or Fourth Congress ruled them out. Lenin, not surprisingly, already had a position. Here we shall resolve that in the event of elections taking place, it will be necessary to enter into an electoral agreement, for a few weeks, with the Trudovics. And then we shall utterly rout the cadets. A few weeks later he was more explicit: my own personal opinion and, presumably, not necessarily that of the other Bolsheviks, I would advocate the following at the Fifth Congress: no blocks or agreements whatever between the Social Democrats and any other parties to be tolerated at the lowest stage of the elections. We must appear before the masses at election time absolutely independently. At the highest stages agreements with the Trudovics may be permitted exclusively for the proportional distribution of seats and on the condition that we make the non-party Trudovics party men, counterposing the opportunists among them and the semi-cadets to the revolutionary bourgeois Democrats. For the experience of the First Duma taught that a worker-peasant electoral bloc was a real possibility, it could even result in a Duma majority. But note the all-important qualifier for a few weeks in the earlier comment. In other words, and in the spirit of Marx and Engels' address of March 1850, an electoral agreement with petty bourgeois forces was not only permissible but a necessity as long as it didn't entail unity. Independent working-class political action, what the lowest stage of the elections made possible, had to be ensured. In calling for an end to the boycott, Lenin continued to defend its usage against the WIT or First Duma. Because he initially opposed the 130 tactic and conceded to the majority to support it, but then later, in 1920, said it had been a mistake, it is difficult to say with any certainty how sincere was his defense. I suspect that despite what he wrote, Lenin continued to harbor doubts about, if not outright opposition to, the boycott of the WIT Duma. That he moved so quickly to reject the tactic when the opportunity presented itself is suggestive. But being loyal to a decision he didn't agree with probably made him more effective in convincing those Bolsheviks who supported the boycott to abandon it for the Second Duma. To have said at this moment that he disagreed with the boycott risked making him sound like an "I told you so." He resisted that temptation and thus enhanced his argument. 5. Lenin began to see signs that suggested the regime would play its hard cop card in regard to the new Duma. Petr Stolypin, now head of the Council of Ministers and architect of the dissolution, had already stepped up the repression. Peasant revolts and opposition attacks, including a socialist revolutionary attempt on his life, gave Stolypin the convenient pretext to do so. On August 19 he instituted the notorious and much hated field court trials, which basically allowed for summary executions. Early 60,000 political detainees were executed, sentenced to penal servitude or exiled without trial during his first 3 years in office. 6. When the leader of the industrial capitalist Octoberist Party gave his stamp of approval to Stolypin's crackdown, Lenin, on September 30, issued a warning: workers, be prepared for the promulgation by the government of a Black Hundred electoral law by the time of the elections. Peasants, beware, the government is planning to change the electoral system so that peasant deputies, Trudoviks, cannot be elected to the Duma. 7. Lenin's forecast was accurate. Stolypin did indeed carry out what Lenin called a coup d'état, but 9 months later, when he dissolved the Second Duma and instituted, in violation of the law, new electoral rules that ensured a much more friendly Third Duma. Again, it was elegant algebra, but wanting arithmetic. Lenin, a revolutionary and not a mathematician, was obligated to prepare for the worst rather than wait to see if his calculations were correct. In a context of increasing repression in which an insurgency still seemed on the agenda, Lenin turned his attention to guerrilla warfare. Nothing he wrote at this time was fundamentally different from his earlier and briefer comments on the topic as discussed in Chapter 2. Rather than a strategy, guerrilla warfare, like parliamentary work, was simply one of many tactics that Social Democrats employed, depending on the situation. Most important, it had to be seen as part of and coordinated with the mass movement. Guerrilla warfare is an inevitable form of struggle. 131. At a time when the mass movement has actually reached the point of an uprising and when fairly large intervals occur between the big engagements in the Civil War, guerrilla actions must conform to the temper of the broad masses and the conditions of the working class movement. 8. And to avoid it becoming an end in itself, the more than 40-year-old guerrilla wars in Colombia might be Exhibit A for what's wrong when that happens. Party control was necessary. To underscore the fact that for Lenin guerrilla warfare had to be part of a larger movement, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party actively sought to recruit soldiers and sailors, peasants in uniform, as they sometimes called them. At the end of 1906 they had 33 newspapers in various localities just for the military. 9. To coordinate military recruitment, the party held a couple of conferences in November 1906 that mapped out plans for deepening its influence among the armed forces. These meetings were significant because Stolypin used them to justify the dissolution of the Second Duma. If the regime was able to hedge and keep its options open regarding the new Duma, Lenin could be just as agile. Exactly at the moment when he was thinking through armed struggle, he was writing his first detailed election campaign strategy document, just as Marx and Engels had provided both an electoral and an armed strategy in their address of March 1850. Lenin's 20-page pamphlet, The Social Democrats and Electoral Agreements, brought together for the first time all his views on electoral work. Its central theme detailed his position about electoral blocks or agreements. In the first round of elections, again, he advised complete independence for social democracy, even from the Trudoviks, and only in later rounds could agreements with other parties be permitted. Lenin also advised Social Democrats on how they should comport themselves at both stages: speak simply and clearly, in a language comprehensible to the masses, absolutely discarding the heavy artillery of erudite terms, foreign words, and stock slogans, definitions and conclusion which are as yet unfamiliar and unintelligible to the masses. Without flamboyant phrases, without rhetoric, but with facts and figures, they must be able to explain the questions of socialism and of the present Russian Revolution. Finally, we must take advantage of the election campaign to organize the revolution, i.e., to organize the proletariat and the really revolutionary elements of bourgeois democracy. Given the uncertainty and difficulty involved in not only getting but keeping his ideas in print, Lenin understandably had no qualms about repeating what he had published elsewhere. The pamphlet, published in St. Petersburg, November 1906, served as a convenient handbook for 132. Social democratic electoral work. The regime evidently saw it that way, too. In 1912 it was banned and the remaining copies were destroyed at the printing press of the city authorities. 10. Splitting the vote and the Black Hundred danger, the lesser of evils conundrum? In his pamphlet Lenin addressed for the first time an issue that has bedeviled many a working-class party in multi-party elections: the danger of splitting the vote. Marx and Engels first raised the issue in their address. In calling for the proletariat to put forward its own candidates in elections, even though there is no prospect whatever of their being elected, they must not allow themselves to be bribed by such arguments of the Democrats, that by so doing they are splitting the Democratic Party and giving the reactionaries the possibility of victory. The ultimate purpose of all such phrases is to dupe the proletariat. The advance which the proletarian party is bound to make by such independent action is infinitely more important than the advantage that might be incurred by the presence of a few reactionaries in the representative body. To these kernels of wisdom, Lenin added the necessary body. The few reactionaries Lenin had to deal with were the fascist-like pogrom-mongers, the Black Hundreds. And for that reason the issue of vote splitting had to be taken seriously. It cannot be denied, he admitted, that in the absence of a bloc of the left's, Black Hundred electors may be elected. And there is no doubt that the general public will take this into account. They will be afraid of splitting the vote, and because of that will be inclined to cast their votes for the most moderate of the opposition candidates. The first thing that had to be taken into account, he said, was the present electoral system in Russia. Elections were held in 2 to 4 rounds in 4 curia or electoral colleges, for landowners, urban dwellers, peasants, and workers. In the initial rounds the voting was for electors who eventually elected the deputies to the Duma. In the first round, Lenin argued, when the mass of primary voters go to the poll, the conundrum of vote splitting was most pronounced. In the subsequent rounds when the elected representatives vote, the general engagement is over, all that remains is to distribute the seats. 133. By partial agreements among the parties, which know the exact number of their candidates and their votes, the Black Hundreds were likely only to be elected from the cities, which contributed less than 10% of the seats to the Duma. In the countryside the electoral process was generally non-partisan. So should social democracy enter into electoral agreements in the first rounds, that is, have joint lists of candidates with other parties, especially cadets, to block the election of the Black Hundreds? For Lenin that would be a mistake. We would undermine the principles and the general revolutionary significance of our campaign for the sake of gaining a seat in the Duma for a liberal. We would be subordinating class policy to parliamentarism instead of subordinating parliamentarism to class policy. We would deprive ourselves of the opportunity to gain an estimate of our forces. We would lose what is lasting and durable in all elections: the development of the class consciousness and solidarity of the socialist proletariat. We would gain what is transient, relative, and untrue superiority of the cadet over the Octobrist. 12. Furthermore, the arithmetic possibility of splitting the vote, he argued, based on an analysis of the returns for the first Duma, was minimal. But in later rounds, again, electoral agreements were not only permissible but necessary to block the Black Hundreds. That meant, more specifically, blocks with the Trudoviks to defeat the cadets and blocks with the cadets to defeat the Black Hundreds. This was Lenin's ranking of the evils, from lesser to greater. Given the Mensheviks' orientation toward the cadets on full display in the first Duma, it is not surprising that they objected to Lenin's call for a prohibition on electoral agreements in the first rounds of voting. Such a policy, in their view, would be an obstacle to their pas de deux with the liberals. At a party conference in Tammerfors, Finland, November 3 to 7, the Menshevik-dominated Central Committee had enough delegates to adopt a resolution that allowed for electoral agreements with the cadets in the first rounds. Because it was a conference, the decisions, as Lenin pointed out later, were only advisory. The Bolsheviks submitted, for discussion in local organizations, a dissenting opinion that reiterated their call for a ban on electoral agreements in the first rounds, but with a qualification: exceptions to this rule are permissible only in cases of extreme necessity and only in relation to parties that fully accept the main slogans of our immediate political struggle, i.e., those which recognize the necessity of an armed uprising and are fighting for a democratic republic. Such agreements, however, may only extend to the nomination of a joint list of candidates, without in any way restricting the independence of the political agitation carried on by the 134 Social Democrats. But there was an exception to this exception. In the Workers' Curia the Social Democratic Party must come out absolutely independently and refrain from entering into agreements with any other party. 13. If Lenin was willing to be a bit flexible on the general stricture on blocks in the first rounds of elections, that didn't apply to the arena devoted exclusively to the proletariat, the one place where social democracy had to be pure and unadulterated in order to accurately assess its support. More than anything to date, the differences at Tammer first revealed the collision course the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks were on. The Black Hundred danger, the Mensheviks insisted, justified first-round electoral agreements with the liberal cadets, a claim that has a very familiar ring to it for anyone acquainted with left politics in advanced capitalist countries since the Second World War. Lenin took this head-on in blocks with the cadets, his first major writing after Tammer First. There were three basic flaws with the Menshevik argument. The first is that it assumed an alliance with the cadets would actually lessen the Black Hundred danger. But there was nothing, he pointed out, in the track record of the cadets that warranted such a claim. Look, he said, at their behavior in the First Duma. As a liberal monarchist party, the cadets were apologists for the Tsar, the known leader of the Black Hundreds. Therefore, by helping to elect cadets to the Duma, the Mensheviks are not only failing to combat the Black Hundred danger, but are hoodwinking the people, are obscuring the real significance of the Black Hundred danger. Combating the Black Hundred danger by helping to elect the cadets to the Duma is like combating pogroms by means of the speech delivered by the lackey Rodyshev. It is presumption to hold the monarch responsible for the pogrom. The second flaw is that the Social Democrats tacitly surrender hegemony in the democratic struggle to the cadets. In the event of a split vote that secures the victory of a Black Hundred, why should we be blamed for not having voted for the cadet, and not the cadets for not having voted for us? Social Democrats must not allow themselves to be bribed, as Marx and Engels counseled in their address, by what had always happened whenever they embarked on independent working-class political action in the electoral arena, the howling and barking of the liberals, accusing the socialists of wanting to let the Black Hundreds in. Why should the cadets be allowed to pose as Democrats? To the contrary, they had to be fought, now or later. Unless you cease to be socialists, you will have to fight independently, in spite of the Black Hundred danger. And it is easier and more necessary to take the right step now than it will be later on. But the real Black Hundred danger, we repeat, lies not in 135. The Black Hundreds obtaining seats in the Duma, but in pogroms and military courts, and you are making it more difficult for the people to fight this real danger by putting cadet blinkers on their eyes. Ceding hegemony in the democratic struggle to the cadets was to miseducate the masses and therefore disarm them in waging the real fight. The third flaw was related to the second, its inaccurate appraisal of the Duma and its role. Implicit in the Mensheviks' tactics of partial agreement, as they called them, was the assumption that what transpired within the elegant walls of Tauride Palace was decisive in the class struggle. Trying to utilize the Duma as a whole, i.e. the Duma majority again, in their own words, was the best way for fighting the autocratic regime. It was just the opposite for Lenin and the Bolsheviks. We think it is childish to imagine that the elimination of the Black Hundreds from the Duma means the elimination of the Black Hundred danger. The Black Hundred danger, he argued, would be overcome in the only place it could, in the streets. The Mensheviks, Lenin charged, had succumbed to parliamentary cretinism, not the first and not the last well-intentioned revolutionaries to have met such a fate. Although Lenin's answer to the vote-splitting / lesser evil conundrum took into account the then existent electoral rules in Russia, there is nothing to suggest that it would have been qualitatively different for a different set of rules. At the heart of his position was a cost-benefit calculation informed by the assumption that what took place outside the parliamentary arena was decisive in politics. To the extent that participation in the electoral arena advanced independent working-class political action, then it was worth taking part. If, however, Such involvement interfered with that course, then the costs outweighed the benefits. Forming a bloc with the cadets in the first round of elections incurred, in his view, an unjustifiable cost: the miseducation of the working class and its allies. It would be better to abstain, as the Bolsheviks did with the Bulygin Duma proposal, than to risk such an outcome. Even in the likelihood of the Black Hundreds obtaining a majority in the Duma, Lenin would have had the same answer: the Third and Fourth Dumas bear that out. However frightening that prospect might have been to some, Lenin knew that in the final analysis the real fight with the Black Hundreds had to take place outside Tauride Palace. Everywhere we have a single policy: in the election fight, in the fight in the Duma, and in the fight in the streets, the policy of armed struggle. Everywhere our policy is, the Social Democrats with the revolutionary bourgeoisie, that is, the peasantry against the cadet traitors. 14. Nothing distinguished the Bolsheviks more from the Mensheviks than that stance. 136. Lenin in campaign mode. Comrade workers, and all citizens of Russia. The Duma elections are approaching. The Social Democratic Party, the party of the working class, calls upon you all to take part in the elections and so help to rally the forces that are really capable of fighting for freedom. Comrade workers, and all citizens of Russia. Vote for the candidates of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Thus read the opening and closing paragraphs in Lenin's first explicit election campaign literature. Published on November 23, in Proletary, it came 2 weeks before the government set a date, February 6, 1907, for the Second Duma elections. Lenin couldn't wait to get out of the starting blocks. A few days later he produced his first campaign poster, Whom to Elect to the State Duma, included in the same issue of Proletary. Under the unwieldy subtitle, Citizens see to it that the whole people clearly understand what the chief parties are that are fighting in the elections in St. Petersburg and what each of them strives for, it explained, laid out in 3 and 2 columns, respectively, the differences between the Social Democrats, the Cadets, and the Black Hundreds on the one hand, and between the Social Democrat and Trudovik parties on the other. His not too subtle message drew strict lines between Social Democrats and Cadets while underscoring the vacillating character of the still inchoate peasant parties. The poster's text adhered strictly to his advice that Social Democrats must speak simply and clearly, in a language comprehensible to the masses. The Stolypin administration sought to discourage enthusiasm for a campaign like Lenin's. No sooner had it announced the date for elections than it began to undermine them. The other day, Lenin reported, an order was promulgated prohibiting the issue of election forms to unregistered parties. Effectively, this meant that only the Black Hundred parties could get the forms. Also, newspapers are being more and more summarily suppressed. Arrests are becoming more and more frequent. Premises are being raided and searched with the most transparent object of obtaining the names of electors and influential voters, in order to remove them. In short, the election campaign is in full swing, as the witticism of Russian citizens puts it. This was why Lenin had no patience with those who reduce the Black Hundred danger to the danger of a Black Hundred victory in elections faked by the government. 15. The government itself aided and abetted the Black Hundred danger. But Lenin would not be deterred. 3 weeks before elections began he wrote that there is still no doubt that the mood of the masses will decide the elections, and the decision will certainly not to 137. Be in favor of the government and its Black Hundreds. 16. In St. Petersburg in particular, the claim that a split in the Cadet and Social Democratic vote would lead to a Black Hundred victory was an obvious absurdity. A deception of the people spread by the Cadets, the radicals and the opportunists of every brand. 17. Lenin threw himself into the electoral campaign because he anticipated, correctly, that in spite of the stepped-up repression, these would be the most democratic elections Tsarist Russia would ever permit. Most important, social democracy was openly, for the first time, contesting the elections, hoping to both expose and win the masses to its program. A teaching moment unlike any in the history of Russia was being offered, and ground zero was St. Petersburg, to where the eyes of all Russia are now turned. The pulse of political life beats faster than elsewhere. 2 weeks into the month-long election process, Lenin wrote, "The election campaign in St. Petersburg has already provided an amazing abundance of political educational material, and day by day continues providing more. This material must be assiduously studied. It must be systematically collected, and serve to bring out in the greatest possible relief the class basis of the various parties. And this live, direct knowledge, which interests and agitates everybody, must be carried to the broadest possible strata of workers and to the most remote rural areas." What he called the third stage of the process was clearly what he enjoyed the most: the opportunity to assess and shape the mood of the masses. The election campaign begins. Election meetings are being held. The Mensheviks, who very, very rarely speak at these meetings, blather timidly about agreements with the cadets. The Bolsheviks, who speak at all meetings, call upon proletarians and semi-proletarians to join a united workers' party, the Social Democratic Party. They call upon all revolutionary and democratic voters to form a united revolutionary bloc against the Black Hundreds and the cadets. The cadets are shouted down, while the Bolsheviks are applauded. The Democrats in the city, the workers and the petty bourgeoisie, are swinging towards the left and shaking off the cadet yoke. 18. Lenin, no doubt, attended incognito, I suspect, for security purposes, and participated in these meetings. It helps explain why his assessment about gains for the left at the expense of the cadets proved to be accurate. He was able to experience what Plekhanov, the Menshevik leader, missed by remaining in Geneva. 138. Again, the elections were indirect. Duma deputies were elected by electors who in turn were elected in 4 different arenas or curia: for landowners, peasants, urban dwellers, and workers. And in each curia there were rounds or stages: 2 for landowners and urban dwellers, 3 for workers, and 4 for peasants, thus the possibility of electoral agreements or blocks. The meetings he was describing were those in St. Petersburg leading up to the first round elections for its curia. And very much on the agenda in those meetings was the vote-splitting/Black Hundred, danger/lesser evil conundrum, what middle-class Democrats in the city were especially sensitive to. The debate between the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks regarding electoral agreements came to a head at a conference of the St. Petersburg RSDLP on January 7. The majority of the 71 delegates voted for the dissenting opinion submitted to the Tammerfors meeting by the Bolsheviks that prohibited blocks with the cadets in the first rounds. The 31 Menshevik delegates walked out in disagreement. Effectively, this meant that there would be no uniform RSDLP policy on this question for the elections about to take place. Their deputies to the Second Duma would be elected in different ways, some completely independent and others in agreement with cadets or Trudoviks and/or social revolutionaries. The latter, who had boycotted the First Duma, realized by now that they needed to take part this time, otherwise the Social Democrats would have unfiltered access to their constituents, the peasantry. Lenin later revealed that the Bolsheviks themselves had differences on electoral agreements. While the purists didn't want agreements with any party, the dissenters like himself argued that the socialist proletariat cannot refuse the non-socialist petty bourgeois masses to follow its leadership in order that it may emancipate them from the influence of the cadets. He was able to convince the purists to offer the Trudoviks and social revolutionaries, in return for their support to a joint left bloc list in the first round, the following distribution of the 6 seats to the Duma allocated to St. Petersburg: 2 places to the worker curia, 2 to the Social Democrats, and 2 to the Trudoviks. 19. It was crucial, he argued, to defeat the cadets in St. Petersburg, and having a Social Democrat Trudovik list separate and apart from a cadet list, unlike what the Mensheviks wanted, would not enable victory for a Black Hundred list. Lenin thus waged war on a number of fronts, and the only power he had at his command was that of persuasion. Though the details can't be gotten into here, Lenin's description of the democratic decision-making procedures the St. Petersburg Conference employed is instructive. His informative reports on the meeting 139 constitute key documents in the history of democratic centralism. 20. It's worth noting his observation about RSDLP norms versus those of opponent organizations. The bourgeois parties settle big political questions from case to case by a simple ruling of one or other party authority, which secretly concocts various political nostrums for the people. Only the Workers' Social Democratic Party actually practices democracy in organization, in spite of the enormous difficulties and even heavy sacrifices which this entails for an illegal party. 21. According to Lenin then, the democratic credentials of the RSDLP were more deserved than those of any other party, including the liberal cadets. 22. Bolshevik participation in campaign meetings was of utmost importance given that the regime placed severe limits on their ability to make their case in print. As an illegal weekly, Proletary could not be easily circulated. They did manage to publish a legal weekly, Turny I Truda, for 2 weeks before it was closed down by the government, and then another, Ziriny Yi. 23. Though the latter's existence was even briefer, Lenin wrote 2 key campaign literature articles for its 2 and only issues. How to vote in the St. Petersburg elections, Is there a danger of the Black Hundreds winning the St. Petersburg elections, was the lead article in the first issue on January 25. A most didactic piece, it presented the Bolshevik arguments in very accessible language. As for the main cadet/Menshevik claim that if the Social Democrats put forward their own list it would allow the Black Hundreds to win, this is not true. We are going to prove to you that even in the worst possible case of a split vote, i.e., even if the votes are evenly divided between the cadets and the Social Democrats in all election wards of St. Petersburg, even in that case a Black Hundred victory in St. Petersburg is impossible. For proof, Lenin examined the returns for the first Duma elections in St. Petersburg that were won by the cadets at the expense of the Black Hundreds. What if the Social Democrats had been on the ballot and split the cadet vote? Would that have allowed a Black Hundred victory? Lenin presented the data for each ward in the city and concluded, these figures show clearly that even in the most unfavorable case of a split in the cadet vote, the Black Hundreds would have been successful in the 1906 elections in only 3 wards out of the 12. This means that the Black Hundreds could not have been elected to the Duma at the first elections even if the cadet vote had been split equally between the cadet and the Social Democratic candidates in all wards. Thus, those who are trying to scare the voters with the possibility of a Black Hundred victory if the cadets and Social Democrats split the vote, are deceiving the people. Lenin then, 140, offered what he said was the real reason for the scare tactic: the cadets are deliberately spreading false rumors of a Black Hundred danger so as to deter the voters from voting for the socialists. He argued, looking at the ward data, that it is quite possible for the Social Democrats in St. Petersburg to gain a victory over the Black Hundreds and the cadets. Unlike his earlier cited article about the Black Hundred danger, written mainly for a proletarian audience, How to Vote was directed at the urban petit bourgeois Democrat. The detailed attention to election return data and probabilities of outcomes recognized that the latter was more susceptible to the vote-splitting/Black Hundred danger claim, and therefore a case had to be made to allay its fears. For the proletariat, Lenin appealed to their instinct for independent working-class political action. Therefore, as well as fighting for the proletariat, Lenin sought to win over the middle class, at least those who were capable of being won over. There was another reason they were susceptible to the cadet argument. Taking advantage of the government's ban on Social Democratic newspapers, the cadet newspapers are dinning into their readers' ears that a Social Democratic victory at the elections is inconceivable without the aid of the cadets. 24. Though limited, the Bolsheviks were at least able to challenge that din in St. Petersburg. In Moscow, they didn't even have a newspaper. But again, Lenin would not be discouraged. Analyzing the election results, the Workers' Curia and St. Petersburg. The elections of workers' delegates are an extremely important event in the political life of Russia and in the history of our labor movement, an event that has not yet been properly appreciated. Lenin was referring to the Workers' Curia elections. The Tsar's feudal-like electoral system, he recognized, offered the Bolsheviks a unique opportunity unlike any, probably, in the history of the communist movement. The proletariat, a non-existent estate in feudal society, wasn't, it may be remembered, included in the regime's original electoral procedures. Eventually it was, because the regime felt the heat of working-class insurrection in December 1905. The three-stage workers' curia elections involved, first, the selection of representatives by workers at the factory level who then chose electors that later voted for the Duma deputies. An enterprise with 50 to 1,000 workers could have one representative and additional ones for every 1,000 workers. At the last stage, the workers' curia electors met with those from other curia to elect the Duma deputies. Under the law, workers themselves were permitted to decide whether a plurality 141 or a majority was required to elect a delegate, and whether voting would take place by ballot, a show of hands, or some other method. 25 The process, especially at the first stage, was indeed unique, as Lenin explained in his first assessment of the outcome of the first two stages of the elections in St. Petersburg. For the first time all parties with any standing among the proletariat have come before the masses of the workers, not with general programs or slogans, but with a definite practical question, to the candidates of which party will the masses of the workers entrust the defense of their interests. 26 Trade unions, as Victoria Bonnell describes in her classic work on the subject, played a key role in this regard. The Petersburg Central Bureau of Trade Unions set the general tone when it urged that representatives of the socialist parties be given every assistance in explaining their program. Election literature and lists of Socialist Party candidates were circulated through union channels. 27 To appreciate the significance of the workers' curia elections, imagine what it would be like for a communist today to be able to debate every credible opponent before an audience composed exclusively of industrial workers, in their own workplaces. This is exactly what the Bolsheviks were able to do for 2 or more months throughout the Russian Empire at the beginning of 1907. This probably has never happened before or since, anywhere. Engels would have been ecstatic, recall his chiding Paul Lafargue for not appreciating how elections could be used for revolutionary purposes. 28 Why would the regime allow such a process? Lenin, employing Marx and Engels' historical materialist method, would have had no difficulty in explaining, as suggested in his discussion of the differences between the outcomes of the elections in Russia proper and Poland, the backwardness of the regime. In a more advanced capitalist country, the bourgeoisie would never have permitted communists to have such an opportunity. For Lenin, the elections were so significant that he issued the first of a frequent appeal to local Bolshevik leaders. Unless our party officials, and especially the advanced workers themselves, undertake the necessary and extremely important task of studying the course and the results of the elections in the worker curia, we can definitely say that we shall lose extremely valuable and necessary material for the future development of party work and party agitation. As for the big picture, the elections confirmed Lenin's most basic political premise. The general impression produced by the elections in the worker curia in Russia is unanimously summed up by all newspapers as follows: complete victory for the extreme lefts, primarily the Social Democrats, the Socialist Revolutionaries coming second. The results have fully borne out the fundamental thesis of social democracy, as a 142 class, the proletariat is revolutionary. The proletarian masses are social democratic in their aspirations and sympathies. The proletariat is the most revolutionary class in Russia. But there was a disturbing fact about the outcome, one that caused despondency among some Bolsheviks. The social revolutionaries did far better than expected. In Moscow the Social Democrats gained a complete victory over the socialist revolutionaries. According to some reports, not yet fully verified it is true, about 200 Social Democratic delegates were elected, as against a mere 20 socialist revolutionary delegates. But the situation was different in St. Petersburg, to where, again, the eyes of all Russia are now turned. Estimates suggested that the social revolutionaries had won a third of the delegates, which if true was actually a defeat for the Social Democrat in the capital. It was a defeat because elsewhere, as in Moscow, the Social Democrats had trounced them. This is a fact of tremendous importance. In St. Petersburg, the extreme left bourgeois Democrats deprived the socialists of their overwhelming preponderance in the worker curia. It is our duty to give this fact the closest attention. All social democrats must set to work to study this phenomenon carefully and find the correct explanation for it. Preliminary reports allowed Lenin to conclude that it was at the biggest factories, the strongholds of the most class-conscious, the most revolutionary proletariat, that socialist revolutionaries inflicted the most telling defeat on the social democrats. The socialist revolutionaries defeated mostly and in the main the Menshevik social democrats. Where a socialist revolutionary candidate opposed a Bolshevik social democratic candidate, the social democrats were far more often, in most cases in fact, victorious. Social revolutionaries' gains, thus, came at the expense of the Mensheviks and not the Bolsheviks. The supreme significance of both these conclusions is obvious. We must therefore take good care that these are not mere impressions but conclusions drawn from exact and verified data that can leave no room for two interpretations. 29 details in an accompanying article about the elections in the Neva district, one of the major industrial suburbs in the capital, allowed Lenin to offer an explanation for the difference in the Bolshevik-Menshevik vote. The elections began a day after the Mensheviks walked out of the January 7 RSDLP conference. They wanted, as it was later learned, to resume their negotiations with the cadets for an electoral agreement. This angered the most class-conscious workers, who hated the cadets, and it was the Menshevik candidates who reaped that opprobrium. They penalized the Mensheviks by voting for other socialists, that is, socialist revolutionaries, not knowing, as Lenin pointed out, that they too, 143, covertly, were engaged in negotiations with the cadets. In the factories where the Bolsheviks were in the leadership, their candidates didn't suffer such a fate. Before any definite conclusions could be drawn, details about other elections had to be gathered so as not to gloss cravenly over our mistakes and shortcomings, but subject them to party criticism and exert all our efforts to eliminate them. We cannot conduct consistent social democratic work in St. Petersburg unless we pay close attention to the way in which the masses of the workers have voted for the candidates of the various parties. For the bourgeois parties it is important only to win so many seats. For us it is important for the masses themselves to understand the tenets and tactics of social democracy as distinct from all petty bourgeois parties, even though they may call themselves revolutionary, socialist parties. We must therefore strive to obtain exact and complete data on the voting at the elections in the St. Petersburg worker curia. 30. To that end Lenin drew up a questionnaire that was circulated to all local RSDLP units that asked for specific data about the elections, such as the number of workers who actually voted, the political identity of the candidates they voted for, and the actual number of votes for each candidate. The data confirmed by and large the preliminary conclusions he had drawn about the reason for the relative success of the social revolutionaries. He opportunist social democrats, that is, the Mensheviks, are discrediting social democracy in the eyes of the advanced proletariat. In the meantime the workers' curia elections were entering their final stage. By mid-January all the factory elections had taken place. A total of 272 delegates had been elected, with more than half social democrats, more than a third identified to one degree or another as social revolutionaries, and the remainder of various hues. The Bolsheviks then set out to win the delegates to their left bloc that was formed on January 25, consisting of Bolsheviks, Trudoviks, and social revolutionaries. Except for a minority of them, the Mensheviks continued to grovel at the feet of the cadets. At a meeting of 200 to 250 factory delegates on January 28, a resolution was passed overwhelmingly that supported the left bloc, fully endorsing the tactics of the Bolsheviks, as Lenin reported and requested that our Menshevik social democratic comrades should enter into agreement with the lefts and contribute to the success of the left lists in the St. Petersburg elections. The request was spurned. A few days later the Social Democrat factory delegates met with the St. Petersburg RSDLP committee to select the 14 candidates for the left bloc electors list, published in all newspapers on the eve of the elections, that took place on February 1. The results were a victory for the 144. United Social Democrats. The St. Petersburg Committee's list was elected in toto. All 14 electors are Social Democrats. 8 are Bolsheviks, 4 are Mensheviks, and the remaining 2 were unaligned Social Democrats. 31. The outcome, in other words, was a clear victory for Lenin's strategy of independent working-class political action, a vindication of his intransigence, as his opponents labeled it. This is no doubt the moment when the Bolsheviks assumed leadership of St. Petersburg's proletariat. Until then the Mensheviks had been more influential, their majority on the Central Committee registered that fact. Therefore the elections for the Second Duma, specifically those for the Workers' Curia, are when the Bolsheviks bested the Mensheviks, a defeat from which they never recovered. As Lenin was so fond of saying, revolution teaches. The St. Petersburg urban curia elections had yet to be completed. But 3 days before the results were in, Lenin wrote, at the beginning of the election campaign in St. Petersburg the whole opposition, all the lefts, were opposed to the Bolsheviks. Everything possible or conceivable was done against us. Yet everything turned out as we said. He was relishing the fact that the arguments in his 1905 book, Two Tactics, regarding the government's attitude towards the liberals and the attitude of the petty bourgeois Democrats towards the proletariat had been confirmed by events leading up to the elections. The failure of the cadets to put together an electoral bloc to oppose what the Bolsheviks sought to build was not unexpected. Stolypin was the main obstacle, and the other was the wavering of the petty bourgeoisie, the peasant parties, between the cadet and Bolshevik alternatives. Confident in their politics, the Bolsheviks maintained a steady course. And all who were capable of fighting followed us. The left bloc became a fact. The hegemony of the revolutionary proletariat became a fact. The proletariat led all the Trudoviks and a large part of the Mensheviks, even intellectuals. The banner of the proletariat has been raised at the St. Petersburg elections. And whatever the outcome of the first serious elections in Russia in which all parties have participated, the banner of the independent proletariat, which is pursuing its own line, has already been raised. It will be held high in the parliamentary struggle and in all other forms of struggle that will lead to the victory of the revolution. The confidence Lenin and the Bolsheviks gained in this phase of the dress rehearsal of 1905-7 goes a long way in explaining, I argue, their success in 1917. While the elections were underway in St. Petersburg on February 7, Lenin assessed the returns that had come in from elsewhere. We have before us a Duma that is undoubtedly more left than the previous. 145. 1. And a new, even more formidable and more unmistakable revolutionary crisis. A new clash is inexorably approaching. Either the revolutionary people will be victorious, or the Second Duma will disappear as ingloriously as the first, followed by the repeal of the election law and a return to the Black Hundred absolutism sans phrases. The challenge now was how to temper revolutionary ardor. We shall do all in our power to make this new struggle as little spontaneous and as conscious, consistent, and steadfast as possible. Therefore, as Engels would have advised, no premature calls for an insurrection. No solemn manifestos to the people. No pronunciamentos, no proclamations. The storm is bearing down on us of its own accord. There is no need of saber rattling. 32. The previous 2 years had amply demonstrated why behaving otherwise was now inadvisable. 2 days before Lenin counseled revolutionary restraint, he wrote, in September 1870, 6 months before the Commune, Marx gave a direct warning to the French workers: insurrection would be an act of desperate folly. Marx knew how to warn the leaders against a premature rising. But his advice was that of a practical advisor, of a participant in the struggle of the masses, and not that of an intellectual Philistine who moralizes, it is easy to foresee. They should not have taken up arms, as he charged Plekhanov with having done about the unsuccessful uprising in December 1905 in Moscow. 33. Lenin summarized the St. Petersburg returns once they were all in. The cadets won the elections, but it must be stressed that the left bloc polled 25% of the total number of votes in St. Petersburg and that they were victorious in the Vyborg district. In many districts the cadets won by a very small majority. In 5 districts it would have been enough to gain a further 1,600 votes to ensure a victory for the left bloc. The Mensheviks, therefore, prevented a victory of the left parties in St. Petersburg. Nevertheless, the revolutionary left is, in general, stronger in the Second Duma than it was in the first. 34 On one issue he felt especially vindicated: the Black Hundred danger. The elections have proved that it was non-existent. Our repeated declarations and warnings, reiterated in all Bolshevik publications, have been fully confirmed. The Black Hundreds could not have won in St. Petersburg, no matter how the votes had split between the cadets and the lefts. 35 As for the surprising number of votes for the socialist revolutionaries, such results can only fortify our conviction that today, more than ever, our duty and the guarantee of our success lie in joint work, not with the liberal bourgeoisie, who want to put an end to the revolution, but with the democratic peasantry, against the baseness and treachery of the bourgeoisie. 146. Finally, the relatively close vote between the cadets and the left bloc in half of the districts was encouraging. For Lenin, the glass was half full. If we work tirelessly, we can win, in every district, hundreds of shop assistants, clerks, etc., from the party of the bourgeois liberals who are bargaining with Stolypin. The cadets will not survive another election struggle against the left bloc in St. Petersburg. They will be completely rooted under the present electoral law. Winning social layers beyond the industrial proletariat and peasantry, in other words, was a necessity for success for the bourgeois democratic revolution. As for the present electoral law, Stolypin no doubt read or knew what Lenin was thinking, reinforcing the conclusions about it that he had already drawn. The Second Duma convenes. The primary task of the Social Democrats entering the Second Duma is to wrest away from the liberals those democratic elements that are still under their sway, to become the leader of those Democrats, to teach them to seek support in the people and join ranks, with the masses down below, to unfurl our own banner before the whole of the working class and before the entire impoverished and famine-stricken peasant masses. In other words, this party must show it is the vanguard of the entire democratic movement. 36 Thus were Lenin's instructions to the just elected Social Democratic fraction in the first issue of the new Bolshevik daily, Novy Luk, launched on the day the Second Duma convened, just as they did when the First Duma commenced. This time, though, the regime tolerated their organ for only a week, an early sign of what was ahead. 37. Against the criminal Menshevik policy. The Second Duma that convened on February 20 was indeed, as Lenin predicted, much more to the left than the first. Of the 518 deputies, 65 were Social Democrats, 47 more than in the first. The almost 97% of all the workers' curia electors who either were or sympathized with the Social Democrats explains in part their success, despite the false assertions of the liberals who want to depict it as party of revolutionary intellectuals. The Russian Social Democratic Party is, therefore, a real working-class party. 38 of the Social Democratic deputies, 36 were Mensheviks who continued to do well among oppressed nationalities in the Caucasus and elsewhere, and 18 were Bolsheviks, with the remaining not formally attached to either wing of the party. 39 The largest peasant party, the Trudoviks, increased its presence from 85 to 120 deputies, while the smaller 147 social revolutionaries who boycotted the First Duma now had 37, giving the peasant parties a total of 157 deputies, the largest group in the Second Duma. The gains of the left bloc, especially those of the Social Democrats, came at the expense of the cadets despite the tremendous power of the cadet daily press, the legal status of the cadet organization, the cadet falsehood about the danger of a Black Hundred victory, and despite the illegal status of the lefts. 40 cadet numbers declined by almost half, from 184 to 99. Also, it was clearly a more polarized Duma, the combined Black Hundred parties increased their presence from 45 to 64 deputies. The first test for the Social Democrat fraction was the vote on the Presidium, the chair, and 2 vice presidents of the Duma. As the party learned in the first Duma, these were not unimportant posts. Their occupants decided who could speak in a Duma session. The Menshevik majority of the fraction, with some of the Bolsheviks reluctantly in tow, blocked with the cadets to elect 2 of their deputies to the chair F.A. Golovin and 1 of the vice president posts, and a Trudovik to the other one. The rationale they gave was the need to prevent a Black Hundred Presidium. 41 Lenin disagreed and pointed to an article in the previous issue of Novy Look that demonstrated that the Black Hundreds didn't have the votes to capture the Presidium if the left bloc voted against the cadets. Their error was a learning opportunity for the inexperienced fraction. A crucially important principle, independent working-class political action, was at stake and needed to be defended if they were to successfully navigate their way through the new Duma and avoid the mistakes made by the previous fraction. What must the policy of the Social Democrats be? Either abstain, and, as socialists, stand aside from the liberals, who betray liberty and exploit the people, or give the lead to the democratic petty bourgeoisie that is capable of struggle, both against the Black Hundreds and against the liberals. The former policy is obligatory for socialists when there is no longer any substantial difference between any of the bourgeois parties from the standpoint of the struggle for democracy. That is what happens in Europe. There is no revolution. All the bourgeois parties have lost the ability to struggle for democracy, and are struggling only for the petty, selfish interests of big or small proprietors. Under such circumstances, social democracy alone defends the interests of democracy, and in so doing persistently unfolds its own socialist views to the masses. The latter policy is obligatory when the conditions of a bourgeois democratic revolution obtain, when, in addition to the working class, there are certain bourgeois and petty bourgeois strata capable of struggle for the democracy that is essential to the proletariat. In present-day Russia the second policy is obligatory. Without ever forgetting their socialist agitation and propaganda, and the organization of the 148 proletarians into a class, Social Democrats must, jointly with the democratic petty bourgeoisie, crush both the Black Hundreds and the liberals, as the situation may demand. Lenin then showed how these general principles, one of his best concise explanations of the different tasks of social democracy vis-a-vis liberal democracy, would have been applied for the vote on the Presidium. He Social Democrats should have said, "We do not want our own Presidium. We support the whole list of lefts or Trudoviks against the cadets, that is, we support all 3 candidates for the Presidium, against the cadet candidates, and will abstain if the Trudoviks follow in the wake of the cadets, despite our warnings. In any case it would be essential to put up a candidate from the lefts even though there would be no chance of his being elected. At the first voting, the number of votes given for him would show what forces the Social Democrats could rely on in the event of a struggle against the cadets. And if it should turn out that he obtained more votes than the cadet, even if it were less than the absolute majority required for election, the voting would show the people clearly that this is not a cadet Duma, and that the cadet is not everything in the Duma. 42. His advice was designed to extract the maximum advantage for independent working-class political action in the parliamentary arena and a guide for future fraction work. The Presidium vote therefore wasn't mere bagatelle. The Menshevik-dominated Central Committee, despite the disapproval of the proletariat in St. Petersburg, persisted in courting the cadets. It undermined, Lenin lamented, the work the Duma fraction should be doing. This is just what is so criminal about the Menshevik policy in the Duma. They will not, or cannot, tell the people from the Duma platform the whole truth about the class nature of the various parties, particularly the reality of the cadets and the deals they were willing to cut with the Stolypin government. 43. To help the readers of Die Neue Zeit, the German party journal, understand the division in opinion in the Russian party on the cadets, Lenin provided one of his clearest explanations of the Bolshevik position. One wing regard the cadets and liberals as being the progressive urban bourgeoisie as compared with the backward rural petty bourgeoisie. It follows from this that the bourgeoisie is recognized as the motive force of the revolution, and a policy of support for the cadets is proclaimed. The other wing regards the liberals as representatives of big industry, who are 149. Striving to put an end to the revolution as quickly as possible for fear of the proletariat, and are entering into a compromise with the reactionaries. This wing regards the Trudovics as revolutionary petty bourgeois Democrats, and is of the opinion that they are inclined to adopt a radical position on a land question of such importance to the peasantry, the question of the confiscation of the landed estates. This accounts for the tactics of the Bolsheviks. They reject support for the treacherous liberal bourgeoisie, i.e., the cadets, and do their utmost to get the democratic petty bourgeoisie away from the influence of the liberals. They want to draw the peasant and the urban petty bourgeois away from the liberals and muster them behind the proletariat, behind the vanguard, for the revolutionary struggle. In its social-economic content, the Russian Revolution is a bourgeois revolution. Its motive force, however, is not the liberal bourgeoisie but the proletariat and the democratic peasantry. The victory of the revolution can only be achieved by a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. 44. The differences had immediate implications for Duma work as well as for the eventual fate of Russian social democracy. To counter the Mensheviks' unrequited wooing of the cadets, Lenin took the opportunity to reply to an article in the short-lived Trudovik legal daily Novyi Sili. It lasted 2 issues longer than Novy Look about his criticism of the Presidium vote. The author objected to our hackneyed division of the bourgeoisie into petty, revolutionary, and liberal in assessing the cadets. For Lenin, it was another teaching moment. After patiently explaining the class roots of the cadets, the liberal bourgeoisie and liberal landlords and later the bourgeois intelligentsia and why it was inevitable and not fortuitous that they had turned increasingly rightward, Lenin discussed how class analysis informed Bolshevik tactics in relation to the cadets and Duma politics. As for the Presidium vote, the Social Democrats had to wrest the Trudoviks away from the cadets, either by voting for the Trudoviks or by demonstratively abstaining from voting and giving a reason for the abstention. Novyi Sili now admits that it was a mistake for the left to take part in a conference with the cadets. This is a valuable admission. Novyi Sili, however, is sadly mistaken in thinking that it was a mistake of practical expediency and not of principle. This opinion, as we have shown, arises out of a misunderstanding of the fundamentals, principles, and tactics of the socialist proletariat in the bourgeois revolution. Lenin ended with a comradely retort that allowed him to sketch out social democratic tactics for the most familiar component of parliamentary work tabling bills. 150. Legislative work must inevitably be placed in the hands of the constitutional Democrats. Nothing of the sort. The cadets, as leaders of the liberal center in the Duma, have a majority over the Black Hundred group, without our support. We must therefore table our own social democratic bills, not liberal and not petty bourgeois, bills that are written in revolutionary language, not in official jargon, and must put them to the vote. Let the Black Hundreds and the cadets turn them down. We shall then go over to a ruthless criticism of the cadet bill and regularly submit amendments. When the amendments end, we shall abstain from voting on the cadet bill as a whole, leaving the cadets to defeat the Black Hundreds, thereby taking no responsibility on ourselves before the people for the poverty and worthlessness of cadet pseudo-democracy. If Lenin could be patient and comradely with an unknown Trudovik writer, that wasn't true when dealing with a known Menshevik. His favorite polemical tactic, sarcasm, was on full display in response to the attempt of Comrade D. Koltsov to defend Menshevik support for the cadets with the Communist Manifesto. From the bottom of our heart we welcome this Menshevik turn to the study of the fundamental principles of our disagreement on tactics. It is high time. He then dared the comrade to put in writing as a resolution to be debated at the much-anticipated 5th Congress that the cadets are the progressive urban bourgeoisie and the Trudoviks the backward rural bourgeoisie. Because the peasant struggle for land is the key issue in the Russian Revolution, and without the democratic reorganization of the state the peasants cannot overcome the feudal-minded landlords, the resolution would have to offer evidence that the cadets and not the Trudovics were capable of advancing such reorganization. But nothing in the cadets' recent history, such as their performance in the First Duma, even hinted at such a possibility. We therefore welcome the frankness and directness of Comrade Koltsov, and repeat our challenge: let the Mensheviks try to formulate these ideas concerning the cadets and the Trudovics, and express them clearly and unequivocally. 45. On a collision course. Only a week after its convening, the papers are full of news, rumors, and surmises about the imminent dissolution of the Duma. 6 months earlier Lenin had warned workers and peasants to be prepared for Stolypin doing exactly that. The task now for social democracy, especially the Duma fraction, was how to respond to the rumors. They should tell the people, simply and clearly, from the rostrum of the Duma, the whole truth, including the reason why the dissolution of the Duma, a coup. 151. D'état, and a return to pure absolutism are inevitable. The government needs silence on this. The people need to know it. The representatives of the people, while they still are representatives of the people, should say this from the rostrum of the Duma. 46. The rumors began to subside when Stolypin addressed the Duma on March 6 to defend his government's iron hand after the dissolution of the First Duma and to present its legislative agenda, the most important moment in the short life of the Second Duma. The olive branch he held out to the body along with the unsheathed sword gave, as intended, the cadets a ray of hope and new determination to not rock the boat. Leading up to the speech, they tried to orchestrate a non-confrontational response, specifically, to not have a no-confidence vote on Stolypin's government. They proposed to the left that his address be greeted with silence and a motion to pass immediately on to the regular order of business. The Social Democrats disagreed, saying Stolypin, with all the blood on his hands, had to be confronted, and they would do so, if necessary, alone. Some cadets with the approval of the social revolutionaries suggested that all fractions leave the hall in protest against the social democratic speech, but the Trudoviki and popular socialists objected the first time in the session that the Trudoviks deserted the cadets to support the social democrats. 47. The social democrats differed on how they should respond to Stolypin's address. While the Bolsheviks wanted, like the Mensheviks, a statement that clearly indicted the regime for its crimes, they felt it should also include the social democratic program. The Menshevik majority, with the backing of the Central Committee, objected, contending that it would be repetitious, since the party had already laid out its program in the First Duma. 48. When the fateful day arrived, Ig Tsereteli, the Menshevik faction leader from Georgia, along with 2 other Menshevik deputies, roundly denounced Stolypin's soft cop/hard cop message, much to the discomfort of the cadets. G. A. Alexinsky, the Bolshevik faction leader and also from the Caucasus, added more fire. But Stolypin, who sat stoically through the denunciations, would not be intimidated. These attacks count on paralyzing the will and thoughts of the government. They all come down to 2 words directed at authority: hands up. To these 2 words, sirs, the government with complete calm, with the consciousness of its uprightness, can reply in 2 words: you will not frighten us. 49. This scenario, more than any other, encapsulated the fate of the Second Duma, 2 irreconcilable parties on a collision course. Lenin had drafted a statement for the fraction, apropos of Stolypin's declaration, but it was rejected by the Menshevik majority. While it 152 repeated some of the main points in Tsereteli's statement about all that was wrong with the regime, it challenged the prime minister in a way that the Mensheviks were not prepared to do. Lenin correctly knew what would be missing in Stolypin's feigned attempt at conciliation. There is one thing this announcement does not say, and which must be said to the people by those deputies they sent to the Duma and who remain faithful to the people's interests. The government does not say that its announcement signifies an irrevocable and inevitable decision to dissolve the Second Duma without even giving it an opportunity to express the will of the people, to express the needs of the peasants, workers, and soldiers, of all working people, and to express anything the people included in the mandates they gave the deputies when they sent them to the Duma. And then, Lenin reminded the deputies why they were there in the first place. His most basic claim about parliaments, Duma deputies and an entire Duma capable of helping the people are meaningless without the people. If Russia has obtained even tiny liberties for a short period, if Russia has been granted popular representation even if only for a brief period, this is only because it has been won by the struggle of the people, the selfless struggle for liberty by the working class, the peasantry, the soldiers, and the sailors. 50. That Mensheviks in the Duma like Tsaritali were willing, early in the life of the Second Duma, to make the cadets uncomfortable is noteworthy. Unlike the Menshevik-dominated Central Committee of the party, and Plekhanov in particular, they had a more intimate and thus informed opinion of the cadets owing to almost daily contact. The combination of Lenin's vigilance of the conduct of the fraction, I suspect, and the incessant tendency of the cadets to bend to Stolypin at the expense of workers and peasants goes a long way in explaining why they increasingly found themselves closer to Lenin's politics than those of the Central Committee. It also explains Lenin's more comradely critique of the fraction than that of the Central Committee. He recognized that the fraction deputies, despite the Menshevik label for most of them, were teachable just as those in the First Duma. 3 weeks after Lenin called attention to the rumors about the dissolution of the Duma, he wrote that the situation had changed. The government will not dare dissolve the Duma without a budget and an agrarian law the latter has approved. The government is afraid to dissolve the Duma and, at the same time, is vociferating about dissolution and is putting into motion the entire Black Hundred machinery, so as to scare the timid and incline the wavering to compliance. It wants to try and drag concessions out of the Duma by gagging it with the threat of dissolution. 51. Under the fundamental laws, the government's budget. 153. Had to be approved by the Duma. Though a provision allowed the government to continue with the prior budget if approval wasn't obtained, having the Duma sign on facilitated the regime's ability to borrow from lenders outside Russia. Whether the European financial magnates' faith in the durability and solvency of the firm of Stolypin and Co. will be strengthened or weakened, depends to a great extent on the Duma. 52. The debate on the agrarian question. But first, there was the land question, the most important agenda item for the Second Duma just as for the first. This time there was greater urgency, because following the dissolution of the First Duma, Stolypin, acting under the emergency provisions of Fundamental Law 87, embarked on his own solution. Lenin characterized it as the Prussian type as opposed to the American type, that is, an agrarian revolution from above. Essentially, his reforms involved the dismantling of the peasant commune by creating a class of rich peasants or kulaks financed by the state. It effectively meant that Russia, like Prussia, would not experience a bourgeois democratic revolution with all the implications for the worker-peasant alliance and socialist revolution. But Stolypin needed the Duma to implement and legitimize his scheme. Lenin pointed to articles in the cadet organ Reich that hinted Stolypin had reached a deal with them and issued a warning: Trudoviks of all shades, do not allow yourselves to be tricked. Stand guard over the interests of the people. Prevent this filthy deal between the cadets and the government. Social Democrat comrades, we are certain you will understand the situation, that you will stand at the head of all revolutionary elements in the Duma, that you will open the eyes of the Trudoviks to the shameful treachery of the liberal monarchist bourgeoisie. We are sure that from the rostrum of the Duma you will loudly and boldly expose this treachery to the whole people. 53. To do exactly that, Lenin wrote a speech on the agrarian question for Aleksandrsky, the Bolshevik faction leader, when the first sustained debates began on March 19. Owing to time constraints, he couldn't deliver every word of Lenin's 30-page document, but the summary of the stenographic account reveals that he presented its essence. 54. Fully on display in Lenin's draft was his more than decade-long research on the question, but it was written in a most accessible and didactic manner. The peasant deputies were his primary audience, and with characteristic sarcasm and ridicule he enjoyed ripping into the right/Black Hundred deputies who defended what amounted to serf farming despite the emancipation of 1861. And those gentlemen on the right benches talk about the 154 Jews exploiting the peasants, about Jewish usury. But thousands of Jewish merchants would not skin the Russian muzhik in the way the true Russian, Christian landlords do. The interest claimed by the worst usurer is not to be compared with that claimed by the true Russian landlord, who hires a muzhik in winter for summer work or who forces him to pay for a desyutin of land in labor, money, eggs, chickens, and God alone knows what else. The rights defense revealed the essence of the debate whether or not to preserve landed proprietorship. And I must give special warning to the peasants and the peasant deputies: evasion of the real substance of the issue must not be allowed. You must trust in no promises, no fine words, until the most important thing has been made clear. Will the landed estates remain the property of the landlords, or will they pass into the peasants' hands? If they remain the property of the landlords, labor, service, and bondage will remain. Constant hunger and want for millions of peasants will also remain. The torment of gradual extinction from starvation, that is what the retention of landed proprietorship means for the peasants. 55. But the main thrust of Lenin's attack was reserved for the cadets. Given the Menshevik majority in the Central Committee and fraction and their reluctance to expose the cadets, and the democratic centralist norm for doing Duma work, Lenin had been prevented from taking on the cadets. But owing to a breach of the agreement the Mensheviks had with them to not attack the Trudoviks and Social Democrats but only the right in the debates on the land question, Lenin now had license. One of the cadet fraction members, apparently to the surprise of the rest of his comrades, did exactly what the agreement prohibited, charging that the Trudovik and Social Democrat proposals were, respectively, impractical and of the greatest injustice. Lenin relished the opportunity to go after him because it allowed him to take on, indirectly, the Mensheviks who had been cozying up to the cadets. With a Marxist scalpel, Lenin methodically dissected what Deputy Cutler, in his argument against my party comrade, called the greatest injustice. It seems to me that the abolition of private property in land would be the greatest injustice, as long as other forms of property, real and personal estate, still remain. And then farther. Since nobody proposes to abolish property in general, it is essential that the existence of property in land be in every way recognized. This was red meat for Lenin. This is the first time I have been confronted by a liberal, and such a moderate, sober, bureaucratically schooled liberal at 155. That, who proclaims the principle of everything or nothing. For, indeed, Mr. Cutler's argument is based entirely on the principle of everything or nothing. Or, as Lenin put it more concisely in the first issue of the new Bolshevik legal daily, Nashekho, a few days later, since we cannot take 2 steps forward this very day, then it is essential to refuse to take a simple step forward. Such is the logic of the liberal. Such is the logic of landlord avarice. 56. Cutler's absolutist stance, what liberals like him often accused the Bolsheviks of adopting, invited tongue-in-cheek sarcasm. I, as a revolutionary social democrat, must positively declare against such a method of argument. Very didactically again, the peasantry and its Duma deputies were his real audience. Lenin offered an analogy to show what was wrong with Cutler's argument while making ever so clear social democracy's position on the agrarian question. Imagine, gentlemen, that I have to remove 2 heaps of rubbish from my yard. I have only 1 cart. And no more than 1 heap can be removed on 1 cart. What should I do? Should I refuse altogether to clean out my yard on the grounds that it would be the greatest injustice to remove 1 heap of rubbish because they cannot both be removed at the same time? I permit myself to believe that anyone who really wants to clean out his yard completely, who sincerely strives for cleanliness and not for dirt, for light and not for darkness, will have a different argument. If we really cannot remove both heaps at the same time, let us first remove the one that can be got at and loaded onto the cart immediately, and then empty the cart, return home and set to work on the other heap. That's all there is to it, Mr. Cutler. Just that and nothing more. To begin with, the Russian people have to carry away on their cart all that rubbish that is known as feudal, landed proprietorship, and then come back with the empty cart to a cleaner yard, and begin loading the second heap, begin clearing out the rubbish of capitalist exploitation. Do you agree to that, Mr. Cutler, if you are a real opponent of all sorts of rubbish? Let us write it into a resolution for the State Duma, using your own words, recognizing, jointly with Deputy Cutler, that capitalist property is no more praiseworthy than feudal landlord property. The State Duma resolves to deliver Russia first from the latter in order later to tackle the former. Lenin knew, of course, that Cutler's class position would never allow him to sign on to such a resolution. It was, rather, another way to expose the cadets, the so-called People's Freedom Party. Cutler's attempted sleight of hand, to substitute capitalist property for landed property, was glaringly instructive for the peasantry and those Mensheviks who, 156, were still capable of being instructed. Nobody in the world will agree to call or consider Democrats those people who, in an epoch of struggle for freedom, qualify as the greatest injustice the abolition of that which is destroying freedom, which is oppressing and suppressing freedom, that is, feudal, landed proprietorship. Lenin also defended the Trudovik deputies from Cutler's charge that their land nationalization bill was impractical given the prevailing political conditions. Mr. Cutler's arguments in their entirety boil down to this: since ours is not a democratic state, there is no need for us to present democratic land bills. No matter how you twist and turn Mr. Cutler's arguments, you will not find a grain of any other idea, of any other content, in them. Since our state serves the interests of the landowners, we must not include anything displeasing to the landowners in our agrarian bills. No, Mr. Cutler, that is not democracy, that is not people's freedom. It is something very, very far removed from freedom and not very far removed from servility. 57. More important for Lenin than responding to Cutler's attacks on the Social Democrats and Trudoviks was a convincing critique of the cadets' own proposals on the land question. But that wasn't easy at this stage in the debate. Rather than lay out their program, the cadets, with Cutler again in the lead, honed in on the imprecisions in the Trudovik figures and criteria for the amount of land they demanded to be taken from the state, crown, church, and privately owned lands to fulfill the needs of the peasants. Lenin, again, came to the defense of the peasant deputies. The questions Cutler raised only served to confuse the basic issue: should we take 72 million desiatines of the landlord's land for the peasants or not? He simply avoided giving an answer to the question of whether he and his party agree to hand over all the landlord's land to the peasants. Whoever does not agree to hand over literally all the landlord's land to the peasants does not stand for the peasants and does not really want to help the peasants. If the cadets wouldn't say what they were for, their silences, Lenin wrote, would have to be a stand-in. As well as avoiding the Trudovik demand for the 72 million desiatines, their failure to say what they thought of the issues raised by my comrade Tsereteli was also telling. They boiled down to the following question, which Cutler evaded and confused: will a democratic government at both the national and local level have to solve the agrarian problem, or should the present government? 157. And don't try to tell me that the Duma is impotent, helpless, and without the necessary powers. I know all that very well. The matter in hand is this: the Duma must clearly, definitely and, most important of all, correctly express the real interests of the people, must tell them the truth about the solution of the agrarian problem, and must open the eyes of the peasantry so that they recognize the snags lying in the way of a solution to the land problem. The will of the Duma, of course, is still not law, that I am well aware of. But let anybody who likes do the job of limiting the Duma's will or gagging it except the Duma itself. To make clear what he was and was not expecting of the Duma, Lenin reiterated his core position about the role of the Duma in Russia's revolution. In the final analysis, it is not the Duma, of course, that will decide the agrarian question, and the decisive act in the peasants' struggle for land will not be fought out in the Duma. If we really wish to be representatives of the people, and not liberal civil servants, if we really want to serve the interests of the people and the interests of liberty, we can and must help the people by explaining the question, by formulating it clearly, by telling them the whole truth with no equivocation and no beating about the bush. Lenin reserved the last section of his draft for a comradely critique of the Trudoviks, specifically the intervention of a Reverend Tikhvinsky, a peasant deputy who deserves all respect for his sincere loyalty to the interests of the peasants, the interests of the people, which he defends fearlessly and with determination. As well as respect, Lenin prefaced his comments with honesty: the Social Democrats do not share the views of the Christian religion. Have a negative attitude towards the doctrines of Christianity. But, having said that, I consider it my duty to add, frankly and openly, that the Social Democrats are fighting for complete freedom of conscience, and have every respect for any sincere conviction in matters of faith, provided that conviction is not implemented by force or deception. Lenin knew that this was a unique opportunity he might not have again to forge the worker-peasant alliance, and being respectful and principled was critical for success. The equal distribution of land was the core of the Trudovik land reform program. Lenin quoted Reverend Tikhvinsky in its defense. "This is the way the peasants, the way the working people look at the land is God's, and the laboring peasant has as much right to it as each one of us has the right to water and air. It would be strange if anyone were to start selling, buying, or trading in water and air, and it seems just as strange to us that anyone should trade in, sell or buy land." The Peasant Union and the Trudovik Group wish to apply the principle all the 158 land to the working people. With regard to compensation for the land, how the above is to be effected, by means of compensation or by simple alienation without compensation, is a question that does not interest the laboring peasantry. Lenin, without a hint of sarcasm or patronizing, responded that though the deputy's position springs from the most noble motives, the profound error of the Trudoviks is their not being interested in the question of compensation and the ways of implementing the land reform, although whether or not the peasantry will achieve liberation from landlord oppression actually depends on this question. And behind it was a more fundamental issue: the still more burdensome, still more oppressive power over working people of today, the power of capital, the power of money. Without any hint of condescension, Lenin sought to educate the deputy on the basics of the capitalist mode of production. He urged him to look beyond the countryside and recognize the pervasive power of capital to transform not only land but human labor power itself into a commodity, and think about the implications of that fact. And you imagine equalitarian land tenure or prohibiting the sale and purchase of land as long as the power of money, the power of capital, continues to exist? Can the Russian people be delivered from oppression and exploitation if the right of every citizen to an equal-sized piece of land is recognized, when, at the same time, a handful of people own tens of thousands and millions of rubles each, and the mass of the people remain poor? No, gentlemen. As long as the power of capital lasts, no equality between landowners will be possible, and any sort of ban on the purchase and sale of land will be impossible, ridiculous, and absurd. Everything, not merely the land, but human labor, the human being himself, conscience, love, science, everything must inevitably be for sale as long as the power of capital lasts. In concluding, Lenin emphasized that the critique of the deputy was in no way meant to impugn the justice of the peasant struggle or to belittle its significance. Worker Social Democrats give their full support to the peasants against the landlords. But it is not petty ownership, even if it is equalitarian, that can save mankind from the poverty of the masses, from exploitation, and from the oppression of man by man. What is needed for that is a struggle for the destruction of capitalist society, and its replacement by large-scale socialist production. This struggle is now being conducted by millions of class-conscious Social Democrat workers in all countries of the world. It is only by joining in this struggle that the peasantry can, having got rid of 159. their first enemy, the feudal landlord, conduct a successful struggle against the second and more terrible enemy, the power of capital. 58. Nothing that Lenin wrote for Alexinsky, his most extensive intervention to date in the Duma proceedings, had not been said in previous writings and speeches. New this time is the tone and the way in which he presented his ideas. It reveals a principled and agile politician who knew how to speak to different audiences in very accessible language in a venue very different from his usual theaters of operation. Only the Duma stenographic account would reveal how much of the draft found its way into Oleksinsky's intervention. Its significance, however, is that it pointed the way forward for not only what but how to say what was necessary in forging the essential alliance for Russia's bourgeois democratic revolution. Engels often pointed to the speeches of August Bebel as models of communist speech-making in the legislative arena. Relevant to my claim that Lenin's parliamentary perspective stood on the shoulders of Marx and Engels, I argue that had he lived long enough to see what he and Marx accurately anticipated about the Russian theater, he would have pointed to this speech as well. An indispensable weapon from the Marx-Engels arsenal. While the evidence is strong that Lenin's parliamentary perspective was indeed informed by Marx and Engels, it's not clear if he knew about their all-important circular letter of 1879 that criticized the first reformist lurch of the German party. The answer to that question came on April 6, 1907, when he wrote to the Russian translation of letters by Johannes Becker, Joseph Dietzgen, Friedrich Engels, Karl Marx, and others to Friedrich Zarga and others. Of particular interest to Russian socialists in the present revolutionary period are the lessons which the militant proletariat must draw from an acquaintance with the intimate aspects of the activities of Marx and Engels in the course of nearly 30 years, which is exactly what the hitherto unpublished letters made possible. 59 And running like a scarlet thread through all these opinions is a warning against the right wing of the Workers' Party, a merciless war against opportunism in social democracy. Marx's furious war refers precisely to the events surrounding the circular letter, which Lenin discovered for the first time. He summarized in a couple of pages the relevant correspondence and chided the then most authoritative biographer of Marx and Engels, Franz Mehring, because he attempts to tone down Marx's attacks as well as Engels's later 160 attacks against the opportunists and, in our opinion, rather overdoes it. While one might quibble about this interpretation, more important, he said, is Marx's assessment in principle, of definite trends in socialism in general. As for one of those trends, Lenin read the later correspondence to mean that this forecast of Bernsteinism, made in 1882, was strikingly confirmed in 1898 and subsequent years. And after that, and particularly after Marx's death, Engels, it may be said without exaggeration, was untiring in his efforts to straighten out what was being distorted by the German opportunists. Lenin flagged for readers a series of letters Engels wrote 3 years after Marx's death in which he criticized the Reichstag fraction for voting for a Bismarck steamship subsidy. The Philistinism of the Social Democratic deputies was colossal. A petty bourgeois socialist parliamentary group is inevitable in a country like Germany, said Engels. In general, it was preferable that the party should be better than its parliamentary heroes, than the other way round. He then summarized the significance of the correspondence. We thus see that for more than 10 years Marx and Engels systematically and unswervingly fought opportunism in the German Social Democratic Party, and attacked intellectualist Philistinism and the petty bourgeois outlook in socialism. This is an extremely important fact. The general public know that German social democracy is regarded as a model of Marxist proletarian policy and tactics, but they do not know what constant warfare the founders of Marxism had to wage against the right wing of that party. And it is no accident that soon after Engels's death this concealed war became an open one. This was an inevitable result of the decades of historical development of German social democracy. By 1907, if not before, Lenin knew therefore that Marx and Engels had mounted a campaign against the reformist tendencies, including its parliamentary work, of International Social Democracy's flagship party, key evidence for one of the 4 arguments of this book. For Lenin, in battle against Menshevik opportunism vis-a-vis the cadets, the publication of the letters was most timely. Not for naught did he say that they should serve as an indispensable weapon for all Russian socialists. 60 Shortly after writing them, Lenin pointed, with license now from Engels, to the right wing of the German Social Democrats, the Bernsteinians. It came in a commentary on an article about the politics of the Second Duma in Die Neue Zeit written by Mering, who eaters will, of course know, are on the side of 161. Revolutionary Social Democracy. Lenin read Mering's article which, interestingly, employed the lessons Marx and Engels drew about the events of 1848-49 as praise for the Bolsheviks. Their positive work in countering the disgusting orgy of the cadets vis-a-vis the Stolypin regime was not unlike what Marx and Engels had done to challenge the liberals who betrayed Germany's bourgeois democratic revolution a half-century or so earlier. An article in the leading Bernsteinian organ Sozialistische Minutschrift, on the other hand, castigated the Leninians for the stance they took on the elections to the Second Duma in opposing a bloc with the cadets. The Mensheviks, Lenin noted, especially Plekhanov, come in for praise as the realist wing of Russian social democracy. In addition, the article applauded the Saving the Duma campaign of the opposition taken as a whole and recommended that the socialists not waste their forces in a completely useless struggle against the cadets. This was Lenin's clearest recognition so far that the split in the Russian party mirrored a similar one in its German counterpart and that the electoral arena figured significantly in the equation. Crucial evidence for my claim that the later split in international social democracy was foreshadowed many years earlier in that very arena. The Fifth Party Congress, the treachery of liberalism. Not long after Lenin pointedly noted that the model of Marxist proletarian policy and tactic had been criticized by Marx and Engels for more than a decade because of its right wing, he warned against blindly imitating West European social democratic parties and the German party in particular. The context was the opening of the Fifth Party Congress and the debate about its agenda. He disagreed with the Mensheviks who argued that all questions of principle should be removed from the agenda in order, supposedly, to avoid major conflict. The Russians, they contended, would be able to conduct a more business-like Congress, like those of West European counterparts. Lenin demurred, we must not take from the experience of other parties things that bring us down to the level of some period of everyday routine. We must take that which brings us up to the level of general questions, of the tasks of the entire revolutionary struggle of the entire proletariat. We must learn from the best examples, and not from the worst. 61. The deep differences in the RSDLP about questions of principle required, as Lenin had long recognized, a Congress where they could possibly be resolved. After numerous logistical challenges, often related to security only by escaping from Siberia could Trotsky, for example. 162. Attend. The most representative Congress of the party to date took place from April 30 to May 19 in London. Of the more than 300 delegates, each representing 500 rank-and-file members, the Bolsheviks had a slight majority, a registration of what they had achieved largely at the expense of the Mensheviks since the Fourth Congress in Stockholm a year before. With the support of sympathetic delegates from the Polish/Lithuanian and Latvian parties, like Rosa Luxemburg, they were able to make sure questions of principle would be on the agenda, the most important being the attitude of Russian social democracy toward bourgeois or non-proletarian parties. 2/3 of the 3-week sessions were devoted in one way or another to the Duma. The order of the agenda required a discussion on the conduct of the Duma fraction itself, which proved to be contentious, before the debate on bourgeois parties. Tsereteli and Alexinsky, absent from the Duma for 3 weeks, gave counter-reports. Regarding the appraisal of the former, that even though we may have made blunders, we were not guilty of political vacillation, Lenin, in agreement with Alexinsky, responded, I believe that it would be absolutely wrong to blame a young Duma group, which is only just beginning to function, for its mistakes. But the fact of the matter is that there was vacillation in the very policy of the group. And we must frankly admit this vacillation, and make it our business to get rid of it, not for the purpose of condemning individuals, but in order to educate the proletarian party as a whole. Because Tsereteli justified Menshevik bending to the cadets on the basis of his reading of the events of 1848, the necessity of some sort of alliance with bourgeois democracy, Lenin charged him with revisionism, The revolution of 1848 and subsequent historical experience have taught international social democracy the very opposite, namely, that bourgeois democracy takes its stand more and more against the proletariat, that the fight for freedom is waged consistently only where it is led by the proletariat. The year 1848 does not teach us to make alliances with bourgeois democrats, but rather the need to free the least developed sections of the masses from the influence of bourgeois democracy, which is incapable of fighting even for democracy. In playing to the cadets, Italy had succumbed to bourgeois parliamentarianism. An example of vacillation, Lenin said, was the fraction's decision, against the objections of its Bolshevik wing, to grant voting rights to an expert liberal economist in its deliberations, an issue that challenged working-class delegations in the parliamentary arena from the beginning, that is, the need for information that only the educated had. Prokopovich is a man of letters whose works are known to everyone. He is 163. The type of bourgeois intellectual who has penetrated into our party with definite, opportunist aims. His joining the party in the railway district was sheer hypocrisy. It was a screen for work in the Duma milieu. And R is to blame for his having used such a screen. Our Duma group is to blame for having made it easy for liberal writers collaborating with Tovarish who do not work in the party and who are hostile in principle to the party, to enter our party by the back door, making use of the Duma. 62 4 days later the Congress finally took up the central question, the attitude towards bourgeois parties. This, Lenin began his report, is the nub of the differences in matters of principle that have long divided Russian social democracy into two camps. 63 There was nothing of substance in his report he hadn't said before, at least as for the Bolshevik position. New was a careful and concise dissection of the Menshevik position. Lenin had to be at his persuasive best. The audience included not only the most conscious of the rank and file of the RSDLP in the audience, that is, the 300-plus delegates, but also the leadership of the Mensheviks like Plekhanov, Martov, Trotsky, and Rosa Luxemburg. If the nub was the attitude to the bourgeois parties, the essence of that difference could be distilled, he wrote later, to two claims of the Bolsheviks: the treachery of liberalism and the democratic capacity of the peasantry. The facts on the ground, he argued, confirmed the Bolshevik stance on both scores while discrediting that of the Mensheviks. The facts included what had taken place in the Duma. By the time he gave his report, May 12, Lenin had convincing evidence from not only the First Duma but almost all the Second Duma. Less than 3 weeks later Stolypin pulled its plug. Employing Marx and Engels' method, class analysis in all its concreteness and not just genuflecting before it, as he charged the Mensheviks were prone to do, is what allowed, he said, the Bolsheviks to accurately predict the course of the cadets and thus be persuasive. Non-Bolsheviks, like Trotsky and Luxemburg, could agree with Lenin about the treachery of liberalism, thus guaranteeing enough support for the Bolshevik line. They were less persuaded, it should be noted, by the essential second half of Lenin's argument, the democratic potential of the petite bourgeoisie, particularly the peasantry. 64 Lenin acknowledged such skepticism, specifically about Trudovik delegates who still vacillated, with a call to action at the end of his report. In all such cases we must be able to unmask the irresolute Democrats openly, even from the Duma platform. Peasants, we must say in the Duma in 164. Such circumstances, peasants. You should know that your representatives are betraying you by following in the wake of the liberal landlords. Your Duma deputies are betraying the cause of the peasantry to the liberal windbags and advocates. Let the peasants know we must demonstrate this to them by facts, that only the Workers' Party is the genuinely reliable and thoroughly faithful defender of the interests, not only of socialism but also of democracy, not only of all working and exploited people, but also of the entire peasant masses, who are fighting against feudal exploitation. 65. Despite such cases, the totality of voting in the Second Duma speaks most clearly in favor of a left bloc policy, and against the policy of support for the cadets. 66 On balance, the peasant deputies voted more often with the Social Democrat deputies than with the cadets, crucial evidence for his claim that the peasants had better democratic credentials than the latter. The penultimate agenda item was a resolution on the Duma and the party's fraction. Basically, it reaffirmed, with minor changes, the Stockholm decisions. The last business of the meeting was the election of a new Central Committee. This time, unlike at Stockholm, the Bolsheviks won more seats than the Mensheviks, 5-4. 6 other seats were divided between the Bund and the Polish and Latvian parties. In many ways, cadet treachery assured Bolshevik ascendancy. Slap and they are gone, the dissolution of the Second Duma. Shortly after the Congress, Lenin pointed to an interview Struve gave that indicated that the cadet leader was willing to abandon his party and embrace the right-wing bourgeois Octoberist party. The move, not unanticipated, is to our advantage, for it brings clarity and definiteness into the situation. A new landlord Duma, a new election law that separates, splendidly and with all desirable precision, the reliable landlords and bourgeois tycoons from the unreliable peasants, urban petty bourgeoisie, and workers. 67 Stolypin, in other words, now had political cover from a wing of the cadets to do what he had long wanted to do, to create a Duma to his own liking. Events a few weeks later would confirm Lenin's foresight. If the debate on the land question best revealed the collision course the regime and the Duma were on, just as was true for the first Duma that on the budget question was next in importance. Despite having little formal power for approving the government's budget, the Duma did in fact exercise influence. As Lenin explained to Nash Echo readers, without the Duma's direct or indirect consent, it would be difficult for Stolypin et al. To have access to West European creditors. Thus the Duma's discussion of the budget and voting on it will have double political significance. 165. In the first place, the Duma must open the eyes of the people to all the methods employed in that organized robbery, that systematic, unconscionable plunder of national property by a handful of landlords, civil servants, and all kinds of parasites, plunder which is called the state economy of Russia. To explain this from the Duma rostrum is to help the people in their struggle for people's freedom. Secondly, ruthless and open criticism of the budget and consistently democratic voting on it are of importance to Europe and European capital. Whether the European financial magnates' faith in the durability and solvency of the firm of Stolypin and Co. will be strengthened or weakened, depends to a great extent on the Duma. The entire European public will immediately learn of the discussion and decisions of the Duma, so that in this respect the voice of the Duma is of tremendous significance. Nobody else could do so much to deprive Stolypin and Co. of European financial support as the Duma can. As for what to do, only the Social Democrats have done their duty. He pointed to Deputy Aleksandski's budget speech. Posed the question in a more principled manner than anybody else. There could be added to the declaration an exposition of the socialist view of the budget of a bourgeois class state. Although the available archival record is opaque, it's most likely that Aleksandski's 1.5-hour speech on March 22 was, like his intervention on the agrarian question, written by or received major input from Lenin. The reference, for example, to an article in the London Economist that indicated it closely followed the Duma's involvement in the budget deliberations smelled of Lenin's hand. That the article scandalized the Black Hundred crowd because it seemed to question the legitimacy of the Tsar's dissolution of the First Duma could only have pleased him. And then there's this excerpt from a summary of the stenographic record. The Duma's task, Aleksandski declared, was to criticize the entire budget and the financial policy of the government, to expose its true character to the West. The cadets, he held, were as willing as ever to make an arrangement with the old order on conditions which were unfavorable to the population. If this wasn't Lenin in his own words, it was certainly his message. The only thing missing, the socialist view of the budget of a bourgeois class state. What Lenin meant by there could be added was due to the Menshevik-headed fraction/Central Committee having enough votes to bar its inclusion. 68 Unlike for the First Duma, where it was possible to see almost daily what Lenin was doing, the public record of Lenin's involvement in the fraction's activities in the Second Duma is less transparent. The reason is that by this time the regime understandably denied him space to maneuver. Related to this fact was Stolypin's very conscious effort to limit as 166 much contact as possible between the Duma deputies and the workers and peasants. Lenin thus had to be more careful. The precariousness of illegal daily Nashekho, for example, survived for only 2 weeks also contributes to a cloudy picture. Police reports, I suspect, would confirm what I assume was Lenin's intimate work with Aleksensky and other Bolsheviks in the fraction, as the budget speech suggests. 69 Just as was true for his agrarian proposal, Stolypin was unable to get Duma agreement for his budget. The obstinacy on the part of the regime to share with the Duma its data on the fine details of its proposal and the resistance of the left deputies, led by Aleksensky and the Bolsheviks, resulted in an impasse. For Stolypin it was increasingly clear that the Duma irritant had to be removed. Needed was a pretext. Nicholas, in fact, suggested as much not long after the Duma convened. One must let them do something manifestly stupid or mean, and then slap and they are gone. 70 If there was one component of society the regime tried its best to prevent the left bloc in the Duma from having contact with, it was the military. It was no state secret that the RSDLP had since the beginning of the revolution in 1905 sought to win sailors and soldiers to its ranks. Stolypin, in fact, told the Duma in March that he was familiar with the party's Stockholm or Fourth Congress resolution on winning the army to the revolution. And as noted earlier, the party had 33 army newspapers by the end of 1906. 71 Stolypin had tried to get Duma support for a law to keep politicals from being drafted into the military and to criminalize underground political work in its ranks. His failure to do so explains why he finally decided on April 17 to make the Second Duma history. But needed, in addition to a pretext, was a new electoral law, to be announced when the dissolution actually took place, that would allow him to get a more pliable Duma. Given the RSDLP's history, there was nothing unusual, from its point of view, that some soldiers in early May approached the St. Petersburg Committee of the party to obtain the support of the Duma fraction to intervene on their behalf to improve their situation and have closer collaboration. But once the reports of informants about the meeting reached Stolypin's desk, the Prime Minister decided he had found his pretext. He would confront the Duma with the information, saying that the Social Democrat deputies had violated at least 2 laws: inappropriate contact with the military and dealings with an illegal organization, the RSDLP, and demand that they be stripped of their parliamentary immunity. Assuming that the Duma would balk, he would then be in a reasonably strong political position to get rid of the thorn in his side. Also, the timing was good, because he finally had in hand proposals for a new electoral law that would guarantee the kind of Duma he wanted. 167. When Stolypin did confront the Duma on May 30 to demand that it surrender for arrest virtually the entire Social Democrat fraction, thus Mensheviks and Bolsheviks, he offered as evidence not only the aforementioned transgressions but, interestingly, the resolutions of the Fourth Congress. His prosecutor was more specific. The accused were plotting for the violent overthrow of the established form of government by means of a popular uprising, and the creation of a democratic republic in its stead. The Duma fraction constituted a criminal society because it had subordinated itself to the Central Committee of an illegal organization, the RSDLP, to carry out these goals. It had directed the activities of local criminal organizations and had sent out circular letters with the intention of inciting the population against the government, military officials, nobles, and landowners. Then it had entered into relations with secret organizations which aimed to arouse a mutiny in the army. It has served as a center for the reception of revolutionary demands calling for the convocation of a constituent assembly. 72 As Stolypin had correctly anticipated, the Duma wouldn't go along. The charges were so blatantly political that not only did the peasant deputies defend the Social Democrats but many of the cadets did as well. Only the Octoberist and Black Hundred deputies were elated with the charges. With the Tsar's approval, Stolypin informed the world on June 3 that the Duma had been dissolved and a new one would replace it on November 1. Elections would take place on September 1 under a new set of procedures detailed in the decree. In a final act of defiance, the Social Democrat fraction issued a declaration. It exhorted the people to give no credence to the accusations, charged the administration with faithlessness in violating the immunity of the Social Democratic deputies by arresting them and cutting off all protest, with violating the October Manifesto and increasing its own arbitrary power, and with an attempt to prevent the Duma from thoroughly examining the budget. Feared the rejection of the budget and its foreign obligations and therefore dissolved the Duma. The cadet policy of cooperation with the government, even at the cost of yielding basic rights for a part in legislation, had failed entirely. For the government grew more arrogant and sought to regain its absolute power when it observed that the revolution was on the ebb. The policy of guarding the Duma only lowered its dignity and weakened its ties with the population. 73 That Menshevik and Bolshevik deputies wrote the declaration registered how far the former had moved toward Lenin's position. Having had a front row seat to the treachery of the cadets, they epitomized his dictum that revolution teaches. 168. The absence of any kind of real protest against Stolypin's coup d'état of June 3 signaled the end of the revolution of 1905. The all-important energy outside the walls of Tauride Palace had dissipated. Many of the fraction members, including Tsereteli and Alexinsky, were arrested and brought to trial 6 months later and sentenced for varying years to hard labor or exile. 74 Of interest in the trial is the point made by one of the members about the Stockholm resolutions, especially the one on armed struggle that had figured so prominently in the regime's charges. He noted that at the London Congress armed struggle wasn't on the agenda. For the party realized that the revolutionary wave was receding and that if it should attempt to organize an uprising artificially it would become liable to charges of plotting. The party would then be guilty of digression from the real social democratic policy, the political education of the masses and their organization for struggle. 75 Again, if these were not Lenin's own words, it was certainly his message. Lenin indeed anticipated the end of the revolution at the London Congress, as his comments at the end of his speech on the attitude towards bourgeois parties indicate. Even if the revolution suffers defeat, the proletariat will learn, first and foremost, to understand the economic class foundations of both the liberal and the democratic parties, then it will learn to hate the bourgeoisie's treacheries and to despise the petty bourgeoisie's infirmity of purpose and its vacillations. And it is only with such a fund of knowledge, with such habits of thinking, that the proletariat will be able to approach the socialist revolution more unitedly and more boldly. 76. I argue that the Second Duma experience contributed significantly to such a fund of knowledge, enabling the Bolsheviks to be successful in the socialist revolution October 1917. A few months later Lenin wrote for a collection of his major writings to date, one of which was What is to be Done? As for the critics who claimed that the pamphlet had incorrect or exaggerated ideas on the subject of an organization of professional revolutionaries, Lenin begged to differ. In light of the previous 2 years, these statements look ridiculous. Compare our Social Democratic Party during this whole period with the other parties in respect of unity, organization, and continuity of policy. You will have to admit that in this respect our party is unquestionably superior to all the others, the cadets, the socialist revolutionaries, etc. Despite the split, the Social Democratic Party earlier than any of the other 169 parties was able to take advantage of the temporary spell of freedom to build a legal organization with an ideal democratic structure, an electoral system, and representation at congresses according to the number of organized members. You will not find this, even today, either in the Socialist Revolutionary or the Cadet parties. And take the elections to the Second Duma, in which all parties participated, did they not clearly show the superior organizational unity of our party and Duma group? 77. Reflecting on Stolypin's coup d'état of June 3, Alfred Levin wrote that there was nothing in the political scene to make a serious digression from the manifesto inevitable. The changes wrought by the law of June 3, could not positively have been foreseen, even though they might have been feared by the liberals and wishfully thought of by the revolutionaries. 78 In fact, the changes were foreseen. 9 months earlier, Lenin, in his article A New Coup d'etat in Preparation, argued that the logic of the situation required Stolypin to radically rewrite the electoral laws. Again, if Lenin, like his mentors Marx and Engels, didn't always get the arithmetic correct, it's because he employed their method and not a crystal ball. And neither did he wishfully hope that Stolypin would act as he did, the time-worn charge that for Lenin the worse the better. To the contrary, he tried in that article to mount a campaign to prevent the regime from revamping the electoral laws, exactly because it wasn't inevitable that they could get away with it. For Lenin it was always about how to forge the worker-peasant alliance, the masses in their majority, for the bourgeois democratic revolution the necessary step for the socialist revolution, and having access to the Duma rostrum was critical in his strategy. Appendix A. Excerpt from Address of the Central Committee to the Communist League. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. London, March 1851. Brothers. In the 2 revolutionary years of 1848–49 the League proved itself in 2 ways. First, its members everywhere involved themselves energetically in the movement and stood in the front ranks of the only decisively revolutionary class, the proletariat, in the press, on the barricades and on the battlefields. The League further proved itself in that its understanding of the movement, as expressed in the circulars issued by the Congresses and the Central Committee of 1847 and in the Manifesto of the Communist Party, too, has been shown to be the only correct one, and the expectations expressed in these documents have been completely fulfilled. This, previously only propagated by the League in secret, is now on everyone's lips and is preached openly in the marketplace. At the same time, however, the formerly strong organization of the League has been considerably weakened. A large number of members who were directly involved in the movement thought that the time for secret societies was over and that public action alone was sufficient. The individual districts and communes allowed their connections with the Central Committee to weaken and gradually become dormant. So, while the Democratic Party, the party of the petty bourgeoisie, has become more and more organized in Germany, the Workers' Party has lost its only firm foothold, remaining organized at best in individual localities for local purposes. Within the general movement it has consequently come under the complete 172. Domination and leadership of the petty bourgeois Democrats. This situation cannot be allowed to continue, the independence of the workers must be restored. 2. To be able forcefully and threateningly to oppose this party, whose betrayal of the workers will begin with the very first hour of victory, the workers must be armed and organized. The whole proletariat must be armed at once with muskets, rifles, cannon, and ammunition, and the revival of the old-style citizens' militia, directed against the workers, must be opposed. Where the formation of this militia cannot be prevented, the workers must try to organize themselves independently as a proletarian guard, with elected leaders and with their own elected general staff. They must try to place themselves not under the orders of the state authority but of the revolutionary local councils set up by the workers. Where the workers are employed by the state, they must arm and organize themselves into special corps with elected leaders, or as a part of the proletarian guard. Under no pretext should arms and ammunition be surrendered. Any attempt to disarm the workers must be frustrated, by force if necessary. The destruction of the bourgeois Democrats' influence over the workers, and the enforcement of conditions which will compromise the rule of bourgeois democracy, which is for the moment inevitable, and make it as difficult as possible, these are the main points which the proletariat and therefore the League must keep in mind during and after the approaching uprising. 3. As soon as the new governments have established themselves, their struggle against the workers will begin. If the workers are to be able to forcibly oppose the democratic petty bourgeois, it is essential above all for them to be independently organized and centralized in clubs. At the soonest possible moment after the overthrow of the present governments, the Central Committee will come to Germany and will immediately convene a Congress, submitting to it the necessary proposals for the centralization of the workers' clubs under a directorate established at the movement's center of operations. The speedy organization of at least provincial connections between the workers' clubs is one of the prime requirements for the strengthening and development of the Workers' Party. The immediate result of the overthrow of the existing governments will be the election of a national representative body. Here the proletariat must take care. 1. That by sharp practices local authorities and government commissioners do not, under any pretext whatsoever, exclude any section of workers. 2. That workers' candidates are nominated everywhere in opposition to bourgeois democratic candidates. As far as possible they should be League members and their election should be pursued by all possible means. Even where there is no prospect of achieving their election, the workers must put up their own candidates to preserve their independence, to gauge their own strength and to bring their revolutionary position and party standpoint to public attention. They must not be led astray by the empty phrases of the Democrats, who will maintain that the workers' candidates will split the Democratic Party and offer the forces of reaction the chance of victory. All such talk means, in the final analysis, that the proletariat is to be swindled. The progress which the proletarian party will make by operating independently in this way is infinitely more important than the disadvantages resulting from the presence of a few reactionaries in the representative body. If the forces of democracy take decisive, terroristic action against the reaction from the very beginning, the reactionary influence in the election will already have been destroyed. Although the German workers cannot come to power and achieve the realization of their class interests without passing through a protracted revolutionary development, this time they can at least be certain that the first act of the approaching revolutionary drama will coincide with the direct victory of their own class in France and will thereby be accelerated. But they themselves must contribute most to their final victory, by informing themselves of their own class interests, by taking up their independent political position as soon as possible, by not allowing themselves to be misled by the hypocritical phrases of the democratic petty bourgeoisie into doubting for 1 minute the necessity of an independently organized party of the proletariat. Their battle cry must be, the permanent revolution. Appendix B. Sketch of a provisional revolutionary government. Setting: Tsarism in St. Petersburg struck down, the autocratic government overthrown, struck down but not utterly destroyed, not killed, not annihilated, not extirpated. 1. The provisional revolutionary government appeals to the people. Workers and peasants take the initiative. Complete freedom. The people organize their own lives. The government program equals full republican liberties, peasant committees for the complete reform of agrarian relations. The program of the Social Democratic Party is a thing standing by itself. Social Democrats in the provisional government equals people delegated, commissioned by the Social Democratic Party. Next, the Constituent Assembly. If the people have risen, they may second find themselves in the majority. Ergo, the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. Frantic resistance of evil forces. Civil war in full sweep. Annihilation of Tsarism. Organization of the proletariat grows, propaganda and agitation of the Social Democrats increases 10,000-fold. All the government printing presses, etc., etc. Mit der Grundlichkeit der Geschichtlichen Action Word Auch der Umfang der Massezunmen, deren Action sie ist. 3. The peasantry takes all agrarian relations, all the land, into its own hands. The nationalization becomes a fact. Tremendous growth of productive forces. The entire rural intelligentsia, all technical knowledge, is brought into action to increase agricultural production, to get rid of fettering influences. Gigantic development of capitalist progress. 176. War, the fort keeps changing hands. Either the bourgeoisie overthrows the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, or this dictatorship sets Europe aflame, and then. If we are to consider the question of revolutionary dictatorship from the standpoint of Marxism, we shall have to reduce it to an analysis of the struggle of the classes. Ergo, what major social forces should be taken into account? Ordre de bataille. The bureaucratic, military, and court elements stand for absolutism plus the unenlightened elements among the people. Degree of organization very high, maximum the more or less big, moderately liberal bourgeoisie. Degree of organization very slight, conflicts between the groupings inevitable, but all stand for a constitution even now, and still more so tomorrow. Ideological leaders in abundance, from among the officials, landlords, and journalists. The petty bourgeois and peasant section. Tens of millions. The people par excellence. Degree of organization minimum, greatest state of benightedness and disorganization. Their plight most desperate, they have most to gain directly from the revolution. The greatest instability. Democracy. Ideological leaders, a great number of democratic intellectuals. The socialist revolutionary type. The proletariat. Very high level of organization, and discipline, revolutionary minded. Critical attitude towards the petty bourgeoisie. Has fewer ideological leaders than all the others, only the social democratic intelligentsia and the educated social democratic workers. Compared with the preceding groups, numerically very much weaker, but Kampfähigkeit for very much stronger. Object of the struggle equals republic. Alpha absolutely against. Beta for a constitution, against the republic. Gamma in a revolutionary moment for the republic. Delta wholly and entirely for the republic. June, July 1905. Appendix C. Whom to elect to the State Duma. Citizens. See to it that the whole people clearly understands what the chief parties are that are fighting in the elections in St. Petersburg and what each of them strives for. 1. What are the three chief parties? The Black Hundreds, the Cadets, the Social Democrats. They are the Union of the Russian people, the Monarchists, the Party of Law and Order, the Union of October 17, the Commercial and Industrial Party, the Party of Peaceful Renovation. They are the Party of People's Freedom or Constitutional-Democratic Party, the Party of Democratic Reforms, the Radicals, etc. The Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. It is the party of the class-conscious workers of all the nationalities of Russia, of Russians, Lets, Poles, Jews, Ukrainians, Armenians, Georgians, Tatars, etc. Whose interests do the three chief parties defend? The Black Hundreds defend the present Tsarist government, they stand for the landlords, for the government officials, for the power of the police, for military courts, for pogroms. The Cadets defend the interests of the liberal bourgeois, the liberal landlords, merchants, and capitalists. The Cadets are a party of bourgeois lawyers, journalists, professors, and such like. The Social Democrats are the party of the working class, defending the interests of all the working and exploited people. 180. What do the three chief parties strive for? The Black Hundreds strive for the preservation of the old autocracy, the lack of rights of the people, the unlimited rule over it of the landlords, officials, and police. The Cadets strive for the transfer of power into the hands of the liberal bourgeoisie. The monarchy, by preserving the police and military regime, is to safeguard the capitalists' right to rob the workers and peasants. The Social Democrats strive for the transfer of all power into the hands of the people, i.e., a democratic republic. The Social Democrats need complete freedom in order to fight for socialism, for the emancipation of labor from the yoke of capital. What kind of freedom do the three chief parties want to give the people? The Black Hundreds do not give the people any freedom, any power. All power is for the Tsarist government. The rights of the people are, to pay taxes, to toil for the rich, to rot in jail. The Cadets want the kind of people's freedom which will be subordinated, firstly, to the upper chamber, i.e., to the landlords and capitalists, secondly, to the monarchy, i.e., the Tsar with the irresponsible police and armed forces. 1/3 of the power to the people, 1/3 to the capitalists and 1/3 to the Tsar. The Social Democrats want complete freedom and all power for the people, all officials to be elected, the soldiers to be freed from barrack servitude, and the organization of a free, people's militia. How do the three chief parties regard the peasants' demand for land? The Black Hundreds defend the interests of the feudal landlords. No land for the peasants. Only the rich to be allowed to buy land from the landlords by voluntary agreement. The Cadets want to preserve the landlord system of agriculture by means of concessions. They propose redemption payments by the peasants which already once before in 1861 ruined the peasants. The Cadets do not agree that the land question should be settled by local committees elected by universal, direct, and equal suffrage by secret ballot. The Social Democrats want to abolish our landlord system of agriculture. All land must be transferred to the peasants absolutely, without redemption payments. The land question must be settled by local committees elected by universal, direct, and equal suffrage by secret ballot. Citizens. Vote at the elections for candidates of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Social Democrats and the Trudovik Party's citizens. Anyone who wants to take an intelligent part in the elections to the State Duma must first of all clearly understand the difference between the three main parties. The Black Hundreds stand for pogroms and the violence of the Tsarist government. The Cadets stand for the interests of the liberal landlords and capitalists. The Social Democrats stand for the interests of the working class and all the working and exploited people. Anyone who wants to uphold intelligently the interests of the working class and all working people must know which party is really able most consistently and resolutely to defend these interests. What can the three chief parties achieve if their whole struggle is successful? The Black Hundreds, using every possible means of struggle, can cause the people to be finally ruined and all Russia subjected to the savagery of military courts and pogroms. The Cadets, using only peaceful means of struggle, can cause the pogromongers' government to buy off the big bourgeoisie and the rich in the countryside at the cost of petty concessions, while it will chase out the liberal chatterboxes for insufficiently servile speeches about the beloved, blameless, inviolable, constitutional monarch. The Social Democrats, using every possible means of struggle, including an uprising, can, with the aid of the politically conscious peasantry and urban poor, win complete freedom and all the land for the peasants. And with freedom, and with the help of the class-conscious workers of all Europe, the Russian Social Democrats can advance with rapid strides to socialism. Which parties claim to defend the interests of the working class and all working people? The Party of the Working Class, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, based on the standpoint of the class struggle of the proletariat. Trudovik parties, i.e., parties based on the standpoint of the small proprietor, the Socialist Revolutionary Party. The Trudovik Party and the non-party Trudoviks. 182. Whose interests do these parties actually defend? The interests of the proletarians, whose conditions of life deprive them of all hope of becoming proprietors and cause them to strive for completely changing the whole basis of the capitalist social system. The interests of the petty proprietors, who struggle against capitalist oppression, but who, owing to the very conditions of their life, strive to become proprietors, to strengthen their petty economy and to enrich themselves by means of trade and hiring labor. How steadfast are these parties in the great worldwide struggle of labor against capital? The Social Democrats cannot allow of any reconciliation of labor and capital. They organize the wage workers for a ruthless struggle against capital, for the abolition of private ownership of the means of production and for the building of socialist society. The toilers' parties dream of abolishing the rule of capital but, owing to the conditions of life of the petty proprietor, they inevitably waver between fighting jointly with the wage workers against capital and striving to reconcile workers and capitalists by the conversion of all the working people into petty proprietors, with equal division of land, or guaranteed credit, and so on. What can these parties achieve by completely fulfilling their ultimate aims? The conquest of political power by the proletariat and the conversion of capitalist into social, large-scale, socialist production. The equal distribution of land among petty proprietors and small peasants, in which case there will inevitably be a struggle between them again, giving rise to a division into rich and poor, workers and capitalists. What kind of freedom for the people are these parties trying to achieve in the present revolution? Complete freedom and full power for the people, i.e., a democratic republic, officials to be subject to election, the replacement of the standing army by universal arming of the people. Complete freedom and full power for the people, i.e., a democratic republic, officials to be subject to election, the replacement of the standing army by universal arming of the people. A combination of democracy, i.e., full power of the people, with the monarchy, i.e., with the power of the Tsar, police, and officials. This is just as senseless a desire and just as treacherous a policy as that of the liberal landlords, the cadets. Citizens, vote at the elections for candidates of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. November 23, 1906. What is the attitude of these parties to the peasants' demand for land? The Social Democrats demand the transfer of all the landlords' land to the peasants without any redemption payments. The Socialist Revolutionaries demand the transfer of all the landlords' land to the peasants without any redemption payments. The Trudovics demand the transfer of all the landlords' land to the peasants, but they allow redemption payments, which will ruin the peasants, so that this is just as treacherous a policy as that of the liberal landlords, the cadets. A critical review of the relevant literature. This book, consciously and intentionally, privileges Lenin's voice, and hopefully the reader who has read it appreciates that decision. For that reason I thought it best not to encumber the text, including the endnotes, with other voices. Now is the time to bring the Leninologists into the conversation, given how extensive and influential their literature and voice is. But in no way does this interrogation pretend to be exhaustive. The focus here is solely on those who speak to Lenin's electoral and parliamentary strategy and differ in one way or another with what I present. Admittedly, attention is given mainly to those with most visibility, and I recognize that I may have missed voices that didn't get the attention they deserve. What I cover here could easily become a standalone article or even maybe a book, but not at this time. If it ends up being no more than an outline, sketch, or even an inspiration for either, then it has served its purpose. The organization of this review follows the order of the subject matter of the book and prioritizes the literature alluded to in the endnotes in reference to the text. One body of literature neglected here, only for lack of language skills, is the Russian scholarship. What I can say is that I'm aware of its existence because it figures sometimes into the English language scholarship, which is often about correcting the heavy hand of Stalinist orthodoxy. Thus, in responding to the English language literature, I indirectly address at least some of the Russian language scholarship. Chapter 1. One thing, hopefully, this chapter has done is put to rest the long-standing myth as reiterated by David Lane in 1981, Marx and Engels were principally concerned with the anatomy and dynamics of capitalism. While they both believed that inherent laws governing the system would lead to the victory of the proletariat, they said very little about the tactics of the struggle. They provided no interpretation of the ways that the proletariat 186 had to be organized, or the kind of alliances which had to be arranged for the working class to become a ruling class. Lenin, however, was particularly concerned with these questions and with the political organization of the proletariat in Russia. 130 years later, Sherry Berman made a similar claim. Orthodox Marxism could not furnish them with a strategy for using their power to achieve any practical goals. Orthodox Marxism in general had little to say about the role of political organizations, since it considered economic forces rather than political activism to be the prime mover of history. To my book, Marx and Engels refutes this widely held but thoroughly disingenuous orthodoxy and, more pertinent here, its blinders to their electoral/parliamentary strategy and practice. 3. This chapter distills the relevant findings of the book. One of the striking things about most standard accounts of the history of European social democratic parties is the failure to acknowledge the critical role of Marx and Engels in their origins, as I document. A notable example is Stefano Bardolini's The Political Mobilization of the European Left, 1860 to 1980, which otherwise provides a thoughtful discussion about the ideological roots of those parties. For there is, however, an important exception to this myopia. Two heralded books of Adam Przeworski took seriously the pronouncements of the two founders of communism about electoral politics. 5. He argued, in fact, that the reformist outcome of European social democracy can be traced to their electoral strategy. Encouraging, as they did, working-class parties to enter the electoral/parliamentary arenas inevitably resulted in their class collaborationist character. As representatives of a minority layer of society, they were forced to attenuate their demands in order to win parliamentary seats. Przeworski's argument, which continues to be accepted as wisdom in political science, is based, however, on an egregious misrepresentation of Marx and Engels and a selective reading of the social democratic experience. I document in a 2010 article the numerous ways in which he distorted their texts, in at least one case putting words into Marx's mouth. 6. If Przeworski is to be believed, Marx and Engels, and not the subsequent leaders of social democracy, were responsible for its reformist outcome. And to try to make his case, Przeworski, in Paper Stones, offers apparently convincing evidence based on the actual record of those parties that such an outcome was unavoidable. But his is a selective reading of the evidence, because there is at least one social democratic party missing in his account, the party that Lenin led. This book, which details the Bolshevik experience in the electoral/parliamentary arena, is, as I could only suggest in my article, therefore a refutation of Przeworski's claims. Przeworski isn't alone in distorting Marx and Engels' electoral strategy. Others have done the same, especially when it comes to Engels. The latter is alleged to be the real author of social democratic reformism. An example is Manfred Steger's attempt, like that of Przeworski, to justify Bernstein's subsequent revisionism. See his Friedrich Engels and the Origins of German Revisionism, another look, in Steger and Terrell Carver, Engels after Marx. A more recent version of this tendency is Tristam Hunt's Marx's General, The Revolutionary Life of Friedrich Engels, 338-44. The evidence I provide in this chapter on Engels in his final years, especially his fight against opportunism, gives light to all such efforts to defang him. As for Marx and Engels' writings and activities in relation to the Russian movement, the last section of this chapter, the striking thing about the Marxological and Leninological literatures is the virtual absence of any mention of them. The reason, I suspect, has to do with the social democratic leanings of most of their authors, who have a vested interest in defending the alleged Chinese wall between Marx and Engels on one side and Lenin on the other. Why until now the dots between the former and the latter, specifically the making of the Bolshevik Revolution, have never been connected is therefore understandable. Chapter 2, Revolutionary Continuity. Lenin's Politics prior to 1905. Allowing Lenin to speak for himself as this book does stands in sharp contrast, as discussed in the conclusion to Ley 1917, to that of a classic Leninologist account, Alfred G. Meyer's Leninism, particularly Chapter 3, Democracy. While Meyer provides quotes from Lenin, easily 3/4 of the text is his voice to prove that Lenin wasn't really a Democrat despite what the quotes say. Meyer, I suspect, like so many of his kindred, is a victim of what I call in the post hoc fallacy, a tendency to read pre-October 1917 Lenin through the lens of what later occurred in the Soviet Union, that is, the Stalinist counter-revolution. Since he couldn't find the anti-democrat smoking gun in Lenin's words or actions prior to 1917, he had to invent it with his spin on the quotes he did provide. Robert Service's trilogy 3 decades later, Lenin, A Political Life, is also, like Meyer's Leninism, a selective reading of Lenin, but because of its length, it is more elaborate and informed. 7. He included, for example, a few lines from What the Friends of the People Are, but conveniently omitted any mention of Lenin's emboldened words Social Democrats and 188. Democracy. 8. Any evidence that Lenin took civil liberties seriously, as in his 1897 draft and explanation of a program for the Social Democratic Party, is also absent in Service's account. More important than the Leninological misrepresentations is Hal Draper's claim that Lenin himself misrepresented Marx and Engels' dictatorship of the proletariat, therefore facilitating the societal counter-revolution represented by Stalin. 9. If the Leninologist crowd hasn't found the smoking gun to make their case, then perhaps someone more capable and credible has. According to Draper, the dictatorship of the proletariat for Marx and Engels meant nothing more and nothing less than rule of the proletariat, the conquest of political power by the working class, the establishment of a workers' state in the immediate post-revolutionary period. 10. But Marx and Engels were not, as Draper seems to imply, interested in the proletariat's conquest of political power as an end in itself, but rather the use of that power to carry out socialist transformation. And the latter would require, as the manifesto of the Communist Party makes all so clear, despotic inroads on capital and its property, that is, the use of force. In 4 successive locations the manifesto, which, again, Lenin knew all so well, explicitly or indirectly sanctions the use of force. 11. To fault, as Draper does, Lenin for incorporating the use of force into his usage of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the misrepresentation charge is to engage in what the latter sometimes called pettifogging, or, perhaps more correctly, only a textual rather than a political analysis of what they meant by the term. Such a reading of Lenin, I argue, is what Draper is alluding to when he writes that Lenin's first take on the term is about the Plekhanov-type abrogation of democratic rights in specific situations and nothing else. 12. But Draper never addresses the more important political question that Lenin in the later context of the revolution of 1905-7 had to answer, whether despotic inroads includes the abrogation of democratic rights and therefore whether they are legitimate from a revolutionary point of view and one that Marx and Engels would have endorsed. Less important is Draper's other charge that Lenin's two-class dictatorship, specifically his democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, clashed with Marx and Engels' understanding of class politics. I disagree because, as I point out in my Marx and Engels, they promoted and defended the Revolutionary People's Alliance in the context of the 1848-49 upheavals, a coalition not unlike, I argue, Lenin's two-class dictatorship. 13. To say that it is not our present task, fortunately, to discuss the merits and demerits of the solution of Lenin's to the crucial problem of the Russian Revolution. Sounds like a cop-out that permits textual at the expense of political analysis. 14. Draper's failure to even acknowledge in what purports to be an exhaustive exposition of Lenin's views on the dictatorship of the proletariat, specifically the latter's most concrete defense of his formulation after its initial launching in 1905, his polemic with Martov in 1909-15 gives credence to such a characterization. It's worth noting in this context Lenin's disagreement rightly, in my opinion, with Engels' labeling of the Paris Commune as the dictatorship of the proletariat. 16. Exactly because Lenin had to function in the laboratory of the class struggle could he confidently do so, the only instance I know of in which he disagreed with either of the founders of the communist movement. Lenin the putschist is another favorite hobby horse of Lenin bashers. This calumny derives from their time-worn misrepresentation of how the Bolsheviks led the working class to power in October in 1917. It is in turn employed to search for the smoking gun in Lenin's background, the roots of his supposed propensity for a conspiratorial putschist minoritiled revolution. But if the actual record prior to 1917 doesn't yield such evidence, as the quotes I provide on his views on terrorism and armed struggle would suggest, then its employers are compelled to invent it exactly what service and figs do. While the former only hints at the culprit, 17, the latter spins a full-flung tale. The Russian revolutionary tradition of conspiratorial politics. Putschist tactics via the Narodniks, especially Peter Tikhakov, is what really informed Lenin's politics, his Marxist protestations notwithstanding. 18. Lars Lih, who devotes 6 pages to the allegation, rightly concludes that the idea that Lenin used Tikhakov as a reliable guide to ongoing political decisions in 1904-5 or any other time is totally absurd. 19. When it comes to Lenin's party-building project, Leninology gets quite creative. About his first take on the subject, the tasks of the Russian Social Democrats, service rights. He urged Social Democrats to set about the education, disciplining and organization of the proletariat. The imagery is trenchantly hierarchical, it bursts through all the qualifying language of the sentences around it. Discipline was always a key theme in his thought. 20 But rather than reproduce the qualifying language of the sentences around what Lenin actually wrote, as I do in presenting the text, Service offers his own qualifying language. Here is the complete sentence that Lenin wrote: think that the fight against the autocracy must consist not in organizing conspiracies, but in educating, disciplining, and organizing the proletariat, in political agitation among the workers which denounces every 190 manifestation of absolutism, which pillories all the knights of the police government and compels this government to make concessions. 21 Not quite the trenchantly hierarchical tone that Service imputes. But innuendo isn't sufficient for Service. When the counterfactuals are all too evident, he suffers a bout of myopia. Lenin, in his Our Immediate Task, posed two key questions about how to reconcile rank-and-file control from below with the need for a centralized party in the context of near-absolutist Tsarist Russia, both of which I reproduce in full. In this instance, Service is especially duplicitous. Not only does he conveniently ignore the second question, but he baldly misrepresents what Lenin actually wrote, but significantly, left his cumbersome phrased question unanswered. 22 As the reader can easily verify in Chapter 2, pages 24 to 25, Lenin offered very concrete proposals on how to answer both questions, suggestions that, again, challenge the standard Leninological portrait of him as the domineering ogre who sought to impose his program on the working class. Lenin the ogre and the related Lenin the Jacobin have their origin in the aftermath of the historic Second Congress of the RSDLP in 1903, which resulted in the Bolshevik-Menshevik split. Both Trotsky and Luxemburg were their original authors, Trotsky in particular, as his biographer Isaac Deutscher convincingly documents. 23 Both polemicized against Lenin's book, One Step Forward, Two Steps Back, his assessment of the Congress and defense of his position. Only in April 1917 did Trotsky put away his differences with Lenin, certainly on the organizational question, and join forces with him. As for what had been his position vis-a-vis that of Lenin, its profound erroneousness, he wrote in 1941, had been long ago demonstrated both in theory and practice. 24 There is no evidence that Luxemburg, unlike Trotsky, reconsidered her stance. In his response to her criticism of his book, Lenin argued that she misunderstood his approach to party organizing. 25 Which lends credence to Lars Lih's argument that she actually never read the book. 26 Perhaps the most egregious example of misrepresentation in the annals of Leninology was performed by Bertram Wolff in his Three Who Made a Revolution. 27 After having begun for about 100 pages somewhat objectively about Lenin, or at least pretending to, Wolff had his supposed aha moment, the proverbial smoking gun at last found. Buried in Lenin's polemic about the 1903 RSDLP conference, One Step Forward, Two Steps Back, was the incriminating evidence. In it, page unspecified, Wolff alleges that centralism becomes a revolutionary virtue per se for all lands and all circumstances of struggle. One looks in vain in for what was in the preceding works, some tribute to the desirability and corrective and educative force of democracy. On the contrary, bureaucratism versus democratism, i.e. precisely centralism versus autonomy, such is the organizational principle of revolutionary social democracy as against that of the opportunists. The latter principle strives to go from below upward, and therefore defends as far as possible and wherever possible autonomy and democracy. But the organizational principle of revolutionary social democracy strives to go from the top downward, and defends the enlargement of the rights and plenary powers of the central against the parts. This, Wolff explains, is the most naked expression of faith in hierarchy and distrust of democracy to be found in all of Lenin's writings. Only the isolation from the criticism of equals and the stubborn tendency to cherish most what was most under attack could have wrung from him such an extreme statement. When we seek to understand the Russian state after Lenin came to power, and when we watch the formation of the Communist International, we shall have to keep this one-sided utterance in mind, for it takes an authoritarian party to make an authoritarian state. 28 There, according to Wolff, is the key to understanding the Stalinist counter-revolution that came in the wake of the Bolshevik triumph in 1917. This uncharacteristic extreme statement of Lenin in praise of centralism and hierarchy and of distrust in democracy. I leave aside the pitfalls in Wolff's reductionist argument about the reasons for the Stalinist counter-revolution, an issue I address in Chapter 3 in Lenin's electoral strategy from 1907 to the Revolution of October 1917, the ballot, the streets, or both. The focus here is on the smoking gun that he claimed to have found. Let's look now at what Lenin actually wrote, the full paragraph, and this time with the page numbers. I embolden what Wolff selected from the original, taking into account different translations. Perhaps the only attempt to analyze the concept bureaucracy is the distinction drawn in the new Iskra between the formal democratic principle and the formal bureaucratic principle. This distinction contains a grain of truth. Bureaucracy versus democracy is in fact centralism versus autonomism. It is the organizational principle of revolutionary social democracy as opposed to the organizational principle of opportunist social democracy. The latter strives to proceed from the bottom upward, and, therefore, wherever possible and as far as possible, upholds autonomism and democracy, carried to the point of 192. Anarchism. The former strives to proceed from the top downward, and upholds an extension of the rights and powers of the center in relation to the parts. In the period of disunity and separate circles, this top from which revolutionary social democracy strove to proceed organizationally was inevitably one of the circles, the one enjoying most influence by virtue of its activity and its revolutionary consistency. In the period of the restoration of actual party unity and dissolution of the obsolete circles in this unity, this top is inevitably the Party Congress. As the supreme organ of the party, the Congress as far as possible includes representatives of all the active organizations, and, by appointing the central institutions, makes them the top until the next Congress. Such, at any rate, is the case among the social democratic Europeans, although little by little this custom, so abhorrent in principle to anarchists, is beginning to spread not without difficulty and not without conflicts and squabbles to the social democratic Asiatics. 29. Let's cut to the chase. The top that Lenin was referring to and what Wolff inexcusably omitted was the Party Congress, that is, the representative body of the local organizations and committees and in power until the next Congress. In countries that enjoyed greater political liberty, the Congress was composed of democratically elected delegates from the local level. Thus the centralization that Lenin fought for was the kind of organizational structure that existed in virtually all social democratic parties. At the heart of the fight with the autonomists was their desire to maintain or reluctance to give up the local sovereignty that they had long been accustomed to exercising and not yield to the sovereignty of a higher body, that is, the Party Congress. Only an honest reading of Lenin's words, all of them, conveys what he actually meant. As far as I can determine, this is the first published exposure of Wolff's legerdemain. Even Paul Leblanc, in his sympathetic account about Lenin and the Revolutionary Party, and which makes a number of critical references about Wolff's book, missed his machinations. It can't be overstated how influential the book was from its appearance in 1948, and it is still in print. It was greeted with accolades by luminaries such as Arthur Schlesinger Jr., Edmund Wilson, and Isaiah Berlin, and was for decades required reading on many a university course syllabus. Again, because Wolff was a former insider, a functionary for Stalin, it gave his account credibility that none other had ever had. Note, also, what makes Wolff's accusation effective feigned surprise at what he supposedly discovered, in such contrast to what was in preceding works that gave tribute to the desirability and corrective and educative force of democracy. Wolf's tenure as a staffer in Comintern makes it hard to resist recalling the title of Trotsky's instructive book about the organization's modus operandi, The Stalinist School of Falsification. If anyone could distort the real Lenin, Wolf had the requisite credentials and skills. I suspect that the reason Wolf hasn't been detected until now is that his claim sounds credible given the mainstream narrative informed by a post hoc reading of the Russian Revolution. Chapter 3, The Dress Rehearsal and the First Duma. J.L. Keep claims that Lenin was exultant at the dissolution of the First Duma, and to many of his hearers the course which Lenin now recommended savored of Blanquism. 30 By the latter, Keep was referring to Lenin's call for the need to make preparations for a possible military confrontation with the regime. And consistent with Keep's Blanquist characterization of Lenin, the latter advised the Social Democratic deputies against trying to make contact with the electorate. Nothing could be further from the truth, as the evidence I provide, and what Keep is silent about, for Lenin's strategy for the RSDLP fraction shows. It was the regime that went to extraordinary lengths to prevent contact between the two. Keep betrays more confusion when he writes that Lenin warned the workers with uncharacteristic caution not to strike until they were fully prepared, urging instead the formation of special committees to mobilize the peasants. 31 Only for those like Keep who didn't understand Lenin's politics was it uncharacteristic to advise revolutionary restraint. It is possible to read, as Keep does, inconsistency into Lenin's tactics regarding the dissolution, but only if one ignores that by end of the First Duma, as I think the evidence demonstrates and as Lenin admits, the institution had in fact despite his initial skepticism been of use. So the idea that he was exultant about its dissolution only makes sense if he hadn't changed his mind. Thus Keep is in a quandary in trying to explain why Lenin opposed boycott of the elections to the Second Duma. He, according to Keep, seemed unsure of this position and took refuge in vague contradictory definitions of the new course. Perhaps the most plausible explanation of his change of tactics is that, although he was now aware of the improbability of an uprising in the near future, he dared not admit in public what he recognized in private. 32 That is, Lenin the devious. The contradictions reside only in Keep's reformist brain, which 194. Couldn't understand Lenin's revolutionary utilitarian or, better, Marxist approach to the electoral/parliamentary process. Keep's real sympathies are revealed in his final comments about Lenin. Insofar as Lenin's deliberate policy of exposing the cadets helped to alienate popular support from the assembly and facilitate its dissolution, his tactics toward the First State Duma in 1906 may be said to have foreshadowed his own forcible dissolution of the Constituent Assembly in 1918. 33 Not only did Lenin's actions in 1906 undermine Russia's first experiment with liberal democracy, we're told, but they explain the Stalinist counter-revolution that came in the wake of Lenin's death. 2 birds with one stone, and how convenient. Figs, 40 years later, at least recognizes that the cadets were their own worst enemies and didn't need a Lenin to blame. Lenin's electoral strategy from 1907 to the October Revolution of 1917. The ballot, the streets, or both. August H. Nimtz. Contents. Preface. Acknowledgements. 1. Legal and illegal work, the Third Duma. Preparing for the Third Duma. The Third Duma convenes to organize social democratic parliamentarism in Russia on a different basis. 2. To prepare for a new Russian Revolution, the Fourth Duma. Lenin in campaign mode. The Duma convenes. Prelude to the Great War. 3. The Great War, 1917, and beyond. The Duma fraction and anti-war work. From February to October. After October. Conclusion. An overview of the evidence and 4 arguments. Toward an explanation of the silences. So what? Or, today's reality. Appendix A, the 5th Conference of the RSDLP. Practical instructions on voting for the budget by the Social Democratic Group in the Duma. Appendix B, Conference of the Extended Editorial Board of Proletary. Speech and draft resolution on the tasks of the Bolsheviks in relation to Duma activity. Appendix C, Explanatory note of the draft of the main grounds of the bill on the 8-hour working day. 2. Appendix D, the 6th All-Russia Conference of the RSDLP. Elections to the 4th Duma. Appendix E, the election platform of the RSDLP. Appendix F, the National Equality Bill. A bill for the abolition of all disabilities of the Jews and of all restrictions on the grounds of origin or nationality. Appendix G, the Petrograd City Conference of the RSDLP. Resolution on the municipal question. Appendix H, excerpt from the Constituent Assembly elections and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Appendix I, Second Congress of the Communist International, 1920. 1. The New Epoch and the New Parliamentarism. 2. Communism, the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the utilization of bourgeois parliaments. 3. Revolutionary parliamentarism. A critical review of the relevant literature. Chapter 1, Legal and Illegal Work, the Third Duma. Chapter 2, To Prepare for a New Russian Revolution, the Fourth Duma. Chapter 3, The Great War, 1917, and Beyond. Conclusion. Notes. Preface. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Conclusion. Appendix A. Appendix B. Appendix C. Appendix D. Appendix E. Appendix F. Appendix G. Appendix H. Appendix I. A critical review of the relevant literature. Preface. This volume completes the narrative that began in Lenin's electoral strategy from Marx and Engels through the Revolution of 1905, the ballot, the streets, or both, a narrative informed by 4 arguments. 1. The first is that no one did more to utilize the electoral and parliamentary arenas for revolutionary ends than Vladimir I Lenin. The second argument is that Lenin's position on the streets versus the ballot box, no, it wasn't either / or was squarely rooted in the politics of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Third, the historic split in international Marxism between communism and social democracy was long in place before the guns of August 1914 exploded, owing in large part to 2 very different conceptions of how Marxists should comport themselves in the electoral / parliamentary arenas, with Lenin on one side and what would become 20th century social democracy on the other side. The last claim is that the Head Start program the founders of the modern communist movement gave Lenin on electoral politics goes a long way toward explaining why the Bolsheviks, rather than any other political current, were hegemonic in October 1917. When Russia's toilers took to the streets at the beginning of 1905 to challenge the 300-year-old rule of the Romanov dynasty, Lenin was soon given the opportunity to apply lessons distilled by Marx and Engels on the revolutionary usage of the electoral process. Forced to make concessions to the masses in motion, Tsar Nicholas II, Europe's last absolute monarch, did what his predecessors had never done: institute tentative steps toward representative democracy. But Russia's first parliamentary experiment was born with handcuffs that limited its powers. While the Liberal Constitutional Democratic Party, or Cadets, was willing to take part in the democratically hobbled national parliament, Lenin's party, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, was ambivalent. The divide that surfaced soon after its birth in 1903 between the Bolshevik wing to which Lenin belonged and the Menshevik wing to which Georgy Plekhanov, the titular founder of Russian social democracy and Lenin's one-time mentor, belonged, manifested itself on this question. The latter agreed to participate in the elections to the Duma but not to take their seats if elected. The Bolsheviks, in contrast, called for a complete boycott, a stance that Lenin reluctantly agreed to. But when the Duma convened in April 1906, he immediately embraced the 18 Menshevik deputies who were elected in order to influence their conduct as a party group or fraction in what would be Russia's first state Duma. Russia's first experiment in representative governance lasted only 3 months. Granted, under duress, Nicholas felt less pressure to keep the Duma in place as the revolutionary mobilizations unleashed in 1905 began to subside in the spring of 1906. Though always willing to accommodate themselves to Nicholas, the Cadets, the largest bloc of the almost 500 deputies in the Duma, increasingly constituted a thorn in the side of the monarchy. The land question was the unbridgeable divide. Any attempts by the cadets, however feeble, to ameliorate the deplorable position that the mass of peasants faced were seen by the landlord class, at whose head stood the Tsar, as a mortal threat to their interests. Hence Nicholas's implacable resistance to any kinds of reforms intransigence that the cadets bent to. Lenin did all he could to encourage the RSDLP's Duma fraction to expose the prevarications of the cadets on the land question as well as other issues. The pronouncements of Peter Struve, a cadet leader and one-time Marxist, were special targets of his polemics. Lenin's intent, utilizing the rostrum of the Duma, was to convince the peasants, represented by the Trudovik deputies, that only the proletariat and not the liberals were their real allies. But if the cadets were prone to bend to Nicholas etal, the Mensheviks were prone to bend to the cadets. They concurred with Lenin and the Bolsheviks that a bourgeois and not a socialist revolution was on the immediate agenda in Russia, but they disagreed, profoundly, on which bourgeois layer to look to for that revolutionary project. Whereas Plekhanov and the Mensheviks were prone to look to the liberal bourgeoisie that the cadets sought to represent, Lenin insisted that it was with the peasantry that Russia's proletariat should seek to forge an alliance for making the bourgeois democratic revolution. Toward that end he waged, much to the consternation of the Mensheviks, an incessant campaign to expose the democratic shortcomings of the cadets. While the latter were willing to compromise with Nicholas on the land question, the Trudovik deputies were increasingly less inclined to do so, a difference that Lenin, through his efforts to influence the RSDLP deputies, did all he could to deepen. Nicholas aided and abetted this effort because he wasn't willing to grant the few crumbs that the cadets had called for. He'd had enough of the democratic experiment. On July 8, 1906, the monarch sent the Duma packing but called for a new one to convene in February the following year. Unlike for the first Duma, Lenin decided that the Bolsheviks should not boycott the elections to the Second Duma and waged a campaign to get his wing of the RSDLP on board. Once they did, at least the majority, the task then was to conduct an election campaign that upheld the principle of independent working-class political action. That proved to be a challenge because of Menshevik/cadet claims that a vote for the RSDLP would split the left/progressive vote and allow the most reactionary party, the Black Hundreds, to be elected. Only a vote for the cadets, the lesser of the evils, as the Mensheviks argued, could prevent that outcome. Lenin crunched the numbers and spilled a lot of ink to dispute that claim. He also insisted on fidelity to the decision adopted at the RSDLP 1906 Congress that only in the second round of elections could the party enter into electoral blocks, and then only with the Trudoviks and the peasant-oriented Socialist Party, the Socialist Revolutionaries. The election results, Lenin felt, vindicated his intransigence. The Second Duma, as Lenin foresaw, was more to the left than the first, setting the stage for another confrontation between the Crown and Russia's democratic opening. He immediately sought to provide leadership for the 65 RSDLP deputies. He constantly resisted the Menshevik wing of the party and the Duma fraction, most of whom were Mensheviks that wanted to collaborate with the Liberal Cadet Party. His goal, largely fulfilled in the end, was to win the peasant Duma deputies away from the cadets toward the Bolshevik perspective. The agrarian and budget questions figured significantly in Lenin's strategy, which involved hands-on assistance to the Bolshevik Duma deputies. His success was a factor in the dissolution of the Second Duma by the Tsar and his Prime Minister, Peter Stolypin, on June 3, 1907, registering the end of the Russian Spring. The accompanying arrest of the 55 RSDLP Duma deputies underscored that fact. Last, a byproduct of the fight with the Mensheviks over electoral blocks and the comportment of the RSDLP's Duma fraction was the beginning of the codification of the norms of democratic centralism. Chapter 1 of this volume, Legal and Illegal Work, the Third Duma, begins with Lenin's response to the regime's decree for convening a Third Duma, which lasted from 1907 to 1912. The ukase, which authorized even more undemocratic elections, provoked a major debate within the Bolsheviks that lasted for 4 years to boycott or not to boycott the elections and the Duma. Another long-lasting debate had to do with how to make the Duma party group more accountable to the party. Lenin, who led the argument against boycotters, also had to debate those who effectively wanted to withdraw the Duma party group because of its initial missteps. To be convincing about the need for a Duma party group, he had to provide more hands-on leadership, including, for example, the writing of their speeches. Throughout these debates was the much-related issue of how to ensure that the party functioning underground in a police state made democratic decisions to which the Duma group would be held accountable. But that required a unified party, which the RSDLP certainly was not. Two mainly Bolshevik leadership meetings in Paris between 1908 and 1909 resulted in the 18-member party fraction being more politically effective. By the end of the Third Duma in June 1912, the RSDLP, with Lenin in the lead, had made major gains in the art of doing legal and illegal work simultaneously and thus challenging those party members, the liquidators, who called for an end to illegal work. Elections to the Fourth Duma in 1912 took place in the context of a revival of the revolutionary movement, the theme with which Chapter 2, to prepare for a new Russian Revolution, the Fourth Duma, commences. Despite the still in place undemocratic election procedures, the RSDLP won 13 seats, equally divided between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, to the new Duma. In the Third Duma the Mensheviks had been dominant in the fraction. This chapter describes the election campaign, particularly the gains the Bolsheviks made among the working class at the expense of the Mensheviks, foreshadowing Bolshevik success in 1917. The critical role of their newspaper Pravda in organizing the Duma party group and publicizing its activities is also detailed. Bolshevik success came despite, first, the actual and later formal split in the Duma party group between them and the Mensheviks, second, the fact, unbeknownst to them, that the head of their Duma party group was a police agent, and, last, the arrest of their party group once Russia entered the First World War due to their anti-war activities. In all this, Lenin's leadership was indispensable. During this period the already existent differences between his approach to doing electoral work and those of Western European social democracy became increasingly clear. The two quite different votes on funding the war in August 1914 by the Russian Duma deputies in contrast to Social Democrats in Western European parliaments dramatically registered this fact. A new revolutionary situation opened with the overthrow of the monarchy in February 1917, which saw almost immediately the revival of the Soviets. Chapter 3, The Great War, 1917, and Beyond, details Lenin's arguments and actions in defense of Soviet governance as a democratic form of representative government in the tradition of the Paris Commune, superior to that of the Duma and the provisional government leading up to the October Revolution and afterward. It reveals that he was flexible on the question prior to October and helped organize Bolshevik participation in elections to Dumas at the municipal level. The circumstantial evidence is that such involvement was crucial in explaining the Bolshevik-led triumph in 1917. I claim to have connected, for the first time, the dots between the revolutionary politics of Marx and Engels and the strategy and tactics that Lenin employed, through the utilization of the electoral and parliamentary arenas, for successfully leading the Bolshevik triumph both in October and afterward. While strongly defending Soviet governance after October, Lenin argued against revolutionaries in other countries who dismissed participation in bourgeois democratic parliaments. His left-wing communism, an infantile disorder, is given special attention, because he argued that Bolshevik experience in Duma work was indispensable for its success in October 1917. Finally, this chapter looks at what happened to Lenin's electoral strategy after his death with the Stalinist counter-revolution in the Soviet Union and the consequences for the Communist or Third International. In the conclusion, I summarize the narrative in both volumes and then interrogate the four arguments around which it is woven to see if the evidence I present is convincing. I then speculate on and offer an explanation for why this most outstanding and easily accessible dimension of Lenin's politics has received so little attention from either friends or foes. Last, I return to the opening theme and rationale of the book, that is, its relevancy for current politics. Does Lenin have anything to offer present-day activists such as those in Tahrir Square? I employ a just published book, The Question of Strategy, Socialist Register 2013, a series of essays about current political movements/developments around the world, to do just that. A recurrent theme in many of the essays is exactly the dilemma that Lenin addressed to participate in and/or abstain from the electoral arena. I argue that virtually all the 24 authors and editors, a number of whom are on the front lines of struggle, would benefit from knowing about Lenin's Marxist electoral strategy. Acknowledgements. I want to recognize and thank the many people who helped to make this book possible, roughly in the order in which they provided assistance. First, to the volunteers who put and maintain online the Lenin collected works, to whom I'm truly indebted. Not only did their labor facilitate the production of the book, but it makes it easier for readers to verify my citations. For those I know personally, Sergio Valverde, a PhD student in my Department of Political Science at the University of Minnesota, gave me the first opportunity to present the project in a public setting at the Minnesota Political Theory Colloquium he organized in the fall of 2011. The feedback I received was most valuable, especially from my colleague Elizabeth Beaumont. What I say about the outcome of the Russian Revolution in Chapter 3 in the second volume and how to position Lenin in relation to it is in many ways a response to the thoughtful questions she raised. About a year later, Linda Hoover organized a group presentation for the Minnesota Marxist Book Club where I was able to share what I'd written, about half of the manuscript, with her, Michael Livingston, Dean Gunderson, and Amit Singh. That too was quite rewarding, not only on matters of content relevant to activists in that milieu, but also on stylistic issues I hadn't considered. In the meantime, Bob Braxton, a longtime acquaintance with editorial and revolutionary political experience, volunteered to give me feedback on the first 3 chapters in the first volume. His advice and suggestions, for which I'm forever grateful, have informed the subsequent chapters in various ways. Joseph Townsend also provided invaluable editorial input on the 4 chapters in the first volume as well as raising important questions about formulations in the manuscript that required clarification to make for a more readable narrative. And to Karl Voss, who read the preface and conclusion, the rumors about your superb editing skills were indeed true. No one was more helpful in pointing me toward the mainstream literature I interrogate in a critical review of the relevant literature than Theo Stavrow, distinguished professor of Russian history at the University of Minnesota. Another colleague, Bud Duvall, took time from his very busy schedule as chair of the Department of Political Science to help me think through the logic of my 4th argument as I was writing the conclusion. Last, to my longtime comrade and companion, Natalie Johnson Morrison, the best of the working class, whose constant injunction was to make this accessible to the working class, your forbearance and patience will forever be appreciated. Of course, I am ultimately responsible for what found its way into the book, but without the supportive and ever-watchful staff at Palgrave Macmillan, that would not have been possible. Chapter 1. Legal and Illegal Work. The Third Duma. Unlike its 2 predecessors, the Third Duma completed its full term, from its convening in November 1907 to its scheduled dissolution in June 1912. It proved to be pre-revolutionary Russia's longest uninterrupted experience with parliamentary government and thus Russian social democracies as well. Also, unlike its predecessors, it was the product of the revolution's defeat. That fact more than any other determined its origins and its course. Lenin had to mount an even more vigorous campaign to convince his Bolshevik comrades to participate in a body that offered even fewer possibilities for revolutionary work. Contrary to the claims of a vocal minority, the choice wasn't either parliamentary or illegal work. Both, Lenin argued, not only could be done but indeed had to be done in order to make effective the work in each sphere of activity. What Lenin had to do to win the skeptics to his position is the subject of this chapter. Preparing for the Third Duma. Prime Minister Peter Stolypin's new electoral law, just as Lenin had forecasted, was crafted to render a Duma more to his liking or, as its chief architect put it, to tear the State Duma from the hands of the revolutionaries, to assimilate it to the historical institutions, to bring it into the state system. To try, on the basis of a new law, to distill from Russia's chaos those elements in which there lived a feeling for the Russian state system, and from them to create the Duma as an organ for the re-education of society. Once most Bolsheviks were won to taking part in the rigged elections for the Third Duma, the next task was to achieve clarity about what was expected of revolutionary social democracy in a decidedly more reactionary legislative arena. Against boycott. In June 1907 they were the majority among the Bolsheviks. But proletariat campaigned continuously against the boycott. To that most Bolsheviks, especially those in Moscow, didn't want to take part in the Third Duma required that Lenin be at his persuasive best. His key weapon in the campaign was a 32-page pamphlet, against boycott. Central to his argument, presented in a very pedagogical and non-polemical tone, was context and historical contingency. Simply put, the boycott was a tactic appropriate in some situations and not others. In the specific context of Russia's first revolution, the boycott of the regime's proposed Bulygin Duma was a necessity. As long as it was possible to set up representative institutions of a purely revolutionary type, Soviets of workers' deputies, etc., in place of the representative institutions of the police liberal type, everything, including the boycott of the latter, had to be employed to ensure the institution of the former. Point 3. The more difficult task, Lenin recognized, was determining the rhythm of a revolution, its ascent and descent, and thus knowing what measures and slogans to employ in its different phases. Regarding the previous 30 months, once the phase of upswing had ended and the phase of decline had set in, the boycott, he argued, was no longer useful. One measure of the upswing was that it expanded the movement instead of reducing it. An even more important indicator was that the slogans of the revolutionaries not only evoked a response but actually lagged behind the march of events, for that was no longer the case, he pointed out. Now we are at a period of a lull in the revolution when a whole series of calls systematically met with no response among the masses. That is what happened with the call to sweep away the Wit Duma, with the call for an uprising after the dissolution of the First Duma, with the call for struggle in answer to the dissolution of the Second Duma and the coup d'état of June 3, 1907. 5. To call for a boycott more specifically, an active boycott in such a climate made no sense. While Lenin continued to defend the boycott of the Wit or First Duma, it's possible to read this knowing that he reluctantly went along with it as an implicit admission that it was inappropriate given that the downswing had begun. The failure to prevent its convening should have made that clear. What about the contention of some boycotters that unlike the First and Second Dumas, the Third would be qualitatively worse and thus offer no opportunities for social democratic participation? Lenin objected. The first two Dumas proved in fact to be only steps to the Octoberist Duma, yet we utilized them for the simple and modest purpose for which we shall always contrive to utilize even the worst representative institutions. A speech in the Duma will not cause any revolution, and propaganda in connection with the Duma is not distinguished by any particular merits, but the advantage that social democracy can derive from the one and the other is not less, and sometimes even greater, than that derived from a printed speech or a speech delivered at some other gathering. Action inevitably drove us and will continue to drive us constantly into worse and worse quasi-constitutional institutions. Always and everywhere we shall uphold our convictions and advocate our views, always insisting that no good can be expected as long as the old regime remains, as long as it is not wholly eradicated. We shall prepare the conditions for a new upswing, and until it takes place, and in order that it may take place, we shall work still harder and not launch slogans which have meaning only when the revolution is on the upswing. Point 6. Lenin concluded by addressing the strongest and only Marxist arguments in favor of a boycott. That they found support among the comrades who stand closest to direct proletarian work had to be taken seriously. Weren't there signs, they contended, of a revival of the revolution, and couldn't the boycott slogan be used to assist in that process? Again, Lenin disagreed. First, it was necessary to recognize that there was in fact a protracted lull in the revolution, and for very good reason the proletariat has not recovered. Indeed, the brunt of the October-December struggle was borne by the proletariat alone. No wonder that in a country with the smallest percentage of proletarian population, the proletariat should have found itself utterly exhausted by such a struggle. Second, while there was certainly evidence of an upswing, particularly the strikes of textile workers in Moscow, the reason for strong boycott sentiment among Bolsheviks there, it was only a partial one and not enough of a justification to issue a call to boycott the Third Duma. Third, there was no evidence of the kind of sentiment that existed leading up to the First Duma. One believes in the Third Duma, i.e., among the strata of population that are capable of sustaining the democratic movement there is not and cannot be any of that enthusiasm for the constitutional institution of the Third Duma that undoubtedly existed among the public at large for the First Duma, for the first attempts in Russia to set up any kind of institutions provided they were constitutional. A boycott slogan now, therefore, sounds rather odd. Last, the main task now was to act to convert the partial upswing into a general upswing. 7. Against boycott constitutes Lenin's first balance sheet on the tactics of the revolutionary process in which he was a participant and constitutes a key document in his arsenal. Given the substantive issue around which it was weaved, it is evidence for the central claim of this book, namely, that the electoral and parliamentary arenas were at the center of his politics. That he also drew on the lessons of Marx and Engels, particularly the revolutions of 1848-49, which can be only noted here to make his case, is evidence also for one of the four arguments of this book. 2 weeks after the publication of Against Boycott, a delegated meeting of the St. Petersburg branch of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party met in Terryhoki, Finland, to take a position on whether to participate in the Third Duma. Lenin presented his 2-page thesis that distilled his argument while highlighting and elaborating on the what is to be done question. Again, the immediate task was to convert what was essentially a trade union upswing in Moscow and its environs into a revolutionary assault. Only when the efforts of the Social Democrats in this direction have been crowned with success, only on the basis of an aggressive revolutionary movement that has already come into existence, can the boycott slogan acquire serious importance in its inseparable connection with a direct appeal to the masses for an armed uprising, for the overthrow of the Tsarist regime, and the replacement of the latter by a provisional revolutionary government, for the convocation of a constituent assembly on the basis of universal, direct, and equal suffrage by secret ballot. 8. The boycott as a tactic, therefore, was not to be abandoned but to be utilized at the right moment. The majority of the delegates rejected the boycottist theses submitted by Lev Kamina and voted for Lenin's position to take part in the Third Duma, testimony to the power of his argument and persuasive skills. 9. Lenin's advice anticipated in many ways decisions that would have to be taken about representative institutions in the heady days after February 1917. A week later, in a more secure location in Finland, Kotka, a delegated conference of the entire party met to debate and decide how to relate to the Third Duma. 3 resolutions were put to a vote: Lenin's theses, one presented by the Menshevik leader Fedor Dan, which also called for participation, and a third, that of another Bolshevik, Alexander Bogdanov, which called for a boycott. Lenin's resolution carried, once again. Only in hindsight would it be clear that the division within the Bolshevik ranks portended an eventual split. Though there is no mention of it in the extant real-time debate about whether or not to boycott the Third Duma elections, there was probably another issue that figured into the mix. Referring to a problem with a member of the Fourth Duma fraction, Lenin, a decade later, made an admission, following the unfortunate experience with several deputies from the First and Second State Dumas: "We were not surprised that the high title of State Duma member turned people's heads and sometimes ruined them." 10. Evidently, some of the RSDLP deputies took their posts in the First and Second Dumas far more seriously than warranted, at least from a revolutionary communist perspective, and compromised their politics. Thus Lenin, in trying to convince the Bolshevik doubters about the need to participate in the Duma, probably had another hurdle to overcome. In anticipation of the guns of August, Engels, in 1882, cautioned the newly emerging working-class parties in Europe against forming a new international: they should wait for the appropriate moment. Such events are already taking shape in Russia, where the avant-garde of the revolution will be going in battle 11. The two-decade delay in that battle explains, in part, why his advice wasn't heeded. By the time of his death in 1895, just such an organization was coming into existence, the Socialist or Second International. The German party, with the largest membership and biggest successes in the electoral arena, was widely recognized by then as its flagship affiliate. The RSDLP joined the organization after its founding, and in August 1907 Lenin was one of its delegates to its 7th Congress in Stuttgart. On a whole, as he later told the readers of Proletary, the Stuttgart Congress brought into sharp contrast the opportunist and revolutionary wings of the international social democratic movement on a number of cardinal issues, and decided these issues in the spirit of revolutionary Marxism. 12. In a more detailed article, and to a larger audience, he was more specific. The remarkable and sad feature in this connection was that German social democracy, which hitherto had always upheld the revolutionary standpoint in Marxism, proved to be unstable, or took an opportunist stand. On most issues, the representatives of Germany were leaders of opportunism. He quoted a comment Engels made in 1886 about the German party to explain this development: in Germany everything becomes Philistine in calm times. 13. The absence of a revolutionary situation in Germany, in other words, enabled opportunism, an insight worth revisiting. The agenda item that immediately revealed the sad feature was the colonial question. With George Vollmer Exhibit A for Engels's critique of revisionism in the party 14 and Edouard Bernstein in the lead, the German delegation tried to defend Imperial Germany's colonial project in the name of a socialist colonial policy. The entire Russian delegation, Lenin proudly reported, that is, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and socialist revolutionaries, rejected, along with the majority of other delegates, the idea that colonialism could have a civilizing effect. Women's suffrage, another agenda item, also revealed opportunistic tendencies, this time in the Austrian party. Party leaders, including Victor Adler, tried to defend its demand for only universal male suffrage on the grounds that including women would jeopardize its chances for success. Clara Zetkin, a leader in the German party, had criticized this line prior to the Congress. The Austrians, in Lenin's summary of her comments, had opportunistically sacrificed principle to expediency. Another German woman delegate who criticized the Austrians made a point that Lenin had often made about reforms: in principle we must demand all that we consider to be correct. And only when our strength is inadequate for more, do we accept what we are able to get. That has always been the tactics of social democracy. The more modest our demands, the more modest will the government be in its concessions. This controversy, Lenin in his own words, between the Austrian and German women social democrats will enable the reader to see how severely the best Marxists treat the slightest deviation from the principles of consistent revolutionary tactics. 15. The RSDLP had included women in its call for universal suffrage from the very beginning. The most important resolution of the Congress was that on anti-militarism. The discussion/debate centered on the appropriate response to a notorious figure in French politics, the one-time anarchist Gustave Hervé, who tried to defend a very untenable position. He was unable to link up war with the capitalist regime in general, and anti-militarist agitation with the entire work of socialism. Though Hervé's knee-jerk response to any war with strike action or an uprising left much to be desired as far as the stringency of orthodox Marxist analysis was concerned, there was a kernel of truth in it, and it served, inadvertently, a useful purpose. The counter-resolution August Bebel offered was lacking a dogmatic statement of the general truths of socialism that failed to indicate the active tasks of the proletariat and gave an opportunistic opening to Vollmer. With the extraordinary conceit of a man infatuated with stereotyped parliamentarism, he attacked Hervé without noticing that his own narrow-mindedness and thick-skinned opportunism make one admit the living spark in Hervéism. It was this aspect of the question, the appeal not to prize only parliamentary methods of struggle, the appeal to act in accordance with the new conditions of a future war and future crises, that was stressed by the revolutionary Social Democrats, especially by Rosa Luxemburg in her speech. Together with the Russian Social Democratic delegates, Rosa Luxemburg proposed amendments to Babel's resolution, and these amendments emphasized the need for agitation among the youth, the necessity of taking advantage of the crisis created by war for the purpose of hastening the downfall of the bourgeoisie, the necessity of bearing in mind the inevitable change of methods and means of struggle as the class struggle sharpens and the political situation alters. The amendments, in other words, were revolutionary social democracy's alternative to the parliamentary cretinism, the language Engels and Marx employed to refer to the mistaken belief that the legislative arena was the alpha and omega of politics. 16 of Vollmer, the dogmatism and passivity of Babel, and the semi-anarchist stance of Hervé on how to respond to war and militarism. 17 Lenin quoted favorably Zetkin's assessment of what transpired, he revolutionary energy and courageous faith of the working class in its fighting capacity won in the end, winning, on the one hand, over the pessimistic gospel of impotence and the hidebound tendency to stick to old, exclusively parliamentary methods of struggle, and, on the other hand, over the banal anti-militarist sport of the French semi-anarchists of the Hervé type. 18. The amended resolution carried overwhelmingly, by nearly 900 delegates of all countries. The near unanimity was deceptive, however. History would reveal that only the Russian party, with Lenin in the lead, took to heart what was adopted. The adopted resolution informed Bolshevik activities, both illegal and legal for the latter, specifically, the legal work of its Duma fraction in both the Third and Fourth Dumas. Only in hindsight would it become clear that the weaknesses of the German delegation on not just the colonial but the war question foreshadowed how social democratic deputies in the Reichstag would respond when the guns of August exploded 7 years later. Political sobriety and clarity. Unlike for the First and Second Dumas, Lenin uncharacteristically provided few details about the election campaign leading up to the convening of the Third Duma. The primary reason is that he had far fewer venues for publicizing his ideas. The qualitatively diminished political space registered the extent of Stolypin's June coup d'état. Also, as his companion Nadezhda Krupskaya reported, on the eve of their flight from Finland into exile at the end of 1907 they had to destroy a lot of records, many that no doubt dealt with Lenin's involvement in the party's campaign activities. 19. The elections, again, were conducted under circumstances most prejudicial to workers and peasants. First, the new electoral law made for a smaller Duma, from 518 to 442 deputies, and they would be elected by provincial assemblies. Peasants would be the biggest losers and the landed elite the biggest gainers, because representation of the former in the assemblies fell from 43 to 22% while that of the latter increased from 34 to 51%. 20 Worker representation would be reduced by half, and while they could still select electors in their curie, the latter would no longer elect deputies to the Duma, that would also be done by provincial assemblies in which the workers' electors participated with those of other curie. Since the wealthy landowners and burghers were given a majority in these assemblies, they controlled the selection of peasant and worker representatives. 21 But if all the electors of a worker curia nominated a social democrat, the rest of the participants in the gubernia election meeting were obligated to vote for him. 22 The number of cities represented in the Duma was reduced from 26 to 7. This also diminished worker influence, since they had been a perceptible force in the urban assemblies. 23 Last, Great Russians were given more representation at the expense of national minorities. The more than 50% reduction in representation for the Caucasus, for example, where the RSDLP had been successful, would also diminish working class influence. Details on RSDLP preparations for the elections and campaign activity are thin in the English edition of the Lenin collected works. According to its only report on the party's campaign, from a conference of the St. Petersburg branch held in Terryhoki, Finland, at the end of October, the police used brutal violence against the working class voters during the elections to the Third Duma, prevented the Social Democrats from conducting their election campaign, and so on. 24 Other sources indicate that the party, with Lenin intimately involved, formally launched its campaign at the beginning of July 1907, though the actual Machinery wasn't in place until the end of the month or early August. 25 They had to be watchful of government interference, but this did not seem to inhibit the flying groups of orators or prevent the calling of meetings in shops and factories. 26 Prior to then, the Central Committee issued a platform statement, which essentially restated the basic party positions put forward in the First and Second Dumas, and eventually produced a campaign leaflet. Various party branches had discussions about electoral blocks and in general reaffirmed the position adopted at the London or Fifth Congress advocated by the Bolsheviks, which permitted alliances only with revolutionary parties, left blocs, in the first rounds and none with the cadets. In the Workers' Curie, again, no blocs were permitted in the first rounds. On their behalf, the Menshevik leader J. Martov sought, not unexpectedly, more flexibility when it came to the cadets, and it seems that he had some success depending on the specific locality. This St. Petersburg branch, in spite of the security risks, held a citywide meeting at the beginning of September to come up with a list of candidates for deputy to the Duma. 6 Bolsheviks were selected to be the RSDLP electors. Once the first round of elections got underway in September, it was possible to gauge levels of participation among different strata of the population and estimate their consequences. As for the peasantry, there was clearly less interest in the elections owing to how the process was constructed against the background of the failures of the First and Second Dumas to meet their principal demand: land. The combination of indifference, apathy, absenteeism, political circumspection, and some clerical and official pressure were apparently effective in reducing the oppositional element among the peasantry. 27 Another likely factor was the boycottist stance of the social revolutionaries, who claimed to represent the interests of the peasants. That position certainly affected a layer of workers who were attracted to them, as the elections to the Second Duma had revealed. Absenteeism was rife, as in all other strata, exacerbated by the social revolutionary insistence on the boycott of the elections. In some localities from 1/3 to almost 1/2 of the constituencies did not participate in the primary elections. In factories where they had influence, including in some of the industrial districts in St. Petersburg, the abstention rate was overwhelming. The Moscow workers, on the other hand, showed considerable interest in naming electors to the provincial assemblies. 28 This suggests that Lenin's anti-boycott campaign had borne fruit in the place that had once been the center for Bolshevik opposition to participating in the elections, and thus the need to see worker participation in larger perspective. On citing the apathetic and pessimistic mood of the greater part of the electorate, the workers made an impressive showing in naming all of their electors. The boycott movement took its toll, but they were accessible to the Marxist propagandists, and they were accustomed to demonstrating their economic and political power. 29. With virtually all the election results in, Lenin offered analysis and advice. According to a fairly accurate estimate, the members elected are 18 Social Democrats, 13 others of the left, 46 cadets, 55 members of groups standing close to them, 92 Octobrists, 21 members of groups belonging to Allied trends, 171 members of various right-wing trends, including 32 members of the Union of the Russian People, and 16 non-party deputies. Thus, not counting an insignificant number of non-party deputies, all the others may be divided into 4 groups: the extreme left, constituting a little over 7%, the left center 23%, the right center 25.1%, and the right 40%. The non-party deputies are a little less than 4%. As Lenin had correctly forecast, the Third Duma would be a Black Hundred or right-wing Duma. But it didn't have a clear majority. A coalition between it and the Octobrists would constitute the most stable majority, 65% of the deputies. But there was another possibility, an Octobrist cadet coalition, because it could pick up a few non-party deputies and the few remaining elections were likely to be in favor of either party. Despite the differences between the two majorities, they were both counter-revolutionary given the rightward trajectory of the cadets in the first 2 Dumas. And therein lay a key and also prophetic political conclusion: is incapable of accomplishing the objective tasks of the revolution even in the most distorted form. It cannot even partly heal the gaping wounds inflicted upon Russia by the old regime. It can only cover up those wounds with wretched, sour, fictitious reforms. The election results only confirm our firm belief that Russia cannot emerge from her present crisis in a peaceful way. The biggest danger for social democracy, Lenin contended in his first analysis of the elections in Proletariat, would be to subscribe to the expected Menshevik position that the differences between the two majorities were meaningful as far as the interests of the toilers were concerned. The Octoberist cadet majority, they'd say, could be employed to advance the bourgeois democratic revolution and thus required support. Nothing could be further from the truth, he cautioned. With the best will in the world, revolutionary social democracy and, together with it, all the other revolutionary-minded elements of the Third Duma cannot use these conflicts in the interests of the revolution other than for purely propaganda purposes. There can be no question whatever of supporting any of the conflicting sides, because such support, in itself, would be a counter-revolutionary act. As for differences within the Octoberist cadet majority, they could be utilized, but they too were superficial and transient. While not refraining from using them, social democracy must wage a stubborn struggle for democratic and revolutionary aims not only against the government, the Black Hundreds, and the Octoberists, but also against the cadets. More important is what social democracy stood for. The resolutions of the Fifth or London Congress, he argued, were still operative. And particularly important, given the way in which the Third Duma came into existence, was the second part of the London Resolution on the immediate political aims of social democracy in the Duma. To explain to the people the impossibility of achieving political freedom by parliamentary means as long as real power remains in the hands of the Tsarist government, and to explain the inevitability of an open struggle of the masses against the armed forces of absolutism, a struggle aimed at securing complete victory, namely, the assumption of power by the masses and the convocation of a constituent assembly on the basis of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballot. While the electoral process for the first and second Dumas left much to be desired, that for the third didn't even try to pretend to be democratic. The fraction must expose this crime, of course, not from the liberal standpoint of a formal breach of the Constitution, but as a gross and brazen violation of the interests of the broad masses of the people, as a shameless and outrageous falsification of popular representation. And of course, there was the even larger picture about Duma work as stated in the London Resolution. The general character of the Duma struggle should be subordinated to the entire struggle of the proletariat outside the Duma, it being particularly important in this connection to make use of mass economic struggle and to serve the interests of that struggle. Peaceful legislative work by the Social Democrats in the Third Duma under conditions which make mass movements highly probable would not only be inadvisable, would not only be absurd quixotry, but a downright betrayal of proletarian interests. It is bound to lead social democracy to a whittling down of its slogans, which can only discredit it in the eyes of the masses and divorce it from the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. The spokesman of the proletariat in the Duma could commit no greater crime than this. Finally, Lenin addressed the specifics of Duma work for the fraction. The Social Democrats in the Duma will carry out all these agitational, propaganda, and organizational tasks not only by their speeches from the Duma rostrum but also by introducing bills and making interpellations to the government. Of course, bills and questions of a consistently democratic character. The party had under its belt some experience in carrying out these tasks, but in the new Duma it would be more difficult. The rules required having 30 deputies to sign on to the introduction of a bill or an interpellation. In the new Duma there would only be 18 Social Democratic deputies. The fraction therefore would have to reach out to the much reduced peasant Trudovik fraction and other groups, only those to the left of the cadets, to get the necessary signatures. Lenin advised them to do so as long as principles weren't compromised. It is not, of course, a question of any bloc, but only of those joint actions, which, in the words of the London Congress resolution, must exclude any possibility of deviations from the social democratic program and tactics and serve only the purpose of a general onslaught both against reaction and the treacherous tactics of the liberal bourgeoisie. 30. Lenin's proposals became the basis for resolutions voted on at two delegated party meetings held to orient itself to the soon-to-be-convened new Duma. The first was that of the St. Petersburg branch, which met on October 27 in Terhoki, Finland. The only addendum was a concrete measure to facilitate joint actions with the democratic opposition, to avoid a repetition of the mistakes made by the Social Democrats in the Second Duma. The Social Democratic group should immediately propose to the left, and only to the left, deputies of the Duma the formation of an information bureau which would not bind its participants but would enable the workers' deputies to exert systematic influence upon the democratic elements in the spirit of social democratic policy. By a vote of 37 to 12 the meeting adopted Lenin's resolution and in the process rejected a Menshevik proposal supporting the left Octobrists in the Third Duma and voting for a left Octobrist in the elections to the Duma Presidium 31. A week later at an all-party conference, the fourth, in Helsingfors, the delegates in their majority voted in favor of Lenin's resolution, this time in opposition not only to the Mensheviks but to the Jewish Bundist Party faction as well. It included another addendum with 3 directives to the now christened Social Democratic Group, to come forward with a special declaration, to make an interpellation concerning the coup d'état of June 3, to raise in the Duma, in the most advisable form, the question of the trial of the Social Democratic Group in the Second Duma. 32. The third point referred to the impending trial of the 55 Social Democratic deputies arrested in Stolypin's June 1907 coup d'état. The Bolshevik-Menshevik differences on the eve of the convening of the Third Duma posed, once again, the norms of democratic decision-making within the RSDLP. One issue concerned the fact that the Mensheviks had formed apparently after the London Congress, where they lost their majority position on the Central Committee, a secret center that they utilized to promote support for a cadet Octobrist majority in various branches of the party in opposition to the decision of the July or Third All-Party Conference not to do so. The Fourth Conference adopted a resolution to strengthen the Central Committee so that, hopefully, this wouldn't happen again. The other issue concerned what Menshevik leader Georgy Plekhanov had done specifically, his decision to voice his disagreement with the Third Conference's opposition to support for a cadet Octobrist majority in the pages of a left bourgeois publication. He suggested that he did no more than what Lenin had done when Lenin published his pamphlet scandalizing the then Menshevik-dominated Central Committee at the beginning of 1907 for trying to cut a deal with the cadets on the eve of the elections for the Second Duma and for which he was later brought up on charges for violating party discipline. Lenin countered that he had every right to make his exposure because he was challenging the Central Committee for not upholding the decisions regarding electoral alliances of the Stockholm or Fourth Congress, the highest decision-making body of the party. Also, Lenin said, he went public with his opposition in a pamphlet, whereas Plekhanov employed the pages of a bourgeois publication with a long record of hostility to the RSDLP. The majority of delegates at both meetings looking to the German party for guidance on this issue agreed with Lenin that political participation in the bourgeois press, especially the supposedly non-party press, is absolutely inadmissible. 33. The debate on party norms revealed, once again, that democratic centralism was still a work in progress. The very public Bolshevik-Menshevik disagreements provoked an inevitable schadenfreude response, malicious chuckling, from opponents. But who are the judges? Lenin sarcastically asked. The liberals, he charged, sneer at the struggle within social democracy in order to cover up their systematic deception of the public in regard to the Cadet Party. There are no records of the proceedings of the cadet congresses. The liberals issue no figures of their party membership either as a whole or by organizations. The tendency of the different committees is unknown. Nothing but darkness. Lawyers and professors, who make their career by parliamentarism, hypocritically condemn the underground struggle and praise open activity by parties while actually flouting the democratic principle of publicity and concealing from the public the different political tendencies within their party. As for the socialist revolutionaries, they, too, he charged, were no paragons of transparency. Founded in 1901, the December Congress of the party in 1905 was the first and only one to publish minutes of the proceedings. but even then it failed to take advantage of the then existing political space in the way the Social Democrats had, during the period of the greatest liberties, the period of most direct influence upon the masses. They concealed from the public the existence of two different tendencies within the party. The differences of opinion were as great as those within the Social Democratic ranks, but the Social Democrats tried to clarify them, whereas the Socialist revolutionaries tried diplomatically to conceal them. Not to wash one's dirty linen in public is a thing the S.Rs are adept at. The RSDLP, he contended, was willing to do exactly that because there can be no mass party, no party of a class, without full clarity of essential shadings, without an open struggle between various tendencies, without informing the masses as to which leaders and which organizations of the party are pursuing this or that line. Without this, a party worthy of the name cannot be built, and we are building it. We have succeeded in putting the views of our two currents truthfully, clearly, and distinctly before everyone. The problem for the socialist revolutionaries, he concluded, is that it is impossible for them to create a mass party, impossible for them to become the party of a class. Their penchant for terrorism registered this fact. Your terrorism, gentlemen, is not the outcome of your revolutionism. Your revolutionism is confined to terrorism. 34 Subsequent history would confirm Lenin's judgment. The Third Duma convenes. The circumstances under which the RSDLP's Duma fraction was elected Stolypin's prejudicial electoral law of June 1907 presented the party with new challenges. And not the least of them was the fact that Lenin had to exercise direction from a considerable distance. For the first and second Dumas he did so, if not always from St. Petersburg, then from nearby Finland. For the Third Duma it would have to be from Geneva, Paris, Krakow, and elsewhere, with all the logistical and security challenges that presented. Coupled with a very inexperienced fraction, almost all the previous members were either in jail or in exile. Lenin had his work cut out for him. First, unsteady steps. The first substantive issue that the Social Democratic group had to deal with was the budget, specifically a cadet proposal for extending the budgetary powers of the Duma. As was true for the Second Duma, the budget debate, one of the reasons for its dissolution, had the potential, Lenin repeated, to expose the reality of parliamentary government in Tsarist Russia. Therefore he criticized both comradely and pedagogically the fraction in the first issue of the Central Committee's illegal organ Social Democrat for signing on to what was apparently just a procedural matter about the proposal. The main problem was that the cadet proposal, not surprisingly, sidestepped the obvious: the Russian Duma has no budgetary powers, for by the law the rejection of a budget does not prevent it from being put into execution, what had actually occurred when the Second Duma couldn't agree on Stolypin's budget. Thus, the only object of raising and debating this question in the Duma could be that of exposing the whole truth. Practical reform activity could not, at this time and in this situation, be the aim of a Democrat, because, first, the impossibility of reforms on the basis of the existing fundamental laws of the Duma's budgetary powers is obvious, and secondly, it would be absurd, in a Duma composed of Black Hundred diehards and Moscow merchants, to propose that its powers, the powers of such a Duma, should be extended. A Democrat should reveal to the people the gulf that lies between the powers of Parliament and the prerogatives of the monarch, and not deaden the public mind, not distort the political struggle by reducing it to an office routine correction of the laws. Before his critique, Lenin offered some positive reinforcement. The speech by the representative of the Social Democrats, Pokrovsky II, we gladly acknowledge, reveals a quite different spirit, presenting the issue in a fundamentally different way. The Social Democrat stated bluntly and clearly that he considered popular representation in the Third Duma falsified. He stressed not minor points, not the official derivation of the law, but the ruined and oppressed state of the masses, of the vast millions of the people. He rightly declared that one cannot speak of the budgetary powers of the Duma without irony, that we were demanding not only the right to recast the whole budget, but to remodel the whole financial system and reject the government's budget. He concluded with a no less correct and, for a member of the Workers' Party, obligatory demand for full power of the people. On all these points Pokrovsky conscientiously and correctly upheld the social democratic point of view. But by voting with the entire Duma to have the cadet proposal sent to committee without any instructions, the Social Democratic group undermined, Lenin argued, the force of Pokrovsky's intervention. Especially egregious, judging by newspaper reports, was the fraction having directed Pokrovsky to declare, "We support the proposal," because it tends towards an extension of the budgetary powers of a popular representative assembly. In fact, the proposal, apparently unbeknownst to the fraction, had been effectively rendered null and void through an agreement the cadets reached with the Octobrists. There was a lesson in this that Lenin tried to impart to the young fraction. For the 100th and 1000th time support given to the cadets led to those who supported them being deceived. For the 100th and 1000th time the facts have revealed how shoddy and impermissible are the tactics of supporting liberal, cadet proposals. He then gave an example of a proposal, even if offered by the cadets, that the fraction could have supported and the advantages in doing so. If the cadets, instead of joining with the Octobrists, had put to the vote a declaration stating clearly and precisely that the Duma was powerless in financial matters, that popular representation was falsified, that the country had been ruined by the autocracy and a financial debacle was unavoidable, and that under such circumstances the democratic representatives would not give their support to any loans, that would have been an honest act on the part of the bourgeois Democrats, an act of struggle and not an act of dull-wit flunkyism. It would have been our duty to support such an act, while not forgetting to stipulate our own independent social democratic objectives. Such an act would have contributed to the enlightenment of the people and the exposure of the autocracy. The defeat of such a declaration in the Duma and the violent opposition such a proposal would have raised among the Black Hundreds would have been a historical service rendered by the Democrats and probably a new phase in the struggle for freedom. But now the cadets have once again proved bankrupt. Social democratic comrades in the Duma, protect the honor of the Socialist Workers' Party. Do not allow yourselves to suffer failure by giving support to such liberalism. In offering constructive criticism, Lenin was careful about the facts. Thus we see the qualifiers judging by newspaper reports, so says Stolichnaya Pokota, or even we should like to believe that Stolichnaya Pokota did not tell the truth. Being much farther from the scene, Lenin had to rely on sources that were not always as reliable. Another challenge for Third Duma work. Lenin's article on the budget was reprinted in the illegal Bolshevik paper Proletary with a postscript. Unfortunately, the first budgetary speeches of our Duma comrades are very lame and deeply mistaken. In the next issue of Proletary we shall deal in detail with these mistakes and indicate what we believe to be the necessary line of action for Social Democrats in the budgetary debates and voting. The tone here was more critical, and it anticipated increasing Bolshevik discontent with the Social Democratic group. Saber rattling in the Balkans. On February 27, 1908, the Duma addressed the foreign policy of the regime. This was a first, since neither of the two previous Dumas had ever done so. The opportunity came with a discussion on appropriations for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. While the regime applauded the deliberations and vote that day to fund its request, couched in thinly veiled language that endorsed domestic and foreign aggression, for Lenin it was a police patriotic demonstration made to order. Not only did the Octobrists, as expected, wrap themselves in the banner of patriotism in bowing to the government's wishes, but the cadets did as well. The entire Russian bourgeoisie, left as well as right, had to be made to formally express its confidence in the government, in its peaceful policy, its stability, its intentions and ability to pacify and tranquilize. It was necessary as the blank endorsement of a bill. In so doing, in other words, the cadets and the rest of the bourgeoisie enabled Nicholas to have access to West European creditors. In 3 years Russian liberalism has gone through an evolution which, in Germany, took over 30 years, and in France over 100, an evolution from adherents of freedom to spineless and contemptible henchmen of absolutism. The specific weapon of struggle which the bourgeoisie possesses, the possibility of putting pressure on the purse, of withholding funds, of upsetting the delicate approaches for new loans. This weapon could have been used by the cadets many times during the Russian Revolution. And on each occasion, in the spring of 1908 just as in the spring of 1906, they surrendered their weapon to the enemy, licking the hand of the pogrom makers and swearing loyalty to them. Lenin noted that prior to this patriotic display of the cadets in the Duma, Peter Struve, one of their leaders, had written an article to provide theoretical justification for this evolution in the ideology of Russian liberalism. He already advocates the idea of a Great Russia, the idea of bourgeois nationalism. He attacks the intelligentsia's hostility to the state, for the 1000th time striking out at Russian revolutionism, Marxism, renegades, the class struggle, and banal radicalism. Successfully playing the patriotic card required, therefore, an attack on revolutionary social democracy. Not surprisingly, Lenin welcomed Struve's article. Mr. Struve wants a frankly counter-revolutionary liberalism. We want it, too, because this frankness of liberalism will best of all enlighten both the democratic peasantry and the socialist proletariat. In hindsight, the February 27 session of the Third Duma, the unleashing of patriotism, signaled the opening shot in Russia's contribution to the guns of August 6 years later. 35. There was, however, as Lenin ended, one notable dissent from the February 27 love fest. Also in anticipation of 1914, it should be said that the only honest and proud word of a Democrat came from a Social Democrat. Deputy Chkij took the floor and declared that the Social Democratic group would vote against the bill. He started to give the reasons, but after his first words, "Our diplomacy in the West has always been a bulwark of reaction and served the interests of..." The chairman stopped the mouth of the workers' deputy. Despite having been silenced, the deputy set an example. The workers' deputy stood isolated on this question. This is all the more to his credit. The proletariat should show, and it will show, that it is capable of defending the behests of the democratic revolution despite all the treacheries of liberalism and the waverings of the petty bourgeoisie. 36. Lenin's praise was timely, because within half a year he would call on the Social Democratic group to emulate Chkij. The occasion was a new upsurge in the world revolutionary process and the predictably counter-revolutionary response of Europe's last absolutist state, especially since it shared borders with the two countries most affected. In his first sustained writing about international affairs, inflammable material in world politics, Lenin explained that the Young Turks' revolt and that led by Sadr Khan in Persia were delayed echoes of Russia's own revolution. Nicholas had every reason, therefore, to make sure they didn't succeed. As well, he saw an opportunity to take advantage of the turmoil in Turkey to lay claim, in cahoots with European governments, to Ottoman Empire possessions in the Balkans, the consequences of which would only become clear 6 years later. Because of the regime's conscious misrepresentation of the facts about what was taking place in Turkey and Persia and the thinly veiled enabling of Nicholas by the cadets, our Duma deputies and all our party organizations must bear in mind that we cannot make a single serious step forward in social democratic propaganda and agitation about the Balkan events without revealing from the Duma rostrum, in leaflets and at meetings, the connection between the reactionary policy of the autocracy and the hypocritical opposition of the cadets. We shall never be able to explain to the people how harmful and reactionary the policy of the Tsarist government is, unless we explain that cadet foreign policy is essentially the same. We cannot combat chauvinism and the Black Hundred spirit in foreign policy, unless we combat the phrase-mongering, the posing, the mental reservations and dodges of the cadets. After detailing the machinations of the regime and their cadet cheerleaders in both the Persian and Turkish theaters, Lenin spelled out what was at stake for both the Duma fraction and other units of the party. An extremely onerous, but at the same time extremely noble and momentous task falls now to the Russian Social Democratic deputies in the Duma, where a statement by Izvolsky and a question by the cadets and Octobrists are expected. The Social Democratic deputies are members of a body that is a screen for the policy of the chief reactionary power, the chief plotter of counter-revolution, and they must find in themselves the courage and ability to tell the whole truth. At a time like this, the Social Democratic deputies in the Black Hundred Duma are people to whom much is given and of whom much is required. For apart from them there is no one in the Duma to voice the protest against Tsarism from positions other than those of the cadets and Octobrists. And a cadet protest, at such times and in the present circumstances, is worse than no protest at all, since it can be made only from amidst the self-same capitalist wolf pack, and on behalf of the self-same wolfish policy. It was crucial that the fraction and the other party organizations collaborate intimately in this task, because agitation among the masses is now 100 times more important than in ordinary times. Lenin then honed in on 3 issues the anti-war campaign should focus on. First, our job is to reveal the fact that there exists a reactionary conspiracy of the powers, a conspiracy which the governments are doing everything they possibly can to conceal behind the farce of public negotiations. Secondly, we should reveal the real, as distinct from the asserted, results of this conspiracy, namely, the blow to the Turkish Revolution, Russia's assistance in strangling the Persian Revolution, interference in the affairs of other nations, and violation of that fundamental democratic principle, the right of nations to self-determination. Last, the bourgeois parties, including the most liberal and democratic in name, our cadets included, support capitalist foreign policy. That is the third thing which the Social Democrats must with special vigor bring to the knowledge of the people. The cadets only differ with the Black Hundreds on how to carry out such a policy. These liberal reproaches leveled at the government for lagging behind other countries have the most corrupting effect on the masses. Social democracy demands, down with all colonial policy, down with the whole policy of intervention and capitalist struggle for the conquest of foreign lands and foreign populations, for new privileges, new markets, control of the straits, etc. When the saber-rattling began in the summer of 1908, Lenin said, a European war seemed dangerously close. It is much more probable that the whole thing will end up in shouting and clamor and war will be avoided. 37 Though right in the short run, Lenin's optimism wasn't rewarded by subsequent history. His Duma-centered anti-war campaign, however, proved to be prescient a dress rehearsal for Russia's Social Democrats when the storm clouds returned in 1914. The revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. While Stolypin's electoral law effectively reduced peasant and worker presence in the Third Duma, from 157 to 13 and 67 to 18 respectively out of 442 deputies, the worker-peasant alliance that Lenin sought and fought for through the Duma process came closer to realization. And this was despite the fact that, owing to the law, peasant deputies had been sifted through a number of police sieves, even though elected by landlords, even though intimidated by the Duma diehards. That process also eliminated, for the most part, deputies who could be identified as Trudoviks, the bane of the regime in the 2 previous Dumas. So particularly heartening were the initiatives of a group of non-party peasants, some of them from the right wing, that called for compulsory alienation of the land and for the local land institutions elected by the whole population. Even one cadet deputy had to admit that on the agrarian question the stand of the right peasants in all 3 Dumas has been more left than the cadets. With more details about the initiatives, Lenin seized on a cadet lamentation about the Trudovik spirit of the new deputies. 2 bills had been submitted, one by peasant deputies and the other by clergy deputies, that both called for land committees elected on the basis of universal, direct, and equal suffrage by secret ballot. They were quite similar to the Trudovik bill submitted in the first and second Dumas and lobbied against by the cadets. What the latter called for instead were committees that would consist of an equal number of representatives of the peasantry and of the landlords, with a representative of the government, as a third party. In other words, the cadets were betraying the mujik to the landlord, by assuring that everywhere the latter would have the majority. Lenin relished the fact that even the clergy, those ultra-reactionaries, those Black Hundred obscurantists purposely maintained by the government, have gone further than the cadets in their agrarian bill. And why could that be? The village priest will have to return from the most police-ridden Duma into his own village, and however greatly the village has been purged by Stolypin's punitive expeditions and chronic beleading of the soldiery, there is no return to it for those who have taken the side of the landlords. So it turns out that the most reactionary priest finds it more difficult than the enlightened lawyer and professor to betray the peasant to the landlord. 38 In saying there is no return to it and finds it more difficult, Lenin pointed to a reality about the countryside that was of enormous importance for his argument about the nature of Russia's revolution. The peasantry not only had more democratic credentials than the liberals but was willing to use force and violence to defend its interests, a point to which he returned. When the land question was debated again later in the session, Lenin was furnished with exceptionally valuable material to make his case. First, the speeches of the Octoberist and Black Hundred representatives were particularly useful because of their blatant defense for the first time of the landlord interests, as gentlemen cannot even imagine any capitalism that is not based on the preservation of landlordism, i.e. feudalist land ownership and conscious counter-revolutionary sensibility. For agitation among the masses, the study of extracts, speeches, is absolutely necessary. Very valuable material for the awakening of those sections of the people who are politically unconscious or indifferent. Speeches of the right incomparably more valuable material, both for the scientific analysis of the present situation and for purposes of agitation, than the speeches of the half-hearted and cowardly liberals. Despite the attempt of the cadet speakers to reconcile the irreconcilable, to straddle two stools, Lenin distilled for his proletary readers the fundamentally pro-landlord anti-democratic feature of their proposal presented by a Mr. Berezovsky, specifically the aforementioned composition of the local land committees to decide on compulsory alienation. The Democrats fall so low that they try to prove to the Black Hundred diehards how inoffensive their actions and programs are at a time of revolution. The speeches of the peasant deputies, on the other hand, were starkly different. Take a typical right-wing peasant, Storchuk. He begins his speech by repeating in full the words of Nicholas II about the sacred rights of property, the impermissibility of their infringement, etc. He continues, "May God grant the Emperor health. He spoke well for the whole people." And he finishes, "But if His Majesty said that there should be justice and order, then, of course, if I am sitting on 3 desiatines of land and next to Maine there are 30,000 desiatines, that is not order and justice." Compare this monarchist with the monarchist Berezovsky. One is an ignorant peasant, the other an educated almost European. The first is as innocent as a babe unborn and amazingly ignorant politically. The link between the monarchy and order, i.e., the disorder and injustice which protect the owners of 30,000 desiatines, is not clear to him. The second is a skilled politician who knows all the ins and outs, to wit, Trepov, Stolypin, and co., and who has studied the niceties of European constitutions. The first is one of those millions who toil and moil all their life on 3 desiatines, and whom economic realities drive into mass revolutionary struggle against the holders of 30,000 desiatines. The second is one of the tens of thousands or at most 100,000 landlords who wants peacefully to keep his cultured estate by throwing a sop to the peasant. Is it not clear that the first can make a bourgeois revolution in Russia, abolish landlordism, and set up a peasant republic? Is it not clear that the second cannot but hinder the struggle of the masses, without which the victory of the revolution is impossible? Those people who still cannot for the life of them understand what the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry means, should give some thought to this. For Lenin, the contrasts between the speeches of Storchuk and Berezovsky and the proposals they presented, Storchuk submitted the same one the peasant deputies did in the earlier session, could not have been more instructive. They gave light to the Menshevik claim that an alliance with the cadets was needed for Russia's bourgeois revolution. Class-conscious workers will only be strengthened in their conviction, after reading the debates in the Third Duma, that a victorious bourgeois revolution in Russia is impossible without a joint onset by the worker and peasant masses, in spite of the waverings and betrayals of the bourgeoisie. Lenin quoted other peasant deputies who made clear that they and their constituents were prepared to defend with force their interests, more evidence for his democratic dictatorship formula. An important measure of the road the peasant deputies had traveled politically is that all politically conscious peasants supported nationalization of the land. One of the two Social Democrats who spoke, Belousov, provided data, in a speech drafted by Lenin and based on a soon-to-be-published book in support of nationalization. As for the interventions of the two Social Democrat deputies, both comrades did their duty properly. Both speeches by the Social Democratic spokesman in the Third Duma should be kept for handy reference by every member of the party who carries on the work of propaganda and agitation. There was only one glitch, the failure to mention nationalization without compensation, a key party demand. But the oversight wasn't intentional, which would have been an important breach of our program. Lenin's purpose was clear: to use the pages of Proletary or any other venue at his disposal to convince workers that a revolutionary alliance with the peasantry was doable. His evidence was the speeches and proposals presented in the Duma by all parties to be used for propaganda and agitation. No wonder he would continue to defend the value of Duma work in the face of growing opposition among some Bolsheviks. The flight of the intellectuals. 6 months after Stolypin's coup, Lenin drew a balance sheet on the state of the party. On the straight road contended that the worst was over. The repression had clearly taken a toll on the party. Most symptomatic of that fact, as one local report put it, the intellectuals, as is well known, have been deserting in masses in recent months. As long as the revolution was in the ascent and space existed to do legal political work, intellectuals flocked to the revolutionary cause. The crackdown, however, made the cause less appealing to that social layer. But, as a growing number of new reports began to reveal, there was an upside to the mass desertion. The general conclusion reached is that in a number of places responsible work, owing to the flight of the intellectuals, is passing into the hands of the advanced workers. The party has already entered the straight road of leadership of the working masses by advanced intellectuals drawn from the ranks of the workers themselves. This change was reflected in the advances the party was beginning to make in trade union work, both legal and illegal, and in the cooperatives. Lenin then made a significant admission about another arena of party legal work, the Duma, specifically the election of Social Democrat deputies to the Third Duma. Strange though it may sound, it is a fact that we cannot all at once raise the work of our parliamentary representatives to a party level, just as we did not all at once begin to work in a party way in the cooperatives. Elected under a law which falsifies the will of the people, elected from the ranks of Social Democrats who have preserved their legality, ranks which have thinned very greatly as a result of persecution during the first two Dumas, our Duma's Social Democrats in effect inevitably were at first non-party Social Democrats rather than real members of the party. This is deplorable, but it is a fact, and it could hardly be otherwise in a capitalist country entangled by thousands of bonds inherited from serfdom and with a legal workers' party that has been in existence for only 2 years. And it was not only non-party people who wanted on this fact to base their tactics of setting up a non-revolutionary social democracy, but also those Social Democrat-like intellectuals who clustered around the Duma group like flies round a honey pot. The circumstances under which the deputies were elected, against the background of mass arrests of Social Democrats or their being forced into exile, made for a fraction that had a lot to learn. Lenin was cautiously optimistic that progress was being made while being realistic. We will not undertake to prophesy, nor shall we close our eyes to what vast efforts are still required to organize more or less tolerable parliamentary social democratic work in our conditions. But we may note that in the first issue of the central organ there is party criticism of the Duma group, and a direct resolution of the Central Committee about better direction for its work. We do not by any means consider that the criticism in the central organ covers all the defects. What is basic and most important is that the transformation of the Duma group into a really party organization now features in all our work, and that consequently the party will achieve it, however hard this may be, and however the road may be beset with trials, vacillations, partial crises, personal clashes, etc. Ensuring that the Duma fraction was a really party organization required a real party, and that, Lenin felt, was being realized after the collapse, a strong illegal organization of the party centers, systematic illegal publications, and most important of all, local and particularly factory party groups, led by advanced members from among the workers themselves, living in direct contact with the masses. Such is the foundation on which we were building, and have built, a hard and solid core of a revolutionary and social democratic working class movement. And this illegal core will spread its feelers, its influence, incomparably wider than ever before, both through the Duma and the trade unions, both in the cooperative societies and in the cultural and educational organizations. 39. Having boycotted the Third Duma, the socialist revolutionaries felt they had license to sneer at the mistakes of the inexperienced social democratic group. As for their speeches, who knows anything about these statements, about these votings and abstentions? Yes, Lenin fired back, our social democratic deputies in the Third Duma have made many mistakes. And this very example the S.R.S. chose to quote demonstrates the difference in the attitude of a workers' party and a group of intellectuals. A workers' party understands that in a period of political lull and collapse the latter must inevitably show itself in the Duma group too, since in the Third Duma it was even less capable than in the second of assembling large party forces. Therefore the workers' party criticizes and corrects the mistakes of its deputies. Every organization, by discussing each speech and arriving at the conclusion that such and such a statement or speech was a mistake, provides material for political action by the masses. And our criticism of their mistakes is done publicly, and openly, before the masses. Our deputies learn from this criticism, the classes learn, the party learns, the party which has seen hard times, and knows that it is not by ranting but only by the stubborn and steadfast work of all organizations is it possible to emerge with honor from a difficult situation. Even Proletary, which, as a newspaper published abroad, realized that it was under an obligation to give its advice from afar with care, openly proposed measures for improving the work of the group. Our open party criticism, added to the work of the group, achieves the result that the masses know both the Duma statements and the nature of the party's corrections to them. And failure to appreciate the Duma work at a time when party organizations and the party press are facing the effects of the deep collapse, is a sign of boundless intellectualist irresponsibility. Such transparency, he concluded, was necessary in meeting the main challenge the party faced, how to combine open speeches in the Duma with illegal party activity. Solving this problem would guarantee that the proletariat will be able, under the leadership of social democracy, to fight more ably and more unitedly, and to gain more decisive victories when the next revolutionary phase opened. 40 Events within a few years would test the accuracy of Lenin's forecast. Against the Recallists, Round 1. It was in the Moscow branch of the RSDLP, it may be remembered, where the greatest opposition to participating in the Third Duma existed. Though Lenin won over the vast majority against the boycottists, it is no coincidence that it was in Moscow where a new anti-Third Duma tendency emerged, known as the Itzovists or Recallists. Fueled largely by the mistakes of the Social Democratic group, they led by, again, Bogdanov argued that the party should recall the deputies and effectively dissolve the fraction. At a party conference in Moscow in June 1908, the Recallists failed to get the majority of the branch to support their position, but that didn't end their campaign. Proletary opened its pages in its November issue to their argument, to which Lenin responded publicly for the first time in 2 letters. Lenin methodically dissected and exposed the shortcomings of the Itzovists' argument. Quoting the comrade who wrote one of the letters on their behalf, he charged that he exaggerates the importance of Duma work, the obverse of Menshevik parliamentary cretinism. Nowhere under any conditions, even in the most ideal bourgeois democratic republic, would revolutionary social democracy agree to recognize its parliamentary group either as the natural fulfillment of the party or as its diplomatic representative. Such a view is deeply fallacious. We send deputies into bourgeois and bourgeois black hundred representative institutions not for diplomacy, but for a special type of subsidiary party work, for agitation and propaganda from a particular rostrum. Even when there is an ideal democratic franchise, the parliamentary group of a workers' party will always bear certain traces of the influence of the general bourgeois circumstances in which the elections take place. For example, it will always be more intellectual than the party as a whole, and therefore we shall never recognize the group to be the fulfillment of the party. The parliamentary group is not a general staff, but rather a unit of trumpeters in one case, or a reconnaissance unit in another, or an organization of some other auxiliary arm. The Itzovist comrade has transformed the parliamentary group from a subsidiary party organization into the fulfillment of the party in order, by exaggerating the significance of the group, to attribute an entirely wrong character to the activity of the contingent which we have sent into the bourgeois Black Hundred Duma. As for the comrade's second argument that since the masses are indifferent to all that goes on within the walls of Tauride Palace and therefore it's a waste of time for Social Democrats to be there, Lenin drew out its implications. If the masses are indifferent, then the Social Democrats should be indifferent too. But we are a party leading the masses to socialism, and not at all one which follows every change in mood or depression in the spirits of the masses. All social democratic parties have had to cope at times with the apathy of the masses, or their infatuation with some error, some fashion. But never do consistently revolutionary social democrats yield to every changing mood of the masses. One can and must criticize the bad policy of social democrats in the Third Duma, when they carry on a bad policy there, but to say that the agitation is of no value because of the complete indifference of the masses, means to talk in a non-social democratic way. The fundamental problem with the comrade's argument, Lenin charged, is that he wanted to throw out the proverbial baby with the bath water. The task before the party, rather, was how to correct the bad policy of social democrats in the Third Duma, not to dissolve the fraction and walk away from Duma work, and that was only just beginning. We have not yet had a single party conference telling the group firmly and clearly that it must correct its tactics in such and such definitely specified respects. We have not as yet a central organ appearing regularly, following every step of the group on behalf of the whole party and giving it direction. Our local organizations have done still very little in that field of work agitation among the masses on the subject of every speech of a social democrat in the Duma, explaining every mistake in this or that speech. Yet we are being asked to give it all up, to declare the struggle hopeless, to renounce use of the Duma rostrum at times like the present of 1908. One of the problems the party faced was the glomming onto the fraction of bourgeois well-informed persons, that is, liberal intellectuals who sought to be its advisors. A similar problem arose with the Second Duma, but with the Bolshevik leadership far from the scene this time. Intellectuals like S.N. Prokopovich had better access to the deputies. But as Lenin pointed out, even that problem was now being confronted. Lenin was especially vigilant about liberal intellectuals vis-a-vis the working class, and nothing he wrote is as insightful as what he said about one of them. There is no need to fear the landlord's influence on the people. They will never succeed in fooling any considerable number of workers or even peasants for any lengthy period. But the influence of the intelligentsia, who take no direct part in exploitation, who have been trained to use general phrases and concepts, who seize on every good idea and who sometimes from sincere stupidity elevate their interclass position to a principle of non-class parties and non-class politics, the influence of this bourgeois intelligentsia on the people is dangerous. Here, and here alone, do we find a contamination of the masses that is capable of doing real harm and that calls for the utmost exertion of all the forces of socialism to counteract this poison. 41. After listing the serious mistakes of the fraction and making some concrete proposals about the direction of its work by the Central Committee, Lenin concluded, needless to say one should criticize the group, it is dishonest to hush up its mistakes. But all of us have also to strengthen our organizations in the local areas, and develop the agitation to make use of every act by the Duma group. Only the combination of the two forms of work is activity really worthy of consistent revolutionary social democrats, and only this combination will help us to overcome the moment of stagnation and hasten the arrival of a new upsurge. 42. Earlier in the year, on the 25th anniversary of Marx's death, Lenin made a contribution to a symposium. His Marx and Revisionism drew a balance sheet on Marxism and its critics. Of particular relevance here is the claim of liberals. That bourgeois parliamentarism destroys classes and class divisions, since the right to vote and the right to participate in the government of the country are shared by all citizens without distinction. The whole history of Europe in the second half of the 19th century, and the whole history of the Russian Revolution in the early 20th, clearly show how absurd such views are. Economic distinctions are not mitigated but aggravated and intensified under the freedom of democratic capitalism. Parliamentarism does not eliminate, but lays bare the innate character even of the most democratic bourgeois republics as organs of class oppression. By helping to enlighten and to organize immeasurably wider masses of the population than those which previously took an active part in political events, parliamentarism does not make for the elimination of crises and political revolutions, but for the maximum intensification of civil war during such revolutions. 43. Nothing better explains why Lenin was so insistent in maintaining a Duma fraction. It's useful to recall, in grasping his point, his retort to the Atsovist comrade in 2 letters. The basic tasks of revolutionary social democratic parliamentary work, he emphasized, didn't distinguish between ideal bourgeois republics as in some Western European countries and the not so ideal as the Black Hundred representative institution, the Third Duma. He held social democracy to the same standards no matter the setting. This is important in understanding how he increasingly viewed one of the arguments of this book: the participation of social democratic parties in Western European parliaments leading up to the First World War. To organize social democratic parliamentarism in Russia on a different basis. We have not yet had a single party conference telling the group firmly and clearly that it must correct its tactics in such and such definitely specified respects. Lenin's complaint in his 2 letters would soon be rectified. 2 leadership meetings in Paris at the end of 1908 and in June 1909 took the proverbial bull by the horns. Only in hindsight would it be clear that the party's parliamentary work was put on a firmer footing. A corner had been turned. At the end of the Third Duma in 1912, the party, despite the bumps along the way, was in a much stronger position to effectively use Duma work when the long-expected revival in the class struggle materialized. The Paris meetings and a by-election. The conference was the first authoritative meeting of delegates from the biggest party organizations to discuss the work of the Duma's Social Democratic Group during the whole session. 44. Such was the significance, in Lenin's opinion, of the 5th conference of the RSDLP, held in Paris from December 21 to 27. In many ways it codified the arguments he had been making for some time in defense of Duma work and how to make it more effective. Most important, it recognized that the blame for the group's deviations does not rest on the group alone, for it has to work in the extremely difficult conditions of a reactionary Duma, but is shared to some extent by all the organizations of the party and its central committee, which have not by far yet done all that was necessary and possible to organize the party's work in the Duma on proper lines. And to achieve that goal, attention must be focused on building up and strengthening the illegal party organization, and that only under the unfaltering influence of this organization can all work among the masses, all control of the Duma group, all the activity of the party around the Duma group, all use of legal and semi-legal organizations, be properly arranged, without any debasing of the class aims of social democracy. This resolution was explicitly directed at a newly emerged tendency in the party, the liquidationist trend, that argued that given the repression it faced the party should legalize. At all costs, even at the price of an open renunciation of the party program, tactics, and organization. The liquidationists, as they would be called, were influenced, Lenin charged, by the flight of the intellectuals. 45. In his report on the conference, Lenin pointed out that the difficulty the party faced in making sure the Duma fraction acted in accord with the political line of the party was not unique to Russian social democracy. In the history of West European socialist parties there have been a number of instances of abnormal relations between the parliamentary groups and the party. To this day these relations are quite often abnormal in the Latin countries, where the groups do not display sufficient party spirit. We must from the very outset organize social democratic parliamentarism in Russia on a different basis, We must at once establish teamwork in this field so that every social democratic deputy may really feel that he has the party behind him, that the party is deeply concerned over his mistakes and tries to straighten out his path, so that every party worker may take part in the general Duma work of the party, learning from the practical Marxist criticism of its steps, feeling it his duty to assist it, and striving to gear the special work of the group to the whole propaganda and agitation activity of the party. 46. This clearly reveals, possibly for the first time and relevant to one of the arguments of this book, that the more involved Lenin became in Duma work, the more conscious he became of the shortcomings of social democratic parliamentary work elsewhere, particularly in Western Europe, and he increasingly criticized its modus operandi. Precisely to avoid abnormal relations between the parliamentary group and the party, the conference provided practical instructions to the fraction, a first for such a meeting, specifically on how to vote on budget items. In general, the fraction should refrain from voting for a budget proposed by a Black Hundred government. When uncertain, they should consult the Central Committee or some other party organizations. On this and the other resolutions suggested, there was common agreement by the end of the conference. Subsequent events would soon reveal, however, that the near unanimity at the meeting was deceptive. 2 recallists attended the Paris conference but did not raise the question openly, Lenin noted. However, in Moscow and St. Petersburg, with Bogdanov leading the charge, the recallists became increasingly vocal. They were joined by another tendency, which argued that the Duma fraction should be given an opportunity to mend their ways, and if they didn't, then they should be recalled. They became known as the ultimatumists. Because both tendencies arose among Bolshevik ranks, it became increasingly clear that another meeting, a Bolshevik one this time, would have to be held to see if the differences could be resolved. So important was this issue to Lenin that he wrote he would leave the faction immediately if the recallist line prevailed. 47. In the meantime, there were signs that Lenin's effort to patiently work with the fraction was beginning to bear fruit. When the Duma began its debates in the spring of 1909 on the budget proposals for the state-funded Russian Orthodox Church, it opened a wide-ranging discussion for the Social Democrats about religion. For Lenin, it was a great opportunity to implement the decisions of the Paris Conference, that is, the need to coordinate the activities of the Duma fraction, legal work, with party building, illegal work, to show the skeptics that Duma work could in fact be valuable. Using the pages of Proletariat and Social Democrat, he explained to their readers the basics of the Marxist position on religion, how it differs from a liberal critique of religion, why social democracy's atheist propaganda must be subordinated to its basic task, the development of the class struggle of the exploited masses against the exploiters, and the practical implications for recruiting workers who are religious and even priests. The speech of one of the 2 comrades who intervened in the debates was indispensable for party work. The Social Democrat Surkov, representing the Workers' Party and the working class, was the only person in the Duma to raise the debates to the truly high level of principle, and said without beating about the bush what the attitude of the proletariat is towards the church and religion, and what should be the attitude in this matter of all consistent and vigorous Democrats. Religion is the opium of the people. Not a farthing of the people's money to these murderous enemies of the people who are drugging the people's minds. This straightforward, bold, and outspoken battle cry of a socialist resounded like a challenge to the Black Hundred Duma, and met with the response of millions of proletarians, who will spread it among the masses and who will know how to translate it into revolutionary action when the time comes. 48. And then Lenin gave specific instructions to the illegal wing of the party to ensure that the masses will know what Surkov said, should be circulated by all the organizations. In its discussion of this speech, the Duma group demonstrated that it is fulfilling its social democratic duty conscientiously. It remains to express the wish that reports on discussions within the Duma group should appear more often in the party press so as to bring the group and the party closer together, to acquaint the party with the difficult work being done within the group, and to establish ideological unity in the work of the party and the Duma group. 49. In June, a meeting of 4 members of the editorial board of Proletariat, the 5 Bolsheviks on the Central Committee, and 3 representatives from the St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Ural party branches in Russia took place in Paris. The main agenda item was the question of atsovism, or recallism, and ultimatumism. With improvements in the functioning of the Duma fraction and therefore the recallists garnering less support, Lenin focused most of his attention on the arguments of the ultimatumists. A distinction, he argued, had to be made between those who saw the ultimatum to the fraction to improve its work as only an incentive or form of pressure versus those for whom it hung over their heads as a sword of Damocles that effectively rules out constructive, creative party work on the Duma group. The former were tolerable, because they held open the possibility of improvement, whereas the latter were not because the logic of their line was atsovism and eventually syndicalism and anarchism. The former resembled a kind of atsovism that prevailed among a layer of workers, largely a result of being uninformed about the work of the Duma group. The best way to combat this kind of atsovism is, first, wide publicity among the workers to keep them fully informed on the work of the Duma group and, secondly, to afford the workers opportunities to come into regular contact with the group and influence it. Atsovist sentiment in St. Petersburg, for instance, could be counteracted to a large extent by arranging a number of talks between our comrades in the Duma and the workers of St. Petersburg. Lenin's arguments were formalized in resolutions, and they passed on a 10-2 vote and a 10-1 and 1 abstention vote. Bogdanov was the main dissenter and stated that he couldn't go along with the decisions of the majority. The extended editorial board of Proletary henceforth disclaims any responsibility for the political actions of Comrade Maximov. Rather than a split, his actions constituted effectively a breakaway from the Bolsheviks. 50. Finally, and especially important, Lenin gave a speech in which he drafted a resolution that was the most detailed to date on Duma work, the tasks of the Bolsheviks in relation to Duma activity. In addition to concrete suggestions on how the speeches of the Duma fraction could be publicized through leaflets, parliamentary speeches will always say less than anything. The I's will be dotted by the leaflets. 51. Lenin raised the delicate matter of the mechanics of coordinating the work of the fraction with the party. It was delicate because it involved working with the Menshevik leaders of the party, who weren't necessarily on the same political page with Lenin about how to conduct this work. A special committee, the Paris Promotion Group or the Promotion Commission for the Duma's Social Democratic Group, was proposed, and Lenin thought that it should be set up under the C.O. That is, the central organ, Social Democrat, of the party rather than the Central Committee. Also, nothing can be done in the Duma group without well-informed persons from the Bolsheviks. For this we should legalize 2 or 3 men. One suggestion is Vadim, and perhaps Kamina. 52. In his task speech, Lenin made for the first time in the form of a party resolution the distinction between the revolutionary social democratic use of the Duma and the reformist use. He spelled out how this distinction played itself out in regard to both the external relations of the Duma group and the internal content of the group's activity. When Lenin writes that the experiences of West European social democrats should be utilized but special care had to be taken to avoid the opportunist distortion of the group's internal activities, the significance of the distinction is clear key evidence for, again, my argument about his growing awareness of reformism in the West European parliamentary arena as he deepened his involvement in and defense of this work. The document serves as a blueprint for Bolshevik parliamentary work henceforth and thus warrants reproduction in full, see Appendix B. To appreciate how committed Lenin was to the bourgeois democratic revolution and utilizing whatever extant space to advance its cause, consider the effort he made to get the St. Petersburg branch of the party to participate in a by-election in September 1909. The opportunity came about after a cadet deputy was expelled from the Duma, but it was fraught with challenges. The election is taking place in a situation where the Social Democratic Party and all working-class organizations whatsoever have been totally outlawed, where it is utterly impossible to hold meetings of workers, where the workers' press is totally banned, where the opposition is entirely monopolized by the Cadet Party, which has prostituted itself by a series of unprecedented acts of flunkeyism in the Black Duma. All the more reason, Lenin argued, Why social democracy should participate, an opportunity to expose the cadets before the mass of petty bourgeois voters and remind them of the aims of real democracy which have been forgotten by the bourgeois democratic parties and groups. He urged the St. Petersburg comrades to put forward a candidate and offered advice on how to conduct the campaign. His first opportunity to apply the resolutions adopted at the extended editorial board meeting of Proletariat a few months earlier. Everyone can and must take part in the Social Democratic election campaign. Some can draw up and distribute the election manifestos of the Social Democrats, others can help to circulate the Duma speeches of the Social Democrats, some can organize a canvass of the electors in order to propagate social democratic ideas and explain the aims of the Social Democrats in the election campaign, others will speak at meetings of voters or at private meetings. Still others can cull a bouquet of extracts from cadet literature and cadet speeches that will cure all honest Democrats of any desire to vote for the cadets. But it is not for us in a newspaper published abroad to point out ways and means of agitation. Ways and means will be found locally, in St. Petersburg, 100 times richer, livelier, and more varied. The members of the Social Democratic group in the Duma can, by virtue of their position, render particularly valuable services to the election campaign in St. Petersburg. Here the Social Democratic deputies have a particularly useful and particularly grateful part to play. No administrative prohibitions, no police traps, no confiscations of Social Democratic literature, no arrests of Social Democratic agitators can prevent the Workers' Party from doing its duty, namely, to make full use of the election campaign to spread among the masses the whole, undiluted program of the socialist proletariat, the vanguard in the Russian democratic revolution. Lenin was heartened to learn after writing these lines that the Trudoviks unanimously decided to support the candidature of the Social Democrat Sokolov, concrete evidence that the worker-peasant alliance he fought to forge via the electoral and parliamentary arenas was operative. 53. The masses must come out of this election campaign more party conscious, more clearly aware of the interests, aims, slogans, points of view and methods of action of the different classes. That is the permanent result which the political trend represented by N.D. Sokolov values above everything. 54. Since there are no extant balance sheets that Lenin drew on the election campaign, it's difficult to say how successful it was as measured by these criteria. It didn't help, as Lenin complained, that Bogdanov and other ultimatumists did in effect put a spoke in the wheel of the election campaign that had just begun by getting the executive committee of the St. Petersburg organization to pass a resolution that discouraged active participation. 55. Though it was later rejected by a more representative meeting, the resolution seems to have taken a toll. Despite the decisions of the Paris meetings, the recallist ultimatumist tendency continued to get a hearing as long as the Duma fraction hadn't perfected its modus operandi, what Lenin continued to work on. Steady progress. A year after the first Paris meeting, Lenin wrote, "The work of the Social Democrats in the Duma makes steady progress, becoming free from the mistakes that were inevitable at the outset, overcoming skepticism and indifference, forging the weapon of revolutionary propaganda and agitation of organized class struggle, so valued by all Social Democrats." 56. The progress the fraction was making had much to do with the careful attention not only to political perspective but to details that Lenin provided. No better example of that were the corrections and suggestions he made on behalf of a Central Committee subcommittee, no doubt the aforementioned Promotion Commission, to a draft bill drawn up by a Duma fraction member calling for the 8-hour workday. 57. Written sometime after the St. Petersburg by-election, his response constitutes the most concrete evidence so far of the close collaboration established at least by then between the Social Democratic group and Lenin on behalf of the party. Before addressing the specifics of the proposal, he made clear that the main aim of the bills introduced by the Social Democrats in the Third Duma must lie in propaganda and agitation for the Social Democratic program and tactics. Any hopes of the reformism of the Third Duma would not only be ludicrous, but would threaten completely to distort the character of Social Democratic revolutionary tactics and convert it into the tactics of opportunist, liberal social reformism. He then listed 5 conditions for realizing this aim. With these basic premises he dissected the draft of the author, so termed, I suspect, for security reasons. He complimented him for having adapted Model 8-hour workday bills drawn up by Western European social democratic parties to Russian conditions, but stated that our subcommittee felt it needed a number of corrections because in a few cases the author tries to adapt his bill to the requirement of practicality. He offered some suggestions, for example, about the scope of the bill, and then a concrete proposal about the question of the gradual introduction of the 8-hour working day. Most interesting was his point about how to explain why the proposed bill called for such an introduction, certainly not in order to adapt the bill to the measure of the capitalist government, whereas the Revolutionary Soviets of Workers' Deputies of 1905 called for immediate realization of the 8-hour working day. The explanatory note accompanying the bill should say that in a real revolutionary situation it is essential not to stop at anything. In short, in conditions resembling those of November 1905, the Social Democrats regard the immediate introduction of the 8-hour working day as not only legitimate but even essential. 58. It will be useful, I argue, to revisit Lenin's suggestion in assessing Bolshevik policies in the heady days of 1917.59. The Duma Group's response to Stolypin's notorious declaration of March 31, 1910, revealed that it indeed had come a long way. The background to this was the ongoing tug-of-war between the monarchy and those in the Duma like the cadets and Octobrists who wanted a constitutional monarchy. The specific issue was how much input the Duma had in funding the military. 60. As Lenin unceasingly explained, the Duma was the product of the mass uprising that forced Nicholas to grant concessions, including the fundamental laws, the closest thing to a constitution in Romanov Russia. The inconclusive outcome of the revolution was reflected in the ambiguities of the laws. Article 96, more to the point, apparently gave the Duma the right to approve military expenditures, but another provision, Article 14, suggested that the monarchy had the last word. Even though the counter-revolution was victorious with Stolypin's June 3 coup in 1907, 3 years later it still had nightmares about the revolution. Anything, however faint, that suggested the revolution was alive, such as the idea that the military should be subject to the collective will, sent a cold shudder up their monarchical spines. When the issue returned in 1910, Stolypin, in his declaration, sided with Nicholas and effectively overruled Article 96, reduced to nullity in favor of Article 14. That the Octobrists approved of his actions was no surprise, but that the cadets sounded like apologists for Stolypin was just one more example of how low their party has fallen. The challenge for the Social Democratic group was how to denounce his actions without giving an inch to the constitutional illusions of the cadets and Octobrists. Social Democrats unquestionably undertook a complicated task requiring able handling. They were undoubtedly wielding a double-edged weapon which with the slightest mistake or even awkward usage might wound the bearer. To speak without metaphors, it might imperceptibly lead the Social Democrats astray from the policy of class struggle to the policy of liberalism. The Social Democrats would have made such a mistake if they had spoken purely and simply of defending these fundamental laws, without explaining the special character of this defense. They would have made an even greater mistake had they turned the defense of the fundamental laws or legality in general into some sort of slogan such as "Fight for Legality" that would have been in the style of the cadets. Fortunately, our comrades in the Duma did neither the one nor the other. Lenin then excerpted the interpellations of the two comrades. The first, Gagashkori, defended, Lenin proudly reported, the fraction against the thinly veiled threats of the rights to have it ejected from the Duma for questioning the prerogatives of the imperial leader. The deputy then made clear that the fraction's interventions were in no way to be interpreted as upholding the prestige of the Third Duma, if it has such a thing. Their purpose was only for exposing once again the hypocrisy of the government. Gagashkori voiced the consistently democratic, republican views of the socialists when he said, "Our laws will correspond to the interests and requirements of the mass of the population only when they are dictated by the direct will of the people," and the clamor from the right noted in this part of the verbatim report emphasized that the shaft had gone home. The second comrade, Pokrovsky, spoke even more clearly and definitely in his speech, referring to the political significance of the interpellation, "Let them do this directly and openly. Let them frankly accept the slogan of the rights, Down with the right of the popular representative assembly, long live the ministerial antechamber. There is no doubt that the majority is working to bring about a time in Russia when constitutional illusions will completely vanish, leaving a black reality from which the Russian people will draw the appropriate conclusions. The two comrades acted in the only correct social democratic way of presenting the interpellation. The rest of the party now had a task. His is the aspect that must be brought to the fore in our party agitation, at labor meetings, in our study circles and groups, and, finally, in private conversations with workers who do not belong to any organization. We must explain the role of the Workers' Party, which is exposing a bourgeois Black Hundred fraud inside the bourgeois Black Hundred Duma itself. Inasmuch as it was not possible in such a Duma to treat the question with complete clarity or to state in full detail the revolutionary social democratic point of view, it is our duty to amplify what our comrades said from the tribune of the Taurida Palace and popularize their speeches, so that the masses can understand and appreciate them. 61. The Finnish question. Another issue that warranted in Lenin's view the attention of Russian social democracy and the Duma group in particular was Stolypin's moves beginning in 1908 to end the limited sovereignty the Finnish people had enjoyed until then. From 1809, when Finland came under Romanov rule, its prospects for self-determination depended on the ups and downs of the democratic revolution in Russia. At its height, the end of October 1905 through the first two Dumas, the Finnish people enjoyed their greatest freedom. With Stolypin's coup in June 1907, however, the regime sought to re-establish Romanov supremacy. That Finland had served as a safe house for revolutionaries like Lenin during Russia's spring was not the least important reason for doing so. The Octoberists took the initiative in this revanchist project in 1908 with a proposal that the Black Hundred Duma should act as the monarchy's police to bring the Finnish people to heel, an attempt to convince Nicholas that the Duma could be a loyal servant and thus he had nothing to fear about their constitutional monarchy project. 62. Though the particulars are lacking, the Social Democratic group, according to Lenin, voiced their opposition. When the issue returned in 1909, he provided more details. While the bandits' venture has everything in its favor, given the continuing lull in Russia's democratic movement, the proletariat of Finland knows that from the outset of its new struggle it will have on its side the socialist proletariat of all Russia, ready, however onerous the conditions of the contemporary moment, to do their duty, their whole duty. The Duma fraction had a special duty because their counterpart in the Finnish Diet has sent a deputation to the Social Democratic group in the Third Duma in order jointly to discuss a plan of action against the coercionists. From the lofty tribune of the Duma our deputies will raise their voice, as they did last year, to brand the Tsarist government and unmask its hypocritical allies in the Duma. Let then all the social democratic organizations and all workers exert every effort so that the voice of our deputies in the Taurida Palace is not a cry in the wilderness, so that the enemies of Russian and Finnish liberty see that the whole Russian proletariat is one with the Finnish people. The duty of the comrades in each locality is to use every opportunity that presents itself to make manifest the attitude of the proletariat of Russia to the Finnish question. Beginning with appeals to the Russian and Finnish social democratic groups, and proceeding to more active forms of protests, the party will find ways enough to break the disgraceful conspiracy of silence in which the Russian counter-revolution is rending the body of the Finnish people. 63. Whether or not Finland's proletariat knew that their Russian comrades would be on its side is uncertain. What is clear is Lenin's call, a joint response of the Duma group and party organizations' campaign, to make that a reality, exactly what he called for when the guns of August exploded in 1914. In 1910 Stolypin took the initiative by introducing a bill in the Duma that would put Finland's internal affairs, which the Finnish people had hitherto managed themselves, under the jurisdiction of the arch-reactionary Octoberist Duma. The utter destruction of Finland's freedom, that is what is being undertaken by the autocracy. This time Lenin sought to bring clarity to the debates for both the fraction and the readers of Social Democrat, specifically the role of the bourgeoisie in reinforcing the old nationalism of the autocracy. The championing of such a policy by the Octobrists registered the growing class consciousness and consciously counter-revolutionary attitude of our Russian bourgeoisie. Chauvinism has grown among them with their growing hatred of the proletariat as an international force. Their chauvinism has grown stronger parallel with the growth and intensification of the rivalry of international capital. Chauvinism appeared as a thirst for revenge engendered by the losing of the war with Japan and the powerlessness of the bourgeoisie against the privileged landlords. Chauvinism has found support in the appetites of the true Russian industrialists and merchants who are glad to conquer Finland after failing to grab a slice of the pie in the Balkans. Therefore, the representative assembly of the landlords and big bourgeoisie gives Tsarism true allies for settling with free Finland. As for the liberal bourgeoisie, the cadets, while they, of course, are against the persecution of Finland and will certainly not vote with the Octobrists, they in fact enabled the old nationalism of the autocracy. Referring to the earlier debates on the Balkans and Struve's influential article, Lenin continued, was it not the cadets who did their utmost to rouse nationalist feelings and sentiments throughout Russian educated society? How right the Social Democratic resolution was in saying that the cadets by their nationalist agitation were in fact rendering a service to Tsarism and no one else. So now, most humane gentlemen of the cadet party, reap what you have sown. Lenin concluded prophetically, ACH act of Tsarist policy, each month of the existence of the Third Duma is more and more mercilessly destroying the liberal illusions, more and more exposing the impotence and rottenness of liberalism, scattering ever wider and more abundantly the seeds of a new revolution of the proletariat. 64. There is no way Lenin could have known that his real-time insight would be tragically confirmed by events 4 years later, the role of both the right and left bourgeoisie in promoting the autocracy's war drive. He was able to be prescient precisely because of what the Third Duma, the representative assembly of the landlords and big bourgeoisie, taught again, why he was so insistent that it was in the interest of the proletariat to take its deliberations seriously and to use it, however limited the opportunities, for offering a working-class alternative. A couple of months after the fraction's able handling of Stolypin's declaration of March 31, Lenin gave an extensive response to the just-produced platform of the Recallists in his 60-page pamphlet, Notes of a Publicist. He stated his central argument at the outset. The autocracy has entered a new historical period. It is taking a step towards its transformation into a bourgeois monarchy. The Third Duma represents an alliance with definite classes. The Third Duma is not an accidental, but a necessary institution in the system of this new monarchy. We are confronted by a specific historical period with specific conditions for the birth of a new revolution. It will be impossible to master these specific conditions and prepare ourselves for this new revolution if we operate only in the old way, if we do not learn to utilize the Duma tribune itself, etc. Stolypin's bill on Finland would no doubt have been for Lenin a good example of his use of the Third Duma to convert the autocracy into a bourgeois monarchy. This, he argued, is what the Recallists failed to grasp about the interim period, the unique role of the Third Duma, unlike the two previous ones, in consolidating the counter-revolution while preparing at the same time the conditions for the inevitable rebirth of the revolution. Therefore there can be no question of utilizing the transition period without utilizing the Duma tribune. The peculiar tactics of using the very tribune from which the counter-revolutionaries speak for the purpose of preparing the revolution thus becomes a duty dictated by the specific character of the entire historical situation. If, as Lenin suspected, the Recallists, or many who were attracted to their cause, found functioning in such a way in such a setting far less exciting than when the revolution was still in full bloom, he readily conceded. But the transitional period is transitional precisely because its specific task is to prepare and rally the forces, and not to bring them into immediate and decisive action. To know how to organize this work, which is devoid of outward glamour, to know how to utilize for this purpose all those semi-legal institutions which are peculiar to the period of the Black Hundred Octoberist Duma, to know how to uphold even on this basis all the traditions of revolutionary social democracy, all the slogans of its recent heroic past, the entire spirit of its work, its irreconcilability with opportunism and reformism, such is the task of the party, Such is the task of the moment. 65. In an earlier retort, he was less diplomatic but more concrete. Get this into your heads. When the conditions of acute and increasing reaction are really present, when the mechanical force of this reaction really severs the connection with the masses, makes sufficiently broad work difficult and weakens the party, it is then that the specific task of the party becomes to master the parliamentary weapon of struggle, and that is not because parliamentary struggle is higher than any other forms of struggle, no, it is just because it is lower than them, lower, for example, than a struggle which draws into the mass movement even the armed forces, which gives rise to mass strikes, uprisings, etc. Then why does mastery of the lowest form of struggle become the specific task of the party? Because the stronger the mechanical force of reaction and, the weaker the connection with the masses, the more immediate becomes the task of preparing the minds of the masses, the more immediate becomes the task of utilizing the methods of propaganda and agitation created by the old regime. 66. The lull in the revolutionary movement that enabled the counter-revolutionary policies that Stolypin and the autocracy pursued made clear to Lenin, if not from the outset, that work in the Third Duma had a very different character than that in its two predecessors. In an article on the Bolshevik-Menshevik split in Neue Zeit published sometime in 1910, Trotsky charged that neither wing of the party knew how to function in legal organizations, even the most important legal organization, in which the Mensheviks predominate, works completely outside the control of the Menshevik faction. Lenin knew better. Facts are as follows. From the very beginning of the existence of the Social Democratic group in the Third Duma, the Bolshevik faction, through its representatives authorized by the Central Committee of the party, has all the time assisted, aided, advised, and supervised the work of the Social Democrats in the Duma. The same is done by the editorial board of the central organ of the party, which consists of representatives of the factions. 67. Thus at the end of 1910 Lenin confirmed in print what the public record only suggested until then, that is, he was effectively the party's electoral and parliamentary director. No one else had taken on such a responsibility. The experience would serve him well for the Fourth Duma. But Trotsky's uninformed criticism was revelatory. Most of the Duma fraction members were Mensheviks. Never did Lenin hint so much in his published utterances. Taking into account the way in which they were elected, he treated them as if they were teachable. Labels such as Mensheviks were simply that for him, another indication of how important this work was for him. 68. Social Democratic parliamentary work, lessons from elsewhere. In the discussions/debates about whether to participate or not in the parliamentary arena, Lenin often referenced the experience of German social democracy. The historic debate Marx and Engels had with the anarchists about involvement in both arenas only intensified as working-class parties inspired by their vision came into existence. Owing to its size and success, the German party was the favorite target of the anarchists, and Lenin had to take on their charge, which got an echo from the recallists, that the German party practiced parliamentarism at any price. In point of fact, the German Social Democrats, far from standing for parliamentarism at any price, not only do not subordinate everything to parliamentarism, but, on the contrary, in the international army of the proletariat they best of all have developed such extra-parliamentary means of struggle as the socialist press, the trade unions, the systematic use of popular assemblies, the socialist education of youth, and so on and so forth. The German party's usage of the parliamentary space, he also argued, was determined by the particular situation it faced, and not the least important was the period in which Bismarck's anti-socialist law was in effect, 1878 to 1890, during which the party, except for its Reichstag fraction, was banned, a situation not unlike what the Russian party faced after Stolypin's coup and the convening of the Third Duma. The point is that a combination of a number of historic conditions has made parliamentarism a specific weapon of struggle for Germany over a given period, not the chief one, not the highest, not of prime and essential importance in comparison with other forms, but merely specific, the most characteristic in comparison with other countries. Hence, the ability to use parliamentarism has proved to be a symptom of exemplary organization of the entire socialist movement, in all its branches, which we have enumerated above. 69. But wasn't there a basis for the anarchist charge given that the German party gave birth to opportunism and reformism? Bernstein et al. Lenin, of course, was well aware of this development from the very beginning and had drawn attention to it, such as his critique of the Germans at the 1907 Stuttgart Congress of the Second International. The party's 1910 Magdeburg Congress provided the most recent evidence. Two worlds, the title of his article about the gathering, were revealed in the German party, the point of view of the proletarian class struggle versus the point of view of the reformist. Unlike the anarchists, however, Lenin felt the first tendency, led by Bebel, was hegemonic in the party. The evidence was the overwhelming defeat for those who advocated the reformist line. Most relevant for the Russian experience was the substance of Bebel's attack on the reformists at the Congress. In Lenin's reading of his speech, Bebel was preparing the party for the maturing revolution in Germany. And key to Bebel's strategy, according to Lenin, was the continued usage of legality in anticipation of an era of tremendous revolutionary battles, while knowing the bourgeoisie would be forced for that very reason to shatter his own legality. 70. Rather than what the anarchists claimed about the German party, the Magdeburg Congress demonstrated that social democracy could make usage of the parliamentary arena without succumbing to opportunism. Whether Lenin's optimism about the Germans was warranted will, of course, be revisited. Clearly, his reading of Bebel and the Congress reflected his views and actions that parliamentary work could be put toward revolutionary ends. At the end of 1910, Lenin reviewed in the first issue of the legal Bolshevik daily Zvezda, the successor to Proletary, an interesting attempt at a scientific investigation to explain the emergence of the two big trends in the working class movements in Europe and America departing from Marxism, revisionism and anarchism. Dutch Marxist Anton Pannekoek's recently published book, The Tactical Differences in the Labor Movement, reached conclusions, which, it must be recognized, are quite correct. Three factors, according to Pannekoek, explain their emergence: the very growth of the labor movement, its heterogeneous character and development, and the different tactics ruling classes employed to discipline the labor movement. When the latter decided, for example, to play the hard cop, as in Germany with Bismarck's anti-socialist law, they engendered the growth of anarcho-syndicalism. When they employed the method of liberalism, of steps towards the development of political rights, towards reforms, concessions, and so forth, it bred opportunism in the labor movement. While the revisionists regard reforms as a partial realization of socialism, the anarcho-syndicalists reject petty work, especially the utilization of the parliamentary platform. Both anarcho-syndicalism and reformism must be regarded as a direct product of this bourgeois world outlook and its influence. They seize upon one aspect of the labor movement, elevate one-sidedness to a theory, and declare mutually exclusive those tendencies or features of this movement that are a specific peculiarity of a given period, of given conditions of working class activity. But real life, real history, includes these different tendencies, just as life and development in nature include both slow evolution and rapid leaps, breaks in continuity. Although Pannekoek's argument made no reference to Russia at all, it seems that he is alluding to only because the basic tendencies which give rise to definite departures from Marxist tactics are to be observed in our country too, despite the vast differences between Russia and the West. 71. The Menshevik and Recallist currents in Russian social democracy were without doubt the definite departures Lenin had in mind. As well as Germany, Lenin paid special attention to the course of the workers' movement in Britain. The conferences in 1911 of the two organizations that would eventually form the Labour Party were most instructive given the context. It is well known that Britain and Germany have been arming very intensively during the past few years. Competition between these two countries in the world market is becoming increasingly acute. The danger of a military conflict is approaching more and more formidably. Even more important, the socialists of Britain and Germany, and also of France, are devoting much attention to the threatening war, fighting with might and main against bourgeois chauvinism and armaments, and doing all they can to explain to the most backward sections of the proletariat and of the petty bourgeoisie what misfortunes ensue from a war which serves exclusively the interests of the bourgeoisie. The conference deliberations of the two organizations, the British Social Democratic Party and the Independent Labour Party, revealed that while their leaders, respectively Henry Hyndman and Ramsay MacDonald, pursued opportunist policies, at one point MacDonald said with virginal opportunist innocence that Parliament was hardly the place for propaganda speeches. It was really gratifying to learn that from their ranks firm and determined voices were heard protesting against opportunism. This was especially important at this moment since opportunism enabled in both cases, as he noted, jingoism and chauvinism. In concluding, Lenin admitted that the liberals of all countries, Russia included, are rejoicing and laughing now at the sight of the predominance of opportunism in the British labour movement. But he laughs best who laughs last. 72 Again, history would decide whether his judgment was warranted. What he pointed to, however, the links between opportunism and the war drive and how a revolutionary social democracy should respond proved, as will be seen, to be prescient. The end of the Third Duma and constitutional illusions. Once the election results for the Third Duma were in, Lenin concluded that it would be incapable of accomplishing the objective tasks of the revolution even in the most distorted form. It cannot even partly heal the gaping wounds inflicted upon Russia by the old regime. It can only cover up those wounds with wretched, sour, fictitious reforms. The election results only confirm our firm belief that Russia cannot emerge from her present crisis in a peaceful way. If that wasn't clear before, the constitutional crisis in the spring of 1911 removed all doubts. Stolypin's habit of riding roughshod over the Duma eventually led the Octobrists and Cadets, at least their leaderships, to break with him in May. He needed both wings of the bourgeoisie to carry out his main project of converting the autocracy into a bourgeois monarchy, and the Third Duma was to be the vehicle for doing so. But as Lenin explained, Tsarism consulted the bourgeoisie when the revolution still seemed to be a force, but it gradually applied its jackboot to kick out all the leaders of the bourgeoisie. As soon as the revolutionary pressure from below slackened. As the regime's leading landlord, Nicholas had no material interest in providing a real solution to the most gaping of the wounds inflicted upon Russia: land inequality. And as long as the left and right bourgeoisie continued to be afflicted with parliamentary cretinism, it could never conceive of the crisis being solved in the only way it could, outside the parliamentary arena and in the streets. Stolypin's policy, Lenin concluded, ended in failure. 73 His assassination by a socialist revolutionary in September 1911 was indeed the final nail in the coffin. The frustrations of the Octobrists and Cadets and their eventual break with Stolypin in May had been salutary, Lenin contended, Hay express, once more, the collapse of constitutional illusions, which is a useful byproduct of the constitutional crisis. 74 He then put Stolypin's tenure and assassination in broad context. Stolypin disappeared from the scene at the very moment when the Black Hundred monarchy had taken everything that could be of use to it from the counter-revolutionary sentiments of the whole Russian bourgeoisie. Now this bourgeoisie, repudiated, humiliated, and disgraced by its own renunciation of democracy, the struggle of the masses and revolution, stands perplexed and bewildered, seeing the symptoms of a gathering new revolution. Stolypin helped the Russian people to learn a useful lesson: either march to freedom by overthrowing the Tsarist monarchy, under the leadership of the proletariat, or sink deeper into slavery and submit to the Purishkeviks, Markovs, and Tolmakovs, under the ideological and political leadership of the Milyukovs and Gukakovs. 75. With Stolypin gone, the final year of the Third Duma was comparatively uneventful. The Black Hundreds predominated and thus increasingly played the nationalist and chauvinist cards. Lenin continued to pay attention to and to work closely with the Duma fraction. When famine, for example, returned, he made suggestions to the party on how the fraction should be utilized to help combat it. Also, he helped them draft an alternative to the government's so-called workers' state insurance bill. In the process he noticed a speech that a fraction member, Kuznetsov, had given on the bill. While it must be said, in fairness to him, that, in general, he spoke very well. He nevertheless made a mistake by echoing the cadet call for electoral reform. But real reform required the existence of a republic, and that demand, absent in the cadet formulation, should have been included in his speech. After sketching out what Kuznetsov should have said, Lenin offered some general advice. Wherever a social democrat makes a political speech, it is his duty always to speak of a republic. But one must know how to speak of a republic. One cannot speak about it in the same terms when addressing a meeting in a factory and one in a Cossack village, when speaking at a meeting of students or in a peasant cottage, when it is dealt with from the rostrum of the Third Duma or in the columns of a publication issued abroad. The art of any propagandist and agitator consists in his ability to find the best means of influencing any given audience, by presenting a definite truth, in such a way as to make it most convincing, most easy to digest, most graphic, and most strongly impressive. 76. Last, when evidence was revealed in Duma deliberations in October 1911 of how the 55 Social Democratic deputies in the Second Duma had been illegally framed up, he urged a step up in the international campaign to free them that involved the Third Duma fraction and other party organizations. In the last months of the Third Duma, an incident occurred that for Lenin was a teachable moment. A fraction member, Terenty Belousov, abruptly withdrew from the group but wanted to keep his seat in the Duma. The fraction unanimously voted that he resign from the Duma since he was elected by the votes of Social Democrats and had been a member of the Social Democratic group in the Duma for 4.5 years. Lenin agreed and advised that there was a larger issue at stake: the accountability of those elected by the working class to the working class. By wanting to stay in the Duma, Belousov betrayed a tendency in the parliamentary process of those who grab mandates for personal gain. This has been the case in all bourgeois parliaments, and everywhere the workers who are aware of their historic role are fighting these practices and, in the process of the struggle, are training their own working class members of parliament, men who are not out for mandates, not out to profit by parliamentary manipulations, but are the trusted envoys of the working class. 77. And this was advice given even before Lenin learned that a group of capitalists in Belousov's constituency came to his defense and urged that he remain in the Duma. 6 months before the Third Duma formally came to a close, June 9, 1912, a Bolshevik leadership meeting took place in Prague, in part to make plans for the elections to the Fourth Duma. Along the way it adopted a resolution written by Lenin on the conduct of the fraction in the Third Duma. This conference recognizes that the Social Democratic group in the Duma made use of the Duma platform in accordance with the line defined by the December Party Conference, which must remain the guide for the direction of party work in the Duma. The conference, in particular, regards as consistent with the tasks of the proletariat that aspect of the group's activities that it has energetically defended the interests of the workers and all measures for improving their lot, and in so doing has endeavored to show all the partial tasks in their relation to the general aims of the liberation movement led by the proletariat, and points to the mass movement as the only way to rid Russia of the sufferings and shame to which she has been brought by Tsarism. 78. Chapter 2. To prepare for a new Russian Revolution. The Fourth Duma. By the beginning of 1911, Lenin concluded that the worst of the counter-revolution was over and that there were signs of a revival. The main task was to rebuild the decimated party, especially since there were influential voices who contended that an illegal organization wasn't necessary. The liquidators. And no better opportunity, he argued, existed for doing that than the upcoming elections to the new Duma. In addition to party building, the elections birthed a new Social Democratic Duma group. Though slightly smaller than the previous, it proved to be a politically stronger fraction. Almost half, all Bolsheviks, were elected by industrial workers, an advance for Russian social democracy. If the 5-year-long Third Duma was about the Russian party finding its parliamentary feet, the briefer Fourth was about putting that prior training into practice. From its convening in November 1912 to the onset of the First World War in August 1914, the Bolshevik wing of the party, under Lenin's direction, accomplished more in the parliamentary arena in as short a time as any revolutionaries had ever done and, probably, ever since, and with more to come. Lenin in campaign mode. More than a year before the elections for the new Duma took place, and while the Third was in its last session, Lenin began campaigning. That meant drawing up a program and strategy for the elections while opposing the liquidators and the remaining recallists. Clarity on the differences, as always for Lenin, was of utmost importance, and at issue was one that went to the very heart of Marxism as he understood it, the distinction between democracy and liberalism. To give his perspective authority required a party discussion, debate, and vote. The challenge then was to implement those decisions, which took on a new urgency when it became evident in the spring of 1912 that the Russian Revolution was reawakening. Lenin, the strategist, organizer, and taskmaster were all on full display. The irreconcilable difference, a liberal labor versus a Marxist labor policy. The elections to the Fourth Duma are due to be held next year. The Social Democratic Party must launch its election campaign at once. Thus began Lenin's first detailed campaign literature, written in October 1911. 2 months later, in a clear warning to the recallists, he wrote, "New York wavering as to the advisability, from the point of view of Marxism, of our participation in the elections, is impermissible too." Launching the campaign was a necessity given that we are at the beginning of a new phase of the counter-revolution. The student protests the previous year, peasant discontent bred by the famine, and last but not least, the strike wave opened up space for intensified propaganda, agitation, and organization. And the forthcoming elections provide a natural, inevitable, topical pretext for such work. To do so required rebuilding the decimated party from the bottom up. Therefore, the first task of all Social Democrats is to take the initiative in organizing nuclei. It is the task of all Social Democrats, even where there are only 2 or 3 of them, to gain some foothold, establish connections of one kind or another, and start work that is systematic even if very modest. A campaign, especially a social democratic one, needed a platform. What Lenin sketched out in the first of a series of strategic and tactical writings that became the basis for the Bolsheviks' plan of action. But as he pointedly observed, to every party at all worthy of the name, a platform is something that has existed long before the elections. It is not something specially devised for the elections, but an inevitable result of the whole work of the party, of the way the work is organized, and of its whole trend in the given historical period. In other words, exactly because of what Lenin had been doing for more than a decade could he hit the ground running when new opportunities arose. That legacy, when combined with the reality of the current political situation, determined the key planks in the platform. Very often it may be useful, and sometimes even essential, to give the election platform of social democracy a finishing touch by adding a brief general slogan, a watchword for the elections, stating the most cardinal issues of current political practice, and providing a most convenient and most immediate pretext, as well as subject matter, for comprehensive socialist propaganda. In our epoch only the following 3 points can make up this watchword, this general slogan: a republic, confiscation of all landed estates, and the 8-hour day. After spelling out the rationale for the 3 demands, especially a republic, he distilled their significance. The substance and mainspring of the social democratic election platform can be expressed in 3 words: for the revolution. Regarding the possible charge that calling for a republic, an illegality in Romanov Russia, might suggest that recognition of the importance and necessity of legal work is not seriously intended, Lenin responded constructively and pedagogically. We cannot legally advocate a republic, but we can write and speak in defense of democracy in such a way that we do not in the least condone ideas about the compatibility of democracy with the monarchy, in such a way as to refute and ridicule the liberal and Narodnik monarchists, in such a way as to make sure that the readers and the audiences form a clear idea of the connection between the monarchy, precisely as a monarchy, and the despotism and arbitrary rule reigning in Russia. Point 3. As the events of 1917 would show, the practice of adding a brief general slogan, a watchword to a platform, would prove to be most effective for the Bolsheviks. Lenin's demand for a republic is exactly what Engels found wanting in the draft program of the German Party in 1891, the so-called Erfurt program. Not including it, he charged, smacked of opportunism this sacrifice of the future of the movement for its present, which is gaining ground in a large section of the social democratic press and dangerously suggested that not only a republic, but also communist society, can be established in a cozy, peaceful way. If the Wilhelmian state prohibited its inclusion, then wording should be found, as Lenin did, to at least express its substance. 4 Note also Engels' suggestion about how the program should be written. The short, precise phrase, once understood, takes root in the memory, and becomes a slogan advice that no doubt informed Lenin's finishing touch to his draft platform. 5. The Bolshevik leader wasn't the only social democrat who drafted an election platform. The liquidators and their Menshevik sympathizers were doing the same. After reading an early edition of their platform and despite Martov's efforts to put the best social democratic face on it, Lenin told Social Democrat readers, "There should be no illusions, we have 2 election platforms, that is a fact." Which claims to be social democratic is actually the platform of a liberal labor policy. Anyone who fails to understand the difference, the irreconcilable difference, between these 2 platforms of working class policy cannot conduct the election campaign intelligently. He is sure to be haunted at every step by disappointments, misunderstandings, and comic or tragic mistakes. To understand Lenin's critique requires a bit of history. For about 3 years the liquidators, mainly in response to the blows Stolypin inflicted on the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party and other opponents of the regime, had been arguing that an underground party was not only impossible but not necessary. Rather, the effort should be made to carve out legal space for Russian social democracy. As Martov put it, Lenin quoting him, "The Workers' Party should strive to prevail upon the propertied classes to take one step or another toward the democratization of legislation and an extension of constitutional guarantees." But that was exactly the problem, Lenin countered. Every liberal concedes that it is quite legitimate for the workers to strive to prevail upon the propertied classes to take one step or another. All that the liberal stipulates is that the workers should not dare to prevail upon the non-propertied to take steps which are not to the liberals' liking. The entire policy of the British liberals, who have so profoundly corrupted the British workers, is to allow the workers to try to prevail upon the propertied classes, but not to allow the workers to win for themselves the leadership of a movement of the whole people. Not for the first or last time would Lenin read electoral/parliamentary developments in Russia through the lens of what was taking place in Western Europe. Evidence, again, for one of the central arguments of this book. Carving out only political space for the proletariat and its party became the core of the liquidators' election platform and the tactical measures thus implied, hence the irreconcilable difference with what Lenin was proposing. In a subsequent and more detailed response, Lenin quoted Martov again, "We must conduct the entire election campaign under the banner of the struggle of the proletariat for the freedom of its political self-determination, of the struggle for its right to have a class party of its own and to develop its activities freely, for the right to take part in political life as an independent organized force." This principle must govern both the content and tactics of the election campaign and the methods to be used for organizational work. Lenin gladly reproduced Martov's principle because it correctly expressed the crux of the matter. A liberal labor policy. What made it so different from a Marxist labor policy? The liberal bourgeois tells the workers, "You are justified in fighting, indeed, you must fight, for the freedom of your own political self-determination, for the right to have a class party of your own, for the right freely to develop your activities, for the right to take part in political life as an independent organized force." It is these principles of the liberal, educated, radical, to use the English or French term, bourgeoisie that Martov is offering the workers in the guise of Marxism. The Marxist tells the workers, in order really and successfully to fight for the freedom of your own political self-determination, you must fight for the free political self-determination of the entire people. You must show the people what the successive democratic forms of its political existence should be, and win the masses and the undeveloped sections of the working people away from the influence of the liberals. If your party is really to attain a full understanding of the tasks of the class, and if its activity is actually to be of a class nature and not of a guild nature, it is necessary for it not only to take part in political life, but, in spite of all the vacillations of the liberals, to direct the political life and initiative of the broad strata onto a greater arena than that indicated by the liberals, toward more substantial and more radical aims. He who confines the class to an independent corner of activity in an arena, the bounds, form, and shape of which are determined or permitted by the liberals, does not understand the tasks of the class. Only he understands the tasks of the class who directs its attention to the need for so reconstructing this very arena, its entire form, its entire shape, as to extend it beyond the limits allowed by the liberals. The differences were indeed irreconcilable, because what Martov and the liquidators were proposing, in Lenin's view, negated the very essence of Marxist politics. Their line excludes the idea of the hegemony of the working class, whereas the second deliberately defines this very idea. 6. Therefore an election platform, a real one that bridged these differences, was a virtual impossibility. Russian social democracy went into the elections, hence, with two opposed lines in Lenin's terms, democracy versus liberalism. Once the cadets mapped out their campaign strategy, Lenin could be even more concrete. It is one of our most important tasks in the Third Duma in general, after the period 1906-11 in particular, and especially on the eve of the elections to the Fourth Duma, to explain the profound difference between genuine democracy and the liberalism of the cadets who take the name of democracy in vain, a thread that ran through almost all his interventions leading up to the elections. 7. This obligation applied not just to the cadets, because for Marxists, the main task in the election campaign is to explain to the people the nature of the various political parties, what views are advocated and who advocates them, what are the real and vital interests behind each party, which classes of society shelter behind each party. Label 8. As for the nuts and bolts of the campaign, of prime importance, understandably, would be the elections in the workers' curie. If the elections to the Third Duma had been about getting as many workers' deputies as possible to be Social Democrats, this time it was making sure they would be supporters of a Marxist rather than a liberal labor policy. The guarantee for such an outcome depended, as had been the case before, on concerted propaganda work at the factory level where the electors were selected. As for the other curie, specifically the second or the petit bourgeois urban curie, the left bloc tactic was still operative. With concrete examples from various locations, Lenin showed how Social Democrats could have won more seats to the Third Duma had more thought gone into the calculus of forming tactical blocks at the second stage of the elections with the Trudoviks to keep out the cadets and with the cadets to keep out the rights. The Mensheviks, it may be remembered, opposed the left bloc tactic for the Third Duma elections because it prevented them from blocking with the cadets at the first stage of the elections. In league with the liquidators this time they'd do the same, because their liberal labor policy depended on support from the cadets. By now not only Lenin's familiar attention to detail was on display but also his facility with the intricate mechanism of the cumbersome and undemocratic election laws. To get a flavor, consider his advice about what the workers and Trudovik electors should do at the provincial assemblies if they couldn't immediately form blocs with liberals to defeat the rights. Tactics of the Democrats should be to unite first with the liberals to defeat the rights, and then with the rights to defeat the liberals, so that neither are able to secure the election of their candidates. In accordance with Article 119 of the regulations governing the elections, the Assembly adjourns. Then the Democrats, guided by the exact figures of the votes cast, form a bloc with the liberals, demanding a proportionate share of the seats. In such cases it is essential that the liberals elect the Democrat first and not the other way round, for history and the entire experience of Europe show that the liberals have often cheated the Democrats, whereas the Democrats have never cheated the liberals. Consistent with the importance he lent to the worker-peasant alliance, Lenin also provided detailed advice on how Social Democrats could assist the Trudoviks to win more seats. The duty of the working-class Democrats with regard to the peasants in the elections is perfectly clear. They must carry their purely class propaganda to a peasantry that is becoming proletarianized. They must help the peasants to unite their forces in the elections to enable them, even on the basis of the June 3 electoral law, to send to the Fourth Duma their own representatives in as large numbers as possible despite the obstacles put in their way both by the supporters of the old regime and by the liberals. They must strive to consolidate the leadership of working-class Democrats and explain the great harm caused by the vacillation of the peasant Democrats toward the liberals. 9. The task now was to have a collective discussion and vote on Lenin's proposals in order to put them into force. The Prague Conference. For the Third Duma elections, the RSDLP had been relatively united. The London or Fifth Party Congress in 1907 approved a set of resolutions to guide the party for conducting the elections and directing the Duma group. The Central Committee that was elected with a slight Bolshevik majority ceased, in fact, after a year or so to function. The unresolved Bolshevik/Menshevik divide was the main reason. To this schism was added the differences with the recallists and ultimatumists and then later and more significant, the liquidators. The Paris Conference in December 1908 proved to be last authoritative party meeting before Lenin and the Bolsheviks took the initiative to hold a new one this time in Prague in January 1912. As the resolution on the constitution of the conference explained, the extremely urgent practical tasks of the working class movement and of the revolutionary struggle against Tsarism make it imperative that prompt and most energetic measures be taken to re-establish a competent practical party center, closely linked with the local organizations. The upcoming elections, in other words, in combination with the new upsurge, required such a meeting. Despite a number of arrests made by the police, all the party organizations functioning in Russia, with very few exceptions, are represented at the present conference, the resolution reported. They came from St. Petersburg, Moscow, Saratov, Kazan, Samara, Nizhny Novgorod, Sormovo, Rostov, Ekaterinoslav, Kiev, Nikolaev, Lugansk, Baku, the Tiflis Group, the Wilno Group, the Dvinsk Group, Ekaterinburg, Ufa, Tyumen, a number of places in the central region, and others. As Krupskaya described it, the Prague Conference was the first party conference with workers from Russia that we succeeded in calling after 1908. 10 Duma fraction members also attended. The call came from the Bolshevik-led Russian Organizing Commission, which several months ago notified all Social Democrats of its convocation and invited to the conference all, without a single exception, organizations of our party. Furthermore, all organizations were given an opportunity to take part in the conference. Nevertheless, it was mainly a Bolshevik affair with only 2 Mensheviks participating and no liquidators. While Mensheviks were more sympathetic to the line of the liquidators, there were important exceptions such as Plekhanov and, especially, most of the Mensheviks in the Duma fraction, and they came to be known as pro-party Mensheviks. The resolution noted that Bolsheviks and pro-party Mensheviks in Russia worked in harmony on the organizing commission. Also, the meeting was mainly a Russian affair, since none of the national parties such as the Poles, Lithuanians, or the Bund attended, despite having been invited 3 times, and that every facility has been provided for them to send their delegates. 11. Party tasks and the upcoming elections specifically were the key agenda items at the 3-week meeting. The main tasks of our party in the elections, and equally of the future Social Democratic group in the Duma itself, a task to which all else must be subordinated, is socialist, class propaganda and the organization of the working class. The strategy and tactics Lenin detailed in prior writings were distilled into a 4-page resolution, Elections to the Fourth Duma, the campaign's blueprint, adopted unanimously by the conference. It reaffirmed the all-important tactic of no blocks with other parties, including the liquidators in the workers' Curie elections. Also, the left bloc tactic was permissible only in the second stage of elections in the peasant and second urban Curie, to conclude agreements with bourgeois Democrats against the liberals, and then with the liberals against all the government parties. But as agreed to at the London Congress, there was a crucial proviso: there can be no electoral agreements providing for a common platform, and Social Democratic candidates must not be bound by any kind of political commitment, nor must Social Democrats be prevented from resolutely criticizing the counter-revolutionary nature of the liberals and the half-heartedness and inconsistency of the bourgeois Democrats. 12. Combined with the other resolutions, especially the Social Democratic group in the Duma and the character and organizational forms of party work, there is no better set of documents to understand how the Bolsheviks went into and conducted themselves in the election campaign. The former, for example, emphasized how the Duma fraction could use its remaining time in the Third Duma to promote the three slogans of the campaign for the Fourth Duma. The party work resolution spelled out the use of the Duma speeches of the SD members, the training of workers to become legal lecturers, the creation of workers and other voters' committees for each district, each street, etc., and the organization of social democratic campaigns in connection with the elections to municipal bodies, etc. 13. Missing in the official account of the conference, probably for security reasons, was a decision or discussion, if not a resolution, to launch a legal daily, Pravda, as it would be called. Point 14. Its role was indispensable to the campaign, as will be seen. A hint was alluded to in the point in the elections resolution about the need to pay the necessary attention to the strengthening and broadening of the legally existing workers' press. The conference declared itself to be the highest body for the party until the next Congress and elected a new Central Committee, which included, in addition to Lenin, future Bolshevik leaders like Lev Kamina and Grigory Zinoviev. Stalin was later co-opted to it. As for the liquidators group, the conference declares that by its conduct has definitely placed itself outside the party. 15. Prague launched not only the Bolshevik election campaign for the Fourth Duma but in hindsight the Bolshevik party itself. There was a fly, however, in the ointment. Unbeknownst to Lenin and other Bolsheviks, one of the newly elected Central Committee members was an agent of Russian state security, or Okhrana Roman Malinovsky, the implications of which would become apparent only later. With the authority of Prague behind him, Lenin moved quickly to write the first official campaign literature for mass distribution, the election platform of the RSDLP. Addressed to worker comrades, and all citizens of Russia. Each and every one of you who enjoy electoral rights, as well as the great majority deprived of rights, it began with an indictment of the regime for its unprecedented counter-revolutionary terror both domestically and abroad, tries to suppress all movements for freedom in Turkey, Persia, and China. After a popular and pedagogical presentation of the campaign's three slogans and explanation of the differences between the three main parties contesting the elections, the Black Hundreds, the Liberals, and the Social Democrats, Lenin made clear what the latter hoped to get out of the elections. Our party goes into the Duma, not in order to play at reforms, not in order to defend the constitution, convince the Octobrists, or to dislodge reaction from the Duma, as the liberals who are deceiving the people say they will, but in order to call the masses to the struggle from the Duma rostrum, to explain the teachings of socialism, to expose every government and liberal deception, to expose the monarchist prejudices of the backward sections of the people, and the class roots of the bourgeois parties, in other words, in order to prepare an army of class-conscious fighters for a new Russian revolution. Lenin later said that missing in the platform was a very important paragraph about socialism. 16. That would be rectified in future campaign literature. The immediate task was to make sure the platform was widely distributed. According to the editors of the Lenin collected works, it was published as a separate leaflet and distributed in 18 localities including the main working class centers. Reprinted from the leaflet, it appeared as a supplement to number 26 of Sozialdemokrat. It was also reprinted by many local Bolshevik organizations and by the Russian Bureau of the CC of the RSDLP in Tiflis. 17. Regarding Lenin's point about preparing for a new Russian revolution, it is noteworthy what the platform said about the demand for a republic. Time was, and not so long ago, when the slogan "Down with the autocracy" seemed too advanced for Russia. Nevertheless, the RSDL party issued the slogan, the advanced workers caught it up and spread it throughout the country, and in 2 or 3 years the slogan became a popular saying. To work then, worker comrades and all citizens of Russia, all those who do not want to see our country sink finally into stagnation, barbarity, lack of rights and the appalling poverty of tens of millions. The Russian Social Democrats, the Russian workers will succeed in making down with the Tsarist monarchy, "Long live the Russian Democratic Republic," a nationwide slogan. This is significant. If Lenin was correct, and there is no reason to doubt the accuracy of his claim, then it was Russian social democracy, with him leading the way, that planted on a mass scale the idea of overthrowing the 300-year-old Romanov dynasty and replacing it with a democratic republic. A credible case can then be made that the February Revolution in 1917, in which Nicholas was dethroned, had its origins in the Bolshevik campaign for the Fourth Duma. Key evidence for one of the claims of this book, that Bolshevik success in the October Revolution can be traced to Lenin's electoral strategy. The revolutionary upswing and Pravda. On April 4, about 500 striking workers in the gold fields of Lena in Siberia were brutally killed or wounded by the regime's armed forces. When a Social Democrat deputy in the Duma demanded an explanation, the government's Minister of the Interior infamously replied, "So it was and so it will be." Outrage and protests erupted throughout Russia and gave the already planned May Day demonstrations additional energy, the largest political protests since 1905. Both developments underscored, Lenin insisted, the importance of the elections to the Fourth Duma. This thickening of the revolutionary atmosphere casts a vivid light on the tasks of the party and its role in the election campaign. Russia has entered a period of revolutionary upswing. 18. At the Prague Conference, as already noted, the decision was made to launch a legal RSDLP daily newspaper. 19 Shortly thereafter, Lenin met with two members of the Duma fraction in Leipzig to map out plans. The original idea was to convert Zvezda, a weekly, into a daily. But that would not be easy, as Lenin's comment to Gorky suggested, "I am very, very glad that you are helping Zvezda. We are having a devilish hard job with it. Internal and external and financial difficulties are immense." 20 Though sometimes described as a Bolshevik or semi-Bolshevik paper, Zvezda more accurately was a collaborative venture between Lenin, the St. Petersburg Central Committee, and members of the Duma fraction. Because of parliamentary immunity, deputies could serve as publishers of papers and not fear arrest, as so often happened with opposition publications. A Bolshevik Duma member, Nikolai Poletayev, served as Zvezda's publisher. But the rest of the fraction, again, predominantly Menshevik, also had close ties to the paper. A comment Lenin made to a fellow Bolshevik about them in relation to the decision of the Prague Conference to break with the liquidators is telling: "The Duma's Social Democratic group is directly neither for us nor for them. But there were two deputies at our conference. Zvezda has 9 Social Democratic deputies on its list of contributors, while the liquidationists' Hivoye Dialo has 4. 21 A few months later he remarked that the liquidationists hate the group. Why? Because the majority of the group, in which pro-party Mensheviks have always predominated, have always fought with determination against the liquidators and helped to make them quite harmless in St. Petersburg. 22. The neither for us nor for them character of the Duma group probably explains the friction between Lenin and the editorial board. Internal difficulties, as he told Gorky, especially in the aftermath of Prague when new battle lines were drawn. The board members, all Bolsheviks, were reluctant, I suspect, to do as Lenin wanted and give unequivocal support to the anti-liquidationist decisions taken at Prague for fear of alienating many of the pro-party but neither for us nor them Mensheviks in the fraction with whom they had collaborated on Zvezda. Whatever the case, it wasn't the first or last time that Lenin, from afar, and his comrades in St. Petersburg weren't all on the same political page. The first clear indication of problems was his very pointed letter to the board accompanying his just sent election platform. This platform is being sent only for the information of all, particularly the compilers of platforms. It is time to cease writing platforms when there already exists one confirmed and published by the Central Committee. I would very strongly advise the editors, known to you, not to approve any platform. For the platform to be confirmed by anyone except the CC is a liquidationist trick. Besides, in essence, no good will be done by the editors approving a platform. Let the editors agree with the existing platform or remain silent. Revealed here was what Lenin correctly perceived 6 months earlier: a struggle within Russian social democracy over which election platform, a liberal labor or a Marxist labor policy, would be promoted. The specific issue on display was whether a party paper would defend the platform approved by the Central Committee elected by the Prague Conference. Given the aforementioned nexus between the Duma fraction and the editorial board, there were bound to be disagreements, especially, again, in the aftermath of Prague. Added to the mix was the police factor. One of the fraction members, Vasily Shurkanov, who attended the Leipzig meeting where plans were made for a legal daily, was later discovered to have been an Okhrana agent, as well as the yet-to-be-discussed Malinovsky, who was also there. 23. The May Day demonstrations testified, in Lenin's opinion, to the contest between the contending platforms and what was at stake. Lenin was thoroughly heartened by the leaflet issued by the organizers in St. Petersburg underground nuclei that had to fill in and take initiatives for the shattered St. Petersburg RSDLP committee. As a result of the arrests, there happens to be no hierarchic body able to decree the advancing of particular slogans. Hence the proletarian masses, the workers' social democrats and even some of the socialist revolutionaries can be united only by slogans that are really indisputable for the masses, only by slogans that derive their strength not from a decree from above, but from the conviction of the revolutionary workers themselves. And, Lenin gleefully asked, what do we find? Let our slogans be, the St. Petersburg workers wrote in their leaflet, a constituent assembly, an 8-hour working day, the confiscation of the landed estates. And further on the leaflet launches the call, down with the Tsarist government. Down with the autocratic constitution of June 3. Long live the Democratic Republic. Long live socialism. Not only was there an underground capable of organizing even in the absence of a hierarchic body, but the slogans adopted were those of the All-Russian Conference of the RSDLP, which was convened in January 1912, both outcomes diametrically opposed to the line of the liquidationists. The May Day protests, Lenin contended, showed that the slogans adopted by the Prague Conference were the real route to working-class unity, whereas the slogan Trotsky and the liquidators advocated, freedom of association, a liberal labor policy, was disregarded by the movement. The social democratic proletariat of St. Petersburg has realized that a new revolutionary struggle must be started, not for the sake of one right, even though it should be the most essential, the most important for the working class, but for the sake of the freedom of the whole people. The social democratic proletariat of St. Petersburg has realized that it must generalize its demands, and not break them up into parts, that the republic includes freedom of association, and not vice versa, that it is necessary to strike at the center, to attack the source of evil, to destroy the whole system, the whole regime, of the Russia of the Tsar and the Black Hundreds. 24. May Day might have also offered lessons to the proponents of the liberal labor policy. If the Bolshevik slogans were more popular with Russia's proletariat, their candidates would likely gain more seats in the new Duma. This may explain comments Martov made in a liquidationist publication shortly afterward. Martov, according to Lenin, threatens in advance the future Social Democratic group in the Fourth Duma that if it turns out to be anti-liquidationist like its crafty predecessor, then cases like the Belousov affair will not be exceptions, but the rule, meaning, in plain language, that the liquidators will split the Duma group. Your bark, liquidator gentlemen, is worse than your bite. Had you had the strength to do so, you would long ago have formed your own liquidationist group in the Duma. 25. Belousov, as noted in Chapter 1, abruptly withdrew from the Duma fraction toward the end of the last Third Duma session and joined the liquidators' camp. If Lenin was right about what the liquidators were unable to do in the Third Duma, he would be wrong when it came to the Fourth. With increasingly taut battle lines leading up to the elections, the need for a legal daily was all the more necessary, but a paper in which Lenin and the editors could be on the same political page. For that he would have to wage a struggle. Getting the Zvezda editors on board with the election campaign was the immediate task. To that end he worked with them to put out a voter's handbook, which included some of his earlier articles in Zvezda on electoral strategy and tactics, to aid in the campaign work. When they were slow in getting a copy back to him, he complained, we received the voter's handbook 2.5 weeks after publication. Yet to send it at once would have cost 5 kopecks. 26 other party institutions also learned about Lenin the taskmaster. To the Central Committee, about his platform along with a list of other complaints, he wrote, no precise reply in writing about the platform either. Will it be published? When? Has it been approved completely? We have to print it in the central organ, but have no precise information. 27. Lenin also began to be anxious about the status of the daily. Let us know as soon as possible about the daily paper. What will be the size? What length of article can be sent? Unbeknownst to Lenin, testimony to the shaky relations he had with the editorial board. The date of his inquiry, April 22, is when the first issue of Pravda appeared. For complicated legal reasons, Zvezda had to cease operations on that date and the new paper became the legal daily envisioned at the Prague Conference. 28 The extant regular correspondence with the editorial board began a couple of weeks later when Lenin's first articles appeared. By July it was clear that Lenin saw the daily as an organizer for the upcoming elections. I would very much advise you to send a reporter to the city council, find out how many applications they are getting from tenants and set about publishing this systematically. Very little time is left, and the paper should make itself responsible for the whole business. You should get from the city council, through any statisticians among your acquaintances, all the statistical material about the elections to the first, second, and third State Duma plus Petersburg statistics. With such material in your hands, and with an intelligent reporter visiting the city council daily or 2 to 3 times a week, you can run a good section in the paper about the course of the elections. 29. The biggest challenge Lenin faced with the editorial board of Pravda was how they should deal with him and the liquidators, the neither for us nor for them problem. Lenin, of course, wanted to take them on in the pages of the new daily. The editors, again, due possibly to their ties with the pro-party Mensheviks, were hesitant. The reason they didn't publish every article he submitted. There is not, he contended, and cannot be any middle course. 30. By avoiding painful questions, Zvezda and Pravda make themselves dry and monotonous, uninteresting, uncombative organs. A socialist paper must carry on polemics. Our times are times of desperate confusion, and we can't do without polemics. You can't hide differences from the workers, it's harmful, fatal, ridiculous. Pravda will perish if it is only a popular, positive organ, that is certain. It would certainly be victorious if it were not afraid of polemics, talked straight about the liquidators, became lively through argument. A paper must be a step ahead of everyone, and that goes for both Nevskaya Zvezda and for Pravda. Side by side with the two positive little articles, Pravda must provide polemics. A feature article ridiculing the liquidators and so forth. Monotony and lateness are incompatible with the newspaper business. And Pravda has in addition a special and exceptionally important duty. Whom is it going to lead? This is what everyone is asking, what everyone is trying to read between the lines. 31. Stalin, whom Lenin sent to collaborate directly with the editors in order to make his case, also, to Lenin's ire, succumbed to the Rodney King "why can't we all get along" syndrome. 32 Conciliationists, Lenin learned, came in all stripes, including those of Bolsheviks. Toward the elections. Elections are quite near at hand, a mere 7 to 9 weeks. We must take steps to redouble our effort with regard to all aspects of our pre-election work. Lenin's article, The Significance of the St. Petersburg Elections, in the July 1 issue of Nevskaya Zvezda was a call to action to worker Democrats in Russia's capital. St. Petersburg, he proposed, should be a model of the election campaign which worker Democrats have to undertake in the incredibly difficult conditions of Russian reality. One thing that distinguished the capital is that there is a tolerably well-organized working-class press, one which, for all the fierce persecution it is subjected to, for all the fines and the arrests of its editors, for all the instability of its position, and for all that it is kept down by the censorship, is able to reflect, to some little degree, the views of worker Democrats. Nowhere else are the workers in a position to hold an election campaign visible to everyone. The latter qualification was significant because it testified, once again, to Lenin's larger vision: free political self-determination of the entire people. Yes, the workers' Curie elections are highly important, but there the workers cannot come up against the other classes of the population, and therefore cannot present on an adequate scale the national demands, and the views on the tasks involved in a common policy, which have been worked out by the progressive, proletarian Democrats, so that they may serve all Democrats in general as a guide. What St. Petersburg offered, unlike any other setting, was a direct contest between the liberals and the Democrats, specifically in the elections in the urban Second Curie. It was direct because the electoral law now in force permits of a second ballot, so that no blocks are required, or permissible, at the first stage. That fact, coupled with the absence of a Black Hundred danger, meant that Russian Marxists had a reasonable chance, given that the elections to the Second Duma showed that cadet domination among the democratic urban voters is very far from being solid, in freeing petty bourgeois Democrats from liberal influence. Hence the election struggle in St. Petersburg is a struggle for hegemony between the liberals and the worker Democrats within the whole of Russia's emancipation movement. Because of the nationwide significance of the elections, he urged that Russia should also help St. Petersburg 33. Having what no other city had, Pravda, with a daily press run of about 40,000, and, of lesser importance, Nevskaya Zvezda was certainly a plus for the campaign, but there were limitations, aside from the conciliationist tendencies on the editorial board that Lenin had to struggle against. He suggested as much when referring to censorship and the little degree to which the views of worker Democrats could be presented in the paper. More candid about the legal Marxist press in the illegal Rabochaya Gazeta, he wrote, "T is fearfully handicapped, and does not dare utter a word about a republic, our party, uprising, or the Tsar's gang. At least, though, it is the workers' own press and defends Marxism theoretically." 34. Lenin made a convincing case why Pravda indeed was the workers' own press in his longest contribution to date in the daily, The Results of 6 Months' Work. Published in mid-July in a series of articles, it analyzed monthly contributions to Zvezda, Nevskaya Zvezda, and Pravda from 49 towns for 6 months. 504 groups made contributions. He then looked at comparable data for the two liquidator publications, Zhivoye Dialo and Nevsky Golos, and reported, again with tables and figures, that the group of liquidationist intellectuals succeeded in enlisting the support of 15 groups of workers in all. Could one imagine a more specific proof of the fact that we are in the presence of a group of liquidationist intellectuals who are capable of publishing a semi-liberal magazine and newspaper, but totally lack any serious support among the proletarian masses? 35. The lesson, among others, was that factory workers could sustain and advance a working-class daily newspaper. Sandwiched between the statistics was the import of the upcoming elections. Newspaper is required by the workers in general, and for carrying out elections to the Fourth Duma in particular. The workers know very well that they can expect no good either from the Third or from the Fourth Duma. But we must take part in the elections, firstly, to rally and politically enlighten the mass of the workers during the elections, when party struggles and the entire political life will be stimulated and when the masses will learn politics in one way or other, and, secondly, to get our worker deputies into the Duma. Even in the most reactionary Duma, in a purely landlord one, worker deputies have done, and can do, a great deal for the working class cause, provided they are true worker Democrats, provided they are connected with the masses and the masses learn to direct them and check on their activity. 36. At the end of July, Lenin wrote in the illegal press, "Our party has already made use of the elections, and very extensively too. No amount of interpretation by the police, no amount of falsification of the Fourth Duma can nullify this result. Propaganda, organized strictly on party lines, has already been carried out everywhere and has set the tone for the entire election campaign of the Social Democrats." 37. If the legal press couldn't be overtly used to promote the election campaign, It could be a great venue for proletarian education, what Lenin meant when he said it defends Marxism theoretically. From July through the elections in October and November, Lenin supplied numerous articles to Pravda inspired, probably, by a resolution passed at the Prague Conference on the party's press. It asked that more space be devoted to articles of a propagandist nature, and that the articles be written in a more popular style, so as to make them more intelligible to the workers. 38. Usually no more than a page, making them convenient for campaign leaflets. The articles covered a rich range of topics, and while they couldn't explicitly call for a vote for the candidates of the outlawed RSDLP, campaign supporters could fill in between the lines in discussions and meetings. There were, for example, a group of articles employing basic Marxist analysis to examine and explain current wage rates, working hours, and capitalist profits in Russia. These were complemented by articles that discussed the economic reality of peasants. Also, as the campaign got underway, Lenin responded to Cadet and Octoberist condemnation of the regime's manipulation of the electoral rules to get more priests from the rural areas elected. His disagreement with their objections was consistent with his electoral strategy. A Democrat is absolutely hostile to the slightest falsification of suffrage and elections, but he is absolutely in favor of the widest masses of any priesthood being directly and openly drawn into politics. Non-participation of the priesthood in the political struggle is the most harmful hypocrisy. In reality, the priesthood has always participated in politics covertly, and the people would only benefit if it were to pass to overt politics. 39. Most instructive for purposes here was an article that took on the pro-monarchist Black Hundred daily, Novoye Vremya. In an article about the 1912 U.S. presidential elections, the paper self-righteously deplored the power of money in America, relating with malicious joy the facts about the monstrous venality of Taft, Roosevelt, Wilson and, indeed, all presidential candidates put up by the bourgeois parties. Here is a free, democratic republic for you, hissed the venal Russian newspaper. Lenin rejected the self-serving spin of an autocratic cheerleader and countered with the ABCs of Marxism. The class-conscious workers will reply to that calmly and proudly, we have no illusions about the significance of broad democracy. No democracy in the world can eliminate the class struggle and the omnipotence of money. It is not this that makes democracy important and useful. The importance of democracy is that it makes the class struggle broad, open, and conscious. And this is not a conjecture or a wish, but a fact. 40. But it was the war question, specifically the First Balkan War, the inter-imperialist rivalry over the breakup of the Ottoman Empire that began in October 1912, that Lenin lent most attention to leading up to and during the elections. Austria has torn off a chunk and Italy has torn off another. It is now our turn to enrich ourselves. Such is the policy of Novoye Vremya. To explain to the readers of Pravda why this was happening, he resorted, again, to Marxist basics and in the process anticipated his classic work of a few years later, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. In a society of wage slavery, every merchant and every proprietor plays a game of chance, saying as it were, I shall either be ruined or make a profit and ruin others. Every year hundreds of capitalists go bankrupt and millions of peasants, handicraftsmen, and artisans are ruined. The capitalist countries play a similar game of chance with the blood of millions, whom they send into a carnage now here, now there, with the aim of seizing foreign territory and plundering their weaker neighbors. 41. As for a working class response, Democrats in general and workers in particular are opposed to all protection of the Slavs by foxes or wolves, and advocate the complete self-determination of nations, complete democracy, and the liberation of the Slavs from all protection by the great powers. The liberals and nationalists are arguing about different ways of plundering and enslaving the Balkan peoples by the European bourgeoisie. Only the workers are pursuing a genuinely democratic policy, for freedom and democracy everywhere and completely, against all protection, plunder, and intervention. 42. As for the masses of the Balkans embroiled in the war and the liberals who profess to promote their liberty, never and nowhere has liberty been won by the oppressed peoples through one people waging war against another. Wars between peoples merely increase the enslavement of peoples. Real liberty for the Slav peasant in the Balkans, as well as for the Turkish peasant, can be ensured only by complete liberty inside every country and by a federation of completely and thoroughly democratic states. The Slav and the Turkish peasants in the Balkans are brothers who are equally oppressed by their landlords and their governments. 43. Though written a century ago, there is a remarkable currency to Lenin's counsel. The elections begin. Safarov and Inessa, close comrades, went from Paris to St. Petersburg to make preparations for the election campaign. Inessa stopped at Krakow and stayed with us for 2 days, reports Krupski. 44. In the summer of 1912, Lenin and his companion moved to Krakow in Poland to be closer to the work they were directing. Knowing the challenges the campaign faced, the Central Committee, with Lenin's instructions, sent Inessa Armand, a Bolshevik leader, and G.I. Safarov, an Armenian comrade, to re-establish the St. Petersburg branch of the party. The repression of the regime following the May Day protests had taken a toll to bring the editors of Pravda on board politically, and to begin preparations for the all-important Workers' Curie elections. 45. After some frustrations on the first 2 fronts, Armand, working undercover, scored a success with the workers at the Putilov Works plant. After hearing her report on the Prague conference, they decided to support the Bolshevik line and take part in the elections. She arranged a meeting on September 14 to select a slate of 6 Bolshevik candidates. Unfortunately, the police also knew of the meeting, and she and the others were arrested. 46. Though jail would prevent Armand from seeing the results, the seeds she planted on September 14, the day of her arrest, bore not just any fruit but that of a protagonist who left a priceless eyewitness account of what happened afterward. 5 weeks later, after much political drama, some of which foreshadowed the heady days of 1917, Alexei Badayev, a worker in the car repair shops of the Nikolaevsky Railway, was one of the 4 individuals elected at the St. Petersburg Provincial Council elections on October 20 to represent one of the capital's 4 class constituencies in the 4th Duma. Badayev was also a Bolshevik. The Bolsheviks in the Tsarist Duma, Badayev's recollections about his election to and experiences in the 4th Duma, is indeed invaluable. After summarizing in the first chapter the Bolshevik strategy for the 4th Duma elections, he describes in the second in instructive detail the process that led to his election. The elections were a veritable obstacle course designed to discourage the participation of workers. Organization and planning ahead was a necessity because, as Badayev explains, the precise date of the elections was not known beforehand. This was one of the tricks of the government, which, by fixing the election date suddenly, attempted to take the workers unawares and to decrease the number of voters. Organizing the campaign required an office, and because of the newspaper's legal status, the Bolshevik headquarters for the campaign were the editorial offices of Pravda. Having the space, however, was only one hurdle overcome. Owing to the fact that incessant watch was kept by the police on every suspicious worker, we had to resort to all sorts of subterfuges in order to gather together even in small groups. Usually, in order to avoid the attentions of the police, small meetings of not more than 10 to 20 people were called. Summer helped us. Under the guise of picnic parties, groups of workers went to the suburbs, mostly into the forest beyond the Okada. The forest was the best refuge from police spies, who would not venture beyond the outskirts, for it was easy to escape from there, and they were afraid of being attacked in some out-of-the-way spot. Another and more serious problem concerned the selection of candidates. Because they would certainly have been arrested. The names of the prospective candidates were kept secret, and the workers were only informed of them at the last moment before the elections. In some ways this actually aided the Bolsheviks, because in the debates with the Menshevik liquidators the latter wanted to make the campaign about unity and the personal characteristics of the candidates, whereas the former wanted the focus on the platform, particularly what Badayev calls the 3 whales: the Democratic Republic, an 8-hour day, and the confiscation of all landlords' estates. Not only did workers face obstacles, so too, to a lesser extent, did the petty bourgeois constituents for the second urban curie elections of major importance for Lenin. And for that reason Pravda conducted a great campaign against the absenteeism of the city democratic electors, calling upon them to safeguard their rights and to perform all the formalities required. Every issue of the paper reminded the electors to see to it that their names were not left out of the electoral lists and to make the requisite applications to the electoral commissions. Pravda called upon each of its readers to secure not less than 3 voters from among his comrades at the bench or his neighbors in the house where he lived. Convincing workers to participate in the elections was indeed a challenge, as Lenin told Gorky, "We are now up to the ears in the elections. Absenteeism is damnably great." In the worker curia likewise. 47. Bataev's election began in the middle of the summer, learned that the party organization had nominated me as a candidate. His standing among his co-workers was decisive in the choice, because the first stage in the workers' curie elections was the selection of delegates at the factory level. On September 14, thousands of factory workers in their different workplaces met to select about 80 delegates for the next elections in the 3-stage process. In Bataev's plant, after a heated debate between Bolsheviks, Menshevik liquidators, and nonpartisan workers, he, along with another comrade, was elected to be a delegate from his plant to participate in the second stage. Because the regime wouldn't allow the 80 delegates to come together to discuss and debate who they wanted to be the 6 worker electors for the provincial assembly before the meeting scheduled to do so, October 5 the workers' curie or second stage of the process, the press campaigns, Bataev writes, played an enormous part in the second stage of the elections. By this time, the Menshevik liquidators, with financial support from the German party and not unimportant fact to be discussed later, had their own daily, look, to promote their line and candidates. The workers' curie met on October 5, but the regime, for reasons not clear, decided the day before to disqualify the elections in 21 workplaces, including the all-important Putilov works. This led to massive citywide working-class protests, with the Putilov workers leading the way, and a turning point in the St. Petersburg elections. If just a few thousand workers took part in the election of delegates, tens of thousands, more than 70,000, were involved in the movement now demanded in the streets that they had the right to do so. The actions forced the regime to grant new elections in the plants where they had been disqualified, and the result was a much more radical and politicized workers' curie that convened anew on October 17. The day before the meeting, Lenin weighed in with an article in Pravda, deputy of the St. Petersburg workers. After laying out what was at stake, he concluded, "The workers need a deputy who will express the will of the majority and will know for certain what work he will carry out in and outside the Duma. The will of the majority has been stated, and the deputy for St. Petersburg should be a determined opponent of liquidationism and a supporter of consistent working-class democracy." 48. On the day of the election, Pravda, as it had done for the October 5 meeting, published lists of suitable candidates 49. Whereas the October 5 assembly was not allowed to have a debate, the reconvened curie, with about twice as many delegates, met for 4 hours registering what had been achieved in the streets. The delegates decided to use this occasion to make a political demonstration and proposed a number of resolutions on current political conditions. Resolutions were passed, protesting against the Balkan War, binding the future deputy to raise the question of retrying the case of the members of the Second Duma who had been exiled, and protesting against the sentences on the Black Sea sailors. Most significant, writes Bataev, at the end of the meeting, the St. Petersburg workers' instructions to their delegates, as proposed by the Bolsheviks, were unanimously adopted. Drafted apparently by Stalin, the one-page instructions emphasized the importance of using the Duma tribunal for revolutionary propaganda and demanded that both the St. Petersburg deputy and the whole Social Democratic fraction should fight for the unabridged demands of the working class. Despite the unanimous vote for the Bolshevik instructions, the outcome for the vote for the 6 electors was evenly divided between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. 50 Unsuccessful discussions and negotiations took place between the two factions to try to reach an accord prior to the third stage of the process, the provincial assembly meeting that would select the 4 deputies to the Fourth Duma that would represent St. Petersburg. 51 The Bolsheviks argued that since the Curie voted unanimously for a Bolshevik platform, the 6 electors should unify around one of their 3 electors at the next stage. The Menshevik liquidators, not surprisingly, didn't see it that way. The Bolsheviks even proposed that lots be drawn to settle the question, but that, too, was rejected. The selection process at the St. Petersburg Provincial Assembly meeting on October 20, composed of 66 electors, began with the election of a deputy to represent the peasants. Of the 5 peasant electors, 4 were progressives and 1 right. We agreed to vote for the progressive candidate on condition that, if elected, he would vote with the Social Democratic fraction on bills concerning the workers. The candidate they nominated was elected. A progressive was also successful for the house owners, while an Octoberist was chosen to represent the landlords. Then the college proceeded with the election of a deputy to represent the workers. All the workers' electors, both Mensheviks and Bolsheviks, went to the ballot. When the votes were counted, I was declared elected, having received 34 votes against 29. The liquidators received considerably less votes. 52 Needless to say, the Menshevik liquidators were not pleased and at once opened a slanderous campaign about the way the elections had been conducted, foreshadowing the course of Bolshevik-Menshevik relations in the Fourth Duma. 53. The Duma convenes. The Fourth Duma commenced on November 15, 1912, with a new RSDLP fraction. The election results, again the product of rules that severely prejudiced working-class representation, ensured the Tsar an even more loyal Duma. Unlike for the Third Duma, the fraction this time, though slightly smaller, was almost evenly split between the 2 wings of Russian social democracy and more proletarian in composition. That fact and the 2 very different campaign lines, a liberal labor versus a Marxist labor policy, largely explain the intra-fraction tensions that surfaced at the beginning. A Bolshevik leadership meeting was soon convened to make sure its wing of the fraction, along with the editors of Pravda, worked in accord. Progress was registered by the fact that by the time of the summer recess for the Duma, the differences between its deputies and those of the Menshevik liquidators were clearer and increasingly unbridgeable. The situation required another leadership meeting. Results of the elections. An election campaign is of outstanding interest to any intelligent political leader because it furnishes objective data on the views and sentiments, and consequently interests, of the different classes of society. Elections to a representative body are comparable in this respect to a census of the population, for they provide political statistics. Analyzing them, Lenin cautioned, had to take into account the circumstances and rules of the elections, especially for the Fourth Duma, given their systematic rigging by the government. And only those afflicted with parliamentary cretinism would think them more important than strike statistics. Despite all these reservations, it is beyond question that elections supply objective data. Testing subjective wishes, sentiments, and views by taking into account the vote of the mass of the population representing different classes should always be of value to a politician who is at all worthy of the name. The struggle of parties in practice, before the electorate, and with the returns summed up invariably furnishes data serving to test our conception of the balance of the social forces in the country and of the significance of particular slogans. 54. Once all the returns were in, Lenin could indulge his penchant for number crunching. Why he urged the editors of Pravda a week after the elections not to break off the study of the election results. 55. The bare official results showed that Social Democrats won 14 seats and the Trudoviks 11 for a total of 25 for democracy of the 442 seats in the new Duma. Liberals, with the cadets being the largest component, won 128 seats, while the rightists won 283. As a result, we have an even blacker and even more rightist Duma, but it is the Octoberists that today turn out to be the defeated party. The liberal opposition and revolutionary democracy have almost managed to retain the status quo. 56. Though the 14 seats the Social Democrats won were 5 less than in the elections to the Third Duma in 1907, Of greater significance is that for the first time the Bolsheviks won all the 6 seats allocated to the workers' curie. The Mensheviks won 7 seats but in other curie by blocking with liberals and petty bourgeois Democrats. The one other Social Democrat, from Warsaw, was elected due mainly to the maneuvers of the Bund against the wishes of the Polish Social Democratic Party. After a heated debate between the Mensheviks and Bolsheviks about admitting him to the fraction, because he was seen by the former as an ally, a compromise was reached that granted him voice but not vote in internal fraction affairs. Thus the effective division in the fraction, from the beginning, was the 7 versus the 6. The Bolsheviks questioned the legitimacy of the Menshevik majority, since one of its members was the choice of the Provincial Assembly in Siberia, in which almost half of the electors from the workers' curia had been disqualified by the regime, what gave the Mensheviks, in Lenin's terms, an accidental majority. Results of the elections, a detailed examination of the returns, made a case for the correctness of the strategy agreed to at the Prague Conference regarding the workers' curie elections to campaign independently of the Menshevik liquidators on the basis of the 3 whales or slogans of a Marxist labor policy. Winning all the 6 curie in the most industrial regions of Russia meant that the latter was far more attractive to the working class than the liberal labor policy, a test of slogans. As Lenin wrote later, these figures speak for themselves. Most instructive were the second-round elections to the second urban curie. Not only had Social Democracy increased its vote over what it got in the elections for the Third Duma, they are wresting more and more from the Liberals 57, but the data showed that the most likely opponent of a Social Democratic nominee had been a cadet. They were also more willing to enter into an alliance with the right to prevent a Social Democrat from winning. The cadets and Black Hundreds realized they had more in common with one another than they did with revolutionary Democrats. The end of the illusions about the Cadet Party. The ever-observant and honest analyst admitted that he had continued to overestimate the potential for a bloc with the Liberals to prevent a right from winning. 58 The return steeled him even more in his conviction that any bending to Liberals, as the Menshevik liquidators were prone to do, must be vigorously opposed. Based on the best data he had at his disposal about the actual membership of the RSDLP, Lenin argued that the Mensheviks were overrepresented in the new Duma just as they had been in the Third, and that required an explanation. As a general rule, in all countries of the world the parliamentary representatives of the workers' parties have a more opportunist composition than that of the workers' parties themselves. The reason is easy to see. Firstly, all the electoral systems of the bourgeois countries, even the most democratic, in practice restrict suffrage for the workers, either by making it conditional on age, or on residence and permanence of work, etc. And it is the young, more politically conscious and resolute sections of the proletariat that these restrictions generally hit hardest of all. Secondly, under any suffrage in bourgeois society, the non-proletarian elements of the workers' parties, officials of workers' unions, small proprietors, office employees, and particularly the intelligentsia specialize more readily in the parliamentary profession. 59. Lenin's insights about the electoral/parliamentary process, again, not limited to Russia, had real implications for fraction work in the Fourth Duma. All 6 Bolshevik deputies, like Batayev, were industrial workers, while 3 of the 7 Mensheviks were from the intelligentsia. One of the latter, Nikolai Chkij, had headed the fraction in the Third Duma and thus was more knowledgeable than any of the 13 about the ways of the Duma. He was chosen, not surprisingly, to head the new fraction. The situation was complicated by the fact that one of the 6 Bolsheviks was Roman Malinovsky, the choice of Moscow's workers' curie, and also, as later discovered, the aforementioned fly in the ointment, a police agent. Aware of the political, class, and experiential unevenness of the fraction, Lenin tried unsuccessfully to bring them, at least the Bolsheviks, to Krakow before the Duma convened to plan their intervention. During the Duma's summer recess in 1913, he tried again, unsuccessfully owing mainly to a lack of funds and arrests, to organize a school near Krakow where they could be instructed in the fundamentals of Marxism and other relevant topics to aid them in their Duma work. As he told Plekhanov in a letter of invitation to deliver lectures, "We think it very useful that party people, of various views should take part in an enterprise which seems to us extremely important for strengthening connections with the workers and reinforcing party work. 60. Organizing and working with the new fraction. The inexperience of the fraction was quickly revealed on the Duma's first day, November 15. Rank-and-file workers in the RSDLP and other organizations decided it would be a good opportunity to greet its opening with a protest. When the fraction got wind of their plans a few days earlier, they issued, with the Mensheviks leading the way, a warning to the organizers to cease and desist, because apparently the action hadn't been authorized by the leadership of the St. Petersburg branch. Lenin criticized their response. For him the protest was a perfectly timed demonstration. Wonderful proletarian instinct, the ability to counter and contrast the opening of the Black Hundred Parliament with red banners in the streets of the capital. A truly popular, truly democratic, purely labor demonstration. A people's representative assembly. So how could the Social Democratic group warn? How could it stoop to the level of cadets to a slavish level? If their concern was that the action was somehow intended to be a violent provocation engineered by the police, an excuse to victimize workers, then the objection was justifiable from a personal point of view, but not politically. It is true that one must not resort to violence when there is no question of it. One must warn against violence. But to warn against a peaceful strike at a time when the masses are seething? To warn against a demonstration. The criticism then took a constructive tone. What a real workers' deputy would have done once plans for the protests were learned. The workers' deputy would have found his way to several influential workers. He would have realized that at such a time his place was alongside the prominent workers, that it was 100 times more important to be there with the workers than at the meetings of the Duma group. He would have learned from the prominent workers, from 2 or 3 influential workers of the capital, how matters stood, what the workers thought about it, and what the mood of the masses was. The workers' deputy would have made inquiries about these things. He would have known how to make inquiries about them, and would have learnt that there was to be a strike, that there was to be a demonstration, that the workers were not thinking of violence and disorders, and that, consequently, the rumor about a provocation was no more than a silly rumor. Lenin's advice went to the very heart of his politics and parliamentary strategy, like that of Marx and Engels, the need to prioritize the world outside the parliamentary arena, specifically the masses in motion and its proletarian vanguard. As well as opposition to gratuitous violence, it captured the essence of what he would try to impart to the new deputies, an opportune teaching moment early in the life of the fraction. At the end he struck a sympathetic but principled chord. It is a very, very sad mistake the Social Democratic Duma group as a whole has made. And it would be gratifying to learn that this mistake was not made by all, and that many of those who did make it realize their mistake and will not repeat it. 61. To assist the fraction in its first Duma intervention, the customary party declaration, Lenin sent a list of points that should be incorporated in the speech. Point 62. After intense negotiations between both wings of the fraction, Malinovsky, the vice chair of the fraction, was chosen, at the initiative of the Mensheviks, to deliver the declaration on December 7. The agreed-on statement essentially combined their 2 lines. The only unexpected moment for the fraction in his presentation came, as Bataev related, when he omitted a passage of considerable length criticizing the State Duma and demanding the sovereignty of the people. 63. Nevertheless, Pravda printed the full speech. Only in hindsight would it become clear why the omission was made. Bataev and other fraction members forgave Malinovsky because they knew what it was like for a working-class revolutionary giving a maiden speech on clearly hostile terrain. Between the harangues and interruptions of the Black Hundred chair of the Duma and the hooting of the large right presence in Tauride Palace, a fraction member could indeed be distracted, as Malinovsky claimed. A week later, Bataev made his first speech, an interpellation about the persecution of trade unions. Exactly because of the undemocratic obstacle course that governed Duma procedures, his intervention had to be carefully planned beforehand. His account of the experience is telling. The nervousness to which every workers' deputy was subject when making his first speech in the Duma was unique in his experience. When I mounted the rostrum, I felt very keenly the responsibility which rested on a workers' representative. A speech in the Duma did not resemble in any way those speeches which I had to deliver at various illegal and legal meetings of workers. Each of us experienced great difficulty when making his first speech in this home of Tsarist autocracy. It was a great strain to talk down the howling of the Black Hundreds, to fight against the continual interruptions of the chairman. 64. If the atmosphere within Tauride Palace was hostile, except for the few workers who were allowed to attend, what was taking place outside helped to steel the nervous Bataev. The St. Petersburg party leadership called for and organized, unlike the actions that greeted the convening of the Duma on November 14, a one-day strike to coincide with his speech as an expression of support. As for the number of participants, there were certainly not fewer than 60,000, i.e. the number employed in the largest works in St. Petersburg. The fraction was beginning to find its feet. A year after the Prague Conference, the Bolshevik leadership met again, this time with 4 of the 6, Malinovsky, Bataev, Grigory Petrovsky and N.R. Shagov, the latter 2 elected respectively by the workers' Curie in Ekaterinoslav and Kostroma. The Duma's Christmas recess made that possible. The meeting, from December 26 to January 1, reaffirmed, in opposition to the Menshevik liquidators, the necessity of underground work and made that the precondition for reconciliation with them. Another resolution applauded the vigorous activity of the fraction, which found expression in a number of speeches in the Duma, the submission of interpellations and the reading of a declaration which in general correctly expressed the fundamental principles of social democracy. The qualifier in general referred to one problem with the declaration. The compromise with the Mensheviks about its wording allowed for a slogan that violated an important provision in the party's 1902 program on the national question, an issue that would be revisited. The resolution on the fraction also reaffirmed our party's established tradition. The Duma's Social Democratic Group is a body subordinate to the party as a whole, in the shape of its central bodies. Our full attention should be paid to every step of the Social Democratic Group, and in this way party control exercised over the group. 65. The London Congress in 1907, it may be remembered, formalized this tradition. 3 provisions in the resolution gave concrete expression to this all-important norm. 1 called for a struggle with the 7 to achieve equality in the fraction, another, that the 4 of the 6 who lent their names to be contributors to the liquidators' daily look when it came into existence should have them removed, and, third, that they rally together for party work. 66. The latter probably referred to what Bataev most remembered about the meeting, the importance given to the work outside the Duma. The 6 to whom the conference delegated many important tasks in connection with illegal party work. They were directed to use their parliamentary immunity and travel as often as possible to meet with their constituencies to do party building work. Before the Krakow conference, Lenin asked all the Bolshevik deputies to respond to a 19-point questionnaire about the process of their election. The encounter allowed him to have, except for Malinovsky, face-to-face contact with 2/3 of the fraction for the first time. Their responses to his 19 questions no doubt informed their discussions. Lenin approached each deputy individually and succeeded in reinforcing in each of us, Bataev wrote, the will to conduct an intense and sustained struggle. 67. Lenin sent his impressions to Gorky while they were together. Malinovsky, Petrovsky and Bataev send you warm greetings and best wishes. They are good fellows, especially the first. Really, it is possible to build a workers' party with such people, though the difficulties are incredibly great. The base at Krakow has proved to be useful, our move to Krakow has fully paid for itself. The deputies confirm that a revolutionary mood is unquestionably growing among the mass of the workers. If we now create a good proletarian organization, without obstacles from the treacherous liquidators, the devil knows what victories we can then win when the movement from below develops. 68. Having an organization in place when the movement from below develops, this is quintessential Lenin that goes back at least to what is to be done. A month and a half later, Lenin noted, again to Gorky, the first gains of the meeting, Our 6 deputies in the Duma from the worker Curia have now begun to work outside the Duma so energetically that it is a joy to see. This is where people will build up a real workers' party. We were never able to bring this off in the Third Duma. 69 This was a real achievement, because the deputies were under intense police surveillance whenever they traveled, as Badaev detailed, and thus they had to resort to a lot of subterfuge. 70 Unbeknownst to them and Lenin, state security also knew, owing no doubt to reports from Malinovsky about their party-building intentions. Last, Lenin asked Gorky, with undisguised pleasure, if he had seen the letter in Look the 4 deputies had sent the Daily requesting that their names be removed from its contributors list, as agreed to at the Krakow meeting. It registered another victory. Badaev's account gives the impression that everyone was on the same page after Krakow. Lenin, certainly, gave more assistance to the Bolshevik wing of the fraction. For interventions in Duma debates, for example, he drafted a speech that Badaev gave on education reform in which he pointed out that Russian peasants fared worst in comparison to the deplorable situation that confronted blacks in the United States, as well as providing suggestions on the always important budget debate. But coordination between him and the Bolshevik deputies continued to be a challenge. Not the least of the difficulties was one of the good fellows he lauded. In the long run, however, and in hindsight, Krakow planted seeds that eventually bore fruit, and the party-building activities of the fraction were crucial in that development. Pravda, a work in progress. A month before Krakow, Lenin complained to the editor of Pravda that Badaev was not doing enough to help the Daily, a workers' paper in Petersburg. Without the cooperation of the workers' deputy for Petersburg is a stupid situation. 71 This was exactly one of the problems that the meeting sought to correct. The 12-point resolution on the reorganization and work of the Pravda editorial board began by criticizing the board for its lack of consistency of party principle and failure to provide the necessary response to party life among social democratic workers in St. Petersburg. For that reason the C.C. is taking steps to reorganize it. This was implicitly a criticism of Stalin, because until the conference he had been, for about half a year, the unofficial editor of the paper. 72 A new editor, Yakov Sverdlov, was designated. It was also resolved that the Bolshevik section of the deputies must take part in the paper's broad editorial collegium and organize systematic and persistent participation in the literary and economic side of the business. 73 Badaev later explained, on the recommendation of Comrade Lenin himself, I was charged with the duty of publishing Pravda. Lenin told me that being the deputy for St. Petersburg, the representative of the St. Petersburg workers, I must take on that task. Pravda pursued not only educational and propagandist aims, but it was also the most important center for organization. He emphasized the point that my duty was to work there. 74. For a few weeks afterward it looked to Lenin like the agreements reached at Krakow were being ignored. To Pravda's new editor, he stressed why action had to be taken immediately. Unless we secure a reform and proper management in this field, we shall reach bankruptcy, both material and political. Dying is the necessary means of organization for uniting and lifting up the movement. The key to the whole situation is dying. 75 10 days later he exhaled a sigh of relief. Today we have learned of the beginning of reform in dying. 1,000 greetings, congratulations, and wishes for success. At long last you have managed to begin the reform. 76 Not only did Pravda have a new board, but the Bolshevik deputies were making excellent contributions in the form of articles and letters. Lenin even thought that one of the Menshevik deputies could be recruited to do the same. Pravda's circulation testified to the progress that was being made for the 4-page daily. 32,000 on weekdays and 40 to 42,000 on holidays. The mass of workers are with us. 77 For the one-year anniversary of the paper, Lenin provided facts and figures. A comparison of voluntary contributions made by workers' groups to both dailies was, for him, most telling. From the first quarter of 1912 to the first 10 days in April 1913, there had been 1,022 collections for Pravda and 256 for Look. Also gratifying were the 177 contributions by workers' groups in Moscow for the paper launched there at the beginning of the year, one of the decisions made at Krakow. 78. While things had improved, the paper faced objective problems. 4 days after the editorial board changes, Sverdlov was arrested. A few days later the same happened to Stalin. Lenin couldn't understand why the Menshevik leader and editor of Luke, Dan, lives quite freely in St. Petersburg. The liquidators have a mass of intellectuals, while all ours get arrested. And he didn't know that the solutions he proposed only aided and abetted the situation. We have discussed with Malinovsky what measures to take. The lack of intellectuals was a related objective problem. All the intelligentsia are with the liquidators. Although Pravda's working class supporters are producing their own intelligentsia, it was being done slowly and with the greatest difficulty. One of the reasons Lenin tried, again unsuccessfully, to organize a Marxist school during the summer recess of the Duma. 79. Given the shortage of skills required for the paper, Lenin stepped up his involvement, including especially the writing of more articles. He also offered advice on all kinds of matters, such as put in a telephone or be more careful about misprints or know when to employ large type. He acknowledged that the paper needed more variety and encouraged the editors to be more patient with a fledgling poet. Don't find fault, friends, with human failings. Talent is rare. It should be systematically and carefully supported. It would be a sin on your conscience. Against the democratic working class movement, if you don't draw in this talented contributor and don't help him. 80. Eventually, it became clear that relying on the working class Duma deputies to put out the paper was not the solution. Party personnel with the requisite skills had to be in charge. But that, too, proved to be a problem. The new editor, Myron Chernomazov, and publisher, Vasily Shurkanov, were later discovered to be police agents. 81. Their presence probably explains an irritant that increasingly vexed Lenin, their willingness to give Bogdanov space in the paper to espouse what Lenin regarded as an idealist God-making philosophy. Only when he threatened to end relations with the paper did the situation improve. Keeping in mind that Pravda for Lenin was the key to the whole situation, that is, party building, it is understandable why he so insisted that it be a Marxist paper. Another problem no doubt related to the editor and publisher being double agents was a tendency of the paper, increasingly by the fall of 1913, to run unnecessarily provocative pieces. To its editors Lenin wrote, "It seems to me that you are making a gigantic mistake in drifting unconsciously with the stream and not changing the tone of the paper. Everything suggests that both the tone and the content of the news section must be changed. It is essential to achieve legality, ability to pass the censor." 82. The overall situation only improved in February 1914 when Kamina took over the editorship reins for the last 6 months of the paper. Daily circulation had risen back to 40,000 copies, even reaching 130,000 on Pravda's second anniversary in April 1914, and was distributed in 944 cities. 83. Though it could never rival the capitalist/czarist press in readership, it was clearly the favorite of Russia's working class. Lenin's concerns about legality were justified, because beginning in July 1913 the daily was shut down on 7 different occasions. Bataev provides fascinating detail on the steps that had to be taken to stay one step ahead of the regime's repressive apparatus to make sure the paper was published and distributed. As soon as it was suppressed, for example, it would resume publication in about a week with a new name, always some variant of Pravda. The cat-and-mouse game finally came to an end a year later. The 7 versus the 6. The already tense relationship in the Duma fraction rapidly deteriorated when the Bolshevik deputies asked that their names be removed from the list of contributors to the Menshevik liquidator daily Luke. The 7 Menshevik deputies charged that their action undermined fraction unity and retaliated with a series of measures that gave undue influence to the former in fraction matters. 84. They imposed, as Lenin charged, their accidental majority of 1 on the 6 deputies who had been elected by the workers' curie. Thus the larger issue was which wing of the fraction actually represented Russia's working class, particularly when it came to the question of liquidationism. When the editors of Look prominently ran an article in one of its January issues, Lenin felt he had irrefutable evidence to make his case against the Menshevik liquidators. So important he thought the article to be that he reproduced it in full with his commentary as a hectographed leaflet for wide distribution. The author found deplorable that sympathy for the underground is reviving and growing here and there among the workers, a resurgent respect for the underground that was reminiscent of the popularity of terrorism in an earlier era of the movement. For Lenin, on the other hand, he who considers the revived interest and respect for underground work deplorable is a liberal and not a social democrat, a counter-revolutionary and not a democrat. Comparing the underground with terrorism is an unheard-of affront to revolutionary work among the masses. Only the underground poses and solves problems of the growing revolution, directing revolutionary social democratic work and attracting the mass of the workers precisely by this work. 85. There was, in Lenin's view, a more fundamental issue at stake. Through illegal as well as legal work a working class party is being built up. Workers' independence, the influence of the workers on their own parliamentary group, decisions by the workers themselves on questions of their own party, such is the great historical significance of what is going on. As was true for Marx and Engels, independent working class political action was the bottom line of Lenin's politics. That meant party building, and to call deplorable the very necessary means of the underground for doing that flew in the very face of social democracy. One cannot, he reminded the editors of Pravda, unite the party with the destroyers of the party. 86. The all-important issue of the influence of the workers on their own parliamentary group, what Marx and Engels called attention to in an early criticism of the German party, was also at stake. Only with a party would workers be able to direct their deputies. In the present struggle the very question at issue is that of defending the basic principles of party life. The question of what policy it wants conducted in the Duma, what attitude it has to an open party or an underground one, and whether it considers the Duma group to be above the party or vice versa, is confronting every workers' study circle starkly, in a form that demands an immediate and direct answer. The liquidators are out to prevent the workers from building up their own working class party. That is the meaning and significance of the struggle between the 6 and the 7. 87. Lenin framed the debate in an instructive way reminiscent of the memorable point Engels made in 1847 that communism is not a doctrine but a movement, socialism is not a ready-made system that will be mankind's benefactor. Socialism is the class struggle of the present-day proletariat as it advances from one objective today to another objective tomorrow for the sake of its basic objective, to which it is coming nearer every day. In this country called Russia, socialism is today passing through the stage in which the politically conscious workers are themselves completing the organization of a working class party despite the attempts of the liberal intelligentsia and the Duma's social democratic intelligentsia to prevent that work of organization. Behind the conflict lay, of course, the long-existent one going back to the First Duma about the character of the Russian Revolution. "Er divided," Lenin told the German party in March 1913, "from the liquidators by profound differences of principle, above all on the question of another revolution in Russia." 88. For Mensheviks, the majority of whom had allied by now with the liquidators, Russia's bourgeois democratic revolution was one in which liberals, the cadets, would take the lead. Subjecting their Duma deputies to the discipline of a workers' party, exercised through the norms of democratic centralism, was rejected as a constraint on their maneuvering in their still unfulfilled quest to convince the cadets of their supposed destiny. For the Bolshevik deputies, on the other hand, the constant refrain of Lenin about the treachery of the liberals and the proclivity of the latter to verify his thesis increasingly convinced them that independent working class political action and thus party building was the priority. Later, and famously, he wrote, "Without an organization the working class is nothing." 89. That the proletarian masses were voting with their feet, drawn to the underground, was even more persuasive. A split in the fraction was clearly looming. It may be remembered that Martov threatened as much early in the election campaign to the Fourth Duma. The two incompatible lines in the campaign were now embodied in the fraction. For Lenin, the only question now was how to carry out a split in a way that advanced the revolutionary process. That would require a party meeting. While the Marxist summer school Lenin envisioned couldn't convene, a delegated Bolshevik meeting did take place in the same location not far from Krakow at the end of September 1913 during the summer recess of the Duma. All the Bolshevik deputies, except for one who was sick, participated in the Second or Krakow II meeting. Duma's strategy and tactics, as always, depended on the larger political context. The resolution on the present situation, the first of 9, affirmed that the situation in the country is becoming increasingly acute and reaffirmed the currency of the revolutionary slogans, the Democratic Republic, the confiscation of landed estates, and the 8-hour day. In the discussion and resolution on activities in the Duma, refinements were made on the tactics of bill writing and voting. If bills, motions, etc., concern immediate and direct improvements in conditions for workers, minor salaried employees and working people generally, the clauses that provide for such improvements should be voted for. In cases when the conditions the Fourth Duma attaches to these improvements make them dubious, the group should abstain from voting, but must unfailingly formulate its motives for so doing, after having first discussed the question with representatives of workers' organizations. This conference affirms that, on all questions, important bills, etc., the Socialist Democratic group in the Duma must independently formulate its own motion to pass on to next business. In cases of the group's vote against the government, after the Social Democratic motion has been rejected, coinciding with the vote of other parties, the group must endeavor to formulate its own motives for voting for another party's motion, or part of a motion. 90. On what was clearly the most pressing agenda item, the situation in the Duma group, the meeting, after describing how the 7 deputies encroach on the elementary rights of the 6 workers' deputies who represent the overwhelming majority of the workers of Russia, proposed a solution. This conference is therefore of the opinion that united action on the part of the Social Democratic group in the Duma is possible only if the 2 sections of the group enjoy equal rights, and if the 7 deputies abandon their steamroller tactics. Notwithstanding irreconcilable disagreements in spheres of activity outside as well as inside the Duma, this conference demands that the group should maintain unity on the basis of the aforesaid equality of rights of its 2 sections. This conference invites class-conscious workers to express their opinion on this important question and to exert all efforts to help preserve the unity of the group on the only possible basis, that of equal rights for the 6 workers' deputies. 91. The irreconcilable disagreements meant that Lenin, certainly, had no hope that the 7 would agree to equality in the fraction. Yet he clearly knew that for most workers the dispute was confusing and all they wanted was unity. So the proposal was phrased defensively, to put the burden of unity on the 7. Prelude to the Great War. With both the Duma fraction and Central Committee in agreement after a collective discussion about how to deal with the 7, the 6 returned to St. Petersburg and threw down the gauntlet. The chief task was to prove that their politics were more popular with Russia's most class-conscious proletariat than those of the Menshevik liquidators. They did so by employing a variety of measures in a society that didn't allow for open and free decision-making. Outside of Russia, however, at least in the leadership circles of Western European social democracy, their opponents were more popular. Opportunism and reformism had taken their toll. But in the crisis-ridden circumstances of a 300-year-old autocracy on life support, those who were willing to do all that was necessary to finally pull the plug only enhanced their credibility, notwithstanding the obstacles they faced. Whether planned or not, the regime managed to delay a showdown by firing the first shot in what came to be called the Great War. Declaration and split. Shortly after the Fourth Duma reconvened, the Bolshevik deputies submitted to the 7 the equality proposal and published it the next day as a declaration in ZA Pravdu, the latest edition of Pravda. As expected, it was rejected, and at the end of October 1913 the 6 designated themselves a separate fraction, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Group, as distinct from the Social Democratic Group in the Duma. The task now was to win the majority of workers to support the new fraction and Pravda, or whatever name the organ would have. Given the understandable confusion the split created among many workers, which the Krakow discussion anticipated, making known the facts was crucial. In addition to what the Six wrote and said, Lenin put together a package of data for a special issue of Pravda. 92. The focus was on two claims: first, that the Six, unlike the Seven, represented the majority of Russia's workers, and, second, that the latter had unfairly used their accidental majority of one to thwart the equal participation of the former in the fraction. As for the first, Lenin elaborated on the significance of the workers' Curie elections and added data on other elections, specifically those to the governing boards of trade unions, especially the very powerful Metal Workers Union and the Workers' Sick Insurance Boards. In every case the Bolsheviks outdistanced the Menshevik liquidators. Lenin added data on the circulation of the Pravda and Luk, which showed that the former was 3 to 4 times more popular. Regarding the second claim, Lenin, with the input of the Bolshevik deputies, elaborated on the steamroller tactics of the Seven, specifically their overrepresentation on Duma committees because of the one-vote majority advantage they enjoyed in the fraction. Of the 26 committees on which the Social Democrats are represented, the 6 deputies are represented on 7, the other 7 deputies are represented on 13, nearly twice as many. Of the 20 committees on which there is one Social Democratic representative, the 6 deputies are represented on 7, the other 7 are represented on 13, nearly twice as many. Of the committees on which there are 2 Social Democratic representatives, the 6 deputies are represented on 3, the other 7 are represented on 6, twice as many. On each of 3 of these committees the 7 had 2 representatives. Not one of the 6 deputies sits on more than 2 committees. Of the 7, Chkenkili sits on 6 committees, Skobelev sits on 6, and Mankov sits on 4.93. Both Zia Pravdu and Novaya Rabochaya Gazeta mounted campaigns respectively for the 6 and the 7. Workers were asked to send signed with the risks that entailed statements and or resolutions of support for either fraction. At the end of the year about 10,000 had been received. Almost 7,000 were in favor of the Bolshevik deputies as opposed to about 3,000 for the 7. Lenin ridiculed Martov's claim that the 6 had garnered just slightly more than half of the total. But there was a larger significance. No other political party in Russia can show, for the whole period of the counter-revolution in general and for 1913 in particular, a similar open and mass opinion poll of all its members on a most important issue of party life. None of the legalized parties in Russia, none of the wealthy liberal and democratic parties, which have a host of intellectualist forces and all sorts of publications at their command, has done as much as the party of the working class, the party of propertyless proletarians, who have been driven underground and maintain their newspaper with the kopecks they collect. 94. Even more telling in Lenin's opinion were the collections that workers sent to the 2 Duma fractions for the relief of comrades in prison or exile, for aid to strikers in different factories and industries, and for various other needs of the working class movement. Owing to their parliamentary immunity, Duma deputies could engage in such assistance. 95. From the end of October 1913 to June 1914, almost 1,300 workers' groups sent collections to the 6 as opposed to about 200 to the 7. And in terms of the actual amounts, about half of what the 7 got came from non-workers, whereas the equivalent for the 6 was less than 10%. Crucial evidence that, again, the 6 were the real representatives of Russia's working class. The success of the support campaign for the 6 had broader and long-term significance. It took, as Lenin had always envisioned, Duma work to the outside, beyond the walls of Tauride Palace, where it should be. Until then, the de facto split between the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks was mainly an internal party affair. Because of the campaign, as Badaev explained in convincing detail, the Bolsheviks had carried new positions and considerably widened and deepened their influence among the workers. The campaign resulted in an influx of workers into the ranks of the party, and the whole of our party work was infused with new vigor. 96. The success of the campaign for the 6 did more than anything to make the Bolsheviks known among the Russian working class. It explains why they had a head start in 1917. Another campaign involving the 6 to be discussed shortly was also influential. As for the 7, The admission in January 1914 of one of their leaders about the state of the group foretold the fate of the Mensheviks. T has lost all influence, deserted the political life of the country, broken its connections with the workers, and finally forced the most active members to leave the fraction and consequently brought the work of the fraction to a standstill. 97 The Campaign for the Six affirmed a principle dear to Lenin that has utmost importance for this book: the norm that a workers' parliamentary fraction should be subordinate to their will. The erosion of that principle in Western European social democracy would be tragically exposed a few months later and reverberates until today. The cadets, not surprisingly, closely followed the fight within Russian social democracy and wrote, in Lenin's opinion, a very perceptive and telling article about it. The seven, in the author's eyes, and for whom he was rooting, were, according to Lenin's quotes, the parliamentary elements of social democracy around which the entire intelligentsia of the party grouped. The six, on the other hand, constituted the irreconcilables, the non-parliamentary workers' majority. Russian social democracy could evolve in the direction of its Western Europe counterpart if it could function in an open legal way. But the longer the transition to this normal existence is delayed, the more the reason will there be to anticipate that the parliamentary majority of the social democratic intellectuals will be compelled to yield to the non-parliamentary workers' majority and to its present mood. In other words, the delay in instituting bourgeois democracy in Russia increased the likelihood of a revolutionary outcome. History would indeed confirm the author's insight. But what the cadet author couldn't see or admit to is how the treachery of his party aided and abetted the intransigence of the regime. The cadets viscerally disagreed with Lenin's perspective about reforms, encapsulated best in what he wrote at the height of the 1905 upheaval: "He must fight in a revolutionary way for a parliament but not in a parliamentary way for a revolution." Lenin knew from the lessons of the European Spring what every liberal feared, as Marx and Engels put it in their address of March 1850, the revolution in permanence. A revolutionary fight for a parliament might end, to their horror, just that way. Russian liberals would rather enable autocracy than risk democracy. The debates within Russian social democracy over a revolutionary versus a reformist electoral/parliamentary strategy, therefore, made not only Lenin increasingly aware of the parallels with Western Europe but the cadets as well. Most relevant, again, for one of the arguments of this book: opportunism and reformism in Western Europe. Parliamentary politics in Britain continued to attract Lenin's attention exactly because of the potential lessons for Russia's working class. It is well known, he wrote as elections for the Fourth Duma were underway, that in Britain there are two workers' parties, the British Socialist Party, as the Social Democrats now call themselves, and the so-called Independent Labour Party. The Independent Labour Party is a party of liberal labour policy. It is justly said that this party is independent only of socialism, but very dependent on liberalism. Its annual conference in 1912 was instructive. A debate and vote arose about whether its MPs should support their counterparts in the Liberal Party. Although the opportunists carried the day, he was heartened by the size of the opposition in the ranks of this very party. The opponents of opportunism acted far more correctly than their like-minded colleagues in Germany frequently do when they defend rotten compromises with the opportunists. 98. As for the British Labour Party, which must be distinguished from the two socialist parties, it was the workers' organisation that is most opportunist and soaked in the spirit of liberal labour policy. The vote of their parliamentary group on budget allocations for the British Navy early in 1913 was also instructive. Only 15 of their 40 MPs supported the ILP motion to reduce spending. There you have a striking example of how opportunism leads to the betrayal of socialism, the betrayal of the workers' cause. From the example of other people's mistakes, the Russian workers, too, should learn to understand how fatal are opportunism and liberal labor policy. 99. A highly visible by-election later in the year instantiated his characterization of the ILP, for whom our liquidators express such tender feelings. The resignation, for personal reasons, of the head of the ILP, Ramsay MacDonald, made the election possible. Working-class rank-and-file members of the ILP in the constituency moved to back as a replacement a candidate of the British Socialist Party. The ILP parliamentary group intervened and published a protest in the liberal press against the BSP candidate. Their action ensured the election of a liberal. Lenin doffed his reporter's hat. Class-conscious workers in various countries quite often adopt a tolerant attitude toward the British ILP. This is a great mistake. The betrayal of the workers' cause in Leicester by the ILP is no accident, but the result of the entire opportunist policy of the Independent Labour Party. The sympathies of all real Social Democrats should be with those British Social Democrats who are determinedly combating the liberal corruption of the workers by the Independent Labour Party in Britain. 100 This was Lenin's most explicit call to date for the need to oppose opportunism in a Western European working-class movement. His allusion to the failings of the German party presaged the coming divorce. What's striking was Lenin's forbearance until then. In early 1913 he complained to its leadership, still his comrades, about its very non-neutral stance vis-a-vis the split in its sister party, either for lack of information or for some other reason. The Vorstand has not displayed impartiality in respect of the liquidators and us. For example, the central organ of the fraternal German party sets aside whole columns for gross attacks by the liquidators on our Prague conference. During, also, the election campaign, the Vorstand, despite our protests, gave cash assistance to the liquidators, but denied it to the Central Committee. And the liquidators used the German workers' money to start their publication of a Konkurrenzorganlog, whose first issue appeared on the very day of the election and helped to aggravate the split. 101. And then there was Koski. As early as 1904, Neue Zeit, the party's theoretical organ that he edited, found pro-Menshevik views more palatable than those of Lenin. Nevertheless, the Bolshevik leader was willing, apparently, to ignore that history as long as Koski spoke like a revolutionary. But Koski's unpardonable error, the title of Lenin's article in a December 1913 issue of Pravda, signaled the end of his patience. By saying at a meeting of the Socialist International on the split in the Russian movement that the RSDLP had disappeared, Koski affirmed, in effect, the position of the liquidators. His monstrous blunder, Lenin charged, not only betrayed ignorance of the facts about the Russian working-class movement, but also revealed what sort of influence the liquidator whisperers abroad exercise upon our foreign comrades. 102. A leading figure in the German party's Reichstag fraction published an account of his recent trip to the United States, where he was invited to address Congress. Lenin concurred with his praise that in America the government provides every congressman not only with a private office fitted all modern conveniences, but also with a paid secretary to help him cope with the congressman's manifold duties, amenities unavailable to deputies in the Reichstag and the Duma. But he severely chastised the SPD leader's proud defense of his speech for not having said anything against capitalism and in favor of a mass strike. On display, Lenin argued, was just the most recent example of the degree to which opportunism had infected the officers' corps of the German working class. He recalled that at the 1907 Stuttgart Congress of the Socialist International, half of the German delegation turned out to be sham socialists of this type, who voted for the ultra-opportunist resolution on the colonial question. The more that liberals and liquidators try to import such practices to our soil, the more determinately must they be resisted. The merits of German social democracy are merits, not because of shameful speeches like those delivered by, but despite them. We must not try to play down the disease which the German party is undoubtedly suffering from, and which reveals itself in phenomena of this kind, nor must we play it down with officially optimistic phrases. We must lay it bare to the Russian workers, so that we may learn from the experience of the older movement, learn what should not be copied from it. 103 5 months after he wrote these lines, the disease would reveal itself in a way that even Lenin could not have imagined. Another publication in 1913 was the correspondence of Marx and Engels, the most complete to date. Although under the joint editorship of Eduard Bernstein and August Bebel, the hand of the former predominated. Given his extreme opportunist views, Bernstein, Lenin opined, should never have undertaken the task. 104 His prefaces are in part meaningless and in part simply false. Unfortunately, the eclectic attitude to Marx's ideological struggle against many of his opponents is becoming increasingly widespread among present-day German Social Democrats. Despite the failings of Bernstein, the 4-volume publication was sorely needed. The more we have occasion in our day to observe how the working class movement in various countries suffers from opportunism, the more valuable becomes the wealth of material contained in the correspondence. 105. One of the reasons why Bernstein exercised such influence on the publication is that Bebel was in declining health. When he died shortly after the 4 volumes appeared, Lenin used the moment to acquaint Russian workers with the history of the German movement. Bebel, unlike Koskai, Lenin emphasized, was a worker, and though only 27 when he was elected as a Social Democrat to the new German parliament when it was established in 1869, his conduct provided enduring lessons, the fundamentals of parliamentary tactics for German social democracy, tactics that never yield an inch to the enemy, never miss the slightest opportunity to achieve even small improvements for the workers, and are at the same time implacable on questions of principle and always directed to the accomplishment of the final aim. The fundamentals of these tactics were elaborated by Bebel himself or under his direct leadership and with his participation. Along with Wilhelm Liebknecht and supported with the moral authority of Marx and Engels, he led the charge against the first signs of the parliamentary disease in the party. Under the leadership of Bebel and Liebknecht, the party learned to combine illegal and legal work. When the majority of the legally existing Social Democratic group in Parliament adopted an opportunist position on the famous question of voting for the shipping subsidy, the illegal Social Democrat opposed the group and, after a battle 4 weeks long, proved victorious. 106 The parallels with the then current debates between the 6 and the 7 were not lost on readers of Pravda. If Lenin no longer had faith in the officers' corps of the SPD, that wasn't true when it came to the ranks of the party. 15 months before the guns of August exploded, he reported with obvious pleasure on how a general meeting of the party in a constituency in Stuttgart demanded that the parliamentary fraction be unyielding in opposing armaments spending. If necessary, mass strikes should be employed to steel their determination. There is slow but steady growth of awareness among German Social Democrats that more resolute, active, mass struggle by the workers is necessary. If the opportunists, of whom there are many in the parliamentary group and among the officials of the labor movement, are opposed to such a struggle, the masses of workers accept it with greater and greater sympathy. 107. Belgium was also on Lenin's radar screen. The general strike in 1913 that ended with only a partial victory offered lessons. Why had the strike, he asked Pravda readers, garnered such little success in a country where political liberty allowed workers to have a broad and open road before them, a not unimportant question for a newspaper that put the fight for a democratic republic at the center of its program? There were 2 reasons. The first is the domination of opportunism and reformism in a section of the Belgian socialists, especially those in parliament. Being accustomed to move in alliance with the liberals, these members of parliament feel themselves dependent on the liberals in all their activity. As a result, there was hesitation in calling the strike, and hesitation could not but limit the success, strength, and scope of the whole proletarian struggle. The second, basically, is that Belgian workers lacked a strong, highly principled, and strictly party organization, which is true to socialism what the liquidators who also followed Belgian politics have done wrong to ignore. 108. Lenin's increasingly critical stance toward Western European social democracy, especially their parliamentary fractions, was justified given the actions of the leadership of the Socialist International, which met in July 1914 to discuss the split in the Russian movement. The meeting was, ostensibly, to be just an airing of differences before the International's officers' corps to help them understand what was at issue. Lenin provided a very detailed report, drawing on data he published before, to show that the 6 actually represented the mass of Russia's workers and proposed conditions for resolving the dispute. However, he decided not to attend and explain to Inessa Armand, who was out of jail and back in exile in Western Europe, why she should go and give the report instead of him. And it wasn't just a matter that her French the meeting would be in Paris was better than his, we shall calmly propose our conditions in the most polite French. 109. Lenin upped the ante for reconciliation. As well as equality in the fraction, he demanded that the seven recognize the authority of the Central Committee that came out of the Prague Conference because it was more representative of the Russian working class than any group the Menshevik liquidators had in place. Not only did the Executive Committee reject his proposals, as Lenin no doubt expected, but they voted, effectively and contrary to the stated purpose of the meeting to be simply an airing of differences, that the Bolshevik Central Committee suspend itself and thus the six also. It appeared that Lenin suffered a defeat. But developments far more important than the meeting in Paris soon revealed that the Socialist International itself was the loser. It would forfeit the moral authority needed to implement their decisions. 1905 Redux. Back in St. Petersburg, the six were as busy as ever outside the walls of Tauride Palace. The class struggle that revived in 1912 intensified in the opening months of 1914. From political protests commemorating the Lena Goldfields massacre and celebrating May Day to struggles against economic exploitation in some of the city's largest factories, the proletariat of the capital increasingly looked like their counterparts in the heady days of 1905. This time they had representatives in the Duma who they looked to for assistance. The aforementioned contributions that workers' groups collected and sent to the deputies for strike and other aid were especially important. Fraction members were expected to help in other ways and did so. Because the biggest and most notable strike actions took place in St. Petersburg, Badaev was probably more active than any of his comrades in the fraction. At a certain moment he was confronted by the assistant to the Minister of the Interior with the facts his police had been gathering on him. You are a deputy of the State Duma, your business is to legislate, that is why you were elected, but instead you spend your time at the workshops, hatching plots, issuing leaflets and publishing a newspaper which incites its readers to criminal acts. Badaev replied, you cannot prevent me going to the factories. A deputy elected by the workers will never confine himself to speeches in the Duma while the workers are being beaten up in your police stations. 110 Parliamentary immunity allowed Badaev such freedom, exactly why the regime would have to do what it did with the Social Democratic group in the Second Duma. Within the Duma, the fraction maintained its revolutionary posture. This is why, along with the seven and the Trudovik deputies, it was not invited to a secret meeting in March of all the other fractions to discuss how to increase armaments spending 4 months before the Tsar declared war on Germany. When we denounced this fresh expenditure of the people's money on armaments, writes Badaev, we were supported by a strike of 30,000 workers 111 to protest the infringement on their speaking rights by the Duma president when trying to defend striking workers. The three fractions decided to obstruct the debate on the government's budget, reminiscent of what they did in the First and Second Dumas. The Octoberist president responded by suspending the members of all three fractions for 15 sessions. Most significant, tens of thousands of workers took to the streets in not only St. Petersburg but Moscow as well to protest the suspensions. Their actions coincided with those already planned for May Day a few days later, the largest since 1905-7. In anticipation of the fate of both fractions and Pravda, a leading Black Hundred publication blamed the upsurge on the agitation carried on by the workers' press and in the activity of the Social Democratic deputies. 112. Badaev and his comrades were not opposed to doing what the government official demanded that they should only do, to legislate. A month before their suspension they sought to do just that. The issue was one that the Second Krakow meeting recognized to be an increasingly obvious fact: the orgy of Black Hundred nationalism, the growth of nationalist tendencies among the liberal bourgeoisie and the growth of nationalist tendencies among the upper classes of the oppressed nationalities, give prominence at the present time to the national question. The context was the Balkan Wars and the coming Great War. To counter the orgy, Lenin and the Bolsheviks mounted a campaign that took varied forms. His most detailed writings to date on the national question informed a bill that the fraction tried to introduce in the Duma, a bill for the abolition of all disabilities of the Jews and of all restrictions on the grounds of origin or nationality. While the 7 were invited to sign on, it's not clear if they did. Even with Trudovic support they would not have had the required 33 signatures to introduce the bill for debate. Nevertheless, as they had done before, the fraction utilized Pravda to inform its readers of its contents. As Lenin explained in his introduction, he do not look to the nationalist Fourth Duma to abolish the restrictions against the Jews and other non-Russians. But it is the duty of the working class to make its voice heard. And the voice of the Russian workers must be particularly loud in protest against national oppression. About the work the fraction did on the inside, Bataev made a crucial point: had there been no workers' Bolshevik paper, our speeches would not have been known outside the wall of the Tauride Palace, what the regime also knew. A week after the May Day protests, the 6 became the 5. On May 8, Roman Malinovsky submitted his resignation to the president of the Duma. He said nothing to his comrades and disappeared. Bolshevik opponents, the 7 especially, had a field day with Malinovsky's unexplained departure. There had long been rumors and suspicions about him, but never hard evidence, at least to convince Lenin. After the October Revolution, when the Bolsheviks had access to the Tsar's police files, it was learned that he had indeed been on their payroll. He betrayed, Lenin revealed, scores and scores of the best and most loyal comrades, caused them to be sentenced to penal servitude, and hastened the death of many of them. 113 And no doubt he helped stoke the factional side of the debate between the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks between at least the Prague Conference and his departure. A trial in 1918 resulted in his execution at the hands of a firing squad. Reflecting later on Malinovsky, Lenin suggested that it was not coincidental when he went missing in action. It was when the class struggle in the spring of 1914 was beginning to look like a replay of the fall of 1905. Though he had been a valuable asset for the police, it was becoming increasingly clear that the movement was getting more out of him than the regime. I should not at all be surprised if the secret police used the following argument for Malinovsky's removal from the Duma: that Malinovsky had turned out to be too closely involved with the Duma fraction and Pravda, which were carrying on their revolutionary work among the masses much too energetically to be tolerated by the police. 114 He was objectively aiding and abetting, contrary to what he no doubt preferred, the revolutionary process. The modus operandi of the Bolsheviks made that possible: collective discussion and debate, a democratic vote, and the expectation that everyone was obligated to carry out the will of the majority. In other words, democratic centralism. Lenin, in his later reflection about Malinovsky, said that we had a rule whereby we did not allow those to the left of us to make speeches. If a speech was somewhat to the right, it was still possible to correct it, but more leftish statements could cause great harm. Apparently Malinovsky did not always like this line of conduct. He preferred bolder illegal work, exactly what an agent provocateur sought, a pretext for the regime to crack down on the Bolsheviks. 115 Democratic centralism also served the party well in the case of Chernomazov, the problematic editor of Pravda and also a police agent. Precisely because he violated discipline, one of the resolutions adopted at the Second Krakow meeting, it facilitated the Central Committee's replacement of him with the more effective Kamina Act. The revolutionary upsurge that began in early 1914 continued to deepen, and both the Five and Pravda were intimately involved. The reason the government decided to pull, finally, the plug on the daily. On July 8 the police raided its offices, ransacked the premises, and arrested everyone on the site. Bataev's parliamentary immunity no longer protected the paper. The closing of Pravda was just the first of the opposition press to meet a similar fate. In spite of this, there were no signs of slackening, and the movement continued to grow during the following days until July 12. The number of strikers increased to 150,000, and on July 9 barricades were seen in the streets of St. Petersburg. Tramcars, barrels, poles, etc., served as material for the construction of barricades, which were built mainly in the Vyborg district. All traffic was interrupted, and in many areas workers had complete control of the streets. 116. Whether the July protests would have resulted in another October 1905 will never be known. On July 19, Nicholas II declared war on Germany. The patriotic fervor the announcement engendered effectively brought an end to the revolutionary upsurge, at least for a while. The Bolsheviks and their Duma fraction were now faced with new and unprecedented challenges in the history of social democracy. Shutting down Pravda was probably, in hindsight, admittedly the prelude to Nicholas's declaration, part of a well-orchestrated plan to stifle any organized opposition to his war drive. The paper had for more than 2 years spoken out, unlike any other, against the imperial ambitions of the autocracy. When the Balkan Wars began as the elections for the Fourth Duma were underway, Lenin, in language to get past the government's censors, warned Pravda readers to beware of the foxes or wolves, those who claimed to be protecting the Slavs, exactly how the autocracy sought to cloak its intrigues for initiating the Great War. The Bolsheviks also worked to counter the regime's domestic chauvinist offensive, a necessary ingredient in its war drive. A bill for the abolition of all disabilities of the Jews and of all restrictions on the grounds of origin or nationality, which Lenin drafted and Pravda publicized, was just one component in that effort. They were the lone consistent voice among party organizations to confront the march to war. Their fraction's denunciation of new spending on arms in March 1914 and the strike of 30,000 workers in support of their stance made them a more dangerous opponent. The regime also probably knew, therefore, that it would not be enough to silence the organ of the Bolshevik fraction. The fraction itself would have to be shut down. Chapter 3. The Great War, 1917, and beyond. Arguably the most consequential work of any of the 4 Russian Social Democratic Labour Party Duma fractions came with the onset of the First World War. The anti-war actions of the 5 Bolshevik deputies in the Fourth Duma were for Lenin a model for what he would begin to call communist parliamentary work. But after they were arrested and exiled to Siberia, that work ceased to occupy his attention to the degree it once had. The reason is that with the overthrow of the Romanov dynasty in February 1917, Lenin would have to spend much of his time before and after the October Revolution defending Soviet governance, for him a superior form of representative democracy. By no means did this signify a change of heart about the parliamentary arena. To the contrary, he maintained to the end that in the absence of Soviets, communists should make use of parliaments, but based on the lessons drawn and codified by the new Communist or Third International. Subsequent history revealed, however, that only a few who claimed to do politics in his name were faithful to the legacy he bequeathed. The Duma fraction and anti-war work. When Nicholas II declared war on Germany on July 19, 1914 in response to the German Kaiser's declaration a day earlier, the only question for the Duma was what would be the response of the Social Democratic deputies. 1. Would they get on board the war train as had every other fraction, including the cadets? They had long opposed the Tsar's imperial ambitions and the chauvinist campaigns that enabled them, and as an affiliate of the Socialist International, the RSDLP had signed on to the much-publicized Vasily Manifesto of 1912 when the Balkan Wars commenced. That proclamation, standing on the shoulders of the anti-war resolution of the 1907 Stuttgart Congress, called on its signers to oppose militarism. If war began, their parliamentary fractions should vote against any funding and call on the proletariat in their respective countries to turn it into a civil war against their own bourgeoisies. The historic betrayal and the Bolshevik response. To the disbelief of every Russian Social Democrat, regardless of faction, the Reichstag fraction of the German party voted on August 4 to fund the war. The fateful action of the flagship party of international social democracy gave license to every other social democratic parliamentary group in Western Europe to follow suit. The Menshevik Alexandra Kollontai was present when the vote was taken. I could not believe it, she wrote in her diary that evening. I was convinced that either they had all gone mad, or else I had lost my mind too. Lenin, too, was apparently taken aback, despite having recently written about the creeping disease within the German movement. His reaction to the vote, a feeling of the most bitter disappointment, suggests as much. the responsibility for thus disgracing socialism falls primarily on the German Social Democrats. 3. This wholesale betrayal, as he and many other Social Democrats called it, of the basic principles of Marxism was soon recognized as a watershed in the history of the movement. For Lenin it was a teaching moment, as he explained to Kalantai at the end of the year. The European war has brought this great benefit to international socialism, that it has exposed for all to see the utter rottenness, baseness, and meanness of opportunism, thereby giving a splendid impetus to the cleansing of the working class movement from the dung accumulated during decades of peace. 4. How the Russian parliamentary group, both wings, would respond to the war drums now took on added significance in the aftermath of the vote of the German and other Western European parties. With the other Bolshevik fraction members out of town during the Duma's summer recess, it fell to Bataev to answer the deluge of questions from reporters working for St. Petersburg's bourgeois and monarchist press. But what I said was altogether unsuitable for publication in their newspapers. I declared, the working class will oppose the war with all its force. The war is against the interests of workers. On the contrary, its edge is turned against the working class all over the world. The Basel Congress, in the name of the world proletariat, passed a resolution declaring that, in case of the declaration of war, our duty was to wage a determined struggle against it. We, the real representatives of the working class, will fight for the slogan "War against war." Every member of our fraction will fight against the war with all the means at his disposal. 5. If the Prower press ignored Bataev's message, the regime's police certainly did not. The two last sentences meant that from then on he and his other comrades would be under even closer surveillance. In preparation for the reconvening of the Duma to vote on funding for the war, the Bolshevik, Menshevik liquidator, and Trudovik deputies held discussions to see if they could come up with a joint declaration. After a number of meetings, a statement was agreed on by only the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Though read at the session on July 26, Bataev reports that the Octoberist Duma president censored it before it was printed in the stenographic report. 6. Regarding its contents, although our declaration did not contain a clear and precise characterization of the war or of the position of the working class and did not give a well-defined revolutionary lead, yet, when set off against the jingo background, it sounded a clear call of protest against the war madness. Bataev suggests that a joint statement with the Mensheviks required a watering down of the Bolsheviks' anti-war stance due in part to the patriotic fervor of the moment. 7. Nevertheless, the declaration and what the Social Democrats then did stood in sharp contrast to the rest of the Duma deliberations. After its patriotic orgy, the State Duma proceeded to vote for the war budget. In accordance with decisions taken at all congresses of the International, our fraction refused to take part in the voting and left the hall. Our declaration and our refusal to vote war credits raised a storm of protest from the Duma majority. Deputies from all other parties, including the left cadets and progressives, lost their temper and attacked us in the lobbies. The walkout of all Social Democrats was an instant cause célèbre and soon became widely known among the workers. It initiated the Bolsheviks' anti-war work, which, under war conditions, rendered every member who was caught liable to trial by court-martial and almost certain death. Their Duma group would have to lead this campaign, because in the wake of the wholesale crackdown by the regime on the underground when the war began, it was the only Bolshevik unit that had some room to maneuver. In consultation with what was left of the Central Committee based now in Finland, the Bolshevik fraction issued a number of anti-war proclamations, dealt with the necessity of conducting propaganda among the troops, with preparing for an armed struggle, and with the approaching revolution. Thus, the slogan of war against war was evolving into a practical program of utilizing the war for the revolutionary struggle. The collaboration between the Bolshevik centers in St. Petersburg and Finland entailed a new and increasingly dangerous game of cat and mouse in court-martial ruled Russia. The police assumed, rightly, that for the Bolsheviks to be able to produce and distribute their anti-war propaganda meant that the Duma deputies had to be intimately involved and that Bataev was probably the chief culprit. As one of their reports explained, the St. Petersburg Committee has ceased its activity. The restless youthful members of the illegal organizations are not content with their enforced inactivity and, under the influence of the Social Democratic deputy, Badaev, have begun to issue a series of leaflets dealing with current events with the set purpose of discrediting the government's conduct of the war. All measures will be taken to obtain from persons arrested confessions which will prove that the deputy Badaev is engaged in revolutionary propaganda. 8. Again, the parliamentary immunity the deputies enjoyed increasingly tenuous allowed them to travel widely to do anti-war work and in the process rebuild the shattered party. In contrast to the Bolsheviks, Western European Social Democrats embraced the war in the name of defending the homeland. The head of the Socialist International, Emil van der Velde, the same individual who had only a month earlier at the Paris meeting directed the Bolsheviks to dissolve their faction, now a newly minted and proud cabinet member in Belgium's Prouwer government, sent a letter to the two Russian Duma fractions urging them to support the war and in effect end their anti-war stance. Not surprisingly, his appeal had no credibility with the Bolshevik deputies. It was a different story for the six Mensheviks. In his letter, van der Velde asked the Russians to share the common standpoint of socialist democracy in Europe. His appeal gave political cover to those Mensheviks who were looking for an opportunity to reject the position they took on July 26. After a heated debate they all did just that. 9 The five Bolsheviks were now the sole anti-war Duma fraction. While Social Democratic deputies were making their stance in the Duma on July 26, Lenin, who was living in Austrian-controlled Poland, now a belligerent of Russia, was arrested and imprisoned for 2 weeks. Only after he and Krupski relocated in Switzerland was he able to reconnect with the fraction after an almost 2-month hiatus. In the meantime, as well as drafting positions the Bolsheviks should take on the war, he gave public talks. In one instance a newspaper reported on his intervention at a talk that Plekhanov gave on the war in Lausanne. Comrade Lenin analyzed the duty of socialists in wartime. Social Democrats did their duty only when they fought chauvinist passions at home. And the Serbian Social Democrats offered the best example of such fulfillment of duty. The Serbian Social Democrats were the first to have opposed the war and voted against war credits. That the Serbians offered the best example of a response is significant. The joint statement Badaev and the other 4 Bolshevik deputies entered into with the Mensheviks on July 26 came with a political price that Lenin no doubt disagreed with, especially the provision that was greeted with broad applause when read in the nearly unanimous Prouwer Duma: the proletariat, which is the constant defender of the freedom and interests of the people, will at all times defend the cultural wealth of the nation against any attack from whatever quarter. 10 For Lenin, this smacked of Western European social democracies defending the homeland excuse for supporting the war. Thus his proposal on October 17 to the Central Committee member, based in Stockholm, who was in direct contact with the fraction, or group, should make a statement independent of the bloc, and should set forth a consistent point of view. 11 The declaration of the bloc, as Badaev later admitted, did not contain a clear and precise characterization of the war or of the position of the working class and did not give a well-defined revolutionary lead. In contrast to the July 26 declaration, the Bolshevik deputies' rejection of van der Velde's entreaties to get on board the war train, a response that was published in Sozialdemokrat, appears to have had input from Lenin. 12. Lenin's theses on the war. About a month after the war began, Lenin formulated a set of theses, positions the Bolsheviks should take, and submitted them for discussion and debate. A major factor in the betrayal of socialism by the Western European social democratic parties was due to their making a fetish of the necessary utilization of bourgeois parliamentarism and bourgeois legality, and forgetting that illegal forms of organization and agitation are imperative at times of crises. 13 Nothing in the remaining theses was really new, and they were consistent with what Badaev told the press in the now renamed Petrograd, except for the sentence in the 6th thesis: from the viewpoint of the working class and the toiling masses of all the peoples of Russia, the defeat of the Tsarist monarchy and its army, which oppress Poland, the Ukraine, and many other peoples of Russia, and foment hatred among the peoples so as to increase Great Russian oppression of the other nationalities, and consolidate the reactionary and barbarous government of the Tsar's monarchy, would be the lesser evil by far. 14. That the Bolsheviks should welcome a defeat of the Tsar's armies was a position that many of Lenin's comrades, especially those in Russia, found difficult to embrace. It was not the easiest stance, revolutionary defeatism, as it came to be known, in contrast to the defensist position of most Social Democrats, to take in the midst of the patriotic fervor sweeping the country in the early days of the war. 15. Both the regime and opponents like the cadets seized on the sentence to try to discredit the Bolsheviks and isolate them politically. A close reading of Lenin's controversial thesis suggests that it was informed by his understanding of the national question and proletarian internationalism, the dialectic between the two. It was consistent, he argued, with the fundamental truth of socialism, long ago set forth in the Communist Manifesto, that the workingmen have no country. The working class of the oppressor nation had to bend over backward to prove its proletarian internationalism, especially in time of war. Lenin assumed that the oppressed nations in the Romanovs' oft-called prison house of nations would have the least problem with revolutionary defeatism. A victory for the monarchy would only strengthen its ability to suppress them. And winning the oppressed nations was crucial in the formation of a revolutionary majority. This interpretation of Lenin's position is given added credence by the way in which he formulated in the seventh thesis his now familiar three slogans for Russia's bourgeois democratic revolution: a struggle against the Tsarist monarchy and Great Russian, Panslavist chauvinism, and advocacy of a revolution in Russia, as well as of the liberation of and self-determination for nationalities oppressed by Russia, coupled with the immediate slogans of a democratic republic, the confiscation of the landed estates, and an 8-hour working day. With the Central Committee in exile in agreement, Lenin then submitted his theses to the Bolshevik Duma deputies in order that they organize, since they were the only party unit in a position to do so, a more representative meeting to debate and discuss them in order that they become official party policy. The long-existent Bolshevik practice of making collective decisions even under the very arduous conditions of court-martial-ruled Russia made such a meeting possible. In their updated version, The War and Russian Social Democracy, he praised the fraction for its stance on July 26, his reservations about the joint statement with the Mensheviks notwithstanding. Our party, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, has made, and will continue to make, great sacrifices in connection with the war. The whole of our working-class legal press has been suppressed. Most working-class associations have been disbanded, and a large number of our comrades have been arrested and exiled. Yet our parliamentary representatives, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Group in the Duma, considered it their imperative socialist duty not to vote for the war credits, and even to walk out of the Duma, so as to express their protest the more energetically. They considered it their duty to brand the European government's policy as imperialist. Though the Tsar's government has increased its tyranny tenfold, the Social Democratic workers of Russia are already publishing their first illegal manifestos against the war, thus doing their duty to democracy and to the international. 16. After taking as many precautions as possible, the 5 Bolshevik deputies held a secret meeting on the outskirts of Petrograd in early November with 7 party delegates from various locales elected in meetings that the deputies helped organize, who had successfully eluded very tight police surveillance. Kamina, who represented the Central Committee, joined them from Finland. The main agenda item, Lenin's theses, was taken up on the second day of the conference, and according to Bataev, no objections were raised to the principles outlined, although certain formal amendments were suggested. But before the conference could complete its work, the police broke into the room and arrested everyone present. 17. This is terrible, Lenin said upon hearing the news. We must be ready for the very worst: falsification of documents, forgeries, planting of evidence, false witnesses, trial behind closed doors, etc., etc. At all events, the work of our party has now become 100 times more difficult. And still we shall carry it on. Pravda has trained up thousands of class-conscious workers, out of whom, in spite of all difficulties, a new collective of leaders, the Russian CC of the party, will be formed. Times are difficult, but we shall get through. 18. A model of revolutionary parliamentarism, the trial of the Bolshevik deputies. Lenin's fears about the fallout from the arrests of the deputies, Kamina and the others were warranted. The government's second public announcement about the arrest of the 5 Bolshevik deputies said they were attending a conference that was engaged in discussing a resolution which stated that the least evil is the defeat of the Tsarist autocracy and its army, and in which the slogan was advanced to carry on as widely as possible among the troops propaganda for a socialist revolution and the organization of illegal cells in the army. 19 As well as Lenin's theses, the police confiscated other incriminating evidence, the most damaging being the records of Martin Muranov, the deputy who represented the workers in Kharkov province. They detailed how he used his Duma post to do illegal work. The regime now had the smoking gun it had been looking for to deprive the Bolsheviks of their parliamentary immunity and put them on trial for violating martial law. The Petrograd Party Committee issued a leaflet denouncing the arrests of the 5 deputies and called on workers to stage protest meetings and one-day strikes. Despite massive steps the government took to prevent that from happening, a few actions did take place. But it was clear the patriotic offensive had sapped the revolutionary energy in place only a few months earlier. As the leaflet put it, the war and the state of martial law has enabled the government to carry out their attack on the workers' deputies, who were so valiantly defending the interests of the proletariat. To the surprise of the 5 arrestees, they learned that they would not be tried by court-martial, which would have meant the death penalty, but in an ordinary court. Nicholas, himself, made the decision. He did so, the fraction felt, because by the time the trial was to take place, early 1915, the patriotic wave was beginning to ebb as setbacks on the battlefields began to mount and the workers' movement was beginning to recover. The government could no longer count on the news of the punishment of the workers' deputies being received with patriotic shouts of joy. At the same time, the Black Hundred pro-government press, as the trial date approached, sought to paint the Bolshevik deputies in the worst possible light from a chauvinist/patriotic perspective. A frequent complaint was their failure to follow the example of their Western European counterparts when the Great War began. These unworthy bearers of a high title played into the hands of Germany so obviously that there can be no question of any innocent error on their part while acting in conformity with the pernicious teaching of socialism. Socialists exist in other countries too, but everywhere, in England, France and Belgium, the moment the war was declared, they renounced their internal struggles and joined the national ranks against the formidable enemy, German militarism. Even German socialists renounced their utopias for the duration of the war and are behaving like their bourgeois friends. It is only to Russian workers that the Honorable Duma socialists give their advice to act on theories of non-resistance to evil, peace at any price, etc., and it is only Russian socialists who attempt to stir up internal disorders in wartime. As the trial drew nearer, Bolshevik organizations, against enormous odds, issued leaflets and organized workplace meetings to counter the slander campaign. The leaflet on the eve of the trial declared, "Comrades, it is the working class which is in the dock, represented by deputies who were elected by the workers and who have acted in complete agreement with the workers. Strike on February 10, arrange meetings and demonstrations, protest against the Tsarist mockery of the working class." While the stranglehold the regime still held on Russia prevented any large-scale protests, millions of workers now knew about the Bolshevik deputies and their politics, particularly their anti-war stances, owing to the pro- and counter-campaigns. The trial itself was, as Lenin predicted, orchestrated and offered no surprises. The chief prosecutor repeated, for example, the complaint that the Bolshevik deputies hadn't acted like their namesakes in Western Europe by having voted for war credits and proved to be friends of the government. The regime also took steps to suppress any speeches and evidence which might be used for agitational purpose. The military censorship ruthlessly cut out whole passages from the reports of the trial. 20 However, in order to make its case, the government inadvertently exposed, as Lenin put it, a model of revolutionary social democracy making use of parliamentarism. Exhibit A was the testimony of Muranov, who, rather than disowning his notes that the police had seized, took the proverbial bull by the horns, Realizing that the people did not return me to the Duma just to warm my seat there, I traveled about the country to ascertain the mood of the working class. He admitted that he had undertaken the functions of a secret agitator of our party, that in the Urals he organized workers' committees at the Verkhnizhetsky works, and elsewhere. 21 The trial uncovered only a fraction of the activities our comrades were conducting in this field. Other fraction members traveled, for propaganda purposes, throughout almost the whole of Russia, and Muranov, Petrovsky, Batayev and others arranged numerous workers' meetings, at which anti-war resolutions were passed, and so on. Lenin admitted that some fraction members, in an effort to escape the possibility of capital punishment, had not acquitted themselves as principled as had Muranov, who at the trial behaved better than the rest 22, and that opponents were trying to use that fact to impugn the integrity of Bolshevik politics. They were trying to obscure the real issue at stake, how to make use of the parliamentary arena. As opposed to the European socialist parliamentarism. There are different kinds of parliamentarism. Some utilize the parliamentary arena in order to win the favor of their governments, or, at best, to wash their hands of everything, like the Chkij group. Others utilize parliamentarism in order to remain revolutionary to the end, to perform their duty as socialists and internationalists even under the most difficult circumstances. The parliamentary activities of some bring them into ministerial seats, the parliamentary activities of others bring them to prison, to exile, to penal servitude. Some serve the bourgeoisie, others the proletariat. Some are social imperialists. Others are revolutionary Marxists. 23. There was an even more significant dimension about the proceedings, Lenin argued. Thanks to the trial, the words cited in the indictment, the guns should be directed, not against our brothers, the wage slaves of other countries, but against the reactionary and bourgeois governments and parties of all countries. These words will spread and have already done so all over Russia as a call for proletarian internationalism, for the proletarian revolution. Thanks to the trial, the class slogan of the vanguard of the workers of Russia has reached the masses of the workers. 24 The trial and its coverage in the press did more to publicize the anti-war stance of the Bolsheviks than anything prior to then. A few months afterward, Lenin, most prophetically, wrote, "We cannot tell whether a powerful revolutionary movement will develop immediately after this war, or during it, etc., but at all events, it is only work in this direction that deserves the name of socialist work." The slogan of a civil war is the one that summarizes and directs this work, and helps unite and consolidate those who wish to aid the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat against its own government and its own bourgeoisie. 25 Not surprisingly, the 5 Bolsheviks were found guilty and sentenced to hard labor in Siberia. But unlike that of their comrades in the Second Duma, their stay in the Tsar's prisons would be of shorter duration exactly because the Great War began to develop into a civil war. Without a Duma fraction, Lenin sought out any remaining legal space. Just such an opportunity arose when the government agreed to allow workers in the war industries to elect in the fall of 1915 representatives to committees established by the capitalist owners. Precisely because this was a thinly veiled attempt to get workers on board the war train that was increasingly unpopular by pretending that they would have some say-so in the actual management of the industries, it opened a debate among the opposition about whether to participate. This was not unlike the debates about the elections for the First and Second Dumas to boycott or not. The monarchy, in fact, had just prorogued the Fourth Duma because of increasing criticism of its conduct of the war by the Octobrists and other parties. Given the growing revival of the revolutionary process, the regime needed to improve its public image. Based on advice from comrades in Russia, Lenin made the following proposal: "We are opposed to participation in the war industries committees, which help prosecute the imperialist and reactionary war. We are in favor of utilizing the election campaign. For instance, we are for participation in the first stage of the elections for the sole purpose of agitation and organization." And to be clear about what was and was not being proposed, he added, "There can be no talk of boycotting the Duma. Participation in the second ballot is essential. While we have no Duma deputies from our party, we must utilize everything that happens in the Duma so as to advance the aims of revolutionary social democracy. 26 Even Nicholas's suspension of the Fourth Duma could not dissuade Lenin from utilizing it whenever it resumed. True to their word, the Bolsheviks used the elections to the War Industries Committees to campaign against the war. After the first round of the elections, their resolution that called for a boycott of the committees and a revolutionary solution to the war garnered more delegate support than that of the Menshevik liquidators. Since they chose not to participate in the second round of the process demanded by the bosses, who didn't like the outcome of the first round, the Menshevik position to participate in the committees prevailed. But the overall balance sheet fell far short of what the bourgeoisie wanted. As a result of Bolshevik propaganda, elections to the workers' groups were held in only 70 areas out of a total of 239, and workers' representatives were actually elected only in 36 areas, 27. Along with the proposal to participate in the elections to the War Industries Committees, Lenin addressed in several theses two related issues that had been raised in the discussion inside Russia, both of which would soon be at the center of his politics. One concerned the demand for a constituent assembly. The slogan of a constituent assembly is wrong as an independent slogan, because the question now is, who will convene it? The liberals accepted that slogan in 1905 because it could have been interpreted as meaning that a constituent assembly would be convened by the Tsar and would be in agreement with him. The most correct slogans are the three pillars, with the addition of a call for the workers' international solidarity in the struggle for socialism and the revolutionary overthrow of the belligerent governments, and against the war. As had always been the case for Lenin, the demand for a constituent assembly depended on the context, the objective tasks and pace of the movement. The other issue, the all-important question of 1917, was posed because some Bolsheviks thought that the elections to the War Industries Committees opened up the possibility for such a demand. Lenin demurred. Soviets of workers' deputies and similar institutions must be regarded as organs of insurrection, of revolutionary rule. It is only in connection with the development of a mass political strike and with an insurrection, and in the measure of the latter's preparedness, development, and success that such institutions can be of lasting value. 28. A constituent assembly or Soviet government. No debate would dominate the political discourse in 1917 and afterward as much as this question. Lenin's theses of 1915, informed by all that he had said before, anticipated the stances he would take in that debate. Lenin's ninth thesis, the one he drew attention to, is also worth noting, because it made clear that his revolutionary defeatist stance was applicable not just to a czarist government. If the revolutionary chauvinists won in Russia, we would be opposed to a defense of their fatherland in the present war. Our slogan is, against the chauvinists, even if they are revolutionary, and republican against them, and for an alliance of the international proletariat for the socialist revolution. Even if the Romanov dynasty were overthrown, the Bolsheviks would continue to call for a defeat of Russia's armies if the new regime pursued an imperialist course without the titular leadership of Nicholas. They proved to be true to their word. To appreciate what the Bolsheviks lost with the arrests of their 5 comrades, consider Lenin's anxious letter in October 1916 to his primary contact, based in Sweden, with the Russian movement, A.G. Shlyapnikov. The most pressing question now is the weakness of contacts between us and leading workers in Russia. No correspondence. We can't go on like that. We cannot organize either the publication of leaflets or transport, either agreement about manifestos or sending over their drafts, etc., etc., without regular secret correspondence. That is the key question. 2/3 of the contacts, as a minimum, in each city, should be with leading workers, i.e., they should write themselves master secret correspondence, should themselves each train up 1 to 2 heirs in case of arrest. This should not be entrusted to the intelligentsia alone. Certainly not. It can and must be done by the leading workers. Without this it is impossible to establish continuity and purpose in our work, and that is the main thing. 29 A year later, exactly, the situation would be far different, owing in large part to what the Duma fraction had been able to accomplish before being exiled to Siberia. Revolutionary parliamentarism for a new international. Lenin's aforementioned points about different kinds of parliamentarism came in a document, Socialism and War. Zinoviev was co-author for what would be the founding meeting of the Communist or Third International, the famous Zimmerwald Conference of 1915. For the minority of European Social Democrats who saw the vote for war credits by the majority of Second International parties as a betrayal of the historic Marxist program, only one conclusion could be drawn: a new international had to be constructed. The pressing agenda item for the 38 delegates from 11 European countries who gathered in the small Swiss town that September was how to respond, in contrast to most Social Democrats, to the war in a revolutionary way. In the process they addressed other programmatic issues, and for Lenin none was as important as clarity on the Marxist approach to doing electoral and parliamentary work. After all, he contended, already noted in his first pronouncement on the war, a major factor in the betrayal of socialism by Western European social democracy was due to their making a fetish of the necessary utilization of bourgeois parliamentarism and bourgeois legality, and forgetting that illegal forms of organization and agitation are imperative at times of crises. Shortly before writing Socialism and War, Lenin, in preparing for the Zimmerwald meeting, offered a more detailed examination of the betrayal in his The Collapse of the Second International. Legality at any price, he argued, exemplified by the German party, doomed most social democratic parties. Once the war began, the initiation of revolutionary activities would obviously have led to the dissolution of these legal organizations by the police, and the old party from Legion to Koskei inclusively sacrificed the revolutionary aims of the proletariat for the sake of preserving the present legal organizations. No matter how much this may be denied, it is a fact. The proletariat's right to revolution was sold for a mess of pottage organizations permitted by the present police law. Employing the tactics of warfare as an analogy, Lenin proposed, beginning hypothetically, an alternative, revolutionary course for the electoral and parliamentary arenas. Today there is no revolutionary situation, the conditions that cause unrest among the masses or heighten their activities do not exist. Today you are given a ballot paper, take it, learn to organize so as to use it as a weapon against your enemies, not as a means of getting cushy legislative jobs for men who cling to their parliamentary seats for fear of having to go to prison. Tomorrow your ballot paper is taken from you and you are given a rifle or a splendid and most up-to-date quick-firing gun. Take this weapon of death and destruction, pay no heed to the mawkish snivellers who are afraid of war. Too much still remains in the world that must be destroyed with fire and sword for the emancipation of the working class. If anger and desperation grow among the masses, if a revolutionary situation arises, prepare to create new organizations and use these useful weapons of death and destruction against your own government and your own bourgeoisie. This form of the class struggle stands in the same relation to participation in elections as an assault against a fortress stands in relation to maneuvering, marches, or lying in the trenches. It is not so often that history places this form of struggle on the order of the day, but then its significance is felt for decades to come. Days on which such method of struggle can and must be employed are equal to scores of years of other historical epochs. While Lenin's perspective about the necessity of illegal work was clearly informed by the Russian experience, he didn't limit it to such settings where political space was severely circumscribed, not only in wartime but positively in any acute political situation, to say nothing of periods of revolutionary mass action of any kind. The governments of even the freest bourgeois countries will threaten to dissolve the legal organizations, seize their funds, arrest their leaders, and threaten other practical consequences of the same kind. What are we to do then? Justify the opportunists on these grounds, as Koskei does? But this would mean sanctifying the transformation of the social democratic parties into national liberal labor parties. The government of one of the freest bourgeois countries proved Lenin right 3 years later when it jailed Socialist Party of America leader Eugene V. Debs for his anti-war stance. 26 years later, followers of Lenin in Minneapolis, Minnesota, witnessed the arrest of their leaders because of their opposition to the Roosevelt administration's war drive a half-year before Pearl Harbor. 30. The war, Lenin contended, had demonstrated that pure legalism, the legalism and nothing but legalism of the European parties, is now obsolete and, as a result of the development of capitalism in the pre-imperialist stage, has become the foundation for a bourgeois labor policy. It must be augmented by the creation of an illegal basis, an illegal organization, illegal social democratic work, without, however, surrendering a single legal position. And there was no better example, he argued, of how to combine the two than what the 5 Bolshevik deputies had done. Muranov, the workers' deputy in the Duma, who at the trial behaved better than the rest and was exiled to Siberia, clearly demonstrated that besides ministerial parliamentarism, there can be illegal and revolutionary parliamentarism. Let the Kosovskis and Patrusovs admire the European parliamentarism of the lackeys or accept it, we shall not tire of telling the workers that such legalism, such social democracy of the Legion, Koski brand, deserves nothing but contempt. 31. For the follow-up meeting to the Zimmerwald Conference, 8 months later in 1916, Lenin submitted, in the name of the Central Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, 8 proposals for discussion. Most relevant is, first, an excerpt from the third: socialists do not refuse to fight for reform. Even now, for example, they must vote in Parliament for improvements, however slight, in the condition of the masses, for increased relief to the inhabitants of the devastated areas, for the lessening of national oppression, etc. But it is sheer bourgeois deception to preach reforms as a solution for problems for which history and the actual political situation demand revolutionary solutions. Again, there's nothing here that Lenin had not already stated in one form or another for at least 2 decades. Its significance is that it was put forward as part of a campaign to win other forces, this time outside of Russia, to it, and the other proposals as part of building a new international movement. That was also the case with the 7th proposal, which in many ways was a reiteration of what he raised at the earlier meeting but with added political content. On the question of socialist parliamentary action, it must be borne in mind that the Zimmerwald resolution not only expresses sympathy for the 5 social democratic deputies in the State Duma, who belong to our party, and who have been sentenced to exile to Siberia, but also expresses its solidarity with their tactics. It is impossible to recognize the revolutionary struggle of the masses while resting content with exclusively legal socialist activity in Parliament. This can only arouse legitimate dissatisfaction among the workers, cause them to desert social democracy for anti-parliamentary anarchism or syndicalism. It must be stated clearly and publicly that social democratic members of Parliament must use their position not only to make speeches in Parliament, but also to render all possible aid outside Parliament to the underground organization and the revolutionary struggle of the workers, and that the masses themselves, through their illegal organization, must supervise these activities of their leaders. 32. Lenin's point, made not for the first time, that social democratic opportunism in the electoral arena and the reformism it bred again, for Lenin fighting for reforms was not to be confused with reformism, gave anti-parliamentary anarchism or syndicalism a hearing, has as much currency today as it did then. Witness the various global examples of the recent occupation movement in which anarcho-syndicalists were influential if not always hegemonic. Exactly because of the betrayal of modern-day social democracy could they appear as a credible working-class alternative. Finally, there are Lenin's pronouncements based on his direct involvement in working-class politics in one of, as he put it, the freest bourgeois countries in the world, Switzerland. Forced exile, for 2.5 years, allowed him to generalize his electoral/parliamentary political strategy and tactics beyond absolutist Russia. 33 His Tasks of the Left Zimmerwaldists in the Swiss Social Democratic Party, written in November 1916, is most instructive. As the title suggests, Lenin was a leader of the most revolutionary current within the party and sought to win the majority to its course with the document. Among the many proposals that addressed not only the war but domestic matters as well were those under the heading, pressing democratic reforms and utilization of the political struggle and parliamentarism. 16. Utilization of the parliamentary tribune and the right of initiative and referendum, not in a reformist manner, in order to advocate reforms acceptable to the bourgeoisie, and therefore powerless to remove the principal and fundamental evils suffered by the masses. 17. Abolition of all restrictions without exception on the political rights of women compared with those of men. 18. Compulsory naturalization of all foreigners, free of charge. The disfranchisement and alienation of foreign workers serve to increase political reaction, which is already mounting, and weaken international proletarian solidarity. 19. Immediate propaganda for social democratic candidates in the 1917 Nationalrat elections to be nominated only on the basis of a political platform that has been previously widely discussed by the electors. 34. Further on in the document he specified what he meant by utilizing the parliamentary space in a non-reformist manner. Regarding the proposal for political equality for women, whether it was Lenin who first raised this demand in the Swiss party is uncertain, but it was not until 1971 that women gained the right to vote in Switzerland. In Russia, on the other hand, suffrage for women was one of the first acts of the new Bolshevik-led government. Last, he included a proposal on greater accountability and democratic functioning in the Swiss party. In hindsight, all these documents, especially the platform for the Swiss party, constitute Lenin's initial drafting of what would eventually become the norms of communist electoral and parliamentary work wherever branches of the new international existed. From February to October. Though Lenin declared, in a public lecture in Switzerland on January 9, 1917, that Europe is pregnant with revolution, he did not realize how soon the baby would arrive. 35. Long before, however, he correctly anticipated the way it would. It is quite possible, and historically much more probable, he wrote in 1901, that the autocracy will collapse under the impact of one of the spontaneous outbursts or unforeseen political complications which constantly threaten it from all sides. But no political party that wishes to avoid adventurous gambles can base its activities on the anticipation of such outbursts and complications. We must go our own way, and we must steadfastly carry on our regular work, and the less our reliance on the unexpected, the less the chance of our being caught unawares by any historic turns. The fact is that he was caught unawares when the February Revolution began, but precisely because of having gone their own way and done regular work could he and the Bolsheviks quickly rebound, get their revolutionary feet, and eventually be victorious. The focus here cannot for obvious reasons be the richness of the transition from the February to the October Revolution but how, in a distilled presentation, the decade-long Duma experience informed Lenin's strategy and tactics for the Bolshevik ascent to power. Soviets of workers' deputies must be organized. With the abdication of Nicholas II on March 2, a provisional government composed of various opposition forces in the Fourth Duma was instituted. Lenin, who was still in exile, reacted critically to one of its first proclamations. In its manifesto, the new government promises every kind of freedom, but has failed in its direct and unconditional duty immediately to implement such freedoms as election of officers, etc., by the soldiers, elections to the St. Petersburg, Moscow and other city councils on a basis of genuinely universal, and not merely male, suffrage, make all government and public buildings available for public meetings, appoint elections to all local institutions and zemstvos, likewise on the basis of genuinely universal suffrage, repeal all restrictions on the rights of local government bodies, dismiss all officials appointed to supervise local government bodies, introduce not only freedom of religion, but also freedom from religion, immediately separate the school from the church and free it of control by government officials, etc. Soviets of workers' deputies must be organized, the workers must be armed. Proletarian organizations must be extended to the army and to the rural areas. In particular there must be a separate class organization for farm laborers. 36. Lenin's proposals were consistent with the historical program of the RSDLP and all that he'd been advocating about the electoral process and representative democracy for at least a decade. With necessary adjustments, they came to constitute the core of what he would struggle for in the next 8 months. Shortly afterward, Lenin addressed another issue that figured significantly in Russia's political debates for the next 10 months. To one of the first group of Bolsheviks returning to Russia after the February Revolution, he responded to a request about the tactics they should pursue. Trust in and no support of the new government. Kerensky is especially suspect. Arming of the proletariat is the only guarantee. Immediate elections to the Petrograd City Council. No rapprochement with other parties. Because press reports contributed some confusion about his telegrammed advice, he clarified with a letter. First, what he sent was written in the name of the Central Committee members living abroad, not in the name of the Central Committee itself. Second, and more important, efference is not to the Constituent Assembly, but to elections to municipal bodies. Elections to the Constituent Assembly are, so far, merely an empty promise. Elections to the Petrograd City Council could and should be held immediately, if the government is really capable of introducing its promised freedoms. These elections could help the proletariat organize and strengthen its revolutionary positions. 37 If Lenin had reservations about the Constituent Assembly which he voiced, as already noted, in 1915 he harbored no qualms about plunging back into the electoral arena. For him it was mostly about picking up from where the Bolsheviks had left off before the arrest of their deputies in November 1914 and for the same reasons to advance the revolution. Prior to his return to Petrograd, Lenin penned his now famous Letters from Afar, in which he outlined his vision for the next stage in Russia's revolution. Especially relevant were his comments on the Soviet of Workers' Deputies formed in Petrograd. A reflection, he said, of the lessons of 1905 and the Paris Commune. That it was drawing in soldiers' deputies, and, undoubtedly deputies from rural wage workers, and then from the entire peasant poor was most encouraging. The inclusion of the soldiers' deputies gave license to say that the Soviet comprised over 1,500 deputies of workers and peasants dressed in soldiers' uniform. The prime and most important task, and one that brooks no delay, is to set up organizations of this kind in all parts of Russia without exception, for all trades and strata of the proletarian and semi-proletarian population without exception. I shall mention that for the entire mass of the peasantry our party should especially recommend Soviets of wage workers and Soviets of small tillers who do not sell grain, to be formed separately from the well-to-do peasants. Just as Lenin strove to use the Dumas to construct the worker-peasant alliance, he was now advocating that the Soviets be the vehicle for doing that, a far more democratic representative body, akin to the Paris Commune. Of crucial importance for the effectiveness of the Soviets, he emphasized, was the organization of a genuine people's militia, i.e., one that, first, consists of the entire population, of all adult citizens of both sexes, and, second, one that combines the functions of a people's army with police functions, with the functions of the chief and fundamental organ of public order and public administration. He underscored the necessity of including women in the militias. If women are not drawn into public service, into the militia, into political life, if women are not torn out of their stupefying house and kitchen environment, it will be impossible to guarantee real freedom, it will be impossible to build even democracy, let alone socialism. Organizing the Soviets and their militias on this basis pointed the way forward to the replacement of the old state apparatus with a new one needed for the transition from that first stage of the revolution to the second. 38 Again, the lessons of the Commune figured significantly in his vision, and thus, as he explained elsewhere, the Soviets were the harbinger of the withering away of the state in every form. 39. Not a parliamentary republic. Lenin's task, once he returned to Russia, was to win the rest of the Bolshevik leadership to his perspective. Except for Kalantai, most of them, as once before, displayed conciliationist tendencies, this time toward the provisional government. Within hours of his arrival in Petrograd on April 3, he delivered what has come to be called his April Theses and had them published in the now resurrected Pravda. After addressing in the first of the 10 Theses the war question, he turned to, in the next 4, the basic question of every revolution, as he later put it, state power. 2. The specific feature of the present situation in Russia is that the country is passing from the first stage of the revolution which, owing to the insufficient class consciousness and organization of the proletariat, placed power in the hands of the bourgeoisie, to its second stage, which must place power in the hands of the proletariat and the poorest sections of the peasants. 3. No support for the provisional government. 4. Recognition of the fact that in most of the Soviets of Workers' Deputies our party is in a minority. As long as we are in the minority we carry on the work of criticizing and exposing errors, and at the same time we preach the necessity of transferring the entire state power to the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, so that the people may overcome their mistakes by experience. 5. Not a parliamentary republic. To return to a parliamentary republic from the Soviets of Workers' Deputies would be a retrograde step, but a republic of Soviets of Workers, agricultural laborers and peasants' deputies throughout the country, from top to bottom. As for the future, it is not our immediate task to introduce socialism, but only to bring social production and the distribution of products at once under the control of the Soviets of Workers' Deputies. Last, I argued that without the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers' Deputies the convocation of the Constituent Assembly is not guaranteed and its success is impossible. 40. Lenin's objection to a parliamentary republic did not in the least signify a retreat from his long-standing advocacy for representative democracy. To the contrary, he reaffirmed that stance by arguing that Soviets, an increasing reality as a result of the February events, were a superior form of such democracy because of the way in which they were created and their modus operandi. His other well-known article of that period, The Dual Power, distilled what he considered to be their model. This power is of the same type as the Paris Commune 41 of 1871. The fundamental characteristics of this type are, the source of power is not a law previously discussed and enacted by Parliament, but the direct initiative of the people from below, in their local areas. Direct seizure, to use a current expression, the replacement of the police and the army, which are institutions divorced from the people and set against the people, by the direct arming of the whole people. Order in the state under such a power is maintained by the armed workers and peasants themselves, by the armed people themselves. Officialdom, the bureaucracy, are either similarly replaced by the direct rule of the people themselves or at least placed under special control. They not only become elected officials, but are also subject to recall at the people's first demand. They are reduced to the position of simple agents, from a privileged group holding jobs remunerated on a high, bourgeois scale. They become workers of a special arm of the service, whose remuneration does not exceed the ordinary pay of a competent worker. 42. No better concise description of the Commune exists in the annals of Marxism, the product of 2 decades of research, writing, and lecturing on the topic. In the subsequent debate with Kamina and other Bolsheviks in defense of his theses, Lenin was even clearer: the parliamentary bourgeois republic hampers and stifles the independent political life of the masses, their direct participation in the democratic organization of the life of the state from the bottom up. The opposite is the case with the Soviets. 43. The oft-made claim, then, that Lenin lacked a democratic vision and thus the Stalinist outcome of the Bolshevik Revolution is groundless.